Your Majesty, it is time for the morning court. Within the opulent imperial bedchamber, accompanied by the rather shrill voice of a young eunuch, Qin Xuan slowly awakened from his slumber. Like many of his peers, he had crossed over into another world. He had merely gone to sleep as usual, yet upon waking found himself transformed into the so-called third prince of the Great Qin Dynasty. Under ordinary circumstances, given the original identity of this body, it would have been utterly impossible for him to ever ascend the throne. Yet the current Great Qin Dynasty faced northern barbarians pressing south, ceaseless factional strife within the court, and local clans running rampant across the land. The previous emperor, barely 40, and in the prime of his vigor, had abdicated prematurely and fled to the southern region. The eldest prince, seeing that the situation had turned dire, followed his opportunistic father in flight. As for the second prince, that esteemed elder brother had indeed possessed lofty ambition and grand designs, drafting a series of reform edicts, yet sadly before he could ascend the throne, he inexplicably fell into the water and met his end. In the end, the throne naturally fell upon the shoulders of the seemingly dull and honest third prince. Gazing into the bronze mirror at the 17 or 18-year-old youth with sword-like brows and star-bright eyes, Qin Xuan let out a faint contemptuous smile. Your Majesty, this humble servant will attend you in changing your attire. The eunuch known as Xiao Liuzi bent at the waist, carefully cradling a golden dragon robe in his hands. Qin Xuan turned around, cast a brief glance at the golden dragon robe, his face devoid of expression, and spoke lightly. Bring the one I had custom-made a few days ago. Xiao Liuzi froze for a moment at these words and lifted his head slightly. But Your Majesty, that dragon robe. He hesitated, lost for words. A few days earlier, his master had secretly ordered him to have a dragon robe made. It was strictly speaking somewhat presumptuous, yet given that his master was about to ascend the throne, it hardly mattered. However, that dragon robe was of profound black. Since the founding of the Great Qin Dynasty more than 200 years ago, gold had always been the supreme color of honor. What was this black dragon robe supposed to signify? For the very first morning court after his enthronement, wearing that robe would throw everything into chaos. Xiao Liuzi, how many years have you been at my side? Qin Xuan turned back, his tone still impossible to read, neither warm nor cold. At the question, Xiao Liuzi shuddered. He felt that the third prince today was somehow different. Not daring to raise his head, he replied honestly. Your Majesty, this humble servant has attended Your Majesty's side since the age of 4. It has now been 15 years. Yes, 15 years. That is indeed quite a long time. Then I shall tell you once more, bring that dragon robe. Qin Xuan's voice suddenly softened. Yet the moment Xiao Liuzi heard it, he was so terrified that he dropped to his knees. Yes, Your Majesty, this humble servant will fetch it at once. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great magnanimity. This servant. There might be fools in the palace, but the young eunuchs were certainly not among them. The instant Qin Xuan spoke those words, Xiao Liuzi understood his true meaning. Not long after, the eunuch returned drenched in sweat, carefully presenting the black dragon robe before Qin Xuan. This time his head was bowed even lower. Exquisite, Qin Xuan murmured. He narrowed his eyes slightly, running his fingers slowly over the black dragon robe, savoring its texture. Help me dress. Qin Xuan was not one to cling stubbornly to old conventions. Since he had arrived in this world, he would shape it according to his own will. Donning the dragon robe was exceedingly cumbersome. For someone from the modern era, it took him the better part of half an hour to be properly attired. Once he had changed into the robe, Qin Xuan stood before the bronze mirror once more. The figure reflected there now possessed an added measure of authority and grandeur. Behind him, Xiao Liuzi was dumbstruck, as though seeing his master for the very first time. In this moment, his master was so commanding that he seemed every inch a lofty sovereign upon whom none dared look directly. Qin Xuan adjusted his appearance before the mirror and was thoroughly satisfied. A strange light filled his eyes. Come to court. In the Qin Xuan hall, the civil and military officials had long since assembled, standing in solemn ranks. No one muttered or whispered. The vast hall was utterly silent. Only when Qin Xuan entered in his black dragon robe, moving with measured steps, did a wave of shocked exclamations ripple through the officials below. Among the gathered officials, several senior ministers' expressions changed again and again. They seemed on the verge of speaking, yet in the end forced themselves to remain silent. Only after Xiao Liuzi formally announced the commencement of the morning court and the officials below had performed 3 kowtows and 9 prostrations, while shouting their acclamations of "Long live the Emperor," did those ministers who had long since reached the limits of their patience step forward from the ranks. The first to stand forth was a thin, elderly man with graying beard. Qin Xuan sifted through his inherited memories. This seemed to be the grand tutor to the crown prince. His name was Fu Wenxue, if Qin Xuan recalled correctly. Seated upon the dragon throne, Qin Xuan's expression was tinged with a hint of amusement. Since he dared to wear this robe to his first morning court, he had long anticipated such a scene. Minister Fu, do you have anything to report? His light, even words resounded across the vast hall, drawing all eyes toward Qin Xuan. These wily old officials could vaguely sense that Qin Xuan was not quite the same man they had known before. Fu Wenxue himself was taken aback. According to his impression, Qin Ju at such a moment ought to be nervous and ill at ease, yet today he appeared entirely indifferent. Suppressing his doubts, Fu Wenxue raised his voice and declared, "Why is your majesty clad today in this black dragon robe? For 237 years since the founding of Great Qin, gold has ever been the color of supreme honor. Your majesty's actions violate the rights." As Fu Wenxue finished, several other ministers stepped out from the ranks, cupping their hands in salute. The laws of ritual must not be disturbed. Our Great Qin esteems the rights and moral instruction. How is the world to regard your majesty's conduct? Black is inauspicious. This is the consensus of all under heaven. Your majesty's action is a grave unfilial act. This minister concurs. One after another, more than 10 officials stepped out from the ranks. Though their tones remained outwardly respectful, their words were filled with an aggressive edge. Heh. On the dragon throne, Qin Ju regarded the scene with a cool gaze, laughter ringing only within his heart. By this point, the power of the emperor in Great Qin had already been greatly eroded. Within the ranks of officials, cliques had formed, pursuing private interests and engaging in fierce factional struggles. The former Qin Ju had never witnessed this firsthand and had harbored some doubts. Now that he saw it clearly, it seemed that this newly enthroned, useless emperor was considered easy prey in the eyes of these ministers. On reflection, it made perfect sense. Letting him ascend the throne was merely a means for them to gain firmer control over imperial authority. After all, his former demeanor had been one of constant deference, timid, obedient, and seemingly honest to a fault. Below, the other officials wore varied expressions. Aside from a very few whose brows tightened, most appeared to be merely watching a spectacle. "Oh, are you finished speaking?" Qin Ju's tone was mild, lacking even the slightest hint of panic. This left Fu Wenxue momentarily at a loss, though as a veteran of officialdom, he recovered quickly. Suddenly, Fu Wenxue dropped heavily to his knees and raised his voice. "This minister beseeches your majesty to change back to the proper dragon robe." His expression was resolute, as though acting entirely for the emperor's own good. An uninformed onlooker might have taken him for a paragon of loyal counsel. Yet Qin Ju remained unmoved, even speaking lazily. "And what if I am unwilling? Then this minister shall dash his brains out upon the floor of this great hall." Dash his brains out. There was no chance he truly meant to die. It was merely a gambit to force Qin Ju to yield, while simultaneously building his own prestige and earning a reputation for forthright remonstration. And indeed, Fu Wenxue's performance was commendable. His eyes were filled with apparent determination. In truth, he was already imagining the scene of Qin Ju promptly backing down. Having spoken, he lowered his head and struck it hard against the floor. Yet after waiting for a long moment, he still heard no word from Qin Ju. Lifting his head slightly, he saw only Qin Ju's face, adorned with a thoroughly amused smile. A chill instinctively ran through Fu Wenxue's heart. Minister Fu, why go to such lengths? He exhaled inwardly in relief. Yet in the very next instant, his expression froze upon his face. Since Minister Fu is so eager to die, then by all means strike. A colder edge crept into Qin Ju's voice. At these words, the hall fell so silent one could hear a pin drop. Fu Wenxue remained kneeling, frozen in place, utterly at a loss. "Why, your majesty?" He wanted to speak, yet no words would come. This was completely different from what he had envisioned. Why does Minister Fu not strike? Or does he take my words for mere empty air? Qin Ju's eyes narrowed. Since Minister Fu is unwilling to do it himself, I shall assist him. With a clatter of armor, a squad of guards filed into the hall. Without a word, they seized Fu Wenxue by the arms. Now Fu Wenxue finally panicked, shouting sharply, "I am the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor, a first-rank official of the court. How dare you?" His titles were lofty indeed, yet the guards paid them no heed, hauling him straight toward a massive pillar. Bang! Bang! Blood stained the floor, and in that moment the officials of the hall fell utterly silent with terror. "Tyrant! Tyrant!" Some muttered under their breath, others' eyes grew dark and gloomy. As for the loyal ministers who just now offered their remonstrations, "You too shall accompany Minister Fu." Qin Ju spoke, once more, his words deadly in their calm. The dozen-odd ministers who had stood with Fu Wenxue instantly panicked, crying out for the emperor's mercy. Their cries availed them nothing. Before long, more than a dozen fresh corpses lay scattered across the great hall. Just as the guards were about to carry the corpses away, Qin Ju spoke again. "Leave them in the hall. This is, after all, my first morning court. They ought to remain and listen to the end." His words sent a fresh chill through every heart present. All the officials now reassessed this emperor, this former third prince, finding him utterly unlike the man they had once imagined. "Does any of my ministers still have matters to present?" Qin Ju swept his gaze across the great hall. All heads were bowed. "Good. Since there is nothing to report, I have one matter to proclaim. From this day forth, the state name shall be changed to you. The expanse above and below 4 directions and 8 horizons is you. All the ages from past to future are Zhou." Since he had come and taken this seat, Qin Ju would overturn this world until heaven and earth themselves were transformed. He knew nothing of how to be a proper emperor, but he understood one thing: kill. Kill until rivers ran red with blood. The world was vast. He refused to believe there were no capable talents to be found within it. He would not humble himself in compromise, nor would he stoop to intricate plots and schemes. At worst he would die, or at worst bear the infamy of a tyrant. What of it? As Qin Ju's words fell, the officials exploded into uproar, the hall descending into chaos. At that very moment his vision suddenly blurred, and he found himself in a place of pure white. Before his eyes a white jade imperial seal hovered silently in midair. This was... Qin Ju did not panic. He had even encountered something as absurd as transmigration. What else could still astonish him? He first surveyed the surroundings, and then his gaze was drawn irresistibly to that pure white jade seal. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Ju reached out and seized the jade seal. In the next instant, an ocean of information surged madly into his mind. At the same time, the jade seal dissolved into a wisp of cyan smoke and merged into his body. No discomfort arose, instead an indescribable sense of ease flooded him. The sensation was akin to the legendary cleansing of marrow and remolding of bones. Qin Ju could clearly feel himself constantly growing stronger, his very flesh, and even his soul being ceaselessly tempered by an unfathomable power. Only after a long while did Qin Ju suddenly open his eyes. A mighty aura exploded outward in all directions. Shock flickered across his face, followed at once by irrepressible ecstasy. Good, good, good. Qin Ju laughed loudly, the three words ringing out in succession. The previously indifferent light in his eyes suddenly blazed with vitality. What a marvelous seal of civilization. According to the information transmitted by the Jade Seal, its true name was the Seal of Civilization. Only one who was the lord of a civilization could bind it. At the very moment he had proclaimed the change of the state name in his own imperial court, he had inadvertently triggered the binding condition. Its functions were nothing short of defying the heavens. First came its passive ability. He could gather the power of civilization into his own body. What did that mean? As the current sovereign of Dayu, the entirety of Dayu's national strength would now converge upon him. The stronger Dayu became, the stronger he would grow. From the moment he bound the seal, Qin Ju was no longer a mere mortal. According to the feedback from the Seal of Civilization, the overall national strength of Dayu currently granted him a cultivation base at the early stage of foundation establishment. Early foundation establishment. Qin Ju's brows knit slightly. The term was far from unfamiliar. Having read countless Qin Xuan novels, he naturally understood what those words signified. What puzzled him was this: the world where the Great Dynasty resided was clearly a mortal realm, so why would the cultivation he obtained take the form of a cultivation system used by immortals? Did that mean this world harbored cultivators? For the past 2,000 years there had been no shortage of folk legends about immortals, yet no one had ever truly witnessed one with their own eyes. Even after his transmigration, despite poring over numerous volumes within the imperial archives, he had never discovered any concrete trace of cultivators. It seems this world is far from as simple as I imagined. I must prepare more thoroughly. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he could only resolve to investigate these matters step by step himself. Next came the second ability of the seal. It was called Bestowal of Blessings, and this power was likewise the host could choose a single individual to receive this blessing. The blessed one would possess 80% of the host's strength and would be completely under the host's control. The blessing could also be withdrawn at any time. Currently, there were only 2 blessing slots. For now the seal had unlocked only these 2 abilities, yet from the feedback he received it seemed there were many more powers still sealed. As for the conditions to unlock them, if Qin Ju's guess was correct, they would be met by continuously enhancing the national strength of Dayu. National strength was nothing more than the sum of livelihood, economy, military power, natural resources, and so on. However, in one respect Qin Ju's thinking differed from that of others. Originally he had planned to stir up a great storm simply so that this transmigration would not have been in vain. Now with such a heaven-defying golden finger in hand, he could finally realize the wish he had harbored all along. He wanted every person of Dayu to be like a dragon. He wanted even the lowest commoner in Dayu to become one who stood above others. He wanted the people of Dayu to all become wild wolves, not meek sheep bullied by their own compatriots. Boundless ambition surged up from the depths of his heart. In Qin Ju's mind a series of plans had already begun to take shape. Before dealing with external threats, internal turmoil must first be pacified. Those so-called powerful ministers and treacherous officials, those so-called great clans within Dayu were forces he had previously been helpless to handle. Now only a single word remained in Qin Ju's mind: kill. He would annihilate these parasites to the last. With countless people in Dayu, he refused to believe he could not find men and women he could truly use. Schemes and plots, compromises and concessions, let them all be damned. He alone would smash them heathen. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. With a single shift of intent, Qin Ju returned once more to the imperial court. The moment he opened his eyes, the vast imperial court regained its clamor. It seems that in that mysterious space-time outside remains frozen, he mused inwardly. This thought flashed quickly through his heart. Seeing the sovereign above them open his eyes, the corners of Qin Ju's mouth curling into an inexplicable smile, the officials below were momentarily stunned, and even their bickering fell silent of its own accord. Qin Ju was still Qin Ju, yet somehow he seemed different. Below, the previously silent Prime Minister Peng Gao stared directly at him and could not help but feel a shudder in his heart. He hastily lowered his head. He felt that if just a moment ago Qin Ju had been like a mad dog acting without measure, then now Qin Ju resembled a dragon awakening from slumber. The mere act of meeting his gaze made Peng Gao's eyes ache. What is going on? Peng Gao's face grew increasingly overcast. The course of events seemed to have veered entirely away from his original plan. The new emperor he had personally placed upon the throne was now someone whose depths he could no longer discern. The other officials below shared a similar feeling. A single glance from Qin Ju left them all as silent as cicadas in winter. Qin Ju's gaze lowered slightly. After binding with the seal, he now possessed the cultivation of early foundation establishment. Though he had yet to test how formidable this power truly was, it was certainly not something these mere mortals could bear to look upon directly. Once he saw the court fall silent, Qin Ju finally spoke unhurriedly. Regarding the matter of changing the state name, does anyone oppose it? The officials exchanged glances, a few opening their mouths as though to speak, yet in the end they suppressed their words. The corpses of Fu Wenxue and more than a dozen others still lay to one side. Coupled with the sheer strangeness of the day's events, no one was willing to stand out at this moment. Since no one opposes it, the various ministries shall begin the arrangements. Within 1 month, I want the new name of Dayu to spread throughout the entire realm. General Yue, come with me. The rest of you are dismissed. Without giving the officials any chance to speak, Qin Ju rose and departed on his own. Among the military officials, a burly man with a scar at the corner of his eye seated near the front froze for a moment when he heard this summons. Since the start of court, he had stood there in silence, not uttering a single word. Now suddenly summoned alone by the new emperor, he had no idea what the reason might be. Yet when the sovereign speaks, how could he fail to obey? Yu Zhen silently pushed his way out from the crowd, strange looks following him from all sides. Yu Zhen styled Xianzhao. The Yu clan had followed the founding emperor in seizing the realm. Within Deqian, no within Dayu, they enjoyed immense prestige. Ordinarily, a clan of such size would inevitably produce wastrels, yet the Yu family was peculiar. In every generation, its sons either fell in battle or died of illness. For more than 200 years, not a single truly degenerate scoundrel had appeared. As for Yu Zhen himself, he was like Yu Fei from the history of Qin Ju's previous life. One of the few generals in Dayu who could still wage real war, loyal and valorous for generations. Yu Palace was where Qin Ju usually handled state affairs. It had originally been called Tianqing Palace, but Qin Ju disliked the sound of it and casually changed the name. When Yu Zhen arrived at Yu Palace, he saw that besides Qin Ju, there was already a man kneeling on the floor. Your subordinate pays obeisance to your majesty. Yu Zhen had barely entered when he dropped into a deep formal bow. To be honest, he did not hold Qin Ju in high regard. To unleash such a bloody purge at his very first morning court was in his eyes utterly unlike the conduct of a wise sovereign. Even though he himself loathed those civil officials to the point of grinding his teeth, a qualified emperor needed at least deep scheming and a shrewd mind. Newly ascended, and with no faction at his back, Qin Ju seemed to possess neither. He might have enjoyed his moment of unrestrained satisfaction upon the court, but what was to come afterward? Kneeling on the cold floor, Yu Zhen let out a helpless sigh in his heart. This new emperor would likely suffer some unexpected accident and drown in a lake or something of the sort before long. Now that the new emperor had summoned him, Yu Zhen could easily guess the reason. Nothing more than an attempt to win him over. Yet though he held the title of Grand General, his military authority had long since been stripped away by those civil officials until almost nothing remained. Very well, the Yu clan had been loyal and valorous for generations. It was only natural that he should continue to fulfill that loyalty. Yu Zhen thought this with a trace of helplessness. As for the other man kneeling before Qin Ju, he did not recognize him, nor did he have any interest in knowing. Qin Ju lounged leisurely against the back of his seat, taking a light sip of clear tea. He did not bid the two men rise. Only after he set the cup down did he speak slowly. Xianzhao, are you wondering whether I intend to win you over to help me withstand the pressure? The casual words made Yu Zhen's heart jolt. Yet this grand general was far from lacking in tact. Without lifting his head, he replied swiftly, Your Majesty overpraises your subordinate. All under heaven belongs to your Majesty. How could there be talk of winning over a mere subordinate? With his head lowered, he could not see Qin Ju's expression. He only faintly sensed that Qin Ju had risen to his feet. Xianzhao speaks truly. All under heaven is mine. Oh, why should I need to borrow the strength of others? Rise. This time Qin Ju's tone carried a touch of gentleness. Hearing this, Yu Zhen and the other man hastily stood up. Yu Zhen was very tall, a full head taller than Qin Ju. The other man, by contrast, was extremely thin and frail. His expression seemed meek, yet a single glance was enough to reveal a sinister vulture-like undertone. Both men lowered their heads once more, quietly awaiting what would come next. Qin Ju simply dropped back onto his seat, and with a casual flick of his wrist, the teacup on the table flew of its own accord into his hand. Yu Zhen and the other man's eyes instantly widened, filled with horror. Hey you general, you truly are the foremost fierce general of Dayu. Setting aside all else, just that physique alone makes it hard for even dozens of men to get close to you, Qin remarked in an almost chatty tone. He spoke as if they were discussing household matters, his manner remarkably easygoing. Yet Yu was still mired in the shock of what he had just witnessed. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, sleight of hand, stage trick. Never once did he think of actual sorcery, for he had never believed in immortals. Forcing down his shock as he heard Qin words, Yu replied, "Your Majesty jests. Dayu is filled with fierce generals. Your subordinate would not dare claim such an honor." Qin merely gave a faintly contemptuous smirk. "If I say you are, then you are." Then he shifted the topic. "Tell me of Dayu's current situation. You have guarded the border for years. Your words are far more trustworthy than those of the civil officials. To be frank, I am not my imperial father." Qin slightly erratic phrasing left Yu puzzled, but after a moment of thought he still replied cautiously, "Reporting to your Majesty, the current state of Dayu is far from optimistic. Northern barbarians have pressed south, and that false emperor who occupies the north calls his realm Dajing. In recent years the situation has been slightly better, but when the supreme emperor was on the throne, they would frequently raid south. The common folk at the borders suffered beyond endurance. The border army is a motley mix. Truly battle-ready troops are few, soldiers' morale is low," and Yu glanced up briefly at Qin's expression, then gritted his teeth and continued, "And our provisions are desperately scarce. Border soldiers can barely fill their stomachs. How can they wage war? The frontier is long and difficult to defend as it is, yet within the army, there are even those who secretly collude with the barbarians, smuggling military arms. Cases of killing innocents and claiming false merit are all too common. Worse still, some mercenary bands grow arrogant and obey orders only when it suits them. 3 years ago, during the so-called Great Victory at Huangyan, we in truth killed few barbarians. Most of the merits came from soldiers slaughtering border civilians and passing them off as enemy casualties. Pirates run rampant along the southern seas and raiders from the eastern islands frequently land to plunder. The small nations surrounding us are all half-hearted. On the surface, they pay homage to Dayu, yet in secret they collude with the northern barbarians. There are even many men from those small countries within the northern barbarian armies." At this point Yu was grinding his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with fury, especially when he thought of the battle at Huangyuan. That deed had been wrought by a commander under his own banner. At the time Yu had known nothing. When he later learned the truth, he executed that commander on the spot. Yet at that time, De Qian stood on the brink of collapse. Everyone yearned for a grand victory to boost morale. From top to bottom, they conspired together. Whether the supreme emperor knew or not, the matter was ultimately proclaimed a triumph. Because he had killed a so-called meritorious subject without imperial sanction, Yu was recalled to the capital. That was only for the sake of the Yu clan's generations of loyal service. Otherwise he would have been executed long ago. Having finished speaking, Yu suddenly dropped to his knees again, declaring each word distinctly. "Back then many of my brothers were implicated. I beg your Majesty to redress their grievances." Qin let out a soft breath and took another sip of tea. "Utterly rotten," he said blandly, scraping the rim of the cup with a fingertip. "Rise. If what you say is true, I will of course clear your name." Yu knocked his forehead heavily against the floor several times. "Every word I have spoken is the truth. If there is any concealment, may heaven and earth destroy me. Whether it is true or not, I have my own ways to learn the answer," Qin replied. Qin paused. "Xianzhao, do you believe there are immortals in this world?" "Immortals?" Yu frowned as he stood. "Previously your subordinate did not believe such things. But having just witnessed that technique of yours, your subordinate now believes." Yu's tone was utterly certain. "Huh. Good." Qin suddenly laughed aloud. "Then let me ask you this, if I were to make you an immortal as well, how long would it take you to pacify the northern barbarians and subdue all surrounding tribes?" His words made Yu's heart skip a beat. His eyes suddenly widened, and a dry heat surged into his chest and throat. Your subordinate. I want a precise number," Qin cut in. 2 years. Yu declared, each syllable ringing like metal. "Good." Qin rose and walked up to stand directly before him. "Do not resist." With that he pressed his palm firmly atop Yu's head. Bestowal of blessing. In an instant Yu felt a warm current continuously pour into his body. An overwhelming sensation of comfort nearly made him cry out. He felt himself growing stronger without cease. That power was beyond words, beyond comprehension. The blessing lasted no more than 5 minutes. At the very moment Qin withdrew his hand, a terrifying fluctuation erupted from Yu's body, spreading outward in all directions from him as the center. This unseen pressure surged out of the Yu palace, enveloping the entire imperial compound, and even the whole capital. In that instant, every mortal within the city felt a jolt in their hearts, as though a pair of unseen giant hands were forcing them down to their knees. Fortunately, the sensation passed as quickly as it came. Within the Yu palace, Yu stood dazed, where he was at a complete loss. He felt the power roiling within him, both intoxicating and unreal. Its magnitude defied description. Qi refining great perfection. Qin Ju murmured, eyes narrowed as he examined Yuzhan. The information on this cultivation level had been fed back to him by the imperial jade seal. At present, Qin Ju himself was at the early stage of foundation establishment, granting 80% of his power to bring someone to the great perfection of Qi refining was reasonable enough. Your Majesty has given me a second life. Your subordinate has no way to repay such grace. Your subordinate. As Yuzhan came back to himself, his heart tightened painfully. He wanted to speak further, yet could not find the words. He could only knock his head against the floor in heavy blows. It is enough if you accomplish the task I assign you. This is only the beginning. Just as the Jade Seal's information had indicated, the Blessed One's thoughts, and even his very life, now hung upon Qin Ju's single whim. Yuzhan had not lied a moment ago. His heart had indeed been thinking of how to serve the country with utmost loyalty. Enough. Withdraw. Go home, and bid your family farewell. At first light, tomorrow you will hasten to the frontier. Remember my words. I care not what means you employ, nor how many you must kill. I care only for the result. This nation is too decayed. It is time to change its blood entirely. Leaving those laden words behind, Qin Ju had Yuzhan escorted out of the U-Palace. His gaze then fell upon the other man. Dog, do you know why I have summoned you? This humble one did not know. Qin Guer lowered his head and replied respectfully, his tone brimming with unhidden humility and even a faint suppressed excitement. Immortal, what a distant, unattainable word. He was an orphan, a child Qin Ju had picked up by chance while playing outside when he was young. From childhood onward, he accompanied Qin Ju and grew up by his side. Unlike Xiao Liuzi, Qin Guer had been withdrawn and even brooding since he was small. Yet he possessed one redeeming trait. He was unfailingly obedient, executing every task Qin Ju entrusted to him with absolute dedication. Looking at Qin Guer's docile demeanor, Qin Ju smiled. Dayu is not only surrounded by covetous forces on the outside, within it is likewise riddled with parasites. Corrupt officials, clans, bandits, vagrants. Qin Ju paused. I intend to establish a new department. His eyes narrowed and a hint of dark amusement rose in him. It shall be named the Jinui. They shall execute first and report later, endowed with imperial authority, answerable only to me. From supervising imperial kin and civil and military officials to controlling every restless element within the realm of Dayu. As Qin Ju spoke, Qin Guer suddenly lifted his head, the horror in his eyes beyond words. Merely hearing those few sentences had stirred stormy waves in his heart. Were these powers not boundless to an almost terrifying degree? Do not rejoice too soon. Sometimes boundless power is not a blessing. Qin Ju walked to a bronze mirror and gazed quietly at his own reflection. This position cannot bear the light of day. It means you will spend your entire life dwelling in the shadows. Moreover, when those under your command touch upon my bottom line, the only name I shall remember is Qin Guer. As with Yuzhan, I grant you 2 years. Within 1 year, I want to see an intelligence network spread throughout all of Dayu. Within 2 years, I want this realm purged of all clans and every restless element. Can you accomplish this? The air suddenly grew still. Qin Guer's gaze flickered again and again before he dropped to his knees in full prostration. This humble one would die 1,000 deaths without refusal. Good. Ha ha. Qin Ju laughed heartily, walked up to Qin Guer, and once again bestowed his blessing. Not long after, Qin Guer rose to his feet, like Yuzhan, who had only just departed, the changes in himself left him inwardly speechless with excitement. This humble one swears to become the sharpest blade in your Majesty's hand, to transcend the mundane and attain undying longevity. This was the ultimate yearning of every mortal, and Qin Guer was no exception. Whether you are sharp or not cannot be proven by words alone. I await your performance, Qin Guer, my first commanding officer of the Jinui. Qin Guer departed, leaving the vast imperial palace utterly empty. Qin Ju stared up at the ceiling, slightly lost in thought. At present, there were only 2 blessing quotas, one external and one internal. This was the best solution he could conceive for now. The U-Seal's advancement and the unlocking of more functions depended upon the rise of Dayu's overall national strength. Perhaps when he had completely unified the surrounding mortal kingdoms and swept away all unhealthy currents within Dayu, the U-Seal would bestow upon him a different kind of surprise. While Qin Ju was blessing these 2 men and plotting the future, in the capital, within the residence of a certain high-ranking official, distinguished guests now filled the room. At a glance among the dozen-odd people present, not a single one ranked below the 3rd grade. Yet the atmosphere in the room seemed somewhat stifling. The new emperor hid himself well to think that all these years we have been deceived by him. Now that Lord Fu has met a tragic end, and the more than 10 officials killed in court today were mostly our fellow natives of Chuanju, this matter cannot be allowed to pass so lightly. A middle-aged man who looked the very picture of uprightness spoke in a deep voice while sweeping his gaze around the room. It is of no great concern. We were merely caught off guard, that is all. This new emperor's temper is eccentric and violent, hardly the bearing of a wise sovereign. Recall that our Daiqian Taizu once said that ministers must hold the world in their hearts and dare to admonish frankly. Since ancient times, this realm has been jointly governed by the scholar officials and the emperor. It is our blindness that placed a muddle-headed monarch upon the throne. However, everything can still be remedied. Lord Huang, what is your meaning? First, spread word of today's events in court. Lord Fu was the exemplar of scholars across the realm. I trust one need not elaborate. For them, manipulating public opinion was already as familiar as daily routine. The clans of Diyu had in effect monopolized learning. Even in the earlier De Qin talent selection had no proper imperial examinations, but relied instead on a recommendation system. As a result, 8 or 9 out of 10 officials at court were members of those clans. The founding emperor of De Qin perceived this and sought to break the pattern. He did achieve some results, but not many. Common folk remained ignorant, unable to afford learning. There were merely more so-called children of humble households. Yet in essence, these so-called children of humble households still belonged within the sphere of the clans. But what if even this cannot force the new emperor to yield? From the corner, an official voiced his concern. Judging by the new emperor's performance in court today, he did not look easy to deal with at all, entirely unconstrained by conventional patterns. Lord Huang, who had proposed the plan, let out 2 cold chuckles at these words. This palace is old and poorly maintained. A fire breaking out would hardly be surprising. By the way, why has Prime Minister Peng not come today? Only after speaking did he notice the absence of that heavyweight figure. Prime Minister Peng, for some unknown reason, was suddenly struck by a chill today and said he could not rise from bed. A servant from his residence has just delivered the message. I see. Lord Huang's eyes narrowed slightly, his thoughts unreadable. Then we shall visit him another day. Prime Minister Peng is the linchpin of our Chunju compatriots. Should anything befall him, it would be most unfortunate. The Chunju faction consisted largely of allied clan forces from the Jiangnan region. Before Diyu, the northern barbarians had occupied nearly all of the northern territories, forcing the original clans to migrate south. In Jiangnan, these great clans founded an academy called Chunju Academy. Chunju Academy was no small institution, or it could well be called a sacred land of learning in the hearts of scholars across the realm. Officials emerging from Chunju Academy then united in court, forming what was known as the Chunju faction. The situation within Diyu was dire. The emperor's decrees scarcely reached beyond the 3 provinces of the capital region. As for the several provinces of Jiangnan, they were beyond consideration. In Jiangnan, not all, but nearly 90% of officials in office were members of the Chunju faction, rendering the entire region like an ironclad fortress. Besides the Chunju faction, there was another powerful party in court. This second group consisted of clans who had remained in the north rather than migrating south when the northern territories had yet to be reclaimed, together with the meritorious nobility who had followed the Taizu emperor in forging the realm. United, they styled themselves the Zheng faction. As the name implied, they considered themselves the truly orthodox clans. Though the Zheng faction did not occupy many seats at court, they held 4 of the 6 minister positions, and most of the meritorious nobility, though bereft of real power, enjoyed high status. Yet another malignant growth upon the body of the state. Compared to the Chunju faction, the Zheng faction for now adopted a wait-and-see stance. Qin Ju was unaware of the so-called Spring Bamboo Party schemes against him, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In fact, he found joy in watching those ignorant fools jump around, as it provided him the perfect opportunity to catch them all at once and eliminate them completely. The following days were notably calm. The morning court sessions seemed to have resumed their previous routine, with most officials in the court lowering their heads and reporting various matters in an orderly fashion. Although Qin Ju was a modern man, he adapted swiftly to the identity of an emperor. The pile of memorials could be resolved with just a glance, given his foundation establishment stage cultivation. He spent the remaining time continually studying his mysterious golden finger. Having cultivation, yet lacking any techniques, Qin Ju sat cross-legged in the Yugu Palace, a faint halo revolving around his body, imparting an aura of sanctity. Or is it that these abilities are yet to be unlocked? He had taken the time over the past few days to test his strength. In the early stages of foundation establishment, his mere pressure could crush mortals. Moreover, even at this early stage of foundation establishment, he possessed a divine sense-like ability that could envelop the entire imperial palace. As for its destructive power, it was astonishing. Without any spells, relying solely on spiritual power, let's call it that, he could easily lift a 100-ton boulder. If he unleashed his killing intent in a city like the capital with 1 million residents, he could wipe them out within the span of an incense stick. Qin Ju was unsure of his cultivation level in this mortal world, and he couldn't ascertain it. Just as he was pondering, he heard the anxious voice of Xiao Lu outside. "Your Majesty, something's wrong. Outside the palace, thousands of scholars have gathered to protest, demanding an explanation from your Majesty." Scholars are a force not to be underestimated in any era. This was the first time since the founding of the dynasty by the great ancestor emperor that thousands of scholars surrounded the palace. It was no wonder Xiao Lu was so flustered. If it were someone else, they might have genuinely felt a headache. However, Qin Ju was no ordinary person. Upon hearing this, his expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, "I understand. Xiaolu was somewhat bewildered by Qin Zhu's reaction. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held back. He could only nod respectfully before retreating. He looks like it's time to eliminate a batch of them first. After watching Xiaolu leave, Qin Zhu sneered. It was evident to him who was behind this with just a little thought. Nevertheless, this ploy was still too naive when applied to him. With a thought at a secret location in the capital, the voice of Qin Zhu echoed in Qin Guer's mind. There are troublemakers outside the palace, you go deal with it. Within 3 days, regardless of the method, find out the instigators behind this for me. Qin Guer, who was instructing his subordinates, straightened his face, and then revealed a cruel smile. Looking at his expressionless subordinates, he spoke oddly. I didn't expect that just after our Jinui was established there would be some ignorant fools looking for trouble. Let's go, it's time to get to work. Since receiving the Emperor's blessings, Qin Guer had begun establishing the Jinui. In just a few days the membership had already exceeded 100. The intelligence network was roughly capable of monitoring the capital. Interestingly, most of the members Qin Guer selected were orphans and death row inmates, with only a few being picked from the military. Most of the orphans were young and were secretly trained in hidden locations. Dressed in the flying fish uniform, Qin Guer strode boldly towards the palace. Behind him, a dozen first-generation Jinui silently followed, gripping their embroidered spring knives, creating a rather imposing sight. Qin Zhu claimed he could not stand in the light, but it was not that he truly could not. It was just that the tasks they undertook were all dirty and laborious. When Qin Guer and his entourage arrived in front of the palace, the scene before them was rather peculiar. They saw thousands of students sitting quietly in front of the palace, their heads tied with red cloth strips, each wearing a resolute expression. The guards maintaining order exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. After the students arrived, they sat quietly. Attempts to disperse them had no effect. Moreover, with no orders coming from within the palace, they found themselves at a loss. Just then, another group of oddly dressed, formidable-looking individuals approached, instantly putting the guards on high alert. Even some of the students turned their gazes towards Qin Guer and the others. Who are you? This is a forbidden area of the palace. Stop where you are. The leading guard was quite diligent. Even though Qin Guer and his group looked formidable, he remained responsible in his... However, Qin Guer merely glanced at the guard leader and calmly stated, by the Emperor's order, we the Jinui are taking over here. Jinui. The guard leader was taken aback. What department was that? He had never heard of it. However, looking at the clothing of these individuals, it certainly seemed to be a modified official uniform. This left him momentarily at a loss. Until another guard recognized Qin Guer and quietly inquired, may I ask, are you Lord Qin? The guard's tone was somewhat uncertain. Qin Guer was surprised, saying, you know me. Indeed, it is Lord Qin. I saw His Majesty before he ascended to the throne, and at that time Lord Qin was... Upon hearing Qin Guer's response, the guard's tone inadvertently turned flattering. This was someone close to the Emperor. Even though he had never heard of the Jinui, he figured it must be a newly established department. And with the Emperor's trusted aide at the helm, its future was limitless. You have a good memory, Qin Guer remarked, looking favorably at the guard. Would you be interested in serving in my Jinui? Qin Guer casually asked. The guard was taken aback for a moment, then immediately replied, I would. I am willing. Having just formed the department was indeed in need of personnel. Joining now, as long as he didn't make mistakes, he could surely secure a decent position in the future. This guard currently had no idea how precious this opportunity was or what great achievements he would attain After learning that the person before him was a favored individual close to the Emperor, the guard leader immediately adopted a humble tone, bowed, and quickly retreated. After this brief interlude, Qin Guer turned his gaze to the mass of students below. The smile on his lips widened while his eyes grew increasingly cold. Let me introduce myself. I am Qin Guer, the commander of the Jinui appointed by His Majesty. I grant you half an incense stick's time to explain why you have gathered and caused a commotion here. From among them, a lean student dressed in slightly more luxurious attire raised his head and met Qin Guer's gaze without fear. He spoke clearly. Lord Fu is a universally recognized Confucian master, yet he was brutally killed by the Emperor for his candid admonitions. We the scholars study the teachings of the sages. Though we hold no official titles, we are still concerned for the world. Gathered here today, we seek justice for Lord Fu and hope that His Majesty will cease the killings and be a wise ruler. This person displayed a fearless demeanor embodying the spirit of a scholar. Unfortunately, Qin Guer's sneer grew more pronounced, and his already deep voice became even more chilling as he declared, the Emperor is not someone you corrupt scholars can criticize at will. He waved his hand coldly. Capture a few of the leaders, the rest take them all to the prison. Any who dare resist shall be killed without mercy. Qin Guer's voice was not loud, yet strangely that chilling command resounded clearly in the ears of every Confucian scholar. Panic erupted instantly at the scene, but the leading scholar still had some courage, quickly turning to admonish, do not fear, everyone. Outside the palace beneath the Emperor's feet, how could this dog official dare to shed blood? We shall speak for the people, even if we die, what of it? The words of the leader had some effect, and the previously chaotic situation quickly calmed down. Yet a part of the crowd remained uneasy, especially those spies sent by the instigators lurking behind. Unfortunately, they underestimated the new Emperor Qin Ju as well as the ruthlessness of Qin Guer, the first commander of the Jinyue. With Qin Guer's command issued, several Jinyue around him acted without hesitation, drawing their blades like wolves, entering a flock of sheep, charging into the midst of the Confucian scholars. It was at this moment they realized something was amiss. This dog official seemed to be serious. The leading scholar could no longer control the situation, and anyone daring to flee or resist was struck down by the ferocious Jinyue. Blood splattered across the floor. These scholars had never witnessed such a scene of hellish slaughter before. Each one was left in a daze, utterly terrified. The leader could not help but swallow hard, continuously muttering, "How dare you, how could you dare?" Then, overwhelmed by fear, he fainted. "I originally thought you were a man, but unexpected." Qin Guer scoffed disdainfully, stepping on the unconscious. A dozen Jinyue aimed to capture over 1,000 Confucian scholars. It seemed a far-fetched task, yet one must not forget Qin Guer was no ordinary person. As a fully realized Qi refinement practitioner, he merely released a hint of his aura, and those 1,000 individuals felt as if lead weights were attached to their legs, unable to move. For practitioners against mere mortals, it was a dimensional suppression. "You lot stop just watching and go lend a hand." Qin Guer slightly tilted his head, addressing the dozen guards at the entrance. The slaughter did not last long. After cutting down nearly 100 fiercely resisting scholars, the others surrendered completely. They stood there like sheep awaiting slaughter, no longer attempting to flee. However, some scholars still attempted to struggle, shouting about their influential fathers, while others even tried to bribe. "What a mess this is!" Qin Guer chuckled, his smile unsettling to behold. "You make sure to remember the names of those little rascals who just shouted out." Qin Guer pointed at a guard who had just allied. As the threats and bribes proved futile, the scholars felt utterly hopeless. Those who had been shouting the loudest had an even worse premonition. After everything was said and done, Qin Guer led a group of Jinyue at the front, trailing behind them several hundred Confucian scholars, as if leading dogs towards the prison. The prison was located at the western edge of the capital, having been established not long ago. Such a grand procession naturally had to pass through the city. This rampant display frightened many citizens into hurriedly retreating indoors. Before long, news of the incident spread throughout the capital, causing a stir. My lord, it's terrible, something big has happened." In the Huang residence, in a quaint garden by the small pond, Lord Huang was leisurely enjoying tea with a few friends, discussing poetry and literary compositions. Suddenly, a cry shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Lord Huang, named Huang Litian, served as the left senior censor in the court, a genuine second-rank official. This was a position of real power with authority to supervise and impeach. Huang Litian was quite displeased with his butler's flustered demeanor. Seeing the butler drenched in sweat, Huang Litian leisurely set down his teacup and chided. "Butler, how many times have I told you not to be so reckless in your duties? What in the world counts as a big deal? The northern barbarians have invaded the capital. The new emperor has passed away." He joked. "If it's the latter, then that would be good news." Huang Litian laughed, and several friends nearby also chuckled. Speaking ill of the emperor in private was a crime that could lead to execution. However, he clearly did not care much. Taking another sip of tea, Huang Litian's expression turned slightly serious. "It must be the Confucian scholars who've encountered trouble, right? That Qin Ju does possess some skill, but it doesn't matter. With so many scholars, he wouldn't dare do anything drastic. Perhaps he simply sent everyone away in anger. That would be fine. The leading scholar is quite stubborn. If Qin Ju has the ability to disperse those people, he must have the capability to deal with them too." Huang Litian believed he had guessed everything right, speaking unhurriedly. Meanwhile, the butler, watching his master's leisurely demeanor, felt like crying. He couldn't care less about being disrespectful, hastily exclaiming, "No, my lord. All those scholars were captured by the Jinyue. Many have died right at the palace gates by those Jinyue. I've heard they are taking everyone to the prison for questioning. Among them are several of our spies." Seizing the rare opportunity to speak, the butler rushed to explain the situation. After hearing everything, Huang Litian and the others were stunned. The tea bowl in his hand slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground with a loud bang. Huang Litian's expression suddenly twisted, a flurry of questions flashing through his mind. What department are the Jinyue? What place is the prison? How could he not know? However, this was clearly not the time to ponder such things. He quickly asked, "Those spies had poison in their mouths, right? How could they still be captured?" Huang Litian grasped the butler's collar, demanding fiercely, "I don't know. I thought those spies were dead, but the Jinyue came through the city with hundreds of men, and I saw your spies among them." The butler was in tears. He had arranged all these matters, and if something went wrong, he would be the first to suffer. How could he not be terrified? After hearing this, Huang Litian's expression changed repeatedly, yet he forced himself to calm down. "You may leave now," he said to the butler indifferently. The butler, with his mind in a muddle, had no time to think. Instinctively, he hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, thank you." Unbeknownst to him, Huang Litian's eyes were already icy cold. After the butler left, Huang Litian sat down again, speaking in a low voice. "What do you all think?" Besides him, there were 4 others in the elegant hall, all close compatriots. Their expressions were not good either. One person pondered for a moment and said, "Now the most important thing is not to panic. It's not yet at a point of desperation. Even if those spies betray us, we can firmly deny it. We are all officials of the court backed by powerful families. As long as the new emperor is not foolish, he won't be able to deal with us." As soon as this person finished speaking, another sneered, "Lord Lu, the new emperor's ruthlessness far exceeds our expectations. What you say is indeed correct, but I fear that the new emperor may not play by the rules. The current strategy must be to find a way to eliminate those spies. Then set fire to the palace or something to kill the new emperor's momentum and let him know we are not to be trifled with." Huang Litian then interjected, "Even if those spies are interrogated, it will take some time. We need to quickly contact our supporting clans. It is time to apply pressure on the new emperor. Doesn't the new emperor have a brother with whom he is very close? Let him be the one to set the fire. Qin Ju, a brat with no power wanting to contend with us. Does he really think killing people will solve the problem?" In the imperial prison, Qin Gur donned a flying fish robe, standing upright. He read the confession document in his hand with an impassive expression. The interrogation went smoothly. For him, one of the three immortals in the mortal world, it only took a little effort to extract all the information from the criminals. Left Capital Censor Minister of Rights, Deputy Minister of Justice, Minister of the Imperial Household. Looking at the list, every official mentioned was at least a third rank. Moreover, most held substantial power. Besides these high-ranking officials, a considerable number of the hundreds of scholars had significant backing as well. The list was densely filled on a whole page. Qin Gur couldn't claim that every name on it was entirely legitimate, but 99% were undoubtedly implicated. "My lord, these hundreds of scholars are largely incited. What do you think?" A guard in fine clothes cautiously asked, aware of the considerable power behind so many scholars. Ignorant of the truth, yet they still dare to call themselves scholars. "Detain them first. As for how to deal with them, that is for His Majesty to decide." Carefully storing the confession, Qin Gur casually replied. Just as he was about to meet Qin Ju, the voice of Qin Ju echoed in his mind once more. "I already know about the situation on your end. Gather all your people and seal off the capital. Everyone on the list, regardless of who they are, must be arrested. As for those scholars, the flood in the Meng River around the capital has burst its banks. They will all be sent off to work as laborers in the future." The authoritative words made Qin Gur stiffen, and he respectfully nodded towards the air. He then relayed Qin Ju's words verbatim. Those nearby were all exceptionally shocked except for the guard, who was a dedicated member of the fine-clothed guard, and was internally astonished, murmuring, "Such great power." A mysterious light flickered in his eyes. The moon hung in the sky, and after the astounding parade at noon, the capital returned to an eerie calm. However, this calm was somewhat terrifying, as if a storm was brewing. The fine-clothed guard's actions to seal off the capital were not overt, but they could not escape the eyes of those so-called court officials. Inside the Huang residence, Huang Litian paced back and forth. His growing unease marked the first time in many years that events were not unfolding according to his plans. Originally, he planned to set the palace on fire, but all the palace maids and eunuchs he arranged had gone missing. Not even the spies he sent could be contacted. They had backup plans, knowing that the capital was garrisoned with 3 guards, and they had control over the military power of these 3. They had intended to incite a mutiny among the guards, but now they could not contact anyone they had placed within them. It felt as if he had been blinded. When he sensed something was wrong and wished to leave secretly, the fine-clothed guards had already completed the regarding of the capital. What does that little beast intend to do? Does he really want to kill us? How is that possible? How dare he? Huang Litian couldn't understand. If he were to meet an untimely end, what would Qin Ju gain besides a moment of satisfaction? He had no military power and no backing. If he died, the clans in Jiangnan would undoubtedly unite against him, for both the Grand Emperor and the original Crown Prince were currently in Jiangnan. At that time, they might even restore the Grand Emperor to power, seize Jiangnan, and it wouldn't just be talk to attack the capital. He did not believe Qin Ju could be unaware of this. Where did Qin Ju find his confidence? Or was he just a madman? "No, I cannot sit idly by." Huang Litian halted his steps, quickly summoned his servants, and changed into a coarse linen outfit, intending to disguise himself and slip out under the moonlight. However, as soon as he opened the door to the Huang residence, 5 fine-clothed guards stood quietly outside. "Lord Huang, where are you planning to go?" Tisk. Lord Huang is a second-rank official of the court. How could he dress so shabbily? If someone sees you, they might think you mistreats you court officials. Qin Gur leaned against the door, a dead servant of the Huang residence lying at his feet. "Who are you? Do you know the crime of trespassing into a court official's residence at night?" Huang Litian did not respond to Qin Gur's taunts, but instead spoke sternly, trying to assert his authority. Tisk. Lord Huang exudes such great authority. As for who we are, we act first and report later. The royal authority permits it, personally set by His Majesty. We are the fine-clothed guards. I am but a humble man, the first commander of the fine-clothed guards, Qin Gur. Lord Huang may not have heard of us, but that's all right. After tonight, the name of the fine-clothed guards will spread far and wide. As for what we are here for, Lord Huang should be well aware. Qin Guer suppressed his smile, scanning the Huang residence's people as if they were prey. Huang Litian remained silent, his eyes narrowing. You underestimate me too much, don't you? Just 5 of you think you can take me down. He had already observed the surroundings while conversing with Qin Guer. Aside from the 5 fine-clothed guards, there seemed to be no one else. 5 people want to take him down. Qin Ju must be overly arrogant. It is known that while raising private troops was strictly prohibited, the Huang residence had quite a few guards. No, Lord Huang, you've misunderstood. To be precise, I alone am enough. The surrounding guards had already surrounded him with weapons drawn, yet Qin Guer calmly drew his embroidered spring knife. Are you curious where His Majesty finds the confidence to hold you accountable? As he spoke, he waved his knife gently, and a milky white blade light swept through the crowd, causing the fierce guards to feel a chill at their necks. One after another, heads fell to the ground with a thud. It was all so casual, but Huang Lishan's pupils constricted and then dilated violently. He fell onto the ground, pointing at Qin Guer, only able to utter a single word. Do you see this, Lord Huang? Tonight is your Huang residence's night, as well as that so-called Chunju Dang. Before long, your fallen Huang clan, and indeed all clans in Jiangnan, will be held accountable one by His Majesty. Conspiracy. You will never know who you are truly up against. Everyone in the Huang residence, the women will be sent to the brothel, and the men will be castrated and sent to work as laborers alongside those scholars. As for you, Lord Huang, do not worry, you can still live for a few more days. His Majesty intends to find a propitious day to have you pests executed in the marketplace. Originally, Qin Guer wanted to kill them all, but Qin Ju thought that killing them would be a waste. It would be better to make use of them as resources. Yes, the 4 fine-clothed guards received the order, their expressions cold, and rushed into the Huang residence. Qin Guer turned and no longer looked back at all. He gazed at the sky, a smile spreading across his lips. What will the future to you be like? How fortunate I am, truly worth this life. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. Though the embroidered uniform guard had existed for only days and numbered barely over 100 with Qin Guer at its helm, apprehending ordinary mortals was effortless. Across the capital, panic gripped the hearts of men. Countless gates of imperial ministers were violently shattered, among them even those of royal kinsmen. Qin Ju had originally intended to let these rats emerge slowly, but upon reflection, he decided instead to seize this moment and sweep them all away in one decisive net: the Spring Bamboo faction, the Zheng party, the nobility, the kin of the throne. What did any of that matter to him? A transmigrator from another world. Alas, his adoptive father and elder brother were not in the capital, otherwise Qin Ju would have arrested them too. The arrests raged through the night, cries of battle echoing across the capital until dawn's pale light crept over the eastern horizon. Only then did this campaign to purge the capital's parasites draw to a quiet close. The next morning at the early court session, Qin Ju sat calmly upon the dragon throne as if nothing had occurred. Beneath him, the once crowded grand hall now stood eerily hollow. More than half the civil and military officials were gone, the remainder huddled, like quail, heads bowed low, afraid even to lift their eyes. Silence reigned, so profound it was unnerving. Even when Xiao Liuzi announced the commencement of court, no one stepped forward. Those with matters may speak, otherwise the session is dismissed. Qin Ju's gaze descended cool and detached over the vast emptiness below. After a long pause, no voice rose in reply. Just as Qin Ju prepared to adjourn the session, an elderly man, his hair snow-white, his frame trembling with age, shuffled forward and knelt upon the marble floor. Minister Ma, what petition do you bring before the throne? Qin Ju recalled the old man, third rank, vice minister of revenue, a rare figure indeed, born of humble origins, serving 30 years in court. Whether upright or not remained unspoken, yet he had never formed factions nor engaged in patronage. Ma Zhonghua first offered a solemn bow, then labored to say, Your Majesty, last night, the embroidered uniform guard conducted mass arrests among court officials. Now more than half the capital's posts lie vacant, and many administrative organs stand paralyzed. Should new appointees not be named soon, chaos will surely engulf the governance of the realm. Ma Zhonghua uttered not a single word of censure against Qin Ju. Whether out of self-interest or genuine devotion to the state remained unclear. Indeed, this was the most urgent issue confronting the court. Yet Qin Ju had long pondered a deeper question: by what method should officials be selected? This world fascinated him. The former Qin Dynasty bore a striking resemblance to a fusion of late Ming and southern Qi, down to the very titles and structures of its bureaucracy. Yet unlike those dynasties, Daqians still clung to the archaic system of recommendation. Moreover, Confucianism thrived here, not as a fading doctrine, but as a deeply rooted orthodoxy. Qin Ju held Confucianism in contempt, rotten, stagnant, obsolete. What he sought was enlightenment for every citizen of Daiyu. Enlightenment, a perilous word in any feudal realm. Yet Qin Ju feared nothing. The stronger Daiyu grew, the stronger he himself would become. And so another question arose: once Daiyu was fully purged and stabilized, what doctrine should he institute? Science. But he himself cultivated the Tao, was invoking science, not profoundly ironic. Seated upon the dragon throne, Qin Ju sank once more into contemplation. Science would indeed be promoted, but it must first be remade. He believed that as Diyu flourished, cultivation arts would spread across the land. Thus science could no longer remain mere materialist empiricism. It must evolve into a syncretic mystical science, fused seamlessly with the path of cultivation. This was no task solved by slaughter alone. It demanded long-term strategy and the discovery of talent among the common people. His reverie ended. Qin Ju glanced at Ma Zhonghua and said, simply, vacant posts shall be filled by promoting incumbents one rank upward. His intent was clear. 99% of these officials would be replaced in time. Those who failed to keep pace with the age would be discarded. No negotiation, no exception. For now, continuity of governance sufficed. As Qin Ju spoke, the remaining ministers recoiled inwardly, astonishment nearly overwhelming them. Even Ma Zhonghua wore an expression of disbelief. He had expected the emperor to appoint names personally. Never imagined such a sweeping decision would be issued so casually. He himself was already vice minister of revenue. Promotion meant elevation to minister of revenue. A single step to the pinnacle. His Majesty is wise beyond measure. Long live the emperor. 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. Who would not rejoice at advancement? Regardless of their integrity or inner thoughts, all shouted without hesitation. Court dismissed. Qin Ju had no desire to witness this performance. These were vermin. Yesterday's purge had targeted factions. Tomorrow's investigations would root out corrupt officials and traitors. How many would survive remained uncertain. After court, Qin Ju, rarely seen strolling, walked leisurely through the imperial garden. His mood was unusually bright. Last night's execution of numerous officials and aristocrats had subtly strengthened his foundation establishment, still early stage, yet nearing mid-cultivation. More importantly, he had gained another blessing grant. Qin Ju sensed that upon completing Diyu's purification, his cultivation might ascend to foundation establishment latestage. And when this world lay wholly subdued, perhaps he would attain the golden core realm. The garden lay serene, birds chittered, butterflies danced, fish drifted lazily in the pond. Whether stirred by the emperor's sovereign chi, the creatures seemed imbued with nascent awareness, unafraid of Qin Ju, even drawing near to nuzzle against him. Your Majesty truly is a benevolent ruler. The very beasts are drawn to your grace, Xiao Liuzi murmured, ever eager to flatter. He had no path left but loyalty. Within a month of Qin Ju's ascension, the emperor had enacted deeds so extraordinary that Xiao Liuzi, the emperor's closest confidant, had no choice but to cling tightly to this rising power. A benevolent ruler. Qin Ju smiled faintly. Were those words to spread, they'd set half the realm laughing until their teeth fell out. Your Majesty jests. Those who laugh simply fail to grasp your Majesty's grand vision. Another well-timed compliment landed. No one disliked praise, even an emperor. And Qin Ju, this emperor, stood utterly alone, no empress, no consorts, no kin. His servants trembled before him like tigers. Rumors about him spiraled wildly. The incarnate star of heavenly calamity, the most tyrannical despot in millennia, a bloodthirsty madman, capricious and cruel. Humph. Such tales had already taken root across the capital. Qin Ju knew it would not be long before they echoed across the entire realm. Yet he remained indifferent. As he walked, an aged eunuch approached with news. The Grand Chancellor requests an audience. The Grand Chancellor. Qin Ju paused, intrigued. Chancellor Peng Gao, the leader of the Spring Bamboo faction, had been deliberately spared last night. For in Qin Ju's eyes, this man was profoundly interesting. Peng Gao from the Peng family in Hushi. He became a prime minister at the age of 40 and has been in power for 15 years. Coming from a clan background, it is natural for him to engage in factionalism. However, it cannot be denied that he is quite capable. Originally in the 26th year of the Qin era, the northern barbarians invaded from the south and even reached beyond the capital. When the ministers proposed to march south, he strongly opposed it. In the end, even the emperor fled, yet he remained steadfast in defending the capital. He organized the soldiers and rallied the citizens successfully, holding the city for 100 days. Ultimately, through a surprise attack, he even repelled the northern barbarians. Very impressive. Moreover, during his tenure, despite some corruption, he genuinely accomplished significant tasks. It is not an exaggeration to say that during that time, Qin's survival was largely due to Peng Gao's contributions. At 55 years old, Peng Gao appeared not the least bit aged. His well-defined face carried an air of authority without anger. He walked with vigor, exuding a commanding presence. Your humble servant pays respects to your Majesty. Upon seeing Qin Ju, Peng Gao immediately knelt down in a grand gesture, his head firmly pressed to the ground. Generally, prime ministers of Qin do not need to perform such gestures before the emperor, and Peng Gao's actions already indicated his intentions. Qin Ju smiled slightly and did not allow him to rise, casually asking, "What does Lord Peng seek from me?" "Your humble servant is willing to offer all his wealth to enrich the national treasury. Your humble servant is willing to sever ties with the clan and follow only your Majesty's lead." There were no pleas for mercy, no excuses. "Oh, I want you to personally deal with the Peng clan behind you." Qin Ju's tone grew colder. Your humble servant agrees. Peng Gao did not hesitate. Then I want you to personally handle the clans of the world and bear the great name of unfilialness. Your humble servant agrees. Still unwavering. Qin Ju laughed a laugh that was rather reckless. He was a terrifying individual. I also want you to clean up the Peng estate and eliminate all those wayward youths. In the capital, aside from the ministers, those spoiled youths were also notorious for their evil deeds. Your humble servant agrees. Peng Gao did not hesitate. Good Peng Gao. I give you 3 days and I want you to eliminate all remnants of Chunju and the Zhengdang faction within the capital. For this matter, I want you to personally take charge. After 3 days, if you succeed, come back to find me. With that, Qin Ju turned and left. Your humble servant accepts the command. It was only after Qin Ju had walked far away that Peng Gao stood up. He dusted off the dirt from his clothes and left expressionlessly. Your Majesty, this Peng Gao. Xiao Liuzi followed Qin Ju, hesitating to speak. He is quite terrifying, isn't he? A pure man, a ruthless seeker of the Tao. At the Peng estate, the Prime Minister's residence was naturally quite large. The moment Peng Gao returned, several servants hurried out to welcome him back. A few female relatives rushed over, brushing the dirt off him while chattering. My lord, look at you covered in dirt. Who knows how that happened? What did the emperor say? We were terrified last night hearing that many ministers were taken away and that something was— I don't even know what that place is, just the name sounds frightening. Ah, those Jinyui act so erratically, my lord, you must not let them off. Peng Gao smiled and listened. After a while he finally spoke. There is nothing wrong with the emperor. What about Qing'er? Peng Qing is his eldest son and a well-known wastrel in the capital. Qing'er is in his room. In these recent days the atmosphere has been tense, and that little rascal has finally settled down, staying indoors every day. As long as there's no issue, that's good. Indeed, my lord, you've been prime minister for over 10 years. How could the new emperor act against you? Hearing that there was no trouble with the emperor, several female relatives immediately brightened up. One clever-looking female relative quickly spoke up. My lord, with so many official positions vacant in the court, my cousin has been a county magistrate for quite a while. What do you think? It's noon, but it's time to eat. We can discuss it after lunch. Peng Gao did not respond, smiling kindly. Today I will personally cook and prepare a feast for you all. Oh no, that's not appropriate. You are the prime minister. Such tasks should be left to the servants. One female relative quickly interjected. No need today. I want you to taste my cooking. The Peng estate had many people. Peng Gao personally cooked, spending a considerable amount of effort to finally finish the meal. At the banquet, the Peng family members filled the room, each face beaming with joy. Several sons were drinking and teasing the maidens. At the head of the table, Peng Gao drank alone, his eyes filled with indifference. Until the lively family banquet gradually quieted down, until the last person turned pale, foaming at the mouth, struggling to die. How ruthless! Prime Minister Peng. Qin Guer, wielding an embroidered spring blade, walked into the banquet unhurriedly. He casually picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, his tone filled with mockery. It's just material possessions. Peng Gao took another sip of wine, unconcerned. I've already had someone organize everything, but it's all in the storeroom. Seeing that Qin Guer showed no intention of moving, Peng Gao asked, won't Lord Qin check it out? Qin Guer chewed on a chicken leg, sneering. If you can do something like this, what else is there to distrust about Prime Minister Peng? Peng Gao could not deny it. When do we start the operation? No rush. Qin Guer continued to eat heartily, while also complaining, the dosage is a bit much, it tastes bitter. Bitterness is good, there are few sweet moments in life. Besides, they dare not refuse my cooking, right? As if feeling full, Qin Guer stretched his shoulders and slowly got up. Aren't you afraid? Hearing this, Peng Gao smiled. Life is a gamble. Who could understand more about the Chunju faction than Peng Gao, the former leader? The capital had just settled down for a day when the cries of battle erupted again. From the high-ranking ministers who slipped through the net to the Chunju faction's spies scattered throughout the capital. In just 3 days, under the leadership of Prime Minister Peng Gao, they were all eliminated. Thus, a purge in the capital that lasted nearly a week finally came to an end. The number of people involved was well over, and his infamous reputation spread far and wide along with the wind. 3 days later, on the city wall of the capital, Qin Ju stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance, with Peng Gao slightly half a step behind him. Peng Iching, tell me, how vast is this world? Your humble servant does not know, but I know that your majesty's ambitions are far greater than this present world. Ha ha ha, do you know what I want? Your humble servant does not know, but I will closely follow your majesty's steps. This is not an easy task. Your humble servant will do his utmost. The conversation abruptly halted. After a long while, Qin Ju finally said in a low tone, you say life is indeed a gamble. Congratulations, you bet correctly. For the third blessing, Qin Ju bestowed it upon Peng Gao. Regardless of how ambitious or ruthless this chancellor may be, the moment he accepted the blessing, everything was already destined. After granting the blessing to Peng Gao, the chancellor's reaction was quite interesting. Unlike Qin Guer and Yu Zhen, who were overjoyed, he was momentarily shocked before returning to normal. He became even more humble. A born cultivator, Qin Ju evaluated in his heart. Subsequently, Qin Ju entrusted all daily administrative affairs to Peng Gao, as these matters would typically consume some of his time. Now with the chosen one at his disposal, he naturally had no need to be busy. Unless it was something particularly significant, he would not concern himself. With this burden lifted, Qin Ju began to engage in other pursuits. For instance, investigating the truth of this world. Deep down, he still did not believe that this world was merely an ordinary realm of mortals. Qin Ju personally browsed through various ancient texts while dispatching people to gather various books from the common folk, including, but not limited to, strange tales, Taoist texts, Buddhist scriptures, and folklore. This has led to some rumors circulating in the palace lately claiming that the new emperor is obsessed with ghost stories, and before he knew it, 3 days had passed. On this day, in a spacious square in the capital, a large crowd was kneeling in a dense mass. A glance around would reveal that these criminals shackled and prepared for punishment were all former, high-ranking officials of the court. Below, the common people were packed tightly together, filling the scene to the brim. In their eyes, there was curiosity, resentment, and fear. The time is almost up. Peng Gao sat at the top, calmly sipping tea. The insults from former allies echoed in his ears, yet he remained unfazed, his expression showing no signs of fluctuation. Announce the crimes and prepare for execution, Peng Gao said indifferently. An official beside him quickly nodded in agreement, taking out a small booklet to begin reading. Former Minister of Justice Qin Xuan, during his tenure, formed factions for personal gain, engaged in bribery, raised private soldiers, and plotted rebellion. The evidence is overwhelming. The sentence is execution by beheading. Former left imperial censor Huang Litian, during his tenure, formed factions for personal gain. Former Minister of Revenue. Former right imperial censor. As each official's name was called, the common people's gasps of astonishment surged one after another. These were all top-tier officials. When have these common people ever witnessed dozens of high-ranking officials being executed together? Not to mention witnessing it, they had never even heard of such a thing throughout history. As the crimes of the former court officials were read aloud, the emotions of the people became increasingly intense. Eggs and vegetables were thrown upwards, and some even shouted angrily, "Ha ha." These corrupt officials never expected to meet such a fate. What a delight to the heart. Corrupt official, do you remember me? Your son once forcefully robbed a common girl in the street, ultimately torturing her to death. That was my daughter. I went to demand an explanation, only to have my legs broken. Ha ha ha, look, isn't this the corrupt official who broke both my legs? How did you end up here? Heaven has eyes, heaven has eyes. The emperor is wise. An old man, seemingly mad, leaned on his cane, continuously cursing, and in his agitation even attempted to attack the corrupt official. The guards, maintaining order, quickly intervened. Above, Peng Gao put down his teacup, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Dear elders, is there anyone else who has been oppressed by these criminals? Now is the time for you all to step forward. Rest assured, I am the chancellor of the current dynasty and will provide you with justice. To be honest, the common people's trust in the court was quite low, and they had no faith in those in power. As Peng Gao finished speaking, a strange silence enveloped the scene. Yet under the influence of emotions, a few young men stood up first. Lord Peng, I am a cloth merchant from the eastern part of the city. Not long ago, I don't know how I attracted that corrupt official named Huang, who sent people to smash my shop. His subordinates even threatened me, saying I was not allowed to open a shop in the east. I have worked hard for half my life to open a small shop, and just as my life was starting to improve, this corrupt official ruined it all. Afterward, not only did my wife leave, but my poor old mother also fell ill and could not recover. Now I have no attachments and only seek revenge. Oh, I hope my lord grants me a chance. As he spoke with growing fervor, he ultimately fell to his knees, weeping loudly. With his accusations complete, more and more people stood up, revealing the crimes of those high officials like a torrent. Peng Gao patiently listened from above. Afterward, he stood up and said with great authority, I am already aware of your grievances. I rest assured, after today, anyone who has been wronged will receive compensation from me. Now I give you an opportunity. Those treacherous ministers who oppressed you are right here. Do you dare to come forth and take your revenge? Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly erupted. What is there to fear? I have been waiting for this day long enough. I will come. Oh, I want to personally behead this corrupt official. Peng Gao looked at the crowd, maintaining his serious expression. He waved his hand, dispersing the guards who were holding the crowd back. Come forth, I allow you to take your revenge. Saying this, he subtly activated his spiritual power to keep the scene from becoming too chaotic. The common folk who had long been awaiting this moment instantly rushed onto the stage. In the end, Peng Gao suddenly looked at Huang Litian. There stood the once proud Lord Huang, now beaten black and blue by a crowd completely devoid of his former dignity. His mouth was still moving, mumbling something incessantly. While ordinary people could not decipher it, Peng Gao heard every word clearly. Peng Gao, you unfilial and disloyal person, may you die a miserable death. You are the greatest traitor in this world. You are the one who deserves to die the most. That Qin Ju is a ruthless character. Do you think that by becoming his dog you can rest easy? Wait until the day you are of no use. You too will be put to death like a wild dog. Just wait. I will be waiting for you below. Peng Gao listened expressionless, but a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind, and he curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. He transmitted a message to the barely breathing Huang Litian. Actually, I am not of the Peng family. Years ago, I killed a flamboyantly dressed young master named Peng Gao. After saying this, Peng Gao turned to leave. The remaining matters would naturally be handled by others. He still had many things to attend to. Upon hearing these two sentences, Huang Litian's eyes widened in horror, but unfortunately, they were crushed by a size 43 foot. Everything happening in the capital was carried by the wind, spreading to various places. Now the area around the capital has been completely controlled by Qin Ju. However, further out it remains the domain of powerful clans and families. When these clans received the news, they were initially in disbelief. But as they continued to gather information, their hearts grew colder. Among them, the first to be unable to sit still were the major clans from the north. Compared to the clans in Jiangnan, they were somewhat weaker and closer to the tyrant Qin Ju. In the Yinyuan area, the 5 largest clans of the north were gathered: Zhao Qian's son Li and Wang. The strength of these 5 clans essentially encompassed the entire north. Whether in commerce or politics, their family members who were officials in the capital had all been dealt with by Qin Ju. Yet in the localities, from county magistrates to provincial governors, most were still their people. This is quite terrifying, especially for the Wang family, as one of their prominent members is the provincial commander of a certain province in the Yinyuan area, a position that holds significant military power. It is no exaggeration to say that the military power controlled by Qin Ju now consists merely of the 3 guards of the capital and the 5 city military offices, and his troops do not even number half of those under the command of these northern clans. On the second day after confirming the news, the heads of the 5 major clans gathered together to discuss countermeasures. In a beautiful pavilion, the elegantly dressed heads of the 5 clans sat cross-legged with the distant sound of a serene guqin playing. It has been a long time since we last met, said Wang Wu, the head of the Wang family and the organizer of this gathering. Although his name includes Wu, he appeared as a refined middle-aged man. It has indeed been a long time. I did not expect that we would have a day to gather together again, replied the head of the Lu family, sitting upright with his hands on his knees. The other 3 clan heads also voiced their agreement. After the pleasantries, Wang Wu gently brushed the table before him and said, "The purpose of today's invitation, I believe you all already know. What are your thoughts?" Wang Wu got straight to the point. The new emperor has quite the capabilities, having taken control of the entire capital area in just half a month. It appears he has ambitions to cleanse the clans of the world. The head of the Lu family interjected, pausing before adding, "But I am curious, where does he get his confidence? Or is there some force behind him aiding him in secret?" The head of the Lu family did not present a plan, but instead voiced his greatest concern. What right does Qin Ju have? The maternal clan of the new emperor is weak, and the feudal lords across the regions are merely figureheads, all incompetent, and this time, he has dealt with quite a number of royal relatives in the capital. Those feudal lords cannot help him, and as for Jiangnan, the Chunju faction has suffered far greater losses than we have. It is often said that knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Their clan's power is widely recognized throughout the world. Yet the actions of this new emperor truly perplex them. Could it be that this new emperor is colluding with the northern barbarians? The head of the Sun family pondered aloud. However, he immediately corrected himself. That possibility is slim. We have many spies in the northern barbarians, and there has been no news. Moreover, the new emperor grew up in the capital and had no opportunity to interact with the northern barbarians. The other 4 clan heads nodded in agreement. In truth, saying they have spies in the northern barbarians is a euphemism. These northern clans have more than mere collusion with the northern barbarians. Unable to make sense of it, the last few clan heads could only attribute Qin Ju's actions to youthful arrogance and recklessness. After discussing why Qin Ju had the gall to do this, they finally returned to the main topic and began to discuss countermeasures. We, the 5 major clans, have had all our officials in the capital removed. This grievance cannot go unavenged. The most direct course of action now is to establish a new emperor. Wang Wu said in a calm tone, yet his words were anything but ordinary. Such a shocking statement did not provoke much reaction from the other 4. What reason will we use? Asked the head of the Zhao family. To cleanse the court. Wang Wu narrowed his eyes. While the court in the capital has been purged, that Peng Gao remains unscathed. Moreover, Peng Gao is also a member of the clan from Jiangnan. We can fully support a feudal lord, and under the pretense of cleansing the court, establish a new emperor. Additionally, we can also strike against the clans of Jiangnan. Everyone pondered, and the head of the Qian family spoke. What if a war breaks out and the northern barbarians take the opportunity to march south? Wang Wu, clearly having considered this, continued. We can simply cede 3 provinces of the western frontier to them. The head of the Zhao family responded. I fear the northern barbarians may become greedier. Wang Wu replied. I will naturally send someone to negotiate. Besides, the situation on the northern barbarian side is also unfavorable, with their false emperor dead and several princes busy fighting for power, creating chaos within their ranks. We only need to support one of them. The head of the Qian family asked, what about Jiangnan? The clans there will not sit. If war breaks out, the world will be in chaos, and even our clans will be affected. Wang Wu said. Thus we must act swiftly, completing everything as quickly as possible, so that no one can react, naturally minimizing our losses. How many troops does the new emperor have? The 3 guards of the capital, along with the soldiers guarding the capital, do not even total 50,000. Moreover, the majority of those are elderly, weak, sick, or disabled. It is not so simple for him to fully control those tens of thousands. We can undoubtedly accomplish all this with lightning speed. The head of the Sun family said. But what about the Supreme Emperor and the former Crown Prince still in Jiangnan? I fear that even if our plan succeeds, they will directly seize the fruits of our labor. Haha, that would be even better. If the Supreme Emperor wishes to reclaim the throne, let him come back. Once in the north, it will be up to us to decide. If he cannot return, then let them be unable to cross to Jiangnan, allowing the Supreme Emperor to remain at ease as emperor there, while the north remains under our control. They are not fools. It would not benefit them to easily provoke a war. Once again, the group fell into deep thought, contemplating the feasibility of their plan. After a while, the head of the Sun family asked, when do we start? Which feudal lord are we preparing to support? Wang Wu replied, the plan requires preparation. Many people must be contacted in secret 3 months from now. As for the candidate for the new emperor, let it be Prince Qin Tai. While the 5 major clans of the north discussed plans to cleanse the court, the situation in Jiangnan was equally bustling. In the Jiangnan region, once known as a barren land, has transformed into a land of great prosperity with the migration of clans and the influx of common people. The area of Suzhou and Zhujiang, renowned as the land of fish and rice, boasts Suzhou City as a sacred place for scholars and literati to flaunt their talents. This new emperor is truly not a wise ruler. Barely a month since his ascension, and he has already raised the knife of slaughter, indiscriminately killing our esteemed officials of Deqian. He has even captured over 1,000 scholars. It is truly. In a tea house, several students were discussing the recent shocking events with worried expressions. Isn't it? What surprises me is that the prestigious Peng family, a paragon for scholars across the land, is actually so afraid for their lives that they support that tyrant. Another student, hearing this, gritted his teeth in anger. It is a great misfortune for the world. Just as Deqian was beginning to stabilize, we are confronted with such a brutal monarch. I have heard that 8 or 9 out of 10 high-ranking officials from our Spring Bamboo Academy have been brutally killed, including countless great Confucian scholars. What does he think of us, the scholars of the world? No, we cannot allow that tyrant to act wantonly any longer. Is not the Supreme Emperor in Suzhou? Let us go meet the Supreme Emperor. The students, filled with enthusiasm, clamored to seek out the Supreme Emperor. The surrounding patrons of the tea house were not surprised by this scene. Ever since the news from the capital reached Jiangnan, discussions about the new emperor could be heard everywhere. Talk of tyrants and foolish rulers initially kept everyone restrained, but as discussions grew more frequent and no one intervened, they all became bolder. The common folk were relatively unaffected by the new emperor's reign of terror. Yet the students were all filled with fervor. Not far from the group of students by the window, 2 individuals sat quietly enjoying their tea. A man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 20s. The man, dressed like a scholar, listening to the conversation nearby with a smile on his face, his fair complexion giving a refreshing aura. As for the woman, her back portrayed a stunning beauty, but her face bore a large birthmark reminiscent of a night demon. The two listened quietly until the group of scholars departed, and the woman softly said, "Brother, are we really going to support that new emperor?" Though the new emperor's mass slaughter of clans is quite satisfying the current situation. Like a lark, her cold cheeks contradicted the warmth of her voice. The man chuckled, replying, "It is not about supporting, but rather going to see for myself. If the new emperor meets my expectations, I will surely assist him in stabilizing this realm. For hundreds of years, he is the first emperor to dare challenge the clans. It is indeed something to anticipate." In a luxurious palace complex in Suzhou, the Supreme Emperor Qin and looked at the letter in his hand, his expression dark as water. Unfilial son. Truly an unfilial son. Where does he get the audacity? Who has dared provoke the clans throughout history? This unfilial son has offended all the clans in the world. Among those slain officials and great scholars, which one was not renowned? Yet this unfilial son has killed them all. This cannot simply be described as wanton recklessness. Moreover, this unfilial son even changed the national title on his first day in court. Oh, what is he doing? Is he attempting a change of dynasty? I, the Supreme Emperor, am not dead, yet is this not a slap in my face? Qin, in a fit of rage, tore the letter into pieces and threw it haphazardly on the ground. Please calm down, father, and do not harm your health. From the other side of the study, the former crown prince Qin Ding slowly emerged, bending down to gather the scattered letters. Seeing his eldest son, Qin and managed to suppress his anger slightly, but still spoke harshly. "This throne was meant for you, yet you refused it. Look at your good brother. What should our royal family do in this situation?" Qin Ding's face turned awkward at this, as he had not anticipated things would come to this. It must be said his younger brother's fortune was indeed good. Not long after ascending the throne, the false emperor of the northern barbarians passed away, throwing that region into chaos. The northern threat was no more. Yet with him just having ascended, he could not simply pull the throne away from him, could he? However, with his younger brother's reckless actions, he now had an opportunity. Bending over Qin and could not see the expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "Now that we are dependent on others, you have also felt the recent changes in the clan's attitude towards us. That unfilial son is still my flesh and blood, although we have done nothing we will still be implicated." Qin Ding, still leisurely tidying up, suddenly said without raising his head, "What if father does a righteous act, eliminates his own kin, corrects the chaos, and reclaims the throne?" With this single statement, Qin and was taken aback. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his eldest son closely. In a low voice he said, "Those clans have approached you, haven't they?" Qin Ding stood up, remaining calm, his eyelids slightly lowered. "Yes, those clans wish for me to persuade father to reclaim the throne. Father also knows that the clans are the foundation of our Qian. My younger brother has offended all the clans, and the outcome is already determined. Now that the northern barbarians are in turmoil, the common people have a chance to breathe. No one wants my younger brother to bring chaos to the realm. I ask father to think carefully." Qin Ding spoke sincerely, his expression very natural. Yet Qin and felt a cold snicker rising within. How could he not see through his eldest son? After dealing with Qin Ju, it seemed that the one to ascend the throne would not be himself, but rather his eldest son Qin Ding. Did he not know what kind of character those clans had? In truth, Qin and harbored a deep hatred for these clans, yet he lacked the means to deal with them. His anger stemmed solely from the fact that Qin Ju's actions implicated him. "You may leave now." Qin and did not provide a response, waving to dismiss Qin Ding. In the empty study, this supreme emperor, just over 50 years old, fell into contemplation. After a long while, he finally summoned the little eunuch who served him. "Go summon the representatives of the Huang, Penggao, Suzhou, Ma, and Luo families in Suzhou. Power is no one wishes to be dependent on others, especially for Qin, and who had been an emperor for decades. In the past, he had no choice. Now, however, it is not his style to remain passive. As for his good son, haha, the imperial family is the most heart. Chaos is good, chaos is good." In the Yu Palace, Qin Ju slowly closed a Taoist classic, sneering. Things have unfolded as he expected. After he thoroughly cleansed the capital, the clans throughout Diyu began their counter. Recently, various disturbances have occurred in different regions. Bandits and refugees have come one after another. The world is already showing faint signs of great chaos. If Qin Ju's guess is correct, those clans are probably now thinking about how to remove the emperor replacing him. Hehe, as the saying goes, no destruction, no establishment. Since this country has decayed to its core, why not topple it all and start anew? This aligns with my wishes. After scoffing inwardly, Qin Ju glanced at another thick stack of books beside him. Who exactly invented what an interesting concept. Do you want to jump around? Then I will see whether your neck is tough or my knife is tougher. A chilling murderous intent flickered in Qin Ju's eyes. He would either do nothing or go all out. Before long, this Diyu will have no so-called privileged class. As time passed day by day, ordinary citizens continued their early morning toil. Outside the capital, those nobles still reveled day and night. The Jinyui steadily grew stronger, leaving only a few in the capital, while most were dispatched elsewhere. While Jiangnan remained inaccessible, the various clans in the north had already begun to be infiltrated by Qin Guo. The border seemed stable. It had been more than half a month since Yuzhen reached it, yet no offensive against the northern barbarians had been initiated. He has been weeding out the tumors among the border troops. In fact, even Yuzhen alone could easily push through the entire northern barbarians. However, Qin Ju did not let him do so. His foundation is the entire Diyu, not just one or two people. Soldiers under Qin Ju will not be eliminated. Perhaps they are merely mortals now, but one day Qin Ju will transform Dia's soldiers into a formidable force capable of conquering the myriad realms. Without experiencing war, without stepping onto the battlefield, what use are they? A month later, while experimenting with alchemy in the Yu Palace, Qin Ju received an urgent report. However, Qin Ju did not check it and casually tossed it aside. During this time, he had been perusing various classics and discovered that some contained records of so-called alchemical techniques. Of course, they were all fake. Just like those so-called sorcerers in the past life, the pills they refined were not only inedible, but also poisonous. Yet an idea struck Qin Ju, prompting him to gather many higher medicinal herbs and attempt alchemy himself. His so-called alchemy merely involved washing these higher medicinal herbs with spiritual energy, then throwing them into a pot haphazardly, finally condensing them into pill form. Surprisingly, though the pills he produced were not visually appealing, they did have some effect. Perhaps it's due to the washing of the... Qin Ju looked at the pitch-black pill in his hand, lost in thought. The pills he produced had no effect on cultivators. However, they were quite effective for mortals. For minor ailments, a single pill would revitalize them immediately. It seemed to have some invigorating effects as well. A clever woman can't cook without rice. Tossing the pill into a jade box, Qin Ju couldn't help but sigh. That jade seal, aside from aiding his cultivation currently, did not provide much else. After his musings, Qin Ju leisurely picked up the urgent report. Glancing through it, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. My dear old dad is indeed getting anxious. Qin has reascended to the throne in Jiangnan and has already begun assembling troops to prepare for a campaign against him. Qin Ju felt no fluctuations within. It was a bit earlier than he had anticipated. It seemed the Jiangnan clan's control over the south was far more formidable than he had imagined. In that case, the clans in the north will soon follow suit. Qin Ju stood up, stretching lazily. Pushing open the door, the scorching sunlight outside felt quite pleasant on his skin. Outside, Qin Guer stood straight, as if waiting for a long time. Seeing Qin Ju emerge, he immediately bowed respectfully. "Let's go, I'll show you around." "Yes." Without a second word, Qin Guer respectfully followed behind Qin Ju. "Since arriving in this world, it seems I haven't left the palace yet." As Qin Ju walked, he suddenly stopped. Qin Guer seemed to sense Qin Ju's thoughts and quietly said, "Your Majesty, would you like to take a look outside?" Qin Ju turned at his words, smiling slightly. "You are quite clever." Continuing, he raised his foot. "There's no need. Even without going out, I already know the situation outside. The people in the capital must be feeling restless by now, right?" Qin Guer replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. A small portion has already caught wind of the news. What should we do?" "There's no need. Humans instinctively seek profit and avoid harm. From their perspective, this is normal. In a few days, the common people of the entire capital will flee on a larger scale. The common people are ignorant, not fools. After all, I only possess one city. They do not believe that I will win." As they walked, the two arrived in the imperial garden. A small sparrow landed on Qin Ju's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. Butterflies danced around him, fluttering gracefully. Fish in the pond poked their heads above the surface, fine to leap up. "They really have spirit." Qin Ju teased the sparrow on his shoulder. "From now on, I shall make you a phoenix. I will let you all leap through the dragon gate and become true dragons soaring in the skies. Perhaps I should give you a name. You shall be called Sparrow. As for you all, Li, Ili, Airli, San." These Lis naturally referred to the koi, and the other little animals became displeased. The butterflies, kittens, and puppies all gathered around. Seeing this, Qin Ju felt quite pleased. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Don't worry. Oh, everyone will get a name. I'll think carefully when I go back. Oh, none of you will be left out. Your Majesty truly has a kind heart." Seeing this scene, Qin Guer couldn't help but express his admiration sincerely. "Really? Your words are quite similar to Xiao Liu's. However, your tone doesn't seem like flattery." Qin Ju chuckled. "They are also the subjects of my deyu. Great kindness is also great evil is also great kindness. My enemies have never been those so-called clans and powerful families. They are not now, nor will they ever be." Qin Guer pondered the deeper meaning in Qin Ju's words and cautiously replied, "But they are merely mortals, naturally unworthy to be your enemies." Qin Ju did not respond, but gazed at the horizon, speaking after a long while. "I once had a long dream in which I was just an ordinary mortal. The ordinary citizens of Dayu struggle for food and warmth. In that dream, I lacked for nothing, yet like me, other mortals were lost and lifeless. In the dream, I wondered why the world should be this way. The so-called strong armies and the visits of all nations are all lies. I must accomplish one thing, just one thing. Even if I shatter into pieces, even if I sink into the abyss, even if I must go to any lengths, I will definitely realize that once cherished fantasy. I already know of the affairs in the north, though I will leave this matter to you. As always, I only seek results." Qin An's reinstatement to the throne in Jiangnan severely disrupted the northern clan's original plans, and they had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Yet these 5 great northern clans were no trifling force. Once they regained their composure, they immediately shifted strategy. They abandoned the pretense of purging corrupt ministers from the emperor's side, and instead raised a far more radical banner, proclaiming themselves envoys of the legitimate Dacian emperor, launching a righteous campaign against the usurper emperor of Dayu. Having declared their cause openly, they no longer concealed their intentions. They began mobilizing troops brazenly and unreservedly. From their Yenyun stronghold, the 5 clans assembled nearly 300,000 soldiers within a mere half-month. In truth, ever since Qin Ju ascended the throne, his edicts had scarcely extended beyond the capital region. Many of the generals summoned by the northern clans remained utterly bewildered, clueless as to the true state of affairs. All they knew was that the new emperor was cruel and tyrannical, arbitrarily executing high-ranking court officials and massacring Confucian scholars. Indeed, through the clan's relentless propaganda, Qin Ju had long been demonized. Moreover, Qin had reigned for decades. His legitimacy was widely accepted across the realm. Didn't the rightful sovereign himself declare Qin Ju a usurper? This conviction led mid- and lower-tier officers to believe wholeheartedly that they stood on the side of justice, truly ridding the nation of a scourge. 30,000 troops, even accounting for exaggeration and attached civilian laborers, still meant at least 200,000 battle-ready soldiers. That was no trivial force. Confident and resolute, the 5 clans appointed Wang Zhan, the Wang clan's direct heir and former Dacian governor-general of Yenyun, as their supreme commander. Standing atop the city wall, Wang Zhan gazed down upon the vast, dense sea of soldiers below, and a surge of heroic ambition swelled within his breast. This is how a true man ought to be. Many people lack a visceral sense of scale, but once numbers reach 10,000, the host stretches endlessly beyond the horizon. And 30,000. Wang Zhan stood radiant with vigor, even puzzled was such overwhelming force truly necessary to subdue a usurper who held sway over no more than a single city. These troops could likely hold their own, even against the Jiangnan clans in open war. What word from the capital? Wang Zhan turned slightly, glancing toward Wang Wu, head of the Wang clan. Wang Wu nominally held the title of clan patriarch, yet among such vast sprawling clans the patriarch served merely as a symbolic representative. Branches proliferated, authority diffused. Occupying high office, Wang Wu spoke without deference. As ever, aside from an increasing tide of refugees fleeing the capital, there has been no other movement. Wang Wu remained outwardly calm. Strange indeed. What is this usurper doing? Why no sign of action whatsoever? Not a single troop deployment, not a whisper of intent. It was as if the usurper in the capital felt no concern at all. Who can say? Perhaps he fled long ago, paralyzed by fear. Wang Wu smiled faintly. The 5 clans had once hesitated over Qin Ju's capabilities. But now, gazing upon that immense dark mass of soldiers, all prior doubts had vanished utterly. No matter his stratagems, this army of 300,000 shall crush him flat, unless he is a celestial immortal. Yet we must remain wary of those southerners. They are far more shameless than we imagined. Wang Zhan neither affirmed nor denied. At that moment, with absolute command over the army, he feared neither heaven nor earth. Fear not. Within 10 days our 300,000 will stand before the capital gates. They will have no time to act. When do we march? Final grain shipments are en route. No later than 2 days. Excellent. Have you heard? 30,000 troops have already gathered at Pingqing, on orders from the retired emperor himself, to march upon the capital. Is that true? Isn't the new emperor the retired emperor's own son? He only ascended the throne recently. Why would he attack the capital? Ah, but didn't the Yu emperor execute numerous corrupt officials just recently? Most were kin to those very clans. Having offended the clans, do you think they would refrain from vengeance? We all know the Yu emperor purged the wicked for the people's sake, but outsiders remain ignorant. They slander him as brutal and bloodthirsty, accusing him of massacring Confucian scholars, while the retired emperor has already proclaimed himself anew in Jiangnan. Outrageous. Just when a wise sovereign finally appears, they seek to drag him down. What a world this is. Alas, what choice do we have? Quick, let us flee before it is too late. 2 commoners conversed on the street, faces etched with deeping. One urged prudence, yet the other flung up his hand. Flee. Why should I flee? The Yu emperor slew countless vile officials. I owe him my vengeance. Look around. Since His Majesty's ascension, what has become of our capital? Gone are the arrogant bullies and spoiled scions. Kindness flows freely toward us, unreserved and sincere. My aged mother fell gravely ill. Prefect Peng himself dispatched servants bearing silver for her treatment. Though she did not recover, that was heaven's decree, not to be blamed. Who dares oppress common folk in today's capital? My neighbor Ernyo, a veteran soldier, once lived like a stray dog. And now, His Majesty personally registered him, granting him dignified employment. Even with his disability, he received equal treatment. This is no exception. Chen, ergo, did you not also receive His Majesty's grace? At last we live as human beings, yet you speak of fleeing. Now that His Majesty faces peril, I will not run. I am unburdened. Should I die, I shall die for His Majesty. Chen ergo stood speechless, pierced as if by a thorn. Indeed, though he knew not how things fared elsewhere, the capital's commoners had truly begun living like men. Yet he bore elders above and children below. His entire family depended upon him. I have no choice. I carry responsibilities, attachments. Go then, ergo. Just remember to burn paper offerings for me each year. Lu Dehu clapped his friend's shoulder and strode resolutely toward the imperial palace. He was going to enlist. The common folk, so pitiable yet so noble. Ignorant they may be, yet brimming with unwavering loyalty and righteousness. Lu Dehu was not alone in his resolve. Across the capital some fled outward. Others marched with steely determination toward the palace gates. Hundreds. Thousands. Before the palace gate, a scholar and a woman bearing a facial birthmark slipped quietly into the crowd. The guards at the entrance exchanged grim glances, fearing another uprising like the students' recent protest. The same sergeant stepped forward, sighed inwardly, and called out loudly, "This is the forbidden imperial precinct. What is your purpose gathering here?" "I've come to enlist." Lu Dehu shouted from the throng. "Rebels gather beyond our walls. I will stand with His Majesty and defend the realm." At Lu Da's cry, others echoed his declaration. Unanimously, astonishingly, all had come to enlist. The scholar among them stood stunned. His eyes blazed with sudden intensity. "Enlist? You?" The sergeant choked on his words. Any clear-eyed observer understood the gravity of the moment. To rally such courage at such a time, was it madness? Or something fiercer, hotter, something that set his blood ablaze? "Wait here. I shall report to His Majesty at once." Hardly had the sergeant turned when the palace gates groaned slowly open. A young man emerged, Robed in black, dragon-embroidered silks, his face youthful, yet his gaze piercing, radiating sovereign authority. Behind him walked two figures, one clad in the flying fish robe of a Secret Service officer, the other in formal court robes. The sergeant recoiled in awe and dropped instantly to his knees. This humble servant greets His Majesty. His Majesty has arrived. Where is His Majesty? At the cry, curiosity gave way to instant unified prostration. The crowd knelt as one, voices rising in thunderous homage. Rise. Qin Ju gazed upon the masses beneath him, his expression softening. A sea of dark heads rose gradually, faces alight with wonder as they beheld their sovereign. Qin Ju in turn studied them, their sallow complexions, threadbare garments, eyes both naive and pure. Time seemed suspended, until at last he spoke. You have all come to enlist. Without hesitation, the crowd roared in unison, yes. Qin Ju pointed to one man, who froze startled, then hurried forward. I ask you, why enlist now? The man was none other than Lu Dehu. Overwhelmed by the honor of being singled out by the Son of Heaven, his heart hammered wildly. Why, Your Majesty? This humble servant knows nothing of loyalty unto death or lofty ideals. He only knows he once lived worse than pig or dog. But since Your Majesty ascended for the first time, he stands upright. They call you a tyrant. Yet this servant knows you are the true sage sovereign. You granted him dignity. How could he not repay you with his life? Grant this servant leave to serve. He possesses no grand talents, only strength enough to wield a blade and spill enemy blood. Qin Ju nodded, then gestured casually to another. And you? The man was an elderly fellow, white-beard and trembling as he walked, but his voice rang clear and strong. Your Majesty, this old man once had a son. One day he accidentally brushed against a young master in the street. The nobleman beat him mercilessly in broad daylight. My son died soon after returning home. For over a decade this old man swallowed his grief and dared not raise his voice. But after Your Majesty's ascension, the capital transformed. So this old man dared hope to seek redress. Tears streamed down his cheeks. 14 years. My son, I have avenged you at last. That young master was beheaded on the spot, and his entire clan seized, imprisoned, and executed, all witnessed by this old man's own eyes. This worthless life is yours to command. Qin Ju listened in solemn silence. As the crowd watched him, hopeful and expectant, he suddenly threw back his head and laughed, a rich, resonant, unbridled laugh. He pointed toward the swelling multitude before him and addressed Qin Gur and Peng Gao. Behold, this is precisely what I sought. Not only shall the people of Dayu stand tall, I shall ensure every guilty soul perishes and every loyal subject shall rise to become a lord among men. His voice boomed like thunder. The scholar stood frozen, then after a long pause erupted into wild, ecstatic laughter. Yes, this is the sovereign I sought. Sister, you see, this is the monarch I shall follow to the ends of the earth. Qin Ju ultimately agreed to the requests of these individuals and established a new army named the Tianwu Guard. Although most of these people were old, weak, sick, or disabled, Qin Ju did not mind. One day he would make this Tianwu Guard renowned throughout the world. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Qin Ju fully agreed with this statement. Although this world was within Qin Ju's grasp, the events of today still brought him immense joy. It represented the first step toward the ideal nation in his heart. After arranging for these commoners, Qin Ju had just returned to the palace when Xiao Liuzai came running in. Your Majesty, there is a scholar named Jia Yu outside seeking an audience. A scholar? Qin Ju laughed. At such a critical moment, someone dares to come seeking justice from me. To his surprise, Xiao Liuzai quickly replied, Your Majesty, that scholar is not here to seek justice from you. He claims to have a way to resolve your current tribulation. Xiao Liuzai's tone wavered slightly as he spoke. However, seeing the scholar's earnest demeanor coupled with his own concerns about the current situation, he thought it wise to report this. A way to resolve my tribulation. What an audacious claim. Qin Ju's interest was piqued. He knew that his current predicament appeared to outsiders to be nothing short of a deadlock. The northern clans were uniting a force of 300,000 troops that would reach the capital within 10 days. The southern clans were urging the former emperor to ascend the throne again, their eyes filled with menace. The rumors about him outside had grown increasingly monstrous. With only 5,000 battle-ready troops at his disposal, lacking any advantage in timing, geography, or public sentiment, if Qin Ju were truly an ordinary emperor, he could think of no other option but to await death. Now someone claimed to have a way to resolve this predicament. Interesting. Qin Ju raised his gaze slightly and said nonchalantly, Bring him in. I want to see who has such audacity. Yes, seeing Qin Ju agree, Xiao Liuzai felt a surge of joy and quickly brought the visitor in. The newcomer appeared to be no more than 20 years old, dressed in ordinary scholar's robes, but his face was excessively fair. At first glance, one might even mistake him for a woman. After entering, the scholar performed a standard bow and smiled, saying, Commoner Jia, you pays respects to Your Majesty. His smile gave off a refreshing feeling like a gentle spring breeze. Qin Ju remained silent, sizing him up before slowly speaking. I see you are dressed as a scholar. Why do you refer to yourself as a commoner? Jiayu maintained his usual expression, smiling as he replied, "To answer your majesty, I am ashamed to say that I have studied for over 10 years without achieving any degree, so I must naturally refer to myself as a commoner." Qin Ju asked, "Oh, what have you studied?" Jiayu replied, "The 4 books and 5 classics: Confucian classics, Buddhist scriptures, Taoist texts, Moses writings, and various folk tales among others." Qin Ju chuckled upon hearing this. "You certainly have a broad range of knowledge." Jiayu responded, "I have merely touched upon many subjects." Qin Ju then said, "Xiao Liuzai mentioned that you have a way to resolve my current predicament." Jiayu replied, "I still have a few foolish plans." Qin Ju inquired, "And what if they cannot resolve it?" Jiayu stated, "It depends on human effort. There is no absolute strategy, but all depends on how your majesty implements it." Qin Ju laughed, "Please share your thoughts." Jiayu did not immediately present his strategies, but first asked, "May I know how many battle-ready troops are currently in the capital?" Qin Ju lightly tapped his fingers on the table, "Fewer than 50,000. Jiayu nodded upon hearing this. "Good. I have a total of 5 strategies. These 5 strategies are interlinked. If successful, there is a 70% chance of resolving your majesty's predicament." Jiayu unconsciously puffed out his chest, his gaze sharp. "First, use others to kill, incite internal turmoil in the northern barbarians, and divert the calamity eastward. Your majesty must have some assassins in the northern barbarians, right? Dispatch the assassins to infiltrate the northern barbarian royal court, forge a will from the deceased northern barbarian emperor claiming that he died from poison administered by the northern clans, and leave behind a blood-written demand to slaughter the northern clans in revenge. Disseminate this document among the various tribes of the northern barbarians, exacerbating their internal hatred. Ideally, the blame should fall on the pro-war prince, forcing them into battle. This document does not need to be very genuine. Often all it takes is a pretext. I have heard that General Yu of the Yu clan has already arrived at the border, and the Yu family has been loyal for generations. You could allow General Yu to open the borders, deliberately withdraw the border guards, and let the northern barbarians' cavalry invade and plunder the northern clans' grain stores, spreading rumors that the northern clans collude with the northern barbarians to betray the country, forcing them to divide their forces and return to defend. Second, 50,000 troops are sufficient. There are many capable people in the capital. When the northern clans are entrenched in the capital, gather the corpses of condemned prisoners, soak them in poison, and take the opportunity to throw them into the upstream of the capital river. When the plague breaks out, send spies to infiltrate the enemy camp disguised as doctors who, if captured, can simply insist that they were sent by the southern former emperor to poison. This may not be concealed from the upper echelons of the enemy army, but most soldiers are ignorant and will be prone to believe and suspect. Then your majesty can widely publicize that the southern false emperor colluded with the northern barbarians, provoking the wrath of the heavens, and the heavens sent a plague to punish the traitors. When they attack the city, deliberately leave a gap. Once the soldiers enter, let the Taoist priests perform rituals on the city walls, throwing talisman water and lime, creating the illusion of heavenly fire descending from heaven. And paint this scene, disseminating it to the world. Declare that your majesty is destined by heaven, and those who resist will surely face divine punishment. This would reverse your majesty's unfavorable reputation in the external world." Upon hearing this, Qin Ju straightened slightly, his smile fading. Jiayu seemed unaware, continuing to speak to himself. Third, kill Qin to establish authority. Frame the Jiangnan clan. It would be best to send someone to infiltrate Jiangnan to assassinate the former emperor with the unique poisoned arrows of the northern barbarians. If successful, it would be ideal. If not, spread rumors that the Jiangnan clan wishes to establish itself and silence the former emperor. Then your majesty just needs to publicly announce a thorough investigation into the parasite case, calling for the world to jointly eliminate the Jiangnan traitors. By the way, there should still be many clan youths in the capital, right? This can also be utilized. After peeling their faces and severing their fingers, send them into the enemy camp, telling them that if they do not retreat, 100 will be executed every day. This will shake the mindset of the clan leaders. Fourth, burn both jade and stone. Send someone to the Yellow River Dam, proclaiming that if the city falls, the dam will be destroyed to flood the north, severing the northern clan's foundation for 100 years. Secretly transfer some trusted followers, spreading rumors that the emperor has gone mad and will not hesitate to perish with them. Release all the captured barbarian soldiers in the capital and send people disguised as northern barbarians to harass the enemy forces, intensifying the conflict between the northern barbarians and the northern clans. Fifth, form a secret alliance with a prince of the northern barbarians who wishes to seize power, promising to cede the territory south of the Yin Mountains, and using the imperial jade seal in conjunction with a marriage alliance to support him in killing his brother and usurping the throne, bringing forth 40,000 light cavalry to raid the enemy's flank. If these 5 strategies succeed, the world will at least fall into a fragile balance, but the population in the capital will be reduced by half, and the entire north will regress by 100 years. However, the imperial throne can be preserved. After listening, Qin Ju's expression turned blank. What a clever Jia Yu, what a series of poisonous schemes. Indeed, this world is filled with extraordinary talents. If he were truly an ordinary emperor, these strategies, if executed smoothly, might indeed turn the tide. After finishing, Jia Yu slightly lowered his head. Your Majesty, though my plans are toxic, it has been said since ancient times that no man is without poison. I am aware of your Majesty's grand ambitions as I learned outside the palace today, but to realize these ambitions, one must at least secure this position. If these 5 strategies succeed, I also have a plan to completely eradicate all clans in the world. Jia Yu's demeanor reminded him of someone, a famous poison master from history. Jiasu. Qin Ju murmured softly, causing Jia Yu to pause. Your plan is quite good, but I am not yet at that stage. Qin Ju, as if discovering a treasure, examined Jia. This person is not yet of use to him, but Qin Ju had a premonition that he would definitely be of great value in the future. This person seems more suitable to be the commander of the Jinui than Qin Guo. This thought suddenly emerged in Qin Ju's mind. Jia Yu believed his strategy was too crafty, which displeased Qin Ju. He wanted to say more, but was stopped by Qin Ju raising his hand. Although your strategy is not of use to me now, I can arrange for you to take a position in the Jinui. Are you willing? Jinui. Jia Yu frowned slightly. With the spread of the major case in the capital, the reputation of the Jinui had also become widely known. However, that reputation was not very good. To execute first and report later the emperor's special privilege sounds imposing, but Jia Yu knew that the Jinui was merely the emperor's hounds, a position shrouded in secrecy. He felt somewhat unwilling, but it seemed unwise not to agree now. The commoner is willing, Jia Yu said. Qin Guo. Qin Ju had no reaction to Jia Yu's reluctant demeanor, merely calling out calmly. Outside the door, Qin Guo, having arrived at some point, slowly walked in upon being summoned. Qin Guo. Qin Ju had no reaction to Jia Yu's reluctant demeanor, merely a hint of curiosity appeared on Qin Guo's hawkish face. Though the emperor's command was brief, it was given personally to him, indicating that this person was no ordinary individual. After giving a fist salute to Qin Ju, Qin Guo then said to Jia Yu, "Let's go, I'll take you to your position." He did not ask much and turned around to leave. Behind him, Jia Yu suppressed his inner dissatisfaction. He found it strange, while his strategy was not perfect, it was certainly feasible. From the emperor's previous expression, it was clear he had something on his mind, but why did the emperor not adopt it? What cards did this mysterious emperor hold that allowed him to remain so unshaken? Turning his dissatisfaction into curiosity, Jia Yu restored his composure and followed Qin Guo at a leisurely pace. Only after exiting the palace did Jia Yu speak. "Sir, I have a younger sister outside the palace. May I first go and settle her?" Qin Guo did not look back, replying indifferently. "Her name is Jia Zhan, right? I see she's also a capable person. Well, let's have her join the Jinui as well." A jolt ran through Jia Yu's heart. Since they arrived in the capital, he had never revealed any names except to that young eunuch and the emperor. How did Qin Guo know? To gain the emperor's favor is your ability, but don't think of being clever. This world is far more complex than you think. Days passed, and the atmosphere in the capital grew increasingly. Now more than half of the population in the capital had fled. Those remaining were either like Lu Dahu, resolute in their loyalty to the emperor, or reluctant individuals with various ties unwilling to leave. The northern clan's army was continuously advancing, facing no resistance along the way. The torrent formed by hundreds of thousands of troops drew the attention of the entire world. Whether it be Jiangnan or northern barbarians, the surrounding small nations were all watching closely. In everyone's hearts, Qin Ju had already been sentenced to death. Especially as the army drew nearer, there had been no movements from the palace. This confirmed their thoughts. Rumors spread day by day, reporting where the northern clan's army had reached today and where they would be tomorrow. The once lively capital was now eerily silent, with citizens hiding in their homes, hoping that when the city fell they would not be caught in the crossfire. On the city walls, there were still scattered soldiers. There was no sign of defense, and even the soldiers stationed there wore worried expressions. In the capital's camp, the newly established Tianwu Guard continued with their daily training, as if everything happening outside was none of their business. In the palace, Qin Ju spent his days either browsing through various texts or studying the imperial seal and alchemy. Only Qin Guo, as the commander of the Jinui, was slightly busier collecting and organizing various intelligence from across the realm. Jia Yu, on the other hand, was treated completely like a secretary, helping him organize various confidential reports. One day, when the northern clan's army was less than 10 miles from the capital, in an ordinary little house in the capital, Qin Guo finally stretched and slowly got up. "This is really exhausting. Finally, I can take a break." If asked to kill, even the King of Heaven would not make him, but dealing with written documents day in and day out truly gave him a headache, even though he was already an immortal. Perhaps this is what they call a fear of writing. Hearing this, Jia Yu, who was buried in organizing the confidential reports, twitched his mouth. "What, have you been tired from all day? Since I arrived, it has been me doing all the work, all right. Usually you just come to take a look and then disappear. Let's go, Xiao Yu, it's time to get down to business." Jia Yu had been with the Jinyui for about 8 or 9 days, and after getting to know him, Qin Guer was surprisingly pleased with, or rather they were essentially the same type of person. This made the usually hawkish Qin Guer crack a joke. Upon hearing the words, Xiao Yu, Jia Yu suppressed the urge to spit blood. But he said nothing. After all, Qin Guer was still his superior. Organizing the booklet in his hands, Jia Yu silently followed behind Qin Guer. He did not ask about any business. Following Qin Guer, Jia Yu arrived atop the city wall. As the northern clan's army approached the capital, a sense of tension finally filled the atmosphere. Some soldiers were also deployed from the capital to guard the city. However, looking around, there were still very few. Jia Yu estimated that there were at most no more than 3,000. Does the emperor intend to defend the city with these 3,000 men? Jia Yu was puzzled. Qin Guer stood straight, gazing into the distance. Their thick smoke billowed and dust swirled wildly. The heavy footsteps and the sound of hooves began to faintly echo across the land. They are coming. A strange smile appeared on Qin Guer's face as he tenderly caressed the embroidered spring knife at his waist. This was a gift personally bestowed upon him by the emperor, which he had cherished all along. As Qin Guer spoke, Jia Yu also turned his gaze toward the distance. A dark army was slowly encircling the capital. As the Bei clan's army completely surrounded the capital, the defending soldiers began to tremble uncontrollably. 300,000 men, a dark mass that seemed to stretch endlessly. Even those soldiers who had resigned themselves to death began to sweat in their palms. Only one person on the city wall appeared calm and intrigued. Jia Yu looked at Qin Guer's indifferent expression, his mind in a muddle. He could not understand how to resolve this situation. Below the city wall, Wang Zhan, clad in splendid armor, slowly rode out from the crowd. He cast a disdainful glance at the old and weak on the city wall and slowly took out an imperial edict. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. Today I dispatch the great general Wang Zhan to lead 6 armies to punish the guilty. If you approach in white robes with a coffin and unarmed surrender, you may retain the honor of surrendering. But if you rely on familial ties and treachery, you must follow the laws of the spring and autumn annals to deal with rebels. His voice was loud and clear, reaching all those on the city wall who were not too far away. Coupled with the pressure of the hundreds of thousands of troops behind him, it was quite imposing. The soldiers on the city wall clearly began to show signs of unrest, but Qin Guer wore a look of disdain. Of course, a large part of this was because he was not much of a reader, and he only understood the general gist of the imperial edict. Below the wall, Wang Zhan finished reading the edict and gently closed it. He continued to shout loudly upwards, "Foe Emperor Qin Ju, will you not come out and surrender? Is it true that the innocent millions within this city will suffer?" His voice finally made the defending soldiers react. Indeed, where is the emperor? Why haven't we seen his majesty? Could it be that the emperor has secretly fled? Before the battle even began, he had already shaken their morale. Wang Zhan was not a reckless man. Jia Yu secretly assessed him. Wang Zhan took advantage of the moment. "Qin Ju, are you not coming forward? Have you truly fled? After all, you are of royal blood. How can you be so cowardly?" This was already a blatant insult. On the city wall, Lu Dahu, unable to understand the edict, became furious upon hearing this. "My lord, please allow me to leave the city and slay this ignorant fool." Qin Guer glanced at the furious Lu Dahu, forcing a not-so-pleasant smile. "How do you wish for him to die?" Lu Dahu was stunned for a moment, then replied, "I wish to tear him apart by horses, execute him slowly." "Good. I shall grant your wish." Saying this, Qin Guer slowly descended from the city wall. "Shall you follow me? Aren't you curious where His Majesty's confidence lies?" The city gate slowly opened and Qin Guer leisurely walked towards the seemingly endless enemy army. "Watch carefully." On the opposite side, Wang Zhan, seeing the gate wide open, thought Qin Ju had truly come out to surrender. But as he focused, he saw the two who emerged, one clad in splendid official attire wearing a weapon of an unfamiliar design. Beside him was a thin man who looked frail and delicate. "Who are you? Where is Qin Ju?" Wang Zhan shouted sternly. Qin Guer surveyed the dark mass of troops and sneered, "My emperor is not someone any random stray can meet." Wang Zhan reined in his horse, stopping less than half a meter from Qin Guer. "So arrogant. What did Qin Ju say?" "I do not kill nameless individuals. State your name." "My name." Qin Guer slowly drew his embroidered spring. Without any visible action, he began to rise into the sky. Jia Yu behind Qin Guer's eyes widened in shock as a chill spread through his body. On the city wall, and outside it, countless people watched as Qin Guer soared into the air. The word horrified filled their hearts instantly. "An immortal?" A voice of disbelief rang out from the city wall. The defending soldiers immediately knelt, crying out, "Immortal!" above. Outside the city, the 300,000 troops witnessed all this and were thrown into chaos. Wang Zhan was also stunned, but he quickly reacted, shouting loudly, "Stop this nonsense." Saying this, he raised his bow and arrow, attempting to shoot Qin Guer down. However, Qin Guer merely looked down at Wang Zhan with indifference and gently waved his hand. Wang Zhan's whole body became uncontrollable, flying upwards into the air. He struggled desperately, but it had no effect. "Who gave you the courage to come to challenge my emperor?" Qin Guer spoke, his cold words echoing in the ears of the 300,000 troops. He seized Wang Zhan by the neck, sneering, "Finally, I can unleash my power. Do you know how long I've waited for you? Open your eyes wide. I want you to see how your emperor will pull out the cancer from this world one by one. Just like today, how I will destroy your 300,000 army." At this moment, Wang Zhan's eyes were filled with terror, terrified to the point of panic. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can there be immortals in this world? Now I understand. I finally understand why Qin Ju has been so fearless. Qin Guer ceased speaking, raising his embroidered spring knife, fiercely sweeping it forward. An invisible blade energy sliced through like a spring breeze, and in the next moment, the distant army fell like cut wheat, collapsing in waves. The sound of weapons clattering to the ground echoed. The hundreds of thousands of troops had not even reacted when Qin Guer had already entered the sheepfold. With every slash, hundreds and thousands of soldiers were cut in half. "Demon, run!" Among the soldiers, someone shouted in despair, and the 300,000 army instantly collapsed, fleeing in panic. But no matter how fast they ran, could they outrun Qin Guer? With each stroke, Qin Guer became like a devil descending from the heavens, blood soaking his entire body. Severed limbs and broken arms littered the ground. Cries and pleas for mercy echoed the brutal scene, resembling a hell on earth. "We surrender, we surrender. Immortal, spare us, immortal, spare us." Qin Guer turned a deaf ear, and it was not until he had slaughtered nearly 10,000 that he finally stopped. "Those who surrender shall not be killed." A shout infused with spiritual energy shook everyone to the core. Without hesitation, the soldiers quickly dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, though their bodies continued to tremble. In the air, Qin Guer looked down indifferently, and no one dared to flee anymore, let alone resist. On the city wall, the defending soldiers stood in shock, frozen in place. "Is this real?" Lu Dahu pinched the soldier beside him, who was none other than Qin Ergu, who had advised Lu Dahu to flee earlier. "Hiss, that hurts." "Hurts? Then it seems it's real. Our Dayu has an immortal." Qin Guer circulated his inner spiritual energy, shaking off the blood on him. He flew back to the stunned Jia Ye side. "Xiao Yu, do you understand now? They'll leave the rest to you. I believe no one will dare to resist anymore." While Qin Guer was wreaking havoc inside the Yu Palace, Qin Ju leaned back leisurely, with Peng Gao standing stiffly before him. "Peng Aiqing, how long will it take to implement these measures?" "At most a month. The Great Yu realm will be completely pacified, and Qin Ju will also begin to implement the reforms he has long prepared. These reforms involve various aspects: education, people's livelihood, economy, infrastructure, and the court." Peng Gao meticulously flipped through the various reform plans drafted by Qin Ju, and after a long while he gently closed the booklet. A look of shock appeared on his face. "How bold?" was the first thought that emerged in Peng Gao's mind. This is not merely reform. These national policies aim to completely overturn the entire Great Yu. Firstly, in terms of education, 12 years of compulsory education will be instituted, and all children above the age of 6 in the Great Yu must attend school. Moreover, there will be no Confucian classics or 4 books and 5 classics in the curriculum. The main focus will be on a subject called science. The booklet contains a brief introduction to this discipline, which can be simply described as a way to understand the world, a means to explore the essence of the laws governing all things. Peng Gao was very interested in this. He felt that if it were implemented nationwide, the entire Great Yu would undergo a significant transformation. As for the people's livelihood, Qin Ju intends to abolish taxes across the country. This truly shocked Peng Gao to the core. Taxes have always been a fundamental aspect of a nation. Without taxes, how would the national treasury have money? How would subsequent infrastructure be completed? Furthermore, Qin Ju also plans to thoroughly eliminate landowners and ruffians across the country. Once this step is completed, according to Qin Ju, the entire labor force of the Great Yu will be liberated. Economically, it is equally astonishing. Qin Ju plans to implement a new currency, which Peng Gao has also seen, a type of paper money printed with different patterns. Moreover, according to Qin Ju's intention, he also intends to vigorously encourage the development of industry. In terms of infrastructure, it is not a trivial undertaking either. Qin Ju wants to lay down something called railroads that will connect the entire country, and all cities, large and small, will undergo simultaneous renovations. This is still a simple summary. In reality, each aspect, when detailed, reaches a frightening level. Peng Gao fell into deep thought, and seeing this, Qin Ju took a sip of tea and said lightly, "Peng Aiqing, do you have any thoughts?" Peng Gao observed Qin Ju's expression before speaking. "Forgive my boldness, Your Majesty. These national policies of yours are truly shocking, each one fantastical, yet upon reflection, they hold boundless potential. However, Your Majesty, this step seems a bit too large." Peng Gao took a deep breath. His tone measured. "Your Majesty wishes for all the people of the Great Yu to be like dragons, to enlighten everyone in the world. Implementing this is quite difficult. As Your Majesty has said, the mindset of small farmers is already deeply ingrained. To enlighten the entire populace, at least we must wait for the next generation to grow up. Just this alone will take at least 30 years. Moreover, to popularize science, Your Majesty has mentioned that science is a vast field of study, so forgive my boldness, relying solely on Your Majesty should not be enough for complete formulation, right? This will require the gathering of talented individuals from across the realm to assist, and once science is fundamentally established it will take at least another 10 years, right? Only then can it be popularized throughout the realm and compulsory education be implemented, or otherwise it will be mere talk. As for the rest, the economic aspect can certainly be implemented first. If this paper currency is as good as I see, your majesty must have used special production methods, and ordinary people cannot replicate it at all. However, in terms of infrastructure, your majesty, the national treasury currently cannot produce that much money. Qin Ju listened quietly, and his expression was inscrutable. Do not worry about the money. By clearing out the clans of the world, there will be plenty of money. As for labor, do not worry. Soon the northern barbarians and surrounding small nations will be conquered by me. What Qin Ju desires for the Great Yu is an internal structure where only a few privileged classes exist, while everyone else is completely equal, friendly enough that even two completely unfamiliar citizens of the Great Yu can trust each other with their backs. But this does not mean he wants to nurture a flock of sheep. Internally, he must be friendly. Out externally, he wants all the citizens of the Great Yu to turn into hungry wolves and devils. He also knew that his ambitions were a bit grand. Conquering the world is simple. However, transforming this country into what he desires is quite difficult. With a sigh in his heart, Qin Ju looked at Peng Gao. Then, according to your thoughts, how should the reforms be implemented? Peng Gao seemed to have been prepared with a response, and without hesitation, he continued, firstly, taxes cannot be abolished, at least not completely in the short term. However, taxes can be adjusted to a very low level. Without the exploitation of landlords and minor officials, under such low taxes the lives of the common people will greatly improve. This will also to some extent liberate labor. Secondly, commerce should not be overly indulged, otherwise the wealth gap in the entire Great Yu will become imbalanced, giving rise to an even more terrifying class. Your Majesty said that only our Great Yu citizens count as people, so I believe we should establish a citizenship hierarchy. Qin Ju furrowed his brow. This remark reminded him of India in his past life. He did not want the Great Yu to have Brahmins or Kshatriyas. However, Qin Ju did not interrupt, but continued to listen. What I mean is that the development of the Great Yu still needs to absorb various talents, and this world is not solely filled with great talents from our Great Yu. Therefore, why not establish a citizenship hierarchy? The citizens of the Great Yu who are born and raised here will be citizens and can enjoy all their rightful privileges. And those from conquered areas will be secondary citizens. Secondary citizens cannot enjoy the same treatment as Great Yu citizens, but they can be selected through examinations to become citizens. But even if secondary citizens become citizens, they will still be discriminated against by the original citizens, Qin Ju interjected. Peng Gao smiled slightly. This will require breaking a long-standing tradition. Bloodlines. As long as there is a way to ensure that the recognition of Great Yu citizens is not based on bloodlines, but rather on the identity of being a citizen, that will suffice. Your Majesty, think about it. Citizens are the elite among people, while secondary citizens only possess a few rights beneath humanity. The outstanding among those secondary citizens will surely strive desperately to rise, and after becoming citizens their sense of identity with that status will far exceed that of others. Yes, that sounds quite appealing. Continue. Qin Ju nodded, signaling Peng Gao to go on. Beneath secondary citizens there are also slaves. This layer consists of criminals, those who refuse to be educated, and those who rebel against the Great Yu. Slaves have no human rights, they are merely property. Citizens can purchase slaves. If your Majesty wants all the citizens of the Great Yu to become elite, then naturally there must be people beneath them, and slaves are the best choice. That is acceptable. Qin Ju nodded slightly. He did not oppose slavery. As long as the citizens of the Great Yu do not become slaves, that is enough. Originally, he was also considering turning the people of the conquered regions into slaves. Afterward, Peng Gao gradually expressed his thoughts on other aspects. Qin Ju listened quietly, and before he knew it, it had become late at night. Peng Iching is truly a great talent. Upon finishing, Qin Ju couldn't help but exclaim. Let alone how Peng Gao is as a person, but his capabilities are truly remarkable. He modified each national policy he proposed, and every one of them is something that can be implemented completely after stabilizing the Great Yu. Your Majesty flatters me, though I am terrified. The biggest challenge now is talent. Though the world is vast, it is hard to find talents that meet your Majesty's requirements. Indeed, everything about him is tied to this Great Yu, and although this nation is a dictatorship of his own, building the nation cannot solely rely on himself. Talent, Qin Ju murmured, and suddenly he thought of someone. This Jia Yu, who is involved in many fields and possesses great adaptability, could indeed be suitable for overseeing national education. It was only deep into the night that Qin Ju summoned Peng Gao. Outside the door, someone had been waiting for quite some time. After the defeat of the enemy army, Qin Guer had been standing outside the Yugu Palace. From noon until deep into the night, he stood quietly, without a hint of complaint. Only when Peng Gao emerged did Qin Guer give him a slight nod, which was when he heard Qin Ju's summons. Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my duty, and the enemy army has been completely subdued. Qin Ju nodded lightly at this. I am already aware. Qin Guo asked. Then your majesty, what about the prisoners of war? Qin Ju tapped the table and said, extract all those from their clans, the others should be settled outside the city for now. Once we have cleared out those from their internal clans, take them to cleanse the northern clans. As he spoke, Qin Ju casually tossed a small booklet to Qin Guo. This is the genealogy of the Bei clan. Follow the instructions within to eliminate them all, leaving not a single person regardless of age or gender. Qin Ju spoke the most brutal words in the calmest tone. Qin Guo was not particularly shocked. He understood His Majesty's temperament quite well. Either do nothing or do it resolutely. Qin Guo respectfully accepted it and bowed his head in acknowledgement. By the way, when cleansing the northern clans, there is no need to hide. I want the world to know that there are immortals in this capital. Go and take care of it, summon Jiayu. Yes, Qin Guo respectfully retreated. Meanwhile, at the other end, Jiayu was still somewhat lost in thought. Immortal, a real immortal. Jiayu, while directing the Tianwu guards to accept the prisoners of war, pondered the events of the day. Everything that had happened today had thoroughly shattered his worldview. Even with his cunning mind, he could not forget it for a long time. If the leaders of your majesty's Jinui are all immortals, then what kind of existence must your majesty be? Jiayu dared not think further. He remembered his recent meeting with Qin Ju, where he still had a bit of a temper. Now that he thought about it, he felt a chill run down his back. But then a boundless ambition surged within him. Do I also have a chance to become an immortal? Eternal life moving mountains and seas. Having witnessed Qin Guo's actions today, his inner desires could no longer be suppressed. Unlike Jiayu, those Tianwu guards responsible for settling the prisoners appeared somewhat naive. Lu Dahou, dressed in military attire, continuously berated the prisoners before him, occasionally casting glances towards the palace. An immortal? I never imagined there would actually be an immortal in our capital. It's unbelievable. Lu Dahou's face was still full of excitement. He struggled to find good adjectives and finally managed to stammer out the words unbelievable. He having personally witnessed an immortal crush the enemy army, this lifetime of mine has been worth it. Lu Dahou's excited body trembled slightly as he patted Chen Erniu beside him. If all the leaders under your majesty are immortals, how formidable must your majesty be? Could it be that, as others say, your majesty is the reincarnation of the Ziwei emperor? Since we Tianwu guards are also appointed by your majesty, do you think we could mix in with some celestial soldiers in the future? Chen Erniu rolled his eyes at Lu Dahou. Whether your majesty is the reincarnation of the Ziwei emperor is uncertain, but to think you could become a celestial soldier is indeed wishful thinking. Lu Dahou chuckled foolishly at this. People should have dreams, right? What if? You all saw it today. I Lu want to find someone to brag to, but have no one around. Another day off, I Lu must go find someone I haven't seen to boast properly. Chen Erniu said, my wife and kids are still in the city. When I go back, I must boast well. The two grew more and more excited, as if it was not Qin Guo who had just displayed great power, but the two of them. In reality, it wasn't just Lu Dahou and Chen Erniu. All the Tianwu guards responsible for settling the prisoners were distracted, either thinking about the immortals or quietly discussing with those beside them. Fortunately, these hundreds of thousands of prisoners of war had long been frightened into submission, behaving like quails. Otherwise, these Tianwu guards would truly have caused a commotion today. While everyone was discussing animatedly, someone suddenly shouted that an immortal had arrived. The immortal has come. Lord Qin is here. Where? With a clamor, tens of thousands of people immediately wanted to kneel without a second thought. This startled Qin Guo, who had just rushed over from the palace. He quickly circulated his spiritual power and barked, "No kneeling allowed. Whoever kneels will have their head chopped off." Damn these unruly people. Kneeling once was enough when I displayed my might. Now they want to kneel. It's like roasting me on a fire rack. The emperor is still in the palace. What does it mean for tens of thousands of people to kneel to me, the commander of the Jinui? What if the emperor decides to make things difficult for me? The crowd was startled into silence by his shout, not knowing what to do. Qin Guo continued, "You all remember, as subjects of Deu, we kneel to the emperor, to our parents, to our benefactors, and to our masters. There should be no other kneeling. All right, go do what you need to do. I don't have flowers on my face. I'm not a woman, so what are you looking at?" "The immortal is really down to earth," Lu Dahou whispered to Chen Erniu. Ignoring these unruly people, Qin Guo approached Jiayu. "You did well." He patted Jiaya's shoulder. "It's my duty." Jiaya's attitude was noticeably more respectful, but the way he looked at Qin Guo was somewhat strange. Qin Guo couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest, and quickly said, "The emperor summons you. I hurry along." After Jiayu left, Qin Guo looked at the crowd of prisoners and felt a headache coming on. With hundreds of thousands of people, how am I supposed to find those from the clans? Inside the Yugu Palace, it had been 10 days since Jiayu last saw Qin Ju. Unlike last time, this time Jiayu knelt directly on the ground. As soon as they met, his attitude very submissive. Qin Ju was not surprised. Only by maintaining an air of mystery would others fear and respect you. "Get up," he said. "I have a question for you." "Your Majesty, please speak." Jiayu lowered his head slightly, not daring to meet Qin Ju's gaze. "What do you think is the most important thing about studying?" It seemed like a simple question, but upon reflection, it was quite difficult to answer. Jia Yu furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. He had a premonition that the quality of his answer to this question would affect his future. Qin Ju did not rush him, quietly waiting. In fact, Jia Yu's frown only grew tighter and beads of sweat began to fall from his forehead. After about a quarter of an hour, Jia Yu suddenly raised his head and firmly stated, "Knowing and acting." Qin Ju was taken aback for a moment before quickly returning to normal. "What do you mean by knowing and acting?" "Knowing and action. Understanding. Unity of knowledge and action." With these 4 words from Jia Yu, the cloudless sky suddenly rumbled with thunder. Studying a myriad of volumes, having a wealth of knowledge without taking action, is ultimately just empty talk. Studying is about the unity of knowledge and action. Qin Ju sat up slightly straighter upon hearing this. He said very seriously, "Did you come up with this?" "Yes. This is what I have always been doing. Today, when your majesty posed the question, I suddenly had an epiphany and finally comprehended." Jia Yu's eyes were very firm. "Good, good, good." Qin Ju laughed heartily, repeating the word "good" 3 times. He had not expected that in this other world such a figure akin to Wang Yangming would emerge. "I wish to place you in charge of the education of the world. Are you willing?" Finding the clan members among the 300,000 troops is no easy task. However, Qin Gu'er is not a foolish person. After some thought, he recalled the key individual involved. Wang Zhan. This pivotal figure from the Wang family must surely know about the spies that the clan has infiltrated into the army. "Fortunately, I didn't just crush you back then." Qin Gu'er casually summoned a soldier, "Bring Wang Zhan to me." The soldier, who had been busy counting the prisoners, immediately responded, and soon brought Wang Zhan, whose eyes were vacant. Since being humiliated by Qin Gu'er, Wang Zhan had long lost the courage to resist. The once mighty general now appeared as lifeless as a walking corpse. Only when he was brought before Qin Gu'er did he slightly raise his head. "You, as a revered immortal, do you intend to humiliate me, a defeated general?" Being brought before Qin Gu'er, what else could he expect but humiliation? "Humiliate you? You think you deserve?" Qin Gu'er rolled his eyes, inwardly feeling too lazy to engage in conversation. Instead, he slowly placed his hand on Wang Zhan's head, wanting to see if he could control him with qi. As the spiritual energy continuously flowed into Wang Zhan's body, the dazed look in his eyes became completely vacant. Seeing this, Qin Gu'er stopped his action. "I ask and you answer." Wang Zhan nodded stiffly like a puppet. "It works." Qin Gu'er felt a surge of joy and continued, "Are there any members of your clan hidden among the troops?" Wang Zhan: "Yes." Qin Gu'er: "How many?" Wang Zhan: 131 people, of which 23 are direct descendants of the 5 major clans, and the rest are death warriors. Qin Gu'er: "Bring them all to me." Wang Zhan nodded stiffly again and turned to walk towards the pile of prisoners. Qin Gu'er followed behind, not in a hurry. As Wang Zhan walked, he scanned the faces of the trembling prisoners, occasionally stopping to point at one. In this way, it took about an hour to completely identify all the clan members among the prisoners. Looking at the kneeling clan members before him, Qin Gu'er remained expressionless. "Only 101 remain. Is that all?" Qin Gu'er asked again. "That's all." Those death warriors were sent to protect the direct descendants of the clan. The 5 major clans had never anticipated that they would be defeated in this battle. They had merely intended for their direct descendants to come along to gain military merit and pave the way for the future. Thus Wang Zhan truly knew the list. However, Qin Gu'er naturally wouldn't easily believe it. He was always cautious with matters ordered by the emperor. It wasn't until he used the same trick again, controlling each of these clan members one by one and questioning them, that he felt relieved. "Bring them in. All of them into the prison." These individuals were meant for the emperor, who planned to publicly execute them on an auspicious day. After finishing all of this, Qin Gu'er looked up at the sky. Then he motivated his qi and loudly declared, "Listen, well, you prisoners." At his shout, the mass of prisoners, "You rebels disloyal to your sovereign, committing the gravest of crimes according to my temperament, I would have thought to bury you all in one place." Qin Gu'er intentionally paused. Sure enough, the prisoners immediately fell into chaos. Many began to weep and cry out for mercy from the immortal. Silence. However, the emperor has a heart for mercy and is willing to give you a chance to redeem yourselves by performing meritorious service. The prisoners' mood swung like a roller coaster, and upon hearing there was hope for life, their eyes brightened. "Tomorrow at dawn, I will lead you to completely cleanse the northern clans. If you obey and perform well, your death penalty can be waived. In the future, you only need to serve 4 years of labor to regain your status as the common people of Dayu." After speaking, Qin Gu'er awaited the reactions of the prisoners. With hundreds of thousands of people, some certainly reacted quickly. A portion immediately knelt, shouting, "Long live the benevolent emperor! Long live the emperor!" With the cheers of some people, the others reacted as well, one by one collapsing to the ground, their cries of "Long live" echoing to the heavens. In the imperial palace, Qin Ju naturally heard the jubilant cheers. Xiao Liuzai stood beside Qin Ju, his face filled with uncontainable joy. He hurriedly flattered, "Your Majesty truly has a heart for mercy, indeed a heroic ruler unseen throughout history." Now that the 300,000 troops have surrendered, the world has already returned to your hands. This servant congratulates you, your majesty. Listening to Xiao Luzai's flattery, Qin Ju's expression remained calm. You are quite smooth-tongued. They are merely forced to shout long live. It is not sincere. It will only be worth celebrating when the common people of Dayu can genuinely shout long live for me. As he spoke, Qin Ju suddenly thought of something quite strange. The cries of long live seem a bit like a curse on himself. His goal is not merely to live for 1,000 years. It needs to be changed. Send down the decree that from now on, when they see me, they must not shout long live. Xiao Liuzai was puzzled. They must shout long live our emperor's eternal peace. Xiao Luzai's eyes widened in surprise. Ooh, what a phrase of eternal peace. This emperor indeed has astonishing ambitions. Yes, this servant will send down the decree right away. Saying this, Xiao Liuzai knelt again. Long live our emperor's eternal peace. Qin Ju laughed. This Xiao Liuzai was truly born to be a eunuch. As for the appropriateness of this change, Qin Ju is not truly a wise ruler. He is simply realizing his own ideals. At the same time as the emperor, he enjoys this privilege. The scene shifts to the capital. Ever since Qin Gu'er revealed his immortal identity and defeated the enemy army, the citizens who had originally stayed in the capital all poured out of their homes. Especially the term immortal ignited endless imagination among the citizens. It was already late at night, yet the entire capital was as lively as during a festival. Fireworks were constantly erupting above the capital, and every person's face was adorned with smiles. Some wealthy families even spent lavishly booking entire restaurants to celebrate openly. The more astute merchants set up stalls overnight, while parents who usually pinched pennies smiled as they bought their children various snacks. What a scene of human warmth. Meanwhile, at the main stronghold of the Bei clan, the 5 major clans were also holding a grand banquet. Calculating the time, Zhenair should have already taken the capital by now. Below, the dancer twirled gracefully as the 5 great clans toasted and exchanged cups joyously. Perhaps they are already sending someone to escort that Qin Ju back. I am quite curious about that Qin Ju. I wonder if that little brat has 3 heads and 6 arms to be so arrogant. Hey, don't worry, Master Wang. The good news will arrive within 3 days at most. In this expedition, your Wang family is bound to gain even more glory. Our Wang Zhan has captured the false emperor. He must rise in rank. Come, let's raise a glass to our clan. In this ever-changing dynasty, the clans remain steadfast. No one believes Qin Ju can win. At that time, the northern barbarians swept southward, and the entire north was engulfed. The clans lived carefree and joyous. In their worldview, no one could oppose them. Not even the emperor, who claimed to be the ruler of the world. The extravagant banquet continued until the hour of Chun, and only then did the guests gradually disperse. Meanwhile, outside the capital, Qin Gu'er stood proudly atop a flying sword in midair. This was a clever trick he thought of. Relying on spiritual power to fly consumed too much energy. Although this energy would replenish automatically after a good sleep, Qin Gu'er preferred to conserve it. He specially ordered a large sword from the Ministry of Works. Infusing spiritual energy into the flying sword made it much easier to handle. It was just a bit difficult to control at first, but after secretly practicing for a few hours, he became quite proficient. The vast army below stood straight with these captured soldiers led by immortals. Forget about how tired or sleepy they were, one could only wonder what they were thinking. At least on the surface, they appeared imposing and exuded a strong sense of pressure. By the way, the heavenly martial guards composed of the old, weak, sick, and disabled were also among them. Compared to the captured soldiers' outward show of strength masking their weakness, the heavenly martial guards were all flushed with excitement, holding their heads high, looking full of spirit. Qin Gu'er surveyed the scene once more, feeling a surge of pride welling up within him. With a powerful wave of his hand, he declared march out. On the way to Yinyun, the city closest to the capital was called Huailai. Although Huailai was the nearest city to the capital, everything happening outside the capital was known within a day. Neither the officials nor the common people here were aware of the specific news. However, they knew that the Bei clan's 300,000 troops were marching towards the capital. The army led by Qin Gu'er did not march quickly. It took almost 2 days to reach the foot of Huailai. With hundreds of thousands of troops amassed outside Huailai, the governor of Huailai thought the northern barbarians had invaded. Instantly, he was so scared that he didn't know what to do, and the citizens inside the city were even more anxious. This governor even hid in his house for a while, lacking the courage to step outside. It wasn't until his terrified servant knelt before him claiming that there was an immortal outside urging him to meet him that the governor finally stepped out of his house. An immortal? You beast. Did that barbarian give you a reward to lure me out? An immortal? I think you're tired of living. No, my lord, it's a misunderstanding. There truly is an immortal. Moreover, that army is not a barbarian army. It is the army of De Qian. No, it is the army of Diyu. Diyu? Which Diyu? The governor of Huailai was stunned. The one from the capital, my lord. The capital? The governor of Huailai was startled. Just 2 days ago, the Bei clan's grand army had marched past him, and they had requisitioned quite a bit of grain. How could it have changed to the Yes army in just a few days? Could it be? The governor of Huilai was horrified, kicking the servant to the ground. "You beast! Why didn't you report such an important matter earlier?" Saying this, he didn't even take the time to tidy his clothes and hurriedly rushed towards the city wall. Just as the governor of Huilai reached the top of the city wall, he witnessed a scene that dropped his jaw. He saw all the soldiers guarding the city kneeling on the ground there, but sticking up high. When he looked up, he was astonished to see a person standing on a large sword in midair. This. The governor of Huilai's eyes nearly bulged out, forgetting his next move for a moment. Qin Xuan yawned and casually glanced at the overweight governor of Huilai, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. "You really have a great official's aura, which makes me wait a long time." Upon hearing this, the governor of Huilai awoke from his stupor, cold sweat instantly soaking his entire body. He hurriedly knelt down, banging his head repeatedly against the ground. "Immortal above, I did not mean it. It was that servant who deceived me. Spare my life." Looking at him like this, Qin Xuan snorted coldly. He could have violently smashed the city gate open and walked in directly. However, he chose to hover in midair for show. There was no way around it. What His Majesty instructed was to intimidate the world. Of course, he could only strike a pose and display his might in front of people. "I am Qin Xuan, the commander of the Imperial Guards appointed by His Majesty and the general of the Pacification Army. I ask you, why didn't you resist when the bandits attacked the capital and passed through Huilai?" Qin Xuan's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, shaking the soldiers on the city wall to their very cores. The governor of Huilai was drenched in sweat, but he stammered for a long time without managing to utter a single word. "What should I say? Is this something a person can think of?" As the governor remained silent, unable to produce a single sound, Qin Xuan barked again. "Why haven't you opened the city gate? Do you want me to attack the city?" Yes, I'll open the city gate right away." The governor of Huilai trembled as he got up, hurriedly shouting to the soldiers. In fact, the guards didn't even need him to give the order. The soldiers at the gate had already opened the city gate the moment they saw Qin Xuan. "Where are the heavenly martial guards?" "Here." Thousands of heavenly martial guards shouted in unison. "Follow me into the city." "Yes." Qin Xuan slowly descended from the city wall. The thousands of heavenly martial guards, full of momentum, strode boldly into the city. On both sides, the soldiers of Huilai lay flat on the ground, not daring to breathe. Inside the surrounding houses, the common people hid, peering fearfully at the outside. "By the decree of His Majesty, seal the city gates immediately and capture all clans, big and small, within Huilai." Qin Xuan's icy tone echoed repeatedly. What Qin Xuan wanted to cleanse was not just the 5 great clans. He wanted no clans to exist in this world regardless of their size. He intended to eradicate them completely. Right now, it was just about cleaning up the clans. In the future, there would be various powerful landlords and local bullies. Even if he had to reduce the population of Du by half, Qin Xuan would surely accomplish it. On the city wall, the governor of Huilai, upon hearing Qin Xuan's orders, almost rolled his eyes and fainted. He himself was from a clan. Although it was not particularly large, it was quite renowned in the surrounding area. Logically, dispatching these hundreds of thousands of troops across the major cities would have expedited the purge, but Qin Xuan chose not to do so. There was no grand strategy behind it, merely a profound distrust of the captured soldiers. His Majesty's mandate was to excise the malignant tumors from the realm, not to harm a single commoner. Should any violation occur, he, as commander of the embroidered uniform guard, would be the first to face punishment. Thus, even if progress slowed, Qin Xuan dared not seek glory through reckless haste. Besides, as a cultivator, time was the one thing he possessed in abundance. As for fear that other aristocratic clans might flee upon hearing the news, within this vast realm there was nowhere left to run. Wherever they fled, he would hunt them down without mercy. Moreover, Qin Xuan intended to station undercover agents of the embroidered uniform guard in each major city along the way, seizing this opportunity to extend the guard's reach across the entire empire. Inside Huilai City, the clamor of battle had not ceased since the Tianwu guards marched in. The local aristocratic clans had never anticipated their own doom, and thus had neither time nor chance to flee or hide. Some were still at home, others indulged in pleasure elsewhere. Thousands of Tianwu guards combed through every household, leaving no corner of Huilai untouched. Noticing the relatively small number of Tianwu guards, Qin Xuan deployed a contingent of prisoners into the city for the sweep. With him watching from the heavens, chaos was impossible. And so by midnight, every member of Huilai's aristocratic families had been apprehended, including the prefect of Huilai himself. The next morning, several hundred members of these clans, men and women, elders and children, were dragged to the public marketplace. Bound hand and foot, they knelt in rigid uniform rows. Below, the onlookers did not cheer, they trembled. Qin Xuan hovered above on his flying sword, his gaze cold and unblinking. "Prepare, execute." A thunderous command echoed as the executioners raised their cleavers high. At that moment, one young scion lifted his head, not screaming like the rest, but gazing calmly up at Qin Xuan, suspended midair. "Immortal Master," he asked quietly, "may I pose a single question before death?" Qin Xuan followed the voice. There stood a youth barely past adolescence, his face pale and unblemished. "Speak," Qin Xuan replied, his tone detached and spare. Master, though you slaughter these aristocratic families, not all among them are irredeemably wicked. My Wei family has long held sway in Huailai, yet we have committed no evil. Indeed, at regular intervals, we distribute rice gruel to those who starve. Master, for generations my Wei clan has practiced virtue, opening granaries during famines, building bridges, and paving roads. Every commoner here can bear witness. If you annihilate us today, will you not shatter the hearts of the righteous and turn the whole world cold with horror? Heaven cherishes life. My Wei family has always walked the path of benevolence. What crime warrants death? Is it merely because we are of an aristocratic lineage? His words resonated deeply among the crowd. Many among the onlookers had once received aid from the Wei family, and now knelt pleading for mercy. Indeed, not all aristocrats were villains. Qin Goer descended slowly, stopping before the youth and fixing him with a glacial stare. Precisely, because you are of an aristocratic lineage. The youth pressed on. Master, why feign righteousness? For 3 centuries our Wei family has upheld scholarship and farming as its legacy. 12 county magistrates and 6 famine relief heroes have emerged from our bloodline. If lineage itself is guilt, then tell me, Master, were your own ancestors all commoners? An elder in the crowd nodded silently. Qin Goer's expression remained unchanged. So the boy wished to debate. Then he would ensure they died with full understanding. From nowhere he produced a yellowed land deed and flung it hard against the youth's face. In your ancestors' day, your Wei family seized over 1,000 mu of peasants' fields, calling it shepherding the wilderness on behalf of the Son of Heaven. During the last dynasty's plague, you exchanged moldy grain for fresh imperial rations, recording it in the ledgers as a donation of 10,000 shur. The commemorative steels honoring your benevolence were inscribed with ink ground from the bones of common folk. The youth refused to yield. We built Confucian temples and established charitable academies. How many impoverished scholars in Huailai have not benefited from our grace? A few scholars in the crowd clenched their fists in silence. Qin Goer burst into sharp laughter, then snatched a bound ledger from a nearby soldier. The Wei family statutes: all students admitted to the charitable academy must sweep the ancestral hall for 3 years, and those who attain official rank must change their surnames and be formally adopted into the clan. Every grain of rice you gave bore a price tag, and each grain demanded generations of bowedbacks in repayment. He seized an aged embroidered uniform guard beside him, a veteran soldier. Ripping open the man's tunic, he revealed a torso crisscrossed with scars. Do you know where these came from? Eru. The guard named Eru drew a slow breath and spoke steadily. In the reign of the late emperor, rebels rose in Yuzhou. I earned these scars suppressing that uprising. The crowd watched bewildered. Qin Goer locked eyes with the youth. Tell me, do you know why rebels arose in Yuzhou? I shall tell you. Your Wei ancestors altered the county gazetteer, changing equitable land distribution to land grants bestowed. 1 character, yet 1,000 souls became your family's serfs. Did you know? No, you did not. And even if you had, you would have deemed it trivial. Your Wei family, and the Lu Wang Huang and others, you wield privilege without restraint, treating it as your birthright. The gruel you dispense is no act of compassion. It is the fleeting pity one feels for a stray cat or dog. You have never, not once, regarded ordinary people as human beings. You may not have committed overt evil, but the ordinary things you take for granted have killed not hundreds, not thousands, but tens of thousands. I execute you today, not because you are evil, but because you were born believing the spines of commoners exist solely as stepping stones to your ascension. Qin Goer's voice swelled, resonant, commanding, carrying not only to the onlookers below, but to the Tianwu guards, and even to the captive soldiers encamped beyond the city walls. In that instant, all fell silent. Is what is taken for granted, therefore, just? A townsman murmured. My son borrowed silver from the Wei family, no questions asked. At the time I felt gratitude. But compound interest devoured our savings, and drove my son to his grave. Yet I had repaid far more than the original sum. A scholar, eyes hollow, whispered. The aristocrats wear gold thread silks, while we, despite our learning, must don coarse hemp robes. It is not about affordability. It is about exclusion. Commoners are forbidden by unspoken law from wearing such cloth. In that moment something crystallized in every mind. A hush deeper than silence settled over the square. Proceed with the execution. Qin Goer soared back into the sky. His Majesty does not seek to slay aristocratic lineages. He seeks to sever the rotting parasitic class, bound not by merit or virtue, but by blood alone. Qin Goer was unaware that his words had been secretly recorded, nor did he know that an enlightened individual moved by his speech had quietly decided to compile a book. He could never have imagined the profound impact his words would have on the entire populace of the world in the future. After dealing with the clans in Huailai City, Qin Goer did not take much time to rest. After leaving a portion of his men to maintain order, he continued to lead his army with great momentum towards the next city. Thus, upon reaching each city, Qin Goer employed the same tactics once more. Gradually, the term Immortal began to spread across the entire world. 2 weeks later, in Yinyan, the 5 major clans gathered once more. However, the atmosphere of this banquet was terrifyingly oppressive. They had sensed something amiss 10 days prior. Under normal circumstances, if they had successfully captured the capital, they would have received news within 3 days at most. Yet the group waited 4 to 5 days without any sign of good news. Feeling uneasy, they had even dispatched scouts to investigate the situation. Yet none returned. Only recently, as Qin Xuan boldly revealed his identity as an immortal, did the various clans begin to be purged one by one. It was then that the 5 major clans finally grasped the true situation. Immortal, murmured the head of the Wang family, the weight of the word nearly suffocating him. At first he thought it was merely a case of misinformation or that Qin Xuan had released it to deliberately intimidate them. But as more and more witnesses emerged, the news became increasingly credible. No matter how confused the heads of the 5 major clans felt, they could only accept this reality. It was no wonder that Qin Xuan had always appeared so fearless and arrogant. At this point, aside from hiding our identities and fleeing, we have no other options. Qin Xuan's intent to eradicate the clans is unprecedented, uprooting every clan along the way. There is simply no room for negotiation. The head of the Qin family gulped down a drink, his expression grim. Now that our 5 major clans have nearly scattered, it is time for us old fellows to leave. It is a pity that our clan's foundation, built over hundreds of years, must now be entirely abandoned. Alas, such is the unpredictability of life. The others remained silent, who, although the main members of their clans had scattered, could they truly escape? An immortal in their minds was a being capable of moving mountains and seas, omnipotent. Who knew what means he possessed? Escaping under the auspices of an immortal was no easy feat. The head of the Wang family opened his mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately could only let out a soft sigh. One misstep leads to another. Who could have predicted that Qin Xuan would hold such a trump card? If only we had not opposed Qin Xuan back then. The head of the Liu family, not sure if he was lamenting or regretting, suddenly spoke. It is useless, everything was already predetermined when Qin Xuan began purging the court. Alright, everyone take care. The head of the Wang family stood up first. There was nothing more to say. Struggling would be futile. Only by fleeing as far as possible could they hope for a slim chance of survival. The head of the Wang family turned pale, and the other 4 family heads immediately stood up in shock. Behind the originally empty head, the head of the Wang family turned pale, and the other 4 family heads immediately stood up in shock. Behind the originally empty head of the Wang family, a figure had appeared without them noticing. You all have quite the taste for gatherings, even when death is imminent. A slightly mocking voice reached the ears of the 5. The heads of the 5 major clans couldn't help but swallow hard. Sweat like beans continued to drip down. Who are you? Why did you intrude on our residence? The head of the Wang family tried to turn his head, but found that his neck would not obey him. Tisk, still pretending to be confused, Lord Wang Wu. Qin Xuan naturally took a seat in a nearby position, unbothered, as he picked up chopsticks and took a few bites of food. He downed a cup of wine, saying, "Who am I? You all know well in your hearts. I had originally thought that if you escaped capturing you would require some effort. But who would have thought several old fools still had time to gather here? You truly are the blessings of this official." Upon hearing this, Wang Wu completely closed his eyes in despair. The report he received indicated that the army led by Qin Xuan was still within Tianjin City, quite a distance from them. Unexpectedly, this so-called immortal who had been causing a commotion outside had arrived first, entering stealthily and without a sound. In the end, whether Lord Qin wants to kill or torture us, we will comply without complaint. These family heads, as the leaders of major clans, displayed remarkable bravery. After their initial shock and fear, they quickly regained their composure, each wearing an expression of resignation. Death. Don't worry, you will die, but not now. After finishing his meal and drink, Qin Xuan pulled out a thick, "Your Majesty is right. The person who invented the clan genealogy is truly a genius. Let me see how Wang Wu found it. 4 sons under your knee, eldest son." The few of them looked at Qin Xuan's genealogy and immediately began to struggle frantically. "Lord Qin, why must you go to such extremes? What do you want? We will give it to you. Wealth, beauty. Just name it, or whatever you want we can provide. You as an immortal, do you not fear divine retribution for such a massacre?" Qin Xuan read out several names, then snapped the genealogy shut and leaned close to Wang Wu. "Bribe me. Haha, the things I desire are beyond your means. As for divine retribution, the only heaven above my head is the current emperor." Saying this, Qin Xuan grabbed Wang Wu's arm and gently twisted it, effortlessly dislocating it. "Speak, where have your so-called direct descendants run off to? Speak up, and I will grant you a swift end." The intense pain contorted Wang Wu's face, yet he still stammered, "Don't bother, Lord Qin, you will never find them." "Humph." Qin Xuan raised his leg and crushed his knee with another kick. Then placing a hand on his head, he sneered, "Is that so? Then I will let you see with your own eyes how your vast Wang clan is utterly destroyed by me." In the 4th month of Diyu, after 2 months of effort, Qin Xuan, the commander of the Jinyui and general of the Pinko, returned triumphantly, with tens of thousands of clansmen in tow. The citizens of the capital lined the streets for 10 miles to greet them. 3 days later, tens of thousands of prisoners were publicly executed, the scene so bloody it resembled a hell on earth. From that point on, the entire northern region was completely under Qin Ju's control. The name of Emperor Yu resounded throughout the world. After cleaning up the north, Qin Ju did not hasten to begin his sweep of the south. However, in May of the same year, the former Supreme Emperor Qin and Crown Prince Qin Ding were brought to the capital by agents of the Jiangnan clans. They presented Qin Ju with a letter. The letter accused Qin and of being a false emperor, inciting the hearts of the people and stirring unrest, suggesting their clan was coerced and had no choice. Moreover, they expressed their willingness to give up their entire fortunes, only asking to keep their lives. Should I call them foolish or naive? Casting aside the letter sent by the Jiangnan clan, Qin Ju remained, "No one can block his steps, no one. Your Majesty, the former emperor and the original crown prince have arrived, is it so?" Little Lu slightly bowed and whispered. Since the two were brought to the capital by the Jiangnan clan, Qin Ju had not summoned them, unsure if it was forgetfulness or deliberate. However, one was the emperor's biological father and the other his brother. Little Lu was also in a difficult position, having to arrange for them to stay first. Now, seizing this opportunity, he could observe how the emperor would handle the situation. The former emperor. Qin Ju glanced at Little Lu, his tone devoid of emotion. "Have someone take care of it." "Yes," Little Lu replied respectfully, but the next moment, he suddenly raised his head. He stood there somewhat at a loss, struggling for a moment, and then fearfully asked, "Your Majesty, how will you handle it?" It was enough to make Little Lu panic. After all, that was the emperor's biological father and brother. If it was indeed as he feared, then, as someone in the know, he would certainly not survive. Qin Ju's expression was impassive as he calmly uttered, "Just as you think." To his surprise, upon hearing this, Little Lu immediately knelt on the ground, his head knocking loudly against it. Even as his head bled, he continued to knock, sobbing as he spoke. Your Majesty, Little Lu has followed you since childhood, and for over a decade, I have been diligent, never making a mistake. Your Majesty, spare me, Your Majesty, spare me." Qin Ju found this somewhat amusing, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "When did I say I wanted to kill you?" "But..." Little Liu's eyes glistened with tears. "Although you didn't say it, was it necessary to say it? You are afraid this matter will leak out, and I will tarnish your reputation as unfilial. I do not wish to kill you. Oh, in this world no one can kill you." Hearing this, Little Lu gritted his teeth and knocked his head several more times. "Your Majesty, I do not wish to kill you. Oh, in this world no one can kill you." Hearing this, Little Lu gritted his teeth and knocked his head several more times. "Your Majesty, I will absolutely not let this matter leak out. If anyone else knows, I will die to atone." "Go," Qin Ju said without further ado. This subject takes his leave. Once Little Lu exited the palace, his face was filled with malice. He secretly vowed that aside from the emperor and himself, no one else could know about this. But the emperor was extremely protective of his subordinates, so this matter required careful consideration. Inside the palace, Qin Ju was completely unconcerned about this matter. He truly did not care. What did the former emperor and the original crown prince have to do with him? As a time traveler with his parents in another world, he had no interest in recognizing another set of parents. Furthermore, these two had recently been enemies with him. How could someone with Qin Ju's temperament possibly let them go? Quickly tossing this matter aside, a mysterious smile appeared on Qin Ju's face. Just then, the jade seal in his mind, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly stirred. With a thought, Qin Ju's consciousness returned to that extraordinary space once again. The jade seal emitted a faint glow, still quietly floating in midair. Qin Ju reached out and grasped it. A surge of new information flooded into his mind, and after a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. First, there were 2 more blessing quotas. This was secondary. The main thing was that within the jade seal, a feature called Civilization Mall had been activated. Inside this mall, items were abundant, spanning various systems, such as technology, fantasy, cultivation, and magic. From precious techniques and treasures to tables and chairs, everything could be found. According to the information feedback from the jade seal, all items required something called civilization points for exchange. The bad news was that his current civilization points were 0. How can I obtain civilization points? This was the first question that flashed in Qin Ju's mind. The jade seal did not provide him with information on how to obtain civilization points. Besides the blessing quotas and the civilization mall, the jade seal also granted Qin Ju a new. It was called suppression. This ability was indeed explained. It was an incredibly powerful capability. Anyone within the Great Yu realm who shared the same cultivation level could be forcibly suppressed by him, leaving them with no ability to resist. This same cultivation level did not refer to just a minor realm. For instance, even if Qin Ju was only in the early stages of foundation establishment, he could easily suppress someone at the peak of foundation establishment, or even a false core cultivator. Exiting that extraordinary space, Qin Ju fell into deep thought. Compared to the suppression ability, the items in the civilization mall were what he truly desired. Civilization mall civilization points. Qin Ju frowned in contemplation. After a long time, a flash of inspiration struck him. This jade seal is prepared for the development of civilization. Civilization, what is civilization? Civilization is a complex and richly layered concept. It encompasses the material foundation, social forms, culture, spirit, institutions, and all aspects created by an entire entity. Thus, the so-called civilization points must be approached from the concept of civilization. With that thought, Qin Ju casually picked up a teacup. He felt a sudden shift in his heart. The next second, the teacup in his hand suddenly vanished, and a piece of information appeared in his mind. Teacup, an item crafted by mortal civilization, carries a small portion of that civilization's culture, can be exchanged for 0.0001 civilization points. Do you wish to exchange? Viable. Qin Ju was immediately delighted. However, upon seeing the amount of civilization points available for exchange, his smile suddenly froze. 0.0001 civilization points. If he remembered correctly, even the most ordinary tables and chairs in the mall required 0.1 points. Wait. Qin Ju flipped through the mall again, and soon discovered that the teacup he had just sold to the Jade Seal had actually been put up for sale. Moreover, it was listed for 0.1 civilization points. Damn it. A greedy merchant making a profit. When he first saw the items in this mall, he thought they were of great quality and reasonably priced. The most basic cultivation technique only required 100 points, and items related to technological civilization were even cheaper. For instance, basic scientific books in physics and chemistry could be bundled for just 10 points. Now looking at it, this was not just expensive. Qin Ju took a deep breath and then tossed all the items in the palace, but the final result left him utterly astonished. After several hours of experimentation, Qin Ju arrived at several conclusions. First, items that could be sold to the Jade Seal must be created or owned by that civilization. Second, the same type of item could only be sold once. This same type not only referred to the same material, but seemed to encompass a broad range. For instance, teacups, bowls, and plates. They would not accept them a second time. Third, the price also varied based on the amount of civilization aura carried. For example, when Qin Ju sold his dark dragon robe, he was surprised to find that it was worth a full point. But afterwards, items like his crown were not accepted. Since it was selling civilization, could something more abstract be? That was close. I almost sold myself. Based on previous tests, once something is sold, it is gone. But what about those illusory things? Are they still there after being sold? Come in. A quick inquiry would reveal the truth. Another young eunuch outside heard the call and hurried in, scampering like a puppy. Your servant greets His Majesty. I have a question for you. Do you know about the festival of seeking spirits? The eunuch was momentarily confused but blurted out, Your Majesty, didn't the festival of seeking spirits just conclude? Qin Ju did not respond, but felt a sense of relief in his heart. It seemed those illusory things would not disappear. After a moment's thought, Qin Ju continued to ask the eunuch, What is your name? What position do you currently hold? Reporting to Your Majesty, I am called Wei He. I just entered the palace not long ago and hold no position, merely working under Sixth Master. Sixth Master naturally refers to Little Liuzi. Little Liuzi has no name and is a person close to Qin Ju. Other eunuchs and palace maids refer to Little Liuzi as Sixth Master. Though called Sixth Master, Little Liuzi is indeed the foremost eunuch of the palace. Wei He was personally chosen by Little Liuzi from among the common folk and is being groomed as a trusted aide. This is clear from how he was arranged outside the palace. Qin Ju nodded in response. He had no interest in the trivial matters of the palace. As long as they didn't cross his bottom line, he couldn't be bothered. Wei He, I entrust you with a task. I want you to search for and collect various items from across the world. They don't need to be particularly precious, just. Qin Ju pondered and described the items he wanted to Wei He. Wei He understood that his chance for advancement had arrived. He suppressed his excitement and meticulously noted down every word Qin Ju said. Once finished, Qin Ju performed a sleight of hand, producing an ancient-looking token from thin air. Take this token. You need to personally leave the palace to handle this matter. However, there's no rush. I do not impose a time limit, just be sure to deliver a batch every 5 days. You may select anyone in the palace whom you deem capable to assist. Wei He carefully accepted the token, placing it close to his chest, his body trembling with excitement. Everyone says that His Majesty is also an immortal, and now he has witnessed it with his own eyes. I promise to fulfill this task and live up to the Emperor's great grace. You may leave. Qin Ju waved his hand. Yes, your servant takes his leave. May Your Majesty enjoy eternal peace. Wei He bent deeply as he exited the palace, only straightening up once he was far away. He gently stroked the token in his hand, his face slightly trembling with excitement. Who would have thought that my opportunity would come so quickly? How unpredictable life is. What an incredible opportunity this is. This is a task personally assigned by the Emperor. If I do well, won't I become another Sixth Master? Don't be fooled by how humble Little Liuzi appears before Qin Ju. If he were outside, even the grandest families of Jiangnan would bow and scrape in his presence. The Emperor detests corrupt officials and those who bully others. I must not be foolish. I need to find trustworthy people. As long as I execute this well and catch the Emperor's eye, who knows, I might become an immortal. Wei He felt his steps were much lighter, almost as if he were floating. Just as he turned a corner, he bumped into the hurried Seeing Wei He strolling leisurely, little Liuzi immediately got angry and scolded. You dog-like servant. Wasn't I supposed to have you guarding outside the palace? Why are you running around? If you delay anything for the emperor, would 100 of your heads be enough? Hurry back. Though he scolded, there was a protective tone in his words. Wei He felt genuine fear for this high-ranking eunuch and quickly relayed the emperor's instructions. However, he didn't go into details, merely stating that the emperor had an important matter for him to attend to. Upon hearing this, little Liuzi's eyes revealed a strange expression. He looked Wei He up and down, then patted his shoulder, saying, You truly have good fortune. Since it is the emperor's order, hurry and attend to it. Wei He was not oblivious to the ways of the world. Hearing this, he immediately smiled apologetically. Rest assured, Sixth Master, having this opportunity is indeed a blessing from you. You can be assured in this palace you are my only relative. Regardless of what happens in the future, I will always follow. Yes, I shall learn. All right, go take care of your business. Where there are people, there is a world of intrigue. Small figures have their own ways of survival. In the tidy yet small study of the Peng residence, Peng Gao slowly closed a memorial. With a long sigh, he rose and opened the study door. Outside stood a maid holding a bowl of chilled drink. Peng Gao took it, gulping down a large mouthful. Though he was already an immortal, he still retained the habits of a mortal. Since the north stabilized, officials from various regions had been cleaned out by about 80 to 90%. Fortunately, the court urgently dispatched some to ensure basic operations. Now daily memorials from various regions poured in like snowflakes, continuously arriving. Not just from the north, even those from Jiangnan were quite conscientious, providing detailed reports on both major and minor matters. Of course, all these affairs were left for Qin Ju to handle. Though he was called a prime minister throughout history who has seen an emperor spending his days in the palace without knowing what is going on, while a prime minister simply reviews memorials. Only Qin Ju would dare to do this. Everything has a price. To outsiders, he seemed to wield overwhelming power as a prime minister, and there were even rumors that he had overshadowed the emperor. But only he knew that from the moment he gained power, he had become a mere puppet of Qin Ju. His thoughts and intentions, as long as Qin Ju wished, remained without a secret. However, Peng Gao did not regret it. Life is like this. These are merely the trivial costs after a grand. It is time to take action against the south. Peng Gao looked up at the sky, remembering the 3 questions Qin Ju had posed to him, which he had never forgotten. He had already cleaned up his own residence, and it was time to turn his attention to those southern clans. Peng clan. He was not a member of the Peng clan. He had initially taken their name. The Peng clan was aware of this. However, his talents were exceptional and his abilities astonishing. As he rose to prominence, the Peng clan included him in their genealogy. Xiao Huaner, he gently called out. The maid beside him responded immediately. Your servant is here. Peng Gao smiled gently, saying, Go fetch my armor. It is time to get moving. Before the bronze mirror, Peng Gao donned his armor, carefully admiring his appearance. Though a mere scholar, he did not appear out of place in the heavy armor, rather it added a certain sharpness to his demeanor. To those unaware, his presence alone exuded a might that created the illusion what a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. My lord truly is majestic, the little maid beside him said, mesmerized with a smile. Peng Gao ignored the little maid and drew out a treasured sword. As he unconsciously recited poetry, he waved the long sword in his hand. False names and titles are swallowed by the miasma, a lone saddle pointing south as the mountains dim. 20 years of feigned loyalty to the jade benefactor. One day, the green python replaces the vermilion gate. With a flash, the sword cried out, and Peng Gao's gaze sharpened, his tone now laced with murderous intent. A solitary lamp cast shadows that peek at the star's iron armor, silently eroding the moon's traces. The frost blade has yet to grow old, while the wild land's cracked blood washes the 1,000 peaks as the path to enlightenment is forged. Today we march. Thud, thud, thud. The iron armor wrapped around his heartbeat. The heavy yet synchronized footsteps shook the ground. Peng Gao stood atop his sword, slowly flying at the forefront. Behind him, a contingent of 5,000 heavy cavalry was cloaked in armor, leaving only their eyes visible. Their faces were obscured, and the air was thick with a chilling atmosphere of impending slaughter. On either side, the streets were filled with citizens, each wearing an expression of excitement. Immortal, another immortal. I knew there must be more than one immortal under the emperor's command. Wait, that immortal seems to be. Could it be the current chancellor? Someone recognized Peng Gao and gasps erupted from the crowd. Isn't that chancellor supposed to be a treacherous minister? How could he also be an immortal? Indeed. I heard that this chancellor is from the Peng family of Hushi. Why is he leading troops into battle today? Who are they going to fight? Don't you know? The emperor issued a decree yesterday, sending the chancellor to subdue the Jiangnan clans. What have you been busy with all day? Oh, are they fighting against themselves? You blockhead, it's obvious the chancellor has sided with the emperor. He is personally going to obtain the declaration of allegiance. Haven't you seen that the chancellor has become an immortal? If it weren't for the emperor's trusted confidant, how could he achieve immortality? A seemingly shrewd man analyzed. The gossip around him was crystal clear to Peng Gao, yet his expression did not change. He had never been one to be swayed by external factors. In midair, Peng Gao looked down at the iron tower the emperor had recently constructed just as they reached the city gate. Xiao Lu stood on the wall with a smile at the corner of his mouth, slowly unfolding a royal edict. My bones serve as the flag. The decree states, wear the python robe and hold the green python talisman. Within 3 months, subdue the 6 clans of Jiangnan. When the frost blade is drawn, if one encounters white-haired obstruction, crush their skulls to clear the path. If there are infants hindering the blade, sever their eyes to make pearls. I grant you 2 powers. First, to burn the ancestral hall. The ashes must be mixed with brown sugar to feed the starving people. Second, to eradicate the bloodlines. With every clan exterminated, release all their servants. I shall reshape the sun and moon to illuminate their rebirth. Is it true? Divine retribution. I am divine retribution. Upon hearing the words of the decree, the crowd erupted in uproar. The iron tower dismounted, and the citizens knelt in unison. Even Peng Gao fell to the ground, respectfully kneeling. After hearing the contents of the decree, everyone was stunned. Some learned individuals swallowed hard. It was too audacious, too ruthless. Especially the beginning of the decree, which did not even start with by the mandate of heaven the emperor decrees, but simply the 4 words, my bones serve as the flag. What arrogance this was. The short 4 words conveyed a shocking message, disrespecting heaven and earth, disregarding ghosts and gods, using my bones as a banner. I am the backbone of this world. The content is even more vicious, using white hair as a pathstone and infants as pearls. This current immortal emperor is truly complex. Such thoughts emerged in the minds of the citizens. On one hand, his methods were ruthless, while on the other, he was exceedingly benevolent towards them. On the city wall, Xiao Lu slowly closed a royal edict, smiling. The emperor has high hopes for Lord Peng. Lord Peng must not disappoint the emperor's expectations. Upon receiving the edict, Peng Gao rose and decisively stated, I shall not fail the emperor's trust. The distance from the capital to Jiangnan was exceedingly vast, especially in this ancient time when the roads were challenging. Fortunately, this time Peng Gao led cavalry, which could travel a bit faster. However, it would still take nearly a month. Half a month into Peng Gao's march, news reached Jiangnan. Upon learning that the emperor had indeed taken action against the south, both large and small clans in Jiangnan were filled with dread and unease. Some fled overnight, while others attempted to resist. The clans here had managed Jiangnan as an ironclad fortress, especially in terms of public opinion, where they had always held sway. The citizens here remained confined to limited information. For instance, they knew that there were immortals in the northern capital, but more was being propagated about how brutal Qin Xuan. They spoke of various methods of torturing the common people, exaggerating the north's plight, claiming that after Qin Xuan's purge, the land was scorched for miles, and the people were left homeless. This had caused the citizens here to harbor only one emotion towards Qin Xuan: fear. Upon learning that the army was about to arrive, not only the clans but the citizens were also in a panic. Inside a tavern in Suzhou, Qin Guer, dressed in rough clothes, sipped wine while listening to the discussions of the diners around him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just as the emperor said, these clans can resort to anything when cornered. He gently picked up a peanut and placed it in his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. He had been secretly dispatched here the day after pacifying the north. It was not that the emperor did not trust Peng Gao, rather he did not want the citizens of Jiangnan to suffer unwarranted calamity. On that day, Qin Xuan told him that with the example of the northern clans, the southern clans had only a few means to survive. One was to flee, but they surely knew they could not escape. After all, didn't they see how many people fled from the northern clans only to be hunted down one by one? Therefore, there was only one way left, which still held a chance for survival. That was chaos. To throw all of Jiangnan into turmoil. To cause such disorder that it would ruin the southern foundations built over a century. This was exceedingly simple for the clans controlling all of Jiangnan. They had been constantly propagating Qin Xuan's brutality, and now with the army visibly heading south, these clans only needed to fan the flames in secret to incite chaos throughout Jiangnan. If they truly succeeded, the entire Jiangnan would be filled with displaced people and calamities would be unending. That would be a mild description. The emperor truly is wise. Fortunately, he sent him here in advance. After a few months in this place, Qin Guer had nearly controlled the main clans of Jiangnan in the shadows. This was why, although the outside world was in a state of panic, it had not truly descended into chaos. That Peng fellow is quite fortunate. While he talks about clearing Jiangnan, he is actually here to reap the rewards. To be honest, Qin Guer did not like Peng Gao. That person was too shrewd, nothing appeared amiss on the surface, yet every interaction left Qin Guer with an uncomfortable feeling. The Peng clan stood at the gates of Jinling City, and Peng Gao gazed at this majestic and ancient city with a sense of nostalgia. The Peng clan, or rather the clan, is not as imagined by many to be a grand family. To be more precise, the so-called clan is a large collective of interests formed over generations as people of the same surname came together for warmth after their rise to prominence. The Peng clan is no exception. In addition to relying on their bloodline, they also recruit talents from outside and acknowledge their ancestors. Peng Gao still remembers his first visit to Jinling. Back then he was brought by members of the Peng family to the ancestral hall in Jinling, where he changed his name and surname without resistance. By the time Peng Gao and the army arrived, the city gates were already wide open. Both sides were filled with trembling commoners, wealthy merchants, officials, and members of the Peng clan. The 13th clan head of the Peng clan, Peng Fei, greets you, Immortal. At the front, an old man led a small child kneeling in the foremost position. Peng Gao descended from the air and walked step by step towards the old man. Is Hua Ji still alive? Peng Hua Ji is guide back then. He had once impersonated the clan, a crime punishable by death, but was spared by a direct descendant named Peng Hua Ji. Not to mention the intentions behind it, this kindness was indeed genuine. The old man sighed and replied, reporting to the immortal, Hua Ji passed away a few months ago. Before he died, he still mentioned your name. He then tugged at the child beside him. This is the last descendant. The child appeared to be no more than 5 or 6 years old, staring with wide eyes, curiously looking at Peng Gao. What about his parents? Peng Gao squatted down and gently patted the child's head. The child's parents are serving in the army, resisting the Japanese pirates, unfortunately. The old man did not continue, and it was unclear whether he was recalling painful memories or if he was simply a good actor, as a few tears fell from his eyes. I see, Peng Gao spoke with an unperturbed tone. The main direct descendants of the Peng clan are all in the city, right? Yes, Immortal. All 169 main direct descendants of the Peng clan are present, with no one fleeing. If the ruler commands the subjects to die, the subjects must comply. We, the Peng clan, deeply understand your majesty's intentions and are unwilling to defy the imperial decree. Furthermore, although we, the direct descendants of the Peng clan, are mere mortals, Immortal, you are our pride, and the Peng clan will not tarnish your immortal name. Listening to this, Peng Gao chuckled softly. You, the clan head, are quite capable. The old man's words sounded heartfelt, at first a blend of loyalty and filial piety. Upon reflection, there was a hidden peril. They aimed to use the lives of the Peng clan to tarnish the names of Qin Ju and Peng Gao, and seek a glimmer of hope in desperation. Not to mention surviving, at least they could leave behind a bloodline. They were not betting on Peng Gao's familial affection, they were betting on his concern for his reputation. Peng Gao smiled and shook his head, gently channeling a trace of spiritual energy into the child's body. In the next moment, the child ceased to breathe. He stood up, his armor clanging noisily. In a mortal's life, one seeks only 2 things. Either wealth and power, or a name that will be remembered through history, admired by future generations. A few months ago, I indeed dedicated my entire life to pursuing these. And I succeeded. Until that person appeared. The historical records are for future generations to read, and those future generations are thousands of years later. But how long will I live beyond 1,000 years? Peng Gao turned and waved towards the dark army. To say he had no emotional fluctuations would be a lie, but time would eventually erase everything, wouldn't it? Watching that child die before his eyes, the clan head of the Peng clan staggered to his feet. What Hua Ji said is true. You are as vicious as a wolf and as cold-blooded as a snake. We should have eliminated you long ago. Peng Gao, even if my Peng clan perishes today, the character Peng in your name will never be erased for 1,000 or 10,000 years. Today you step on our Peng clan to rise, and in the future there will be another surnamed Peng, another surnamed Wang, bringing your head to Qin Ju to pledge loyalty. Peng clan disciples, follow me to the road. The old man laughed bitterly as he bit down on the poison hidden in his mouth. In the crowd, the Peng clan disciples glared at Peng Gao with eyes full of hatred. Various curses came from all directions as one by one the main descendants of the Peng clan bit down on the poison and collapsed to the ground. Alas, the 1,000-year-old family was extinguished in such a manner today. Pity, lament, and hatred. Peng Gao lowered his gaze slightly. He walked away step by step, even surrounded by many armored soldiers. His back appeared so lonely. Indeed it was. Under Jinling City the wild geese are lonely. Looking back, both gratitude and hatred turned to dust. Pointing across the cold river, crushing the old blossoms, armor clad in dark steel, stands over new graves. The 1,000-year clan genealogy turns to ashes, and the names of power and fame rest with the gods. Even if immortality has its end, who in the world remembers the exterminators of clans? The army marched forward with heavy footsteps, slowly entering the city. Most of these iron cavalry were soldiers who had followed Qin Guer to pacify the north and were already familiar with the cleanup process. From then on, Peng Gao only needed to oversee things and did not need to take action himself. Days passed, and starting from Jinling, the iron cavalry trampled through city after city. During this time, some attempted to resist, but what awaited them was the cold edge of the blade. One clan after another was completely eradicated, their blood nourishing this fertile land and laying a solid foundation for the rebirth of the Dayu Empire. Until a full 2 months later, the term clan completely became a sigh of history. In the 7th month of the Dayu, the scorching heat baked the earth. The air shimmered slightly under the sunlight. In the fields, an old farmer toiled diligently. Despite the sweat pouring down his face and his dark skin, the smile on his face was one of great satisfaction. Old man, why are you still working in this heat? Why not take a break? A young man dressed plainly but with sharp features asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, you little brat. Now that the emperor has eradicated the clans across the land, large tracts of land have been distributed. I didn't expect that my old bones would also receive dozens of acres of good fields. Why not hurry to farm and prepare for the autumn sowing? A little hard work is nothing. I've spent my whole life farming, barely managing to feed my family with a few acres of dry land. I never thought it would be so rare, yet I could get such a great fortune. Everyone says the emperor is the purple star descending from the heavens. I think not only is the emperor the purple star, but he is also the god of agriculture. Oh, but isn't there a lot of talk about the emperor being brutal and prone to indiscriminate killing? Who is spreading such nonsense? The old farmer suddenly became enraged. The emperor has a kind heart, but uses thunderous means. Since ascending the throne, has he ever indiscriminately killed the innocent? The emperor only kills those who deserve it, whether it be General Qin or the prime minister. He has never harmed a single innocent citizen along the way. Who told you this, you little brat? Could there still be remnants of the clans telling old man me? He'll go deal with them right now. Wait. The old man's expression suddenly turned strange as he looked the young man up and down. The young man smiled and shook his head. Old man, I am not a remnant of the clans. He squatted down and gently stroked the cracked soil. In the next second, the wheat buds broke through the ground at a visible speed. Immortal. The old farmer's legs went weak and he nearly knelt, but was supported by the young man. Old man, you have farmed your whole life, and now that you've received so much land, why not let your son and grandson take care of it while you enjoy the blessings? After a moment of shock, the old farmer seemed to think of something and sighed. Your Majesty, who in this world does not wish to enjoy the blessings? But many things always need someone to do. My son was originally a servant of the Wang family. Since the clans disappeared, he joined the army, and now he earns a decent salary every month. Plus, with these dozens of acres of land, we live quite well. What more could I dare to be extravagant about? Qin Ju smiled and stood up. Old man, take care of yourself, soon you will enjoy the blessings. This is my promise to you. Human desire is boundless. Today, ordinary people find contentment merely in having enough food to eat and clothes to wear. Yet as the Great Yu Empire continues to flourish, their aspirations will inevitably shift toward new horizons. This is the immutable law of history, irresistible and inexorable. As sovereign of this empire, Qin Ju must steer the Great Yu forward without pause, whether for his own sake or to realize the lofty vision burning within his heart. Peace had settled across the realm, and yet it had been scarcely 5 months since Qin Ju's transmigration into this world. In that brief span, he had rescued a dynasty teetering on collapse, its internal rot deep and widespread. Corrupt officials were imprisoned or executed. Aristocratic clans that had long oppressed the common people were stripped of name and status, erased entirely from the annals of power. Surrounding powers, whether the northern barbarians or neighboring petty states, upon receiving concrete intelligence, withdrew into fearful silence like turtles retreating into their shells. Internal strife and external threats no longer plagued the Great Yu. Yet this did not mean Qin Ju was idle. His most pressing concern was the dire shortage of local administrators. Most provincial officials had belonged to the purged aristocratic families, and now lay dead. Their posts stood vacant. Though order currently held, born of awe at the emperor's celestial authority, such a fragile equilibrium could not endure indefinitely. With no superior alternative, he adopted Peng Gao's earlier proposal, appointing on an interim basis upright and reputable officials to fill these roles. Amidst these administrative challenges, however, came welcome news. Within the imperial palace, Jia Yu sat immersed in a book, brow deeply furrowed, his expression shifting between rapture and bewilderment. Had one turned to the first page of that volume, bold characters would have declared its title, Foundations of Science. Beside Jia Yu's right hand rested several other texts, Foundations of Physics, Foundations of Chemistry, and Foundations of Mathematics. These were but a fraction of the scholarly treasures Qin Ju had acquired over recent months, exchanging civilization points for them in the Celestial Emporium. Beyond these fundamentals lay comprehensive treatises on advanced physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics, each meticulously detailed and astonishingly affordable. The entire collection cost a mere 10 points. Qin Ju had initially assumed that given the world's divergence from our own, such texts would require extensive adaptation. Yet upon reading them, he recoiled in astonishment. They were perfectly calibrated to his reality. They were not materialist science, but rather what he termed mystical science, a synthesis of arcane principles and empirical rigor. This revelation profoundly reshaped his understanding of the imperial seal. If his intuition proved correct, every item procured from the Celestial Emporium would instinctively conform to the laws and logic of his world. How do you find the minister, Jia? Qin Ju asked, gently watching Jia Yu finish perusing the foundational volume. Marvelous. Utterly marvelous. I never imagined so many phenomena could be explained thus. Microscopic life invisible to the naked eye, the true origins of water, fire, and lightning. This is a path no one has ever dared conceive. A broad and radiant thoroughfare. Ecstasy contorted Jia Yu's features, bordering on rapture. Your Majesty, how long would it take me to master these disciplines? Qin Ju smiled faintly. Well, Jia Yu hesitated. Forgive this humble minister's ignorance. This is an entirely novel discipline, its structure vaster than any known before. Even devoting my entire life, I dare not claim mastery over even a single branch. Jia Yu paused, then added thoughtfully, but what if your Majesty were to grant me immortality? Qin Ju spoke with serene composure. At those words, Jia Yu jerked upright, eyes wide with disbelief. If, he stammered, tongue-tied, unable to form a coherent sentence. Do not resist, Qin Ju said, ignoring Jia Yu's shock, and placed a gentle hand upon his head. Since quelling the Northern Rebellion, 2 additional blessing bestowals remained unused. And after careful observation, Qin Ju had concluded Jia Yu possessed both competence and integrity. After prolonged deliberation, he resolved to confer one of those blessings upon Jia Yu. Yes, Your Majesty. Jia Yu bowed low, striving to appear composed, though trembling limbs betrayed the tempest raging within. Like Yu Zhen and Qin Goer before him, Jia Yu's blessing required only a fleeting moment. He felt a warm current flow from his crown, spreading through his limbs and marrow. A tingling euphoria nearly drew a moan from his lips. When the blessing concluded, he sensed within himself a force of staggering magnitude, terrifying, sublime, and utterly transformative. An immortal. This is what it means to be an immortal. His gaze unfocused, he clenched his fist, and the very air before him warped, bending to his unspoken will. The sheer potency intoxicated him. Now I ask you again, how long to master these sciences? Cultivation was more than mere physical metamorphosis. It sharpened memory, accelerated cognition, honed logic, and heightened perception beyond mortal limits. Moreover, cultivators required scant rest. What appeared to mortals as an ocean of knowledge could be absorbed by an adept in the blink of an eye. Jia Yu reflected anew. Now, he could commit the core principles to flawless recall within 2 hours. True mastery, however, demanded deeper integration and time. Science demanded verification. He would not accept these doctrines uncritically. Each assertion required rigorous experimentation before he granted it credence. During my travels, I encountered many kindred spirits, men dismissed by others as heretics and iconoclasts. Yet, like myself, they possessed wide-ranging curiosity and unorthodox intellects. With Your Majesty's permission, their collaboration would allow us to disseminate this scientific framework across the realm within a year, even if full systematization remains beyond reach. Qin Ju nodded. Granted. A new ministry shall be established, the Ministry of Moral Enlightenment, entrusted with the education and cultivation of all citizens. Your fellow scholars may serve therein. Furthermore, these foundational sciences shall become the cornerstone of next year's imperial examinations, the first under the Great Yu. Within 2 years, I seek not to erect institutions of higher learning, but to identify and train sufficient talent to educate the generation to come. Such was Qin Ju's grand pedagogical design. The emergence of the Celestial Emporium had disrupted his original plans with Peng Gao, but this was no misfortune. Foundational science was accessible. By next year, a cohort of minds trained in scientific reasoning would already be emerging. Those demonstrating exceptional aptitude or extraordinary gifts would be recruited directly into the imperial administration. Those less suited would be dispatched nationwide as educators. They need not possess profound erudition, only the capacity to teach elementary subjects. As for advanced instruction, that would await the next generation, 5 or 6 years hence. By then, the Great Yu would have nurtured a new echelon of elite scholars. Your Majesty's vision humbles this minister beyond measure. Jia Yu declared, moved to genuine reverence. What if the traditional literati resisted science? That posed no obstacle. These were no longer the old days. To hold office, or ascend within it, one must master this new knowledge. And with immortals presiding over the realm, those who refused would simply be replaced by eager souls ready to learn. After discussing with Jia Yu finally departed. Within the Yu Palace, Qin Ju rubbed his forehead, suddenly sensing that the imperial seal was reacting again. Then his long-dormant cultivation surprisingly began to stir. In front of him, a massive mass of spiritual energy appeared out of thin air, continuously pouring into his body. Foundation establishment, early stage, mid-stage, late stage. Boom. A terrifying aura centered around the Yu Palace, constantly expanding outward, until the entire capital felt a wave of horrific pressure. And it wasn't over. Above the palace, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened with heavy clouds which gathered until they transformed into a completely black dragon. Everyone was terrified and looked up. After the black dragon finished condensing, it let out a long roar, then shrank in size and dove into the palace. What is happening? A dragon. A black dragon. That dragon actually entered the palace. Countless commoners exclaimed. Peng Gao, Qin Gur, and Jia Yu soared into the sky, frowning as they watched this scene, feeling something amiss. No worries, the world is at peace. The luck of the Great Yu is gathering. You must be prepared to break through. Qin Ju's voice resonated in the minds of the three. In the next moment, the three in the sky involuntarily exuded a terrifying aura. They inherited 80% of Qin Ju's strength. At the moment Qin Ju broke through to the late stage of foundation establishment, the cultivations of those blessed also welcomed a breakthrough. From the great perfection of Qi refinement to the early stage of foundation establishment, the three broke through together. Their momentum was truly immense. Just like within the Yu Palace, swirling vortices of spiritual energy suddenly appeared around them constantly, cleansing their bodies. This also allowed the commoners in the capital to benefit. Part of the dissipated spiritual force was captured by some mortals, or rather drawn towards them. The citizens of the entire capital felt a wave of relief. Unfortunately, the three's breakthrough did not last long. After all three successfully broke through, the suddenly appeared spiritual energy vanished without a trace. It was indeed wondrous. So this is what it means to grow stronger. While lying down, Qin Guer murmured, feeling a power that was vastly different from before. One thrives, all thrive. One suffers, all suffer, Jiayu pondered. As for Peng Gao, he remained silent. After his cultivation breakthrough, he immediately knelt in midair and shouted, "May our emperor live in peace. Long live the great Yu." Wow, look at you, Peng Gao, with your thick brows and bright eyes, unexpectedly skilled at flattery. Qin Guer and Jiayu also did not lag behind, immediately kneeling and shouting for their emperor's long life. As the three immortals knelt, everyone in the capital, whether officials, wealthy merchants, scholars, or commoners, fell to their knees. The words "Long live our emperor, may the great Yu prosper" soared into the sky. Within the Yu Palace, Qin Ju was oblivious to the sounds from the outside world. He curiously observed the obedient and majestic black dragon that circled around him. Spirit of civilization was the feedback given to him by the imperial seal, signaling that true civilization was being grasped by the ruler and prosperity could be condensed. This spirit of civilization was bound to the ruler. The two shared cultivation. As long as the spirit of civilization existed, the ruler would not perish. Equivalent to avoid clone. Qin Ju was overjoyed. The spirit of civilization also had the ability to absorb incense. When the incense accumulated to a certain level, it could nourish the ruler. Moreover, this spirit of civilization had another ability that Qin Ju urgently needed. Seed spirit. When someone worshipped the ruler, Qin Ju could choose whether to grant them a seed spirit. After planting the spiritual seed, the information of the one who received the seed spirit would be recorded in the imperial seal, and Qin Ju could check it at any time. Furthermore, those who received the seed spirit would have mutual perception. Isn't this the perfect solution to the citizen ranking system proposed by Peng Gao? Those who received the seed spirit were equivalent to receiving Qin Ju's recognition, making them formal citizens of the Great Yu, and those who received the seed spirit would also have mutual perception, perfectly addressing the bloodline class. And it didn't end there. The physique of those who received the seed spirit would also be greatly improved, making them more suitable for cultivation. If originally among 10,000 mortals there was one with cultivation potential that was considered normal, then among 10,000 who received the seed spirit, at least half would be able to cultivate. Moreover, as civilization continued to thrive, this ratio would keep increasing. A nation of gods and demons is no longer a dream. Just as Qin Ju finished reading the information about this spirit, he suddenly felt something. With a thought, the scene instantly shifted to a small room. From Qin Ju's perspective, looking down, he saw a stone statue placed in the center of the room, which rather than resembling him looked completely unrelated. He was clearly a young man, so why was there a statue of an old man full of majesty and divinity? Well, that was in front of the statue, a man, a woman, and a child were respectfully kneeling on the ground, bowing repeatedly. "Your Majesty, please bless us. The autumn sowing is approaching, and we hope for a smooth year. I am financially strained this year. These tribute offerings are all I have. I hope your Majesty does not despise them. Your Majesty is benevolent. Oh, with the world at peace, we common folks finally live like humans. You must take care of your health and live a long life." The man mumbled, but as he mentioned living a long life, the woman beside him immediately pinched his ear. "You foolish man, the emperor is the reincarnation of the Ziwei imperial star, a celestial being. Saying live a long life is cursing the emperor, isn't it? Ouch, ouch, that hurts." The man struggled free and quickly bowed a few more times, saying, "Please do not blame me, your Majesty. I am the most foolish. May your Majesty never perish." Qin Ju couldn't help but chuckle. With a thought, several invisible beams of spiritual light entered the bodies of the three. "Huh. Strange, why doesn't my ear hurt anymore?" The man curiously touched his ear. My eyes. The woman suddenly exclaimed. "Wife, what's wrong? Don't scare me. My eyes can see clearly." Shopkeeper, I can see clearly." The woman's eyesight, which had previously been somewhat blurry, was suddenly restored. Father, my head doesn't hurt anymore." The child suddenly hugged the man, and his previously pale face turned rosy. "Oh my God. Could it be that the emperor has manifested his spirit?" The man suddenly realized the key point and shouted in excitement. "Shopkeeper, how come I noticed that you look better today?" The woman asked with some confusion. Hug. The child, who had previously been distant, became clingy. The man also found his wife more agreeable at this moment. However, the man clearly didn't think too much about it at that moment. He excitedly ran out the door to share the news of the emperor's manifestation with the neighbors. The news of His Majesty's divine revelation spread like wildfire from one person to 10 and then to 100. Given Qin Ju's merits, many in the populace had already erected longevity statues in his honor, further fueled by the man's enthusiastic promotion. More and more people, whether believers or skeptics, began to adopt a trilateral mentality, starting to build shrines and statues for Qin Ju. Among them, both Taoism and Buddhism began to take action. Taoism fervently declared that Qin Ju was the reincarnation of the Ziwei Emperor Star, with the Grand Master of Longhu Mountain personally acknowledging this. Regardless of whether these esteemed Taoists had ulterior motives, it undeniably served to propel the movement forward. The Buddhists were not to be outdone. They claimed Qin Ju was the reincarnation of the Golden Wheel Holy King. The Great Nirvana Sutra states, for the sake of protecting the law, the Bodhisattva, even while committing evil deeds, remains untainted by karmic retribution. Some common folk who believed in Buddhism held that Qin Ju was the reincarnation of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. This in fact mirrored Qin Ju's ruthless and decisive nature. These viewpoints would later spark considerable debate across the land. Of course, that was a matter for the future. For now, it was merely the beginning of a budding movement. Within the Cosmic Palace, Qin Ju's consciousness returned. He suddenly realized that this spiritual ability had other uses. For instance, to monitor the world. As long as there were statues or images of him present, his consciousness could descend. Though he couldn't do much, he could at least pay occasional attention to matters in the world. After a moment's thought, Qin Ju called out in his mind Qin Guer. Qin Guer, who had just returned to his office, paused for a moment before hurriedly handing over his tasks to his subordinates and flying towards the imperial palace. By the way, the Jinyui beside Qin Guer was quite interesting. This Jinyui was a woman with a voluptuous figure that was incredibly alluring, though she bore a large birthmark on her face. This woman was none other than Jia, yes, Sister Jia Zhen. It must be said that Jia Zhen was quite capable. If her brother had a charm mixed with poison, then Jia Zhen was entirely ruthless. Having joined the Jinyui only a few months prior, she had already made quite a name for herself. The name Night Demon was known even outside. Since breaking through to the early stages of Foundation establishment, Qin Guer had become remarkably swift in flight. Essentially, as soon as Qin Ju summoned him, Qin Guer had already arrived outside the Imperial Palace. As for why he didn't fly directly to the Cosmic Palace, that was a joke. What kind of place was the Cosmic Palace, and who dared to fly above the Imperial Palace? The guards at the gate, upon seeing it was Qin Guer, immediately became exceedingly respectful. They hurriedly opened the gates, and this guard was none other than an old acquaintance that Qin Guer had met several times before. As Qin Guer stepped forward, he jokingly teased, "Oh, you're still on duty here." In response to Qin Guer's jest, the head guard chuckled helplessly, "My lord, please don't tease me. Serving at the gate for His Majesty is something that others dream of. To have this honor is already a blessing from my ancestors." Qin Guer glanced sideways, scrutinizing the head guard. While others might not see anything unusual, he felt a sense of familiarity. The last few times he had seen the head guard, he had numerous hidden ailments. Now, not only did the guard seem full of vitality, but he also had several strands of spiritual energy within him. Moreover, looking at his fortune, there appeared to be a hint of purple energy gathering above him. Having guarded the Imperial Palace for years, this head guard had indeed benefited from Qin Ju's dragon aura. What you say is true. This position is indeed one that many people dream of. Do your best, Qin Guer said sincerely. As long as nothing goes wrong, even a pig can become an immortal here. After joking with the head guard, Qin Guer strode towards the Cosmic Palace. Your Majesty, may you remain forever safe. May I ask why you summoned me? Regardless of how things were outside in front of Qin Ju, Qin Guer remained humble as ever. Please provide an update on the current situation of the Jinyui, Qin Ju asked, closing his eyes and inquiring. Qin Guer immediately responded, reporting to Your Majesty, the Jinyui currently consists of a total of 1312 personnel, including 100 minor flags, 200 major flags, 100 captains, and 10,000 captains, along with myself as the chief commander, plus 1 deputy commander. This force is currently a preliminary selection, mostly consisting of war captives from the Bei clan, and will be further refined. Once the orphans we are secretly training grow up, we will replace the current mid-level and high-level leaders. Thanks to Your Majesty's earlier purging of the clans, our intelligence network can now cover the entire kingdom. Qin Ju nodded slightly. To develop to this scale in just a few months is already quite impressive. Moreover, since the establishment of the Jinyui was recent with Qin Guer, this immortal overseeing things, the subordinates wouldn't be corrupt in the short term. Once signs of corruption emerge, the professionally trained Jinyui should be able to replace some of the people. What about those elusive clans and the petty landlords, thugs, and mountain bandits you were tasked with handling? Qin Ju continued to inquire. Reporting to Your Majesty, these malignant tumors are still being dealt with. We have already captured a significant number of them. Those who should be imprisoned have been imprisoned. Those who should be executed have been executed. Now in the open, there are very few who oppress the common people. Not bad. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Qin Ju's face. I summoned you because I have a task for you to handle personally. Your Majesty, please command. Qin Guer immediately grew serious. I want you to secretly dispatch the Jinui to encourage the common people to build longevity shrines and similar structures for me. Understood. Qin Guer nodded. He then felt something was off, but he did not show a hint of it on his face. Qin Ju was also aware that this request sounded a bit shameless. Who has ever heard of an emperor ordering the common people to build longevity shrines for himself? Although he did have some merits, this should ideally stem from the people's genuine faith. However, in order to expedite the completion of the citizen identity certification task, he had no choice but to put aside his pride. Qin Ju maintained a stoic expression, but Qin Guer tentatively said, "Your Majesty need not overthink it. Your Majesty has eradicated the clans that have oppressed the common people for millennia, a merit unprecedented. It is only right for the common people to build longevity shrines for you." Qin Ju enjoyed hearing good words, but he did not show any outward signs. Instead, he slowly tapped the table saying, "I do not care about the opinions of the outside world when I act. However, your ability to gauge people's hearts is quite remarkable." As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Guer felt a sudden chill. "Your Majesty, forgive me. I was merely..." Qin Guer knelt on the ground, stammering and unsure how to explain. His intention was to draw closer to his Majesty, but unexpectedly cleverness backfired. "Go and carry out your tasks. Do not let success go to your head. Manage your Jinui well. I have said before, if anything happens, I will only remember you." Qin Guer. "Yes. Thank you for the reminder, Your Majesty. I dare not forget." Qin Guer breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly obediently retreating. People, once they gain power, easily lose themselves. They must be reminded often. In a military camp at the northern border, Yu Zhen, clad in golden armor, sat at the highest seat, while below, a northern barbarian envoy knelt respectfully. Does your so-called Emperor of the Great Zheng wish to bow his head and pay tribute to my great Yu? Do they want to establish a non-aggression treaty with me?" After reading the document presented by the envoy, Yu Zhen stroked his beard and couldn't help but laugh heartily. These barbarians truly knew how to assess the situation. He had come to this border for a few months and had been cleaning out the tumors within the border troops. The entire border army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, had been purged. Those who needed to be executed were executed, and those who could be sent back were sent back. It took him several months to restore order, and just when he thought he could finally unleash his prowess, he didn't expect the emperor to act even faster. In just a few months, the Great Yu territory was completely cleaned out. Then, upon hearing that there were immortals in Great Yu, the northern barbarian court was frightened and immediately sent an envoy to seek peace. They offered to cede territories to marry off princesses, and along with the envoy came thousands of cattle and sheep, as well as hundreds of boxes of jewels. They truly spent lavishly. "Yes, General. Our Great Qin Dynasty wishes to regard Great Yu as a suzerain state and will offer the Emperor of Yu a title, Heavenly Khan." Upon hearing this, the other generals around were overcome with excitement. The northern barbarians, who had once beaten them to the point of losing their temper, were now so humble and seeking peace. What a great display of power. Though this had nothing to do with these generals, each of them straightened their chests unconsciously. Only in the lower left corner, a very young general with raised eyebrows looked quite displeased. Yu Zhen was also displeased. What was the emperor sending him here for? Had the northern barbarians surrendered to him? But he couldn't make decisions on such matters. It was up to the emperor to decide. Just as he was about to try contacting Qin Ju, he heard Qin Ju's voice in his mind. "Convey my decree to that envoy. If they wish to negotiate peace, they must show sincerity. I will hold a court meeting in half a month, and I want that false emperor to come to the capital to meet me in person." Yu Zhen quietly listened to Qin Ju's decree. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at the envoy with a playful expression. He boomed, "It is not impossible to discuss peace." The envoy immediately raised his head, his face full of joy. "General, please state your demands. Whether it be gold or beautiful women, I will do my utmost to satisfy you." "Gold and beautiful women?" Yu Zhen scoffed. "What beautiful women can your group of barbarians have? If you had money, you wouldn't need to raid the south. If you want to negotiate peace, the Emperor of Yu will hold a grand court meeting in half a month. Only if your so-called false emperor comes to the capital in person to plead for forgiveness will we consider it." Yu Zhen said this, and not only was the envoy shocked, but even the other generals in the camp were stunned. Forcing an emperor to come to the capital to plead for forgiveness was not just an insult. The envoy's face showed a hint of shame and anger, but it quickly vanished. Yet how could this escape Yu Zhen's eyes? Yu Zhen let out another cold snort. He released the aura of a cultivator. In an instant, a fierce wind rose in the camp, and the envoy was directly pressed to the ground. An immortal. The envoy's mind roared. His fear was evident. Looking at the other generals, they seemed to have known this all along, each bowing their heads in silence. "Convey my words exactly to your false emperor. If he does not arrive in half a month, do not blame me for turning this camp upside down. See him out." Once the envoy was taken away, only Yu Zhen remained in the camp. What does the emperor really think? He was somewhat confused. Clearly Great Yu was stable internally, and with an immortal presiding, defeating a small northern barbarian would only take half a month. Could it be that he was actually considering accepting the northern barbarian's peace offer? This didn't seem like the emperor's style. While Yu Zhen was pondering this, someone outside the tent requested to see him. "Come in." A young figure slowly entered. This person was none other than the young man with raised eyebrows from earlier. Lupa, is there something you need? Yu Zhen's expression softened. The young man named Lupa was not originally a soldier, but a few months ago when the northern barbarians invaded his family was killed by them. In a fit of rage, Lupa wielded a long spear and single-handedly charged into the grasslands, killing anyone he encountered. By the time Yu Zhen found him, Lupa had already slaughtered several small tribes. It was truly horrifying. At that time, Yu Zhen had a premonition that this child, if properly trained, would definitely become a fierce general in the future. And indeed, after Lupa came under Yu Zhen's command, he did not disappoint his expectations. In several small conflicts, he had always been at the forefront, displaying extraordinary bravery. I, the subordinate, have come to see General Yu. Lupa clasped his hands together, then continued, I have come here because there is something I do not understand. What is it? He was about to ask when Yu Zhen waved his hand to interrupt. You want to ask why we are not directly attacking the northern barbarians, right? This is the Emperor's intention. Lupa was momentarily stunned, opened his mouth, and finally said, I understand now. Just as Lupa turned to leave, Yu Zhen thought for a moment and called him back. I know you are eager for revenge and want to achieve merit. Rest assured, based on my understanding of the Emperor, he will not let the northern barbarians off. Wait a while longer, there will be opportunities for you to show your worth. Lupa stopped in his tracks, unsure whether to believe him or not. He lowered his head and slowly said, how could I question the Emperor's orders? Regardless of whether the Emperor acts against the northern barbarians, I have no complaints. He spoke sincerely. His family was not from the border region. They had escaped to the border due to clan oppression in earlier years. Lupa held great respect for the current Emperor. As long as you understand. Yu Zhen nodded in satisfaction. By the way, you mentioned before that your weapon was not very comfortable to use. Bring in the weapon I had crafted for you. With Yu Zhen's command, someone outside the tent strained to carry in a strangely shaped weapon. Lupa looked over, and at first glance he could not take his eyes off it. The weapon's blade had a cross structure, a sharp spear pointed straight in the center with crescent blades on both sides like curved knives, the blade glimmering coldly, capable of chopping and slicing. The spear's body was made of fine steel adorned with coiling dragon cloud patterns with red tassels hanging down to enhance its fierce aura. The long handle wrapped in lacquer and vine, with the tail embedded with black iron for balance. Its shape resembled a battle spear's cold sharpness, while also embodying the might of an axe. Majestic. This was Lupa's first thought as he stepped forward and seized it. He swung it twice with one hand, and a gust of wind surged in the tent. Good. Truly a natural-born power. Yu Zhen was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh heartily. This weapon is called Fang Tian Hua, G, measuring 1 zhang in length and weighing 5 jun. Do you like it? Lupa waved it a few times and his joy was already overflowing. He immediately replied, I like it. It truly feels comfortable to use. Far away in the Yu Palace, Qin Ju, seeing this scene through Yu Zhen's eyes, couldn't help but fall into contemplation. If one or two instances were coincidences, having more would indeed be somewhat unexplainable. First, Yu Zhen resembled Yu Fei from historical accounts, then Peng Gao seemed like a darkened version of Yu Qian, and Jia Yu was even reminiscent of Jia Su. Now there was a counterfeit Lu Bu appearing. But on second thought, the world he was in was indeed quite complex. The emergence of some counterparts from past histories was also reasonable. Qin Ju would certainly not spare the northern barbarians. He intended to conquer not only them, but also the surrounding small nations, the maritime pirates, and the entire world. For now, he decided to let the northern barbarians live a little longer, mainly because he had been receiving continuous letters from the surrounding small nations hoping to submit to the Great Yu. Qin Ju thought of holding a grand court assembly in half a month to announce a series of national policies, while also experiencing the feeling of nations coming to pay homage. After the assembly, he could simply turn against them and ignite the flames of war. As for what the outside world would, Qin Ju never cared about such things. In the northern barbarians' royal court, the palace. Did that Yu Zhen really say that? The newly ascended crown prince Huang Xiaoji was so furious after hearing the envoy's report that his nose nearly twisted. This is too much, this is too much. He slammed the cups on the table to the ground, fuming as he paced back and forth in the room. However, after his anger subsided, a feeling of despair surged in his heart. What could he do? Could he not go? He had thought he would smoothly seize the throne, march south to capture the dragon, and establish a prosperous dynasty that would be remembered for generations. But bad news kept coming, especially from the Great Yu, where a celestial being had emerged. How could this be possible? Initially, Huang Xiaoji did not believe it, but after numerous inquiries and the deaths of countless spies, his anxious heart finally sank. With Qin Ju's methods of dealing with the Great Yu clan, Huang Xiaoji could not believe that plowing the ground and sweeping the cave was merely a saying. Turning, Huang Xiaoji sighed deeply. Must I go personally? Can I send someone from the royal family? He still held on to some hope. The envoy looked at Huang Xiaoji's expression and stammered that Yu Zhen specifically mentioned that it must be you who goes. But Huang Xiaoji opened his mouth but couldn't gather the resolve. Seeing this, the envoy's eyes twinkled, and he suddenly spoke decisively. Your Majesty, the Yu Emperor is taking things too far. Otherwise, why would we fight so hard? Our great Zheng still has 600,000 troops, strong and valiant. We are by no means incapable of fighting. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked over by Huang Xiaoji. Fight! What do we have to fight with? Will you use your head to fight? Did you not see how 30,000 troops surrounded the capital, and what happened to I? They were slaughtered by Qin Zhu alone. I. Isn't it just asking me to go personally? Then I don't believe that Qin Zhu would do anything to me. Huang Xiaoji finally made up his mind. At worst, he would just have to maintain a good attitude and lower his stance. With so many people in the capital, Qin Zhu surely wouldn't dare to do anything to him. If word got out, wouldn't it ruin Qin Zhu's reputation? At this moment, the envoy was still putting on an act. He rushed forward and hugged Huang Xiaoji's pants leg, crying loudly, "No, no, your majesty, you must not go. You are a treasure of 1,000 gold. How can you risk yourself personally?" Seeing this scene, Huang Xiaoji felt slightly reassured and his tone softened. "I have no choice. Behind me is the great Zheng and millions of citizens. Qin Zhu, let me properly deal with you." At this moment, Huang Xiaoji truly had a hint of imperial demeanor. 10 days later, in the capital of Great Yu. Have you heard? The emperor will hold a grand court assembly in 5 days, and it is said that there will be a general amnesty. I heard the emperor is going to exempt the entire world from taxes for 3 years. This was told to me by my nephew. Is that true? What does your nephew do? My nephew, is one of the current emperor's guards under the commander of the Golden Seal. Hiss. He is a guard under the commander of the Golden Seal. TCH. Hey, what kind of look is that? Although my nephew is just a lowly guard, this news is absolutely true. Did you not see how many envoys from the surrounding small nations have entered the capital recently? I heard that these small nations came to submit after hearing that we in Great Yu have a celestial being. That does seem true. I saw the carriage of the northern barbarian royal court this morning. Yes, yesterday, I also saw those from Goryeo. You should have seen those Goryeo folks were all like turtles. Yesterday their carriage accidentally bumped into one of our great commoners, and the people inside were so frightened that they jumped out of the carriage trying to negotiate, and ended up compensating a lot of money. Didn't that mean they struck gold? No way, I have to try it too. A man exclaimed after hearing this, his eyes shining, and immediately thought of finding a carriage to try it out. But he was suddenly grabbed by someone beside him. You fool, with the grand court assembly approaching, aren't you just embarrassing his majesty? The emperor is a celestial being, and we are beneath the sun of heaven. If you go and try, you won't just embarrass yourself. The man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Right, we are beneath a celestial being. We must have vision. I nearly lost my mind. Thank you. He hurriedly slapped himself a few times. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew slowly across the sky. Lord Qin looked quickly. That is Lord Qin. The group hurriedly looked up. Over the past few days, Qin Zhu had been ordered to patrol the capital daily. Although the surrounding commoners had seen him before, they would still pay their respects, each time their eyes revealing unhidden longing. As Huang Xiaoji's carriage arrived at the post station, he stepped down with the assistance of several guards, and immediately saw Qin Zhu patrolling the capital. He gazed at the sky, his mouth involuntarily agape. Although he had heard too many stories about celestial beings, when he truly witnessed it with his own eyes, the shock was something that mere hearsay could not compare. Huang Xiaoji stared blankly. It seemed that Qin Zhu in the high sky also sensed something, suddenly stopping and casting a glance at Huang Xiaoji. But just that one eye contact left Huang Xiaoji feeling as if struck by lightning. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The surrounding guards immediately panicked, rushing forward to surround Huang Xiaoji. At this moment, a somewhat sharp light laugh rang in everyone's ears. Are celestial beings something you can gaze upon directly? You are indeed lucky, with the grand court assembly approaching. Otherwise, just from Lord Qin's glance earlier, you would have all been dead. A young eunuch slowly walked towards them, his head held high, and he did not look at anyone. The emperor sent me to arrange your accommodations. If you are not dead, hurry up and follow me. After saying this, the young eunuch turned and walked away on his own. Huang Xiaoji struggled to rise. Compared to the discomfort in his body, the shock in his heart nearly drove him to collapse. Is this what a celestial being is? Just one glance nearly cost him his life. He took a deep breath and wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. He completely dared not put on the airs of an emperor anymore. I am fine. Please stay, eunuch. Huang Xiaoji stood up and quickly gave a signal to the guard beside him. What is it? The young eunuch stopped with an unhappy expression and slightly turned his head. This eunuch has worked hard these past few days. We still need to get along for a few days. This is a small token of appreciation. The guard held out a plate, lowering his head. As he lifted a corner of the plate, a hint of gold was revealed. The young eunuch's face immediately darkened upon seeing this. Good for you, barbarian. How did I provoke you? Why do you want to take my life? Huang Xiaoji was who in this world does not know that his majesty detests evil with a vengeance and loathes corrupt officials? Beneath the imperial palace, countless heads of corrupt officials are buried. Since the unifying of the realm, the emperor has stated that the capable shall rise while the incompetent shall fall. You offer these bribes, are you not harming yourself? Damn it, although he is a person of the palace, His Majesty's rules are the same as those outside. To rise in rank, one must achieve real results. After several reforms, the culture of accepting gifts has long since disappeared. This barbarian actually thinks he can bribe him. Besides, he is in the imperial palace, occasionally touched by the dragon's aura. No matter how insignificant a eunuch he is, anyone with a bit of ambition would not cling to a few pieces of broken gold. Are we not all striving for immortality? After cursing, the little eunuch tossed his head and quickened his pace. Huang Xiaoji and the others were left stunned, especially Huang Xiaoji, who felt a surge of helplessness in his heart. With just this, even if the Great Yu has no immortals, as long as Qin Ju can be emperor for a decade or so, Dezheng would no longer be a match for the Great Yu. Huang Xiaoji was not the only one facing this situation. Dozens of countries around were represented by their monarchs. They have seen a glimpse of the current atmosphere of the Great Yu. With a complex heart, Huang Xiaoji eventually settled down. Although he and his dozen or so guards were assigned to a very small house, he did not dare to voice any complaints. 5 days later at 9 in the morning, the sky was already bright. The bright sunlight spilled over the earth as if welcoming the rebirth of this nation. In the capital, citizens poured out of their homes, crowding the roads on both sides. Yet they all tacitly made way for the main road. Carriages rolled by slowly, with officials from across the nation proceeding in an orderly fashion towards the imperial palace. As they neared the palace, these officials got off their carriages, gathering outside the palace and awaiting the start of the grand court assembly. There was no noise. Looking around, one could see officials of all ranks standing quietly. The reason was simple: 2 individuals hovered in the air. Whether out of intimidation or respect, everyone behaved as obediently as small children. Inside the palace, Yu Zhen and Lu Pa, who had been there for a while, slowly made their way to the court assembly. Unlike the officials outside, as Qin Ju's trusted aide, Yu Zhen had been stationed within the palace upon his return. This also brought some fortune to the young general Lu Pa. The only regret for Lu Pa was that despite being there for several days, he had yet to see His Majesty in person. Po, remember your position is in the lower right corner. Do not stand in the wrong place. Make sure not to look around when His Majesty arrives. Shout, "Long live the Emperor," instead of "Long live eternal peace." And do not look directly at His Majesty. Yu Zhen babbled on while Lu Pa nodded along, having heard these things repeated by Yu Zhen countless times. Yet Lu Pa felt deeply moved. Ever since his family had passed away, only Yu Zhen had treated him with such kindness. This time Yu Zhen had only brought him along to the court assembly. One can imagine how much Yu Zhen valued Lu Pa. When the two arrived at the square in front of the Wuchang Hall, formerly known as Feng Tian Hall, renamed by Qin Ju, the sprawling square was empty except for guards at the periphery. After giving another reminder, Yu Zhen stood at the top right, while Lu Pa walked towards the lower right corner. They did not have to wait long as a loud voice from the sky called out, "All officials enter the hall." The palace gates slowly opened. The officials outside had already arranged themselves according to rank and entered in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Qin Guer and Jia Yu slowly descended from the air. Qin Guer stood beside Yu Zhen, while Jia Yu went to the left side. "General Yu, it has been a long time. You are more impressive than before." Qin Guer greeted Yu Zhen with a smile. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling person. Although Yu Zhen was not familiar with Qin Guer, he still smiled back in response. Then the two fell silent. On the other side, Peng Gao and Jia Yu seemed to be having a lively discussion, whisper as officials continuously filed in. The vast square quickly filled to capacity. Once all the officials were in place, Xiao Liuzai called out sharply, "His Majesty has arrived." Qin Ju donned a dark dragon robe with a black dragon swirling around him constantly. He walked in slow. The civil and military officials below, upon witnessing this scene, momentarily forgot to bow, their eyes wide with astonishment. Fortunately, Xiao Liuzai shouted again, and the officials, like waking from a dream, quickly knelt down. "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Great Yu! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Great Yu!" They shouted 3 times, their voices echoing clearly throughout the capital. In the capital, it was unclear which wise soul suddenly had a bright idea, but upon hearing the cries, he also knelt down and called out loudly. With his kneel, citizens around, no matter what they were doing, hurriedly knelt, facing the imperial palace. The shouts of "Long live the Emperor!" surged throughout the capital. At the forefront, Qin Ju himself, being in the late foundation establishment stage, coupled with the overwhelming aura of a ruler, was extremely imposing. With the black dragon accompanying him, he exuded even more majesty. He looked down at the officials, speaking lightly, "All ministers rise, my citizens rise." His voice was not loud, but it was filled with authority. Not only the officials in front of the hall, but the entire populace of the capital clearly heard these words. "Thank you, your majesty." The officials rose one by one, but all kept their heads bowed, not daring to meet Qin Ju's gaze. In the lower right corner of the square, Lu Pei secretly glanced at Qin Ju. At that moment, his heart surged like the vast ocean. Qin Ju's figure was firmly etched in his heart. This is the current emperor. This is the wise ruler Lu Pei should follow. After the officials had paid their respects, Xiao Liuzai called out again, announced the emissaries from various nations to pay their respects. As they said this, everyone turned to one side. Huang Xiaoji and the various monarchs walked toward the hall, countless gazes fixated upon them. Even though Huang Xiaoji was also an emperor, he could not help but feel dry-mouthed. When these monarchs arrived at the front of the hall, they faced a dilemma. They did not know whether to kneel or not. Finally, Huang Xiaoji could only brace himself and bow, saying, "We have seen the emperor." Above, Qin Ju slightly lowered his eyes, a mocking smile curling at his lips. He silently observed as a dozen small nation monarchs bent at the waist, yet Qin Ju did not respond for a long time, causing beads of cold sweat to form on their foreheads. Xiao Liuzai first observed Qin Ju's expression, then his face turned cold as he shouted at these monarchs, "You barbarian outsiders, why do you not kneel before His Majesty?" With Xiao Liuzai's stern shout, the black dragon beside Qin Ju slowly detached from him, its fierce eyes glaring at the several individuals. Although they were monarchs, they had never witnessed such a scene before, especially with the fearsome black dragon circling around them. One small nation monarch could not bear it any longer. His legs buckled, and he thudded to his knees. The Lord of Gaoli, Li Jingguang, pays his respects to His Majesty. Upon hearing this, the other monarchs also quickly knelt down. Huang Xiaoji lay prostrate on the ground, completely humbled. His heart had thoroughly died. Even if he returned alive to Dezheng this time, his reign as emperor had come to an end. Qin Ju has always acted according to his whims, and this originally grand court meeting, which should have been filled with elaborate rituals, was entirely stripped down by him. Moreover, receiving invoice or meeting these monarchs should not take place outside the Wucheng Hall. Yet no one dared to oppose anything Qin Ju wished to do. He looked at the trembling monarchs of the small nations on the ground and suddenly pointed at Huang Xiaoji mischievously, saying, "I have heard that the common folk of your grassland are skilled in song and dance, but I wonder if you as their monarch possess such skills. This is my first grand court meeting. How about you dance to entertain us?" Huang Xiaoji clenched his fists in silence, his lowered head flushed with humiliation. He suppressed his fear and asked, "Your Majesty, you are the supreme ruler. Since we have already submitted to you, why must you humiliate us?" "Humiliate you?" Qin Ju stroked the head of the black dragon and chuckled. "I am merely asking you to dance. How can that be considered humiliation? Moreover, when did I ever acknowledge your submission?" Qin Ju's nonchalant tone made Huang Xiaoji's heart skip a beat as he suddenly raised his head. "But just yesterday we submitted our national letter, and Your Majesty, you said that as long as I personally came to the capital." Other small monarchs quickly chimed in, asking if it was not agreed that their personal delivery of the national letters would spare them. The national letter? Qin Ju pretended to ponder for a few seconds, suddenly realizing, "Last night the palace was too cold, and I saw a few books on the table and casually burned them." "So that was your national letter? Xiao Liuzai, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you remind me?" The little servant beside him immediately took on a dramatic act, feigning terror. It was this servant who forgot. "May Your Majesty forgive me." "Forgot, huh? We'll pay more attention next time." The two of them, master and servant, played off each other, leaving the officials below dumbfounded. Huang Xiaoji's face turned an even deeper shade of pig liver, realizing that this scene was more than just humiliation. It was a mockery. "How about this? Each of you dance a segment, and whoever dances well, I may consider accepting your submission. I will give you 3 breaths of time. 1 breath, 2 breaths." The voice, like that of the Grim Reaper, cast an invisible pressure that left the more than 10 individuals gasping for air. As Qin Ju counted to the 2nd breath, the monarch of Goryeo immediately stood up. Your Majesty, I can dance. Though I am not proficient, I can still entertain Your Majesty." Saying this, a man in his 50s began to twist and turn, his face full of obsequiousness. The scene was indeed quite unbearable, and the officials below could only gape. Some conservatives turned their faces away, muttering about the indecency of it all, while many officials widened their eyes in curiosity. It was rare for a monarch to dance in front of them, and Lupa looked at the flamboyant dance of the Goryeo monarch above, quietly asking the person beside him, "Has His Majesty always acted so whimsically?" The person beside him, an official from the capital, was watching with great interest and slightly turned his head, saying, "His Majesty is an immortal. What's wrong with him acting according to his whims?" After the court session ends, I must capture this scene in a drawing, ha ha. As the Goryeo monarch finished his dance, the other monarchs began to mimic him. Although Huang Xiaoji felt a mix of sadness and anger, he could only close his eyes to accept everything. However, it must be said that this man from the grassland indeed had some skill. Compared to the eye-watering dances of others, Huang Xiaoji's performance exuded a ruggedness of the grassland. When they finished dancing, Qin Ju slowly clapped, saying, "I have long heard that the small nations can sing and dance well. Today, I have finally witnessed it. Come forth, grant seats to the various monarchs." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt slightly relieved. Although they were humiliated today, at least their nations were preserved. After ending this farce, Qin Ju also became serious. His voice, infused with spiritual energy, declared with authority, "Since I ascended the throne, more than 7 months have passed. I have eradicated the absolute clan and eliminated corrupt officials. As the world begins to settle, nations come to pay their respects. I have decided to grant amnesty throughout the land. For 3 years all taxes and labor will be exempted. The officials below, though they had heard rumors, were still taken aback when they heard it firsthand. To exempt all taxes and labor for 3 entire years is an unprecedented move. Qin Ju paused for a moment and continued, the common people are the foundation of the Great Yu. However, the populace is largely ignorant. I have decided to pass down the teachings of science to enlighten the world. From today onward, the 4 books and 5 classics will be abolished. Confucian orthodoxy discarded, and science will be esteemed above all. If Qin Ju's previous statement had shocked the officials, this one nearly left them speechless. Confucianism, upheld for over 1,000 years, has always been the orthodox doctrine of the dynasty. How could it be discarded so easily? The officials below murmured among themselves, but not a single one dared to speak out against it. Third, new laws for the Great Yu will soon be promulgated, overseen personally by the Prime Minister. Fourth, I have decided to implement a new monetary policy, and this will be handled specifically by the Prime Minister. Fifth, Qin Ju slowly outlined the national policies he had already devised. At first the crowd was merely shocked, but as he continued they became numb. Each point was a groundbreaking reform, yet Qin Ju rattled off more than a dozen in one breath. The crowd gradually fell silent, as everyone realized one thing. Qin Ju was not negotiating with them, he was issuing commands. All they had to do was execute. Lastly, Qin Ju's lips curled into a cruel smile. Where is Yu Zhen? Down to his right, Yu Zhen seemed prepared, immediately stepping forward and calling out loudly, this subordinate is here. Yu Zhen, heed my command. I appoint you as the great general of valor, grant you the tiger tally to command the armies of the realm. From today onward, I want you to lead the army to sweep away all the barbarians around us. Can you do that? Yu Zhen knelt on one knee, saying, this subordinate obeys. The monarchs of various nations who had barely settled down sprang up like springs. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? You promised us. The faces of these monarchs were filled with terror and shock. I said I would consider it, and now I have made my decision. You barbarians are unworthy to be subjects of my Great Yu. The Grand Court meeting concluded quickly, and everything that had occurred within it spread rapidly throughout the land like a hurricane. Especially the common folk, who were not only excited upon hearing of the tax exemptions and labor relief. After hearing about various policies beneficial to them, countless commoners shouted, long live your Majesty. In various places, shrines dedicated to Qin Ju sprang up like mushrooms after rain. However, many scholars felt as if the sky had fallen upon hearing of the abolition of Confucianism and the elevation of science. Yet many enlightened students were filled with interest in science. As they heard of the various monarchs dancing, the common people cheered and celebrated loudly. As a result, some in the community even began to stage grand plays, hoping to recreate this scene. Ultimately, upon hearing that His Majesty aimed to conquer the 4 barbarian tribes, countless passionate young men enlisted in the army. The Great Yu would be completely transformed from this day forward. For 100 years, the northern barbarians have repeatedly invaded our borders, disturbing our people, and countless civilians have perished at the hands of these savages. Such blood feuds are eternally unforgettable. Yesterday, Your Majesty publicly humiliated that northern barbarian false emperor at the Grand Court. What a pleasure it was. But Your Majesty is not satisfied. You want the northern barbarians to repay the blood debts they have incurred over the years with their own blood. Now that the expedition is imminent, tell me, what should we do? At the border on the troop assembly platform, Yu Zhen placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, his booming voice resonating in the ears of hundreds of thousands of border troops. Countless soldiers looked at Yu Zhen, their spirits soaring, and they shouted in unison, kill, kill, kill. The battle cry shook the heavens, and Yu Zhen nodded in satisfaction, saying this expedition will show no mercy to anyone who resists. Kill. One barbarian cut off his left ear as proof of military merit. After the battle, I will report your achievements to His Majesty. Relay my command, follow me into battle. There was no need for any tactics. With Yu Zhen the cultivator present, no tactics were required. Yu Zhen's plan was simple: penetrate deep into the grasslands, slaughtering all the way until they shattered the northern barbarian royal court. He didn't even bring much food. There were cows and sheep all over the grasslands, and he would just seize what he needed along the way. It was only the day after the Grand Court meeting, and the northern barbarians had received no news. The nobles in the northern barbarian royal court continued their daily revelry, lost in enjoyment. They had accepted the fact of submitting to the Great Yu. Many thought that submitting was just submitting, as it wouldn't affect them. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the grasslands remained unchanged. Hundreds of thousands of troops had already entered. Along the way, there was hardly any decent resistance. The few patrolling northern barbarian soldiers were crushed by Yu Zhen before they could react. Clop, clop, clop. Lu Pa led a cavalry of 5,000 galloping recklessly across the grasslands. He rode a magnificent steed wielding a Fangtian-painted halberd. With his tall and sturdy physique matched with the steed, he led the charge at the forefront. Just this sight alone made one unable to help but exclaim, what a spirited young general. Although Yu Zhen's tactics were simple, striking directly at the heart, it was uncertain whether it was to cultivate Lu Po or for some other purpose that he first sent him to clear out the resisting forces with 5,000 cavalry. General, we have spotted a barbarian tribe of about 300 ahead. A scout arrived swiftly before Lu Po. A barbarian tribe. Lu Po's lips curled into a cruel smile upon hearing this. He tugged at the reins and immediately turned to charge toward the direction indicated by the scout. Behind him, 5,000 cavalry followed closely in Lu Po's footsteps. The small tribe of fewer than 300 people remained unaware of the impending danger. As usual, the tribe's leader had just finished a prayer to the sky of longevity and was about to check on the tribe's sheep when he suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly. The elder, who had lived for decades on the grasslands, instantly changed his expression and hurriedly grabbed a somewhat rusty curved blade rushing out of the tent. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Other men in the tribe heard the shout, and regardless of what they were doing, they hurriedly grabbed their weapons and rushed out. As for the elderly women and children, they quickly sought safe places to hide. The sound of hooves grew closer, and the aging leader could tell from the dense sound of hooves that there were many approaching. Fear welled up in his heart, but thinking of his tribesmen behind him, he forced himself to confront the approaching enemy. "It's the cavalry from the Great Yu in the south," exclaimed a tribeman in horror. But as soon as he shouted, he was pierced through by Lu Pa's Fantian painted halberd. "Relay my command, leave no man alive," Lu Pa shouted loudly, charging alone into the tribe. The Fantian painted halberd swung continuously, and one life after another perished at his hands. He ignored the pleas for mercy from these barbarians. Even when some had laid down their weapons, he still spared no one. It was a one-sided massacre until the grassland was drenched in blood, until only the desperate cries of women and children remained in the large tribe. Lu Pa dismounted, wiped the blood from his Fantian painted halberd, his expression unreadable. Leave some people to capture these women and children. The horrific deaths of his parents and family were still fresh in his memory. He would not feel pity for the plight of these barbarians now. After dealing with this tribe, Lu Pa led his cavalry onward to the next location. Behind them, the main force led by Yu Zhen arrived late, and upon seeing the devastation of the tribe, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This kid has a heavy hand for killing. He did not feel pity upon seeing this scene. It was just that His Majesty had instructed him to capture all adult male, northern barbarians who surrendered. They would be kept for the future construction of the Great Yu. As for the women and children, the females would be taken back as slaves or distributed to the unmarried men of the Great Yu. Those children under 5 would be subjected to concentrated education, or to put it bluntly, brainwashing. The advance of the war was going smoothly. Under the rapid march, Yu Zhen hardly encountered any decent resistance along the way. In less than a day, they were nearing the northern barbarian royal court. It was at this moment that the nobles inside finally reacted. Due to the uncertain fate of the newly appointed emperor, the second prince was temporarily elevated to the throne. "What did you say?" "The army led by Yu Zhen is less than 30 miles from the royal city." "What?" The second prince's eyes darkened upon hearing the scout's report, nearly collapsing to the ground. Why? Did the emperor not go to the Great Yu's capital yesterday? Why is the Great Yu attacking us now? The second prince's mind was a mess. He was completely unprepared. Or rather, he had never anticipated that Qin Ju would suddenly launch an attack. Who could have guessed that just a day after the Great Yu held a grand court meeting, the next day hundreds of thousands of troops would be invading? And there were even immortals leading the army. Calm down, calm down. The second prince bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain his composure. He anxiously asked a nearby minister, Wei Aiqing, how many combat troops are currently in the royal court. This minister was an official of the Great Yu who had been captured during the invasion of the border. However, due to his outstanding knowledge, he had been in a position of authority since the time of the late emperor. Upon hearing the question, the minister frowned in thought, and after a moment said, "The Great Yu's army advanced suddenly. There is no time to gather warriors from the various tribes. Currently, less than 200,000 combat troops are stationed around the royal court. 200,000, even if that number doubled, they would still be no match for the immortals. Wei Aiqing, do you have any good plans? The Great Yu army is almost at the city gates." The second prince paced back and forth, suddenly stopping as he realized, "I understand now. Oh, it must be that my damned elder brother offended the Great Yu emperor yesterday, which led to the attack on us. It must be so. My elder brother is arrogant and disregards others. Wei Aiqing, what do you think about sending someone to negotiate peace with Yu Zhen? As long as we keep a low profile, whatever he wants we can give it to him. Perhaps we can save our lives." The minister sighed upon hearing this, shaking his head helplessly. "I'm afraid things are far from that simple. Although the emperor is arrogant, he is not unaware of the larger picture. At this point, there is only one way." The second prince's eyes instantly brightened. "Escape." The minister decided immediately. "Escape?" The second prince was taken aback. "Exactly. Only by fleeing can we have a glimmer of hope. How can we mere mortals contend with immortals? Let alone the fact that there are only less than 200,000 troops in the royal court. Even if we had 10 times that number, it would be useless. Since the Great Yu emperor has made up his mind to eradicate us, we can only escape far away to have a chance at survival." The second prince thought about it. It did make sense. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and gather our things to leave. The second prince quickly turned to leave, but was grabbed by the minister. We can't just leave like this. Many nobles and officials in the city are watching you. You can do it this way first, and then. The minister leaned close to the second prince's ear and whispered. Listening to him, the second prince's expression changed from excitement to contemplation, and he finally nodded repeatedly. Good. Let it be as Wei Aiqing said. Isn't the one who has been temporarily promoted the second prince of Baiman? There is indeed a certain charisma about him. With hundreds of thousands of troops surrounding them, Yu Zhan watched the Baiman soldiers preparing to resist to the death, and couldn't help but chuckle. This was somewhat unexpected. He didn't think they would dare to resist at this moment. But it's merely a dying struggle, Lupa said as he rode his horse slowly to Yu Zhan's side, his expression filled with disdain. I request to be the vanguard willing to break through the Baiman royal court. I ask for the general's consent. Lupa dismounted and knelt on one knee to plead. He thought that this day had been a long time coming. Yu Zhan shook his head. Although the destruction of Baiman is imminent, there are still over 100,000 troops in the city. Sieging a city is difficult. Although our Du men are not afraid of death, we cannot die in vain. Saying this, Yu Zhan drew out the long knife from his waist. He flew slowly into the air. On the opposite side, the Baiman soldiers guarding the city saw Yu Zhan rising slowly and couldn't help but swallow hard. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Still, it must be said that even in ancient times, or even in the modern world before Qin Ju's crossing, seeing a person fly would evoke a gasp of astonishment. Moreover, what of these ignorant ancient people? Yu Zhan said no more, but merely waved his knife lightly. In the next moment, the blade Qi was formless, slicing across the city wall before him. The air suddenly became quiet. After doing all this, Yu Zhan landed back on the ground. Deliver my order. Enter the city. Any who resist shall be killed without mercy. Boom. With Yu Zhan's words, a thunderous roar erupted from the nearby city wall. Then that magnificent city wall collapsed like tofu. Lupa was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen Yu Zhan make a move. Before, he knew that there was a difference between the immortal and mortal realms, and that immortals were powerful. But he had never imagined they could be this strong. With a single stroke, he shattered the city wall that had stood for who knows how long. His eyes suddenly burned with fervor. An immortal. This is what an immortal is. Lupa will also become such an existence in the future. With the collapse of the city wall, the Baiman soldiers completely lost the courage to resist. The ideology of defending their homeland instilled by the second prince was completely thrown out of their minds. If they had the strength to fight, these soldiers might still charge fearlessly. But when the strength of both sides was as different as heaven and earth, the so-called resistance became a joke. Without even engaging in battle, hundreds of thousands of Baiman soldiers began to cry out and scatter in panic, and the city was already in utter chaos. As hundreds of thousands of troops entered the city, a horrifying massacre commenced. In the Yu Palace, Qin Ju leaned back in his chair with Peng Gao and Jia Xie standing before him. Qin Ju had never cared about conquering the surrounding nations. Compared to that, he was more concerned about the development within the Yu. The three of them were currently engaged in discussion. Setting up provincial offices in the former Baiman royal court is indeed feasible, but currently the population of the Yu is just over 30 million. It will still be somewhat challenging to migrate people from all sides. Peng Gao thought for a moment and said. Qin Ju replied, that's no problem. Once the living standards of the populace improve, the population will naturally experience explosive growth. We can first establish a protectorate and then migrate people later. Peng Gao asked, Your Majesty, if you wish to distribute the captured women from Baiman and the other barbarians to unmarried Du men, should these women be granted citizenship? Qin Ju responded, Are you worried that some strong-willed individuals might disrupt social order? Peng Gao replied, Your Majesty sees clearly. Qin Ju asked, What do you think? Peng Gao suggested, We can manage the captured women centrally and assign dedicated personnel to educate them. Those who qualify can be granted citizenship and betrothed to our Du men. Peng Gao did not mention what would happen to those who did not qualify, but one could imagine the consequences. He continued, The same applies to the captured men. Within 3 months, General, you can integrate the surrounding small nations into the Du territory. Your Majesty's intention seems to be that the compliant populace will receive secondary citizen status, while the resistors will become slaves. I estimate that those who are reduced to slavery will likely amount to several million at least. Aside from what is needed for major infrastructure, there will still be many left over. Does Your Majesty have any plans? Qin Ju did not respond, merely said, Continue. Peng Gao nodded and continued. Then Your Majesty can take this opportunity to implement a slave exchange. Although the clans among the common folk of Dayu have been dealt with, a considerable number of the populace are still enslaved by others. Your Majesty can exchange them for slaves from the barbarians. Just as Peng Gao finished speaking, Qin Ju snorted coldly, If they want slaves, let them buy them. As for my subjects, from today onward, any citizen recognized by me shall not be enslaved. Anyone who defies this will be executed along with their entire clan. Peng Gao was not surprised by this. It was as if he had anticipated that Qin Ju would say this. He slightly bowed, saying, I will implement this decree as soon as possible. Then your majesty, once the 4 barbarians are conquered, can we begin to implement the citizenship hierarchy? Qin Zhu pondered his consciousness, delving into the imperial seal to check the current number of people being planted with spirit seeds. Over 8 million. It seems that about a quarter of the current DU populace has already been implanted with spirit seeds. This is not urgent. We will announce it to the world in 6 months. The matter of spirit seeds was known to Peng Gao and the others. The previously silent Jiayu observed Qin Zhu's expression and spoke up. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Qin Zhu of course understood what Jiayu was thinking, but still said softly, speak freely. Jiayu said, in fact, regarding spirit seeds, it would be better if your Majesty issued the order personally rather than waiting for the populace to spontaneously embrace it. Jiayu could somewhat guess why Qin Zhu was hesitant to give the order. Perhaps the emperor was a bit shy. Would it diminish his status to order the entire populace to construct statues and idols in his honor? Qin Zhu shot a glance at Jiayu, who quickly suppressed his thoughts, saying, in fact, your Majesty could fully disclose the matter of spirit seeds to the world. As long as it is explained that spirit seeds are key to distinguishing between citizens and secondary citizens, and with the many benefits that those with spirit seeds will receive, I believe that no one in the world would refuse. Qin Zhu thought for a moment, and indeed found this reasoning sound. Then let it be as you say, we will make the matter of spirit seeds public. Regarding this matter, Qin Zhu instinctively looked at Peng Gao, but after considering that the Prime Minister was busier than a donkey in a production team, he shifted his gaze back to Jiayu. Since this matter was proposed by you, you shall personally oversee it. Jiayu was taken aback, opened his mouth, and then nodded in agreement. Is there anything else? Qin Zhu asked blandly. Jiayu replied, I have one more matter. I humbly request your Majesty to allocate some of the captured slaves to my Department of Education for reformation. In the field of biological science, a large number of experimental materials are needed to study the human body. Jiayu had long been eyeing those slave captives. Qin Zhu did not inquire about the reasons, merely nodded, then discuss how many with Peng Gao. Half a month later. Great victory. Great victory. Come and see. Come and see. An unprecedented great victory. General Wu Wei has defeated the northern barbarians, slaying 100,000 enemies, and has captured the northern barbarian royal court within 3 days, taking the false emperor alive. In a bustling city of Jiangnan, a child looking around 12 or 13 years old was excitedly shouting along the street while carrying a basket of newspapers. The newspaper was a recent invention by Jiayu using technological materials provided by Qin Zhu. After being developed, this product, which held little intrinsic value, was quickly mass-produced. In less than 10 days, it had been distributed to nearly every city under the Great Yu. As the newsboy shouted, the mention of a great victory soon attracted a crowd of common people. A man dressed simply with a little dirt on his face wiped his sweat and hurried into the crowd upon seeing the newsboy, laughingly asking, same, as usual, 1 newspaper please. Sure, 1 copper coin. The newsboy swiftly pulled out a newspaper from the basket and handed it to the man. The man could not read, but ever since the newspaper was published, he insisted on buying one every day. As a farmer who toiled in the fields, his greatest wish was for his son to be literate and succeed. In the past, when knowledge was monopolized by clans, such aspirations were but a luxury. Now things were different, the clans were gone, and ordinary folk could access education. Moreover, since the fall of the clans, the man had received a considerable amount of land. Additionally, with his wife doing some handicrafts, their living standards had risen significantly. Where they could only eat meat during festivals in the past, he could now confidently say they could eat whenever they desired. With surplus wealth, the man was generous. He immediately found a private school for his son. But who knew what was taught in that school? Now everyone knew that the emperor was going to promote a discipline called science. Even starting next year, officials would need to understand science. What future did studying those ancient texts hold? Thus the man and his child decided to withdraw from that school. He bought a set of basic science books. His son was quite diligent. Though young, he seemed to grasp the subject of science. Many things could be learned through self-study. He bought the newspaper every day. Although he couldn't read it, he would have his son read it to him, and the paper itself was good material for practicing writing. However, the content of today's newspaper seemed a bit different. Usually the paper covered the emperor's series of policies, some scientific trivia, and various stories and gossip. Today the content published seemed to differ from what he heard people discussing around him. Not in a hurry to leave, the man perked up his ears to listen amidst the crowd. In the crowd, a man dressed as a scholar excitedly picked up the newspaper, his face flushed as he shouted, heavens! The northern barbarians were quelled in 3 days. That was nearly half a month ago. Now General Wu Wei has conquered the northern barbarians Goryeo Nanxiu and Menglai in succession. As the scholar shouted with excitement, the surrounding common people were astonished. The man from earlier quickly asked, wasn't it said that the emperor dispatched General Wu Wei just half a month ago? How could it be so fast? The scholar laughed heartily and replied, you all don't know this, do you? It is well known that there are immortals beside the emperor, and even the emperor himself is an immortal. So let me ask you all, how many immortals are beside the emperor? The surrounding people exchanged glances, and one shouted, who doesn't know? Besides the emperor, there's also Lord Qin, the commander of the Brocade Guard. and also Lord Peng, the Prime Minister. The scholar looked at the voice and saw a bright young lad around 15 or 16 years old. Do you know that besides these two immortals, General Yue, who leads this campaign, is also an immortal? Oh, no wonder. No wonder. The surrounding common people suddenly realized, and the man chuckled foolishly. No wonder it was so quick. It turns out the general is also an immortal. The scholar cleared his throat and continued, besides General Yue, there's also Lord Jia, who oversees education in the Department of Enlightenment. Upon mentioning Jia Yu, a hint of pride appeared on the scholar's face. The surrounding people also reacted by exclaiming in surprise. So we have a total of 5 immortals in Great Yu. As soon as the topic of immortals was brought up, the common folk began to chatter excitedly. Seeing that the topic was straying, the scholar quickly said, besides the great victory, the newspaper also mentioned matters related to us. Upon hearing it concerned them, the crowd quickly quieted down. Let me take a look. The scholar glanced at the paper and indeed found many significant matters concerning the common people. He first looked it over and then stated in simple, understandable terms, the emperor will soon launch a national infrastructure project, which means free new houses will be built for us all across the nation. Upon hearing about free new houses, the crowd erupted into cheers with praises for the emperor's kindness and eternal peace filling the air. Besides that, noticing a policy below, the scholar suddenly widened his eyes. The crowd, noticing his expression, urged him to speak quickly. Ha ha, you bachelors are in for a treat. This time General Yu brought back several 100,000 female captives, and the emperor is preparing to distribute them to the bachelors of Great Yu. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd went wild. Especially the old bachelors, their eyes sparkled with, where do we collect our wives? I never expected to find a wife after being a bachelor my whole life. Ha ha, my family will finally have descendants. Ahem, don't rush, don't rush. Hey, let go, I'm not a wife. Breaking free from the eager bachelors, the scholar hurriedly said, you still have to wait a while. Those female captives are currently being trained. They will only be distributed once they're ready. However, the newspaper says that those who meet the requirements can register at the government office in advance. The initial farmer had been squeezed to the outskirts. He had a wife and was not as excited as others. Chuckling to himself after hearing the main points of today's newspaper, he quietly left. Meanwhile, in the streets, or rather throughout Yunlai City, everyone was in high spirits. In various taverns, tea houses, and restaurants, literate people animatedly discussed the newspaper. It was as lively as a festival. Praise for Qin Ju echoed everywhere, and laughter filled the air. Immersed in this atmosphere, the farmer walked up to a butcher shop. Hey, isn't that old Lee? Same as usual. 2 tails of pork. Fatty. The butcher's assistant, whether he could read or not, was engrossed in the newspaper and nodded from time to time. Upon seeing a customer, he reluctantly put down the newspaper. He not pork today, I'll have a pound of lamb. Old Lee chuckled. Isn't there a great victory? We should celebrate. The assistant laughed. Ha ha ha, indeed. After such a great victory, it would be unreasonable not to celebrate. He'll buy a pound of meat for my family too. After the assistant prepared the meat and packaged it, he smiled. After buying the meat, the man went on to purchase a not-so-cheap brush. Although his child didn't say anything, he as the father knew that the brushes he used were indeed not very convenient. Having bought the brush and the meat, he thought for a moment and walked into a tailor's shop to buy several feet of good cloth. With a large bundle of items, the man contentedly walked toward the city gates. Until he left the city amidst the friendly teasing of the guards, he casually headed toward Lee family village. In the past, carrying so many good items would surely attract robbers. But now Old Lee felt no need for concern. Less than a year after the emperor ascended the throne, the saying that people could leave their doors unlocked at night and not fear theft was no mere boast. Robbers, thieves, and ruffians. Perhaps they still existed, but they were likely all locked up in the brocade guard's prison. The sun had not yet set when the man returned home. Shopkeeper, I'm back. A woman dressed simply hurried over. Seeing the man with his bundles, she couldn't help but scold him with a laugh. You spendthrift. You just got some money and start buying recklessly. Although the woman was scolding, it was clear she held no malice. This little amount of money was nothing to their family. Hee, there's a great celebration today. I bought several feet of good cloth to make a nice outfit for you in winter. Hearing the man's words, the woman felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. What great celebration. Did the emperor announce a new policy? Our current emperor truly is a reincarnation of the Jade Emperor. Our family could never have enjoyed such a good life before. Indeed, the emperor is a remarkable figure. He'll tell you about the great celebration later. Where's Winter? It's time for him to pay respects to the emperor. Winter is studying. I'll go call him right away. Since the clans were destroyed, the Li family had set up a wooden sculpture of Qin Ju and prayed daily as a family. Some time ago, they even heard that someone prayed to the emperor, and the emperor had indeed responded. The Li family fully believed in this matter. After one prayer, the man felt refreshed. Not long after, the emperor personally acknowledged this matter. According to officials, only after praying to the emperor and receiving his recognition would one be granted a spiritual seed, and having a spiritual seed meant one was a citizen of Great Yu. Only Great Yu citizens could enjoy a series of rights. The man did not understand what a spiritual seed was or what rights citizens enjoyed. But he knew that if he did not receive the emperor's recognition, he would not be considered one of the emperor's subjects. This made him pray even more earnestly each time. Now throughout the land there were countless longevity shrines dedicated to the emperor. He indeed felt that even encountering a stranger brought a sense of familiarity. As for his own family, it was even more harmonious. The atmosphere at home was truly delightful. Hearing his mother call, Li Wen stepped out. This child, looking no older than 8, appeared ordinary, but his gaze held a maturity that was uncommon for his peer. After greeting his parents, the three of them entered a room dedicated to the wooden sculpture of Qin Xuan. The sculpture was not large, but was intricately carved and lifelike. This was distributed free by the government. As the family performed their respectful and elaborate worship, as usual the smoke from the kitchen began to rise. The woman went to cook while the man shared today's interesting news with his son. 80-year-old Li Wen looked at the newspaper and listened to his father's words, but his mind was deep in thought. Great infrastructure, paper currency, immortal science. In less than a year I thought I had come to an ordinary ancient world, but unexpectedly. This emperor is truly fascinating. Li Wen couldn't help but smile. It was indeed a vibrant world like a rising sun. And how could he miss this opportunity? Li Wen, originally named Zhang Yao, was a scientist from a wasteland world. Looking at the information reflected in the jade seal, Qin Ju couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth. This world is truly becoming more interesting. With a newcomer from another world popping up on his territory, Qin Ju felt little surprise. Having crossed over himself, why should he not allow others to do the same? After reading Li Wen's personal information, Qin Ju did not take any further action. He was not afraid of having more monsters and demons in his territory. On the contrary, he welcomed the idea of having more children of destiny like those hidden in rings or reincarnated deities. As long as these people were on his territory, the stronger they were, the stronger Qin Ju would become. Isn't it comfortable to upgrade while lying down? The great scientist of the wasteland made Qin Ju somewhat look forward to next year's imperial examination. The following is Li Wen's recollection. Everything came so suddenly, and everything collapsed so reasonably. The government and society completely crumbled within just 3 months. The surviving humans scurried about like cockroaches trying to survive in the cracks. The log of the 360-second resonance experiment. Countdown 000536. As Zhang Yao inserted the last 2 grams of plutonium-238 fuel rods into the reactor, a sticky sound reminiscent of writhing insects echoed from the ceiling. If one were on the surface, they would see this scene: countless silver-white little insects gnawing at the several meter-thick granite layer. Now the entire Tianji star was left with this underground laboratory. Quantum entanglement array, charged to 97, directional pulse ready. Zhang Yao wiped the bloodstains off his protective goggles, and the faces of 5 remaining researchers appeared on the screen. The chief quantum physicist from North America was curled up in a corner, injecting a coagulant into himself with a mechanical prosthetic. The once genius girl Lin Yu, who had won the Nebula Award, now had half her body wrapped in a bleeding biological isolation membrane. Warning, warning, insufficient energy, activating backup power. The cold synthetic voice echoed in the laboratory. It failed again. Finally I can have a good sleep. This voice seemed to extinguish the last hope of several people. The once lively and adorable genius girl now had a somewhat terrifying indifference in her eyes. She stretched lazily and revealed a long-lost smile. Yet while laughing, she squatted down and began to sob softly. The sound of hurried footsteps mixed with heavy breathing echoed. The former security director of the laboratory, Chun Mo, suddenly burst through the blast door, one of his arms having vanished. They have already found the ventilation shaft. There are at most 10 minutes left. In response to Chun Mo's words, a rustling sound entered everyone's ears. That sound was like thousands of wet tongues licking the brain marrow of human civilization. Just hearing that sound brought discomfort. No one replied, and seeing the expressions of the few, Chun Mo also fell silent. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. If I had known, I would have cooked more hot pot back then. In the atmosphere of despair, the seemingly very young Zhang Yao was still calmly processing the data torrent on the screen. The quantum resonance bomb they were studying could completely destroy the central nerve node of the mother nest consciousness. However, just as the experiment was about to succeed, it felt as if fate was playing with them, and they discovered a desperate secret. The brain-machine interface technology that human civilization prided itself on had become the medium hindering the pulse rebound. There is still a chance. Under the plane mirror, Zhang Yao's gaze was chillingly calm. He picked up a small knife and suddenly slashed it across the back of his neck. His fingers plunged into the wound and forcefully pulled out a chip the size of a fingernail. It's useless. There's no time, and besides, the last energy source has just been cut off by them. In the corner, the chief scientist from North America, Hannah, softly spoke as she watched Zhang Yao's actions. No, there is still energy. Zhang Yao pulled out a palm-sized battery from under the experimental table. The one I confiscated when Chun Mo cooked hot pot in the lab last time. I just modified the energy transmission route. It only requires a tiny amount of energy to activate the resonance bomb. His tone remained as calm as ever, like the person himself, as if only rationality remained. Hearing Zhang Yao's words, those who had already given up struggling stood up again. Qin Mo, in charge of security, couldn't help but burst into laughter, who said, "I was wasting resources by cooking hot pot. I'm about to become the savior of humanity." He picked up a brand new firearm. Why brand new? Because he cleaned it several times a day, making it look as good as new. 3 minutes left, let's start. Lin Yu and Hannah approached Zhang Yao, their fingers flying across their respective computers, inputting something. The sound from above grew closer, saying 3 minutes, but the enemies above seemed to have discovered what the few were doing. The rustling grew increasingly frantic. The three's fingers were moving so fast they left afterimages. Boom. Suddenly the ceiling trembled violently. A falling stone struck Zhang Yao's shoulder. The intense pain made Zhang Yao's vision go dark, and his body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. Dr. Zhang. Qin Mo exclaimed in shock, rushing forward. But suddenly a silver waterfall cascaded down from above. Countless nanobots instantly devoured Qin Mo clean. So close. Lin Yu and Hannah's bodies were rapidly consumed by the nanobots, but she still managed to hit the last key at the very last second. Zhang Yao's half of his body had already lost sensation. The swarm of nanobots surged towards him at an astonishing speed. He still held that high-energy battery in his other hand. Yet his face remained as calm as ever. Using the last bit of strength, Zhang Yao struggled to insert the battery into the activator. He pressed down on the activation button. The silver insects had already crawled all over his body. Zhang Yao suddenly smiled, a group of failed creations. Humanity forever. His consciousness slowly faded away. In the deep night, in Lijia village, Li Wen suddenly woke up from his bed, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Huff. Another nightmare. Looking at the familiar yet strange environment around him, Li Wen felt a bit dazed. The moonlight streamed through the window onto his face, and the occasional sound of cicadas echoed outside. In this peaceful atmosphere, Li Wen sat quietly in a daze. He did not know if they had succeeded in the end, nor did he know what would ultimately happen to humanity in his original world. He had done all he could. After a while, Li Wen finally regained his senses. He jumped out of bed and took out his pen and ink, recording something under the moonlight. I wonder if there will be a chance to return. In the first year of the Great Universe, the wind carried a bone-chilling cold. As the year-end approached, the common people gradually began to prepare for the necessities of the new year. Throughout the Great Universe, cheerful laughter filled the air, and a festive atmosphere permeated the streets and alleys. The battles in Yu-Town were drawing to a close. Numerous nations, both large and small, had been thoroughly conquered, yet Qin Ju did not pause in his advance. Leading his army, he continued toward the western regions to even more distant lands. One batch after another of slaves were being driven back into the Great Universe. In this nation, with a population just over 30 million, the number of slaves received in just a few months had already reached 800,000. Meanwhile, over the past few months, the large-scale transformation project within the Great Universe was also progressing. An endless stream of slaves were treated as expendable resources, working on the front lines, whether it be repairing waterways, planting crops, or engaging in other high-risk jobs. In just a few months, the agricultural revolution was completed first. A large number of slaves replaced the original farmers of the Great Universe, and countless lands were cultivated. Coupled with the new crops transformed by the Ministry of Education, using spiritual energy and new production tools, the yields saw an exaggerated increase. Originally, the wheat and rice planted in the Great Universe yielded only 2 to 3 stones per mu, even in the best fields. Yet now even the poorest dry fields could yield at least 10 stones per mu. Qin Ju knew that this was merely the beginning. With the subsequent large-scale production of the technological products from the Ministry of Education, these yields would skyrocket. Before Qin Ju ascended the throne, starvation was a common occurrence in the Great Universe. Now, even in remote areas, food was no longer in short supply. The abundant food supply liberated the citizens of the first tier of the Great Universe. However, Qin Ju did not intend to raise them to be useless swine. Under Qin Ju's deliberate promotion, the entire Great Universe was developing into an atmosphere that valued martial prowess and learning. Large numbers of scholars transformed by Qin Ju were sent to the public to conduct a thorough literacy campaign. While not expecting this generation to turn into intellectuals, Qin Ju at least wanted all citizens to be literate. With the completion of the agricultural revolution, the first industrial revolution in the Great Universe was also showing signs of emergence. Basic machinery such as steam engines had already been manufactured by the Ministry of Education. Moreover, unlike in Qin Ju's previous life, the industrial revolution in the Great Universe was progressing much faster and more violently. Do you not see the towering chimneys that have already filled the outskirts of the capital? All of this sounds incredibly fantastical, yet upon reflection, it seems quite reasonable. Absolute dictatorship meant that Qin Ju could command millions of people at will. The technological data exchanged in the Civilization Mall eliminated the need for exploration, while the physique of the Immortals propelled this development as if on a rocket. Qin Zhu estimated that within 2 years at most the great universe could develop to a level comparable to that of the 19th century of his previous life. This was still due to the complications of wanting to transform the thoughts of ordinary citizens. Of course, this technological level referred to civilian technology. Compared to civilian technology, Qin Zhu paid even greater attention to military technology, investing more resources. In the vast headquarters of the Ministry of Education at a shooting range, Qin Zhu held a firearm that was practically identical to the renowned AK-47 from his previous life. Examining it closely, he then fired several shots at a target 300 meters away, the sound of gunfire echoing through the large shooting range. Your Majesty has excellent marksmanship. Several targets fell in response. All hit the bullseye. Jia Yu discreetly praised him, quietly waiting for Qin Zhu's evaluation of the rifle. Not bad, the power is acceptable. How long until mass production? Qin Zhu nodded slightly. This weapon, powered by gunpowder, had a relatively low technological content. With the Ministry of Education possessing the best resources in the world, it was not surprising that they could produce it given the blueprints. Upon hearing this, Jia Yu pondered for a moment. The supporting facilities have basically been developed. We now need more resources to proceed with mass production. At most 3 months. What resources or manpower do you need? Feel free to ask. I will allocate more resources for you. Qin Zhu added. By the way, how is the research on the tank and aircraft blueprints I gave you last time? Upon hearing this, Jia Yu let out a bitter laugh. Your Majesty, compared to firearms, the technological content of those creations is slightly higher. Currently, apart from me, the Ministry of Education has too few talents, and it will take time to cultivate others. Additionally, the infrastructure has not yet been completed. I was too anxious, Qin Zhu said. In the past few months, the Ministry of Education had been searching for talented individuals with scientific aptitude, but the current talent pool was still too small. Moreover, in just a few months apart from Jia Yu, everyone else was merely mortal. No matter how intelligent or quick to learn, at most they could only reach a high school level from his past life. There is one person though, Qin Zhu thought of one, but reconsidered. With only a few months left until the first imperial examination, there was no need to rush. After a moment of thought, Qin Zhu asked, are there any ideas for improving the firearms? For mortals, these firearms were deadly weapons, but for cultivators, they were merely akin to fire sticks. Jia Yu replied, yes. I attempted to replace the gunpowder in the bullets with high-pressure spiritual energy, which indeed provided a significant power boost. However, the bullet heads, gun bodies, and other materials are still ordinary materials and cannot withstand the pressure. If your Majesty wishes for these firearms to threaten cultivators, then better materials are essential. The better materials Jia Yu mentioned naturally referred to those infused with spiritual energy. However, the world of the great universe was merely a mortal realm. Where could such things come from? After inspecting the Ministry of Education, Qin Zhu returned to the U-Palace. He closed his eyes, and a detailed map quickly appeared in his mind. This map was extremely detailed, displaying the entire territory of the great universe, including the regions already conquered. The territories of the great universe that had been conquered were marked in red, while the areas yet to be involved remained shrouded in mist. The map was also dotted with countless little yellow points that flickered incessantly. These little yellow points represented citizens of the great universe recognized by Qin Zhu, with the farthest yellow point being quite far from his current location. That was the expeditionary army, led by Yu Town. Another yellow point was constantly moving in the opposite direction. This point was larger and shone brighter. That was Qin Zhu's dog Qin Guer. Indeed, ever since the last Grand Assembly, Qin Zhu had dispatched Qin Guer to explore continuously along the southern coast. Qin Zhu wanted to know what this world truly was, whether it was also on a single planet, and whether it had an end. If there was indeed an end, what would it be like? He was reluctant to believe that this world was merely a mortal realm. If that were the case, then many of his ambitions would be impossible to achieve. Another 5 months passed, and the sound of cicadas once again echoed outside the house. There is 1 month left until the first imperial examination of Du. Liwen, who had just completed the provincial examination, walked out of the examination hall. He looked at the gradually rising high buildings in the city and couldn't help but feel emotional. He has confirmed that the current emperor is like him, a transmigrator. Although he does not know if they come from the same world, it is certain that Qin Zhu is definitely a modern person. Outside the examination hall, his honest old father waited anxiously, stretching his neck to constantly look inside. There were quite a few parents and relatives who looked similar to him. Months ago, Qin Zhu abolished the original administrative divisions and replaced them with a simpler 3-tier division of provinces, cities, and counties. The new name for the place where Liwen is located is Yunnan Province. Before officially heading to the capital for the examination, he still needs to pass the county examination, city examination, and provincial examination. Since this imperial examination focuses primarily on scientific assessment, it essentially has standard answers. Moreover, Qin Zhu attaches great importance to this imperial examination personally, selecting officials to preside over the examinations in various places, making the possibility of favoritism and cheating virtually non-existent. In fact, strictly speaking, the imperial examination began 2 months ago with the county examination. For the imperial examination, Qin did not impose any age restrictions. Thus, if one were to come to the examination hall, they would witness a truly miraculous scene. The candidates range from 80-year-old children to 80-year-old men, with a diverse mix of genders and ages. After successfully passing the county and city examinations, the reputation of Li Wen as a child prodigy had long spread throughout Yunnan province. At this moment, as Li Wen exited the examination hall, not only his father, but many others nearby had already begun to whisper. Various voices of admiration filled the air, causing Li Wen's old father to stand a little taller. "Come, let's go treat you to a feast." Holding Li Wen's hand, this honest father did not ask about how Li Wen performed in the examination. Having passed the county and city examinations, he already held a title. He heard that as long as one passes the county examination, they can obtain official certification as a teacher, meaning they can become a scholar. He doesn't understand how impressive the teacher qualification is, but he assumes it can't be worse than the previous title of passing the city examination is even more remarkable. With a title in hand, one can serve as an official at the city level, making it a certainty to become a minor official in the future. This means that his son, who is only 8 years old, will be able to hold an official position when he grows up. He is already very satisfied with this. Times have changed. Selecting officials is extremely strict, and even for a minor clerk, there are countless people vying for the position. As for passing the provincial examination, this honest farmer did not dare to think too much about it. He heard that as long as one passes the provincial examination, they could even have the opportunity to serve in important departments in the capital. That is right under the emperor's feet. How glorious would that be? I heard that the emperor is about to publicly sell slaves, and our family has some spare money lately. When the time comes, I'll buy you 2 little maidservants. Having a title is important. How can we not have a servant at home? Son, what do you want? I'll buy it for you. The harvest in the fields has been good lately, and I've been secretly saving some money. Just don't tell your mother, okay? That's right, the land has been given to those slaves to farm. They can earn money just by lying around, and it feels uncomfortable having nothing to do all day. I heard that General Yu has already fought far, far away, and many people are going to the sea for what adventures. I heard that many people have made a fortune, so your mother and I are considering whether to have another brother or sister for you, preferably a brother. At that time, let your brother learn martial arts. The emperor advocates for being well-rounded in both literature and martial arts. You are weak in body, so let's skip the martial arts part. If there is a brother who learns martial arts, then our old Li family can be considered well-rounded in both literature and martial arts. The old father chattered on and on. Li Wen felt no impatience, instead warmth surged in his heart. Just the fact that his first question after the examination was not about how he did is rare, not just in this era of initial ideological liberation, but even in his own time. Your Majesty, it seems that something is blocking this minister ahead. On the boundless sea, Qin gently reached out to sweep away what lay ahead. It looked completely normal, yet as his palm brushed at the space before him, suddenly rippled. For 10 months, although Qin did not fly quickly and took many breaks in between, he had been flying over the sea for 10 months as a foundation establishment stage cultivator until he hit this invisible barrier. For 10 months, although Qin did not fly quickly and took many breaks in between, he had been flying over the sea for 10 months as a foundation establishment. After a moment, Qin finally gave Qin the order in his heart: attack the barrier in front of you, starting with 10% of your strength and gradually increasing it. On the sea, Qin heard Qin voice echoing in his mind, and without hesitation, he pulled back a distance before using his spiritual energy to control his flying sword to strike the barrier. This strike, as Qin instructed, used 10% of his strength. However, when the flying sword struck the barrier, it only caused a ripple in the space before it with no further effect. The flying sword exploded into fragments. Qin frowned slightly and struck again, this time using 20% of his strength, directly condensing his spiritual power to attack the barrier. But the result was still the same as before, only with larger ripples appearing on the barrier. He continued to increase his strength to 30%, then 40%, until Qin no longer held back and attacked the barrier with all his strength. However, the final effect was still the same as before, with little impact. Inside the palace, Qin furrowed his brows tightly. Dive underwater all the way to the bottom. Once again, it was a brief command, and Qin did not hesitate. Upon hearing the order, he plunged into the water, descending 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, until Qin had been submerged for nearly half an hour. He finally reached the deepest part of the ocean. This time, without waiting for Qin's command, he focused his spiritual energy and struck forward. Splash! The surrounding seawater was explosively forced out, creating a brief vacuum, yet the barrier remained completely still. Clearly, it was also seawater ahead, and Qin could see strange creatures swimming on the other side. But it was like a mirror, completely isolating the two worlds. Is this what they call a large formation? Qin thought, uncertain. It might even be a creation of advanced civilization, similar to a plasma shield. Although the Jade Seal allowed him to cultivate, it never mentioned what the situation outside was. It might even be a creation of advanced civilization, similar to a plasma shield. Although the Jade Seal allowed him to cultivate it, Your Majesty, since encountering the last country a month ago, I have been heading west without seeing any signs of life. Now it seems there is a wall here. The land area of this world is approximately twice that of the original world, covering 320 million square kilometers. There is only one continent while the rest is all ocean. The original territory of Dayu lies at the far eastern edge of the continent. Looking at the nearly complete map in his mind, Qin Ju pondered silently. As he traveled west, Yuzhan encountered nearly 100 countries, while Qin Guer delved deeper into the Southern Ocean, finding no substantial land other than a few scattered islands. Qin Ju estimated that even with many places yet to be discovered, in this world shrouded by an unknown shield, the total population is surprisingly less than 200 million. With twice the surface area of Earth and a population of 200 million, this ratio is quite imbalanced. Moreover, looking at the somewhat square map in his mind, Qin Ju felt that it bore many traces of human intervention. After contemplating for a while and receiving no response from the Jade Seal, he had to set the matter aside for now. Research on the mysterious shield would certainly continue, but currently Dayu lacked the necessary talent. Development. This is the most important task for Dayu at present. It's the 6th month of the year in Dayu, with less than 10 days left until the official imperial examination. Outside the capital, students from all over the country who passed the provincial examination were arriving in carriages, bumping along towards the capital. In a small carriage, Li Wen's family was squeezed inside. So this is the capital. It's truly bustling. Outside the capital, the 3 members of Li Wen's family leaned out the window together. Li Wen was fine, but the 2 simple farmer parents were astonished by the scenery outside the carriage. The capital, as the capital of Dayu, lay beneath Qin Ju's feet. Naturally, more resources were tilted in this direction, and the reconstruction project progressed much faster than in other regions. While preserving the original foundational structures of the capital, Qin Ju completely renovated the entire city. He then continued to expand outward from the original area. Today, the capital is divided into an inner and outer city. The inner city is the original capital, while the continuously expanding commoner area is referred to as the outer city. The inner city has a distinctly ancient style, while the outer city blends modern and ancient elements, though the ancient style predominates. This is simply because Qin Ju prefers such elegant historical architecture. As for the area, it's not just doubled. The outer city lacks city walls, and the walls of the inner city have become more symbolic in nature. Spacious and bright concrete roads extend continuously from the outer city, with busy slaves everywhere constructing building after building under the watch of rows of soldiers. When Li Wen's family entered the outer city, a soldier dressed in a peculiar but aesthetically pleasing uniform, wielding an unusual weapon, stopped them to conduct a routine check. "Hello, I am Lu Dahu, a soldier from the mobile unit of the Tianwu Guard. Welcome to the capital, and please cooperate with our routine inspection." Lu Dahu made a slight fist and tapped his chest. "This is the latest military salute from Dayu." Hearing his voice, Li Wen's family hurriedly got out of the carriage. He clasped his hands and slightly bent at the waist, politely saying, Hello, my name is Li Fengshou. This is my son Li Wen and my wife Wang Xiaoyan. We are from Yunnan province, bringing my son to the capital for the exam. What do you need to check?" Upon hearing they were here for the imperial examination, and seeing that Li Fengshou's son was just an 80-year-old child, Lu Dahu immediately appeared, quite surprised. "I didn't expect him to be a genius. All right, the inspection is complete. You all carry the aura of spiritual seeds. No further checks are needed." Lu Dahu's face broke into a smile. In fact, this is something a citizen could sense from afar. He was merely doing his duty. "You're such a young child, yet you've passed the provincial examination. Your future is limitless. As for participating in the imperial examination, regardless of whether you pass this alone, is quite remarkable. Perhaps you might even catch the emperor's attention personally." Lu Dahu's eyes were filled with envy as he pointed to a direction where many people were already lining up. "You can register for the imperial examination there. After successful registration, a designated person will take you to a resting place." "All right, I have official duties, so I won't take you there." Li Wen, right. "I Dahu wish you success in your examination. When the time comes, uncle will treat you to a feast." Lu Dahu smiled and squatted down to pinch Li Wen's tender face, completely oblivious to Li Wen's look of disdain. After a hearty laugh, Lu Dahu held his weapon and walked away. Li Wen's family followed the direction Lu Dahu, spacious and bright. This was the first impression Li Fengshou had upon entering the capital. The roads were very wide. Although there were many tall buildings around, they were arranged in an orderly manner with a very reasonable layout. It didn't feel oppressive at all. The streets were bustling with people, and the crowd was ceaseless. Everyone was very friendly, especially towards Li Wen's family, who seemed to be visitors. Just a short distance down the road, several people approached to offer assistance. This scene made Li Fengshou and even Li Wen feel quite moved. Thinking about his world, the original residents of the capital looked down on outsiders with disdain, unlike the friendliness of the people here. Every so often there were volunteers on the roadside offering food and water, all distributed for free. Hello. Just after they declined the help from a passerby, a girl in a light blue dress with red ribbons on her wrists called out. The girl holding a large pile of food jogged over and said, "You must be here for the imperial examination, right? Here, this is food provided for you free of charge by the emperor. All freshly made this morning." The girl looked to be around 16, dressed elegantly in a long skirt, and her smile revealed 2 small tiger teeth. As she spoke, she handed the food box in her arms to Li Fengshou. There were also several glass bottles of drinks included. Okay, thank you. Li Fengshou scratched his head in embarrassment, still processing what had happened as the items were already in his hands. No need to thank me. You should thank the emperor. I wish you a smooth examination. I must get back to work now. Perhaps it was due to Li Wen's charming appearance. After saying this, the girl like Lu Dahu reached out to pat Li Wen's head, saying, "What a cute little boy." After the girl left, Li Fengshou finally opened the beautifully shaped food box. The box had 2 layers containing 5 dishes and a soup with both meat and vegetarian options. This is actually beef. Seeing the steaming dishes inside, Li Fengshou couldn't help but exclaim. Although Qin had recently lifted the ban on privately slaughtering draft cattle, beef was still not something everyone could easily obtain. What is this? Can it really be drunk? After glancing at the dishes, Li Fengshou's attention was drawn to the blue drink in the glass bottle. Glass, which was previously called lioli, was something Li Fengshou had never seen before. However, as the major infrastructure projects commenced, various factories began to spring up and glass gradually made its way into the populace. This drink, however, was something he was seeing for the first time. Just as Li Fengshou finished speaking, his wife pinched him. What are you talking about? How could something provided by the emperor not be drinkable? This glass bottle is quite beautiful. Oh, I should bring it back as a decorative item after we finish. Just then, a classic-looking bus drove by the roadside with a rumble. Wow, a monster. Seeing the strangely shaped vehicle that could run by itself without being pulled by horses, Li Fengshou exclaimed in shock and squatted down. His action drew laughter from those around him. A passerby pulled him up, saying, "This is not a monster, it's the latest transportation tool developed by our education department. It's called a bus, and it's just started trial operation these past few days. You must be here for the examination, right? Candidates and their families can ride for free. Would you like to give it a try?" Alright, Li Fengshou was still a bit afraid. But ultimately, out of curiosity, he boarded this so-called bus with it. The family found their seats, and the bus began to move slowly towards the registration point. Li Fengshou and his wife were filled with curiosity and excitement. Meanwhile, Li Wen fell into deep contemplation. The first-generation gas engine is remarkably similar to the Otto Langen free-piston engine, but seems to have undergone some improvements. Li Wen furrowed his small brow. As a wasteland scientist, just by listening to the sound of the engine, he could roughly gauge its technological level. This gas engine is roughly equivalent to the late 18th century in his past life. Moreover, the various crafts inside the vehicle do not seem to be handmade. This already has preliminary semi-automated production lines, with processing technology reaching the 19th century level and weapon technology surprisingly jumping to the 20th century. Is this reasonable? It's just been less than 2 years. I can understand that this emperor is advancing technology, but this leap is too fast. Were there no innovations in between? 1,132 people. Never underestimate the people of the world. With a sufficient base, geniuses are always in abundance. Although this is the first imperial examination, the difficulty of the county exam is roughly equivalent to elementary school level, the city exam to middle school, and the provincial exam to high school level. However, it is important to note that these over 1,000 individuals without any guidance have managed to self-study to a level comparable to outstanding high school graduates in less than a year. In the palace at the renovated and expanded Wuqing Hall, 1,123 people sat orderly and upright. Qin sat at the highest position. In the scorching June sun, the students present felt no trace of the heat. In fact, there was a refreshing coolness that penetrated the heart. It was very quiet, with thousands of students of various ages, including a small number of females. Everyone sat straight, their eyes constantly sneaking glances at Qin above. Each person was suppressing their excitement, trying to present their best selves to His Majesty. Among them, in a slightly lower position in the middle, the 80-year-old Li Wen stood out remarkably among the crowd of students. So young. This was Li Wen's first thought upon seeing Qin. Truly imposing. Although Qin was young, the aura about him was akin to an immense ocean, and even merely sneaking glances made Li Wen feel a sense of pressure. At the top, Qin smiled slightly. His gaze swept over each student, pausing for an extra 2 seconds on Li Wen, his eyes holding a hint of profound meaning. About 10 minutes later, Qin signaled, and the attendant Xiao Li understood, shouting, "Time's up for the exam, distribute the papers." With Xiao Li's sharp command, everyone present instantly tensed up. Some candidates even felt cold sweat on their palms. Soldiers orderly distributed the thick examination papers. This imperial examination consists of 5 sessions over 3 days, with 1 session in the morning, and the subjects are national literature, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. The first exam is on national literature, which is essentially equivalent to history combined with political geography from Li Wen's previous life. Upon opening the exam paper, Li Wen did not answer immediately, but instead flipped through the entire paper from beginning to end. After finishing, he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Politics has the largest proportion, and many of the questions are discussions and extensions on national policies. Li Wen was technically a science student in his previous life, but he had also dabbled in such topics. Especially in this era, his perspective far surpassed that of countless others. Therefore, after a brief contemplation, he began to write fervently. The sound of flipping papers filled the examination hall. Most students appeared slightly relieved upon seeing the exam questions. Most of them had research suggestions and improvements on national policies while at home. The pen danced across the paper, and nearly everyone began to write earnestly. Above, Qin Ju watched quietly. There were 5 subjects spanning 3 days. He allowed ample time for each exam. There was no strict enforcement of paper collection at the end of the time. Furthermore, he would not review the overall results afterward. Talented all-rounders are rare, but there are certainly many with exceptional gifts in specific areas. Each subject in the examination is aimed at selecting talents from various fields. For example, regarding national literature, those who excel are chosen to replace officials with poor performance. The exam paper contained many questions. Li Wen quickly answered the simple ones in front with just a glance. As he progressed to the later questions, the difficulties increased. After over an hour, he finally slowed down at the last few major questions. In particular, the final big question piqued Li Wen's great interest. It asked, the development of the economy will give rise to a new class. How can this new class be suppressed while developing the economy? Li Wen narrowed his eyes slightly. He understood very well what this new class was. He was aware of the immense power this class would possess once established. However, considering His Majesty's style of governance, the thorough cleansing of the original clans, and the clear intention of creating a somewhat distorted utopia, this question was not difficult to resolve. After thinking for a moment, he wrote, all resources in the world should be state-owned. Currency can only be used to purchase general goods using spirit seeds as intermediaries and establishing contribution points. High-level materials can only be exchanged based on citizens' contributions. Spirit seeds are known throughout the land merely as a means of distinguishing citizens from commoners. But how could Li Wen not think of a deeper significance? Those with spirit seeds are likely not just a symbol of status. If his guess is correct, those with spirit seeds can be completely controlled by His Majesty. Yet he was not concerned about such matters. Rather, he felt that spirit seeds were the perfect means to break the existing class system and create a utopia. With a small privileged class as the backbone, all other citizens would be forced to be equal. Resources would no longer be privately owned, but distributed uniformly by the empire. No matter how much wealth one has, it can only be used to purchase ordinary toiletries. Given the current development trends, let alone wealth, it wouldn't surprise Li Wen if all ordinary items became free as citizen privileges in the future. Then what use would the accumulation of ordinary wealth serve at that time? But with such vast citizen privileges, one cannot avoid the emergence of numerous privileged classes. Therefore, to obtain better resources and to rise in status, one must contribute to this nation. After contemplating, he continued writing, establish a spirit seed iteration system, conducting assessments at regular intervals to determine whether to retain one's spirit seed, setting a threshold, and if one fails to meet this threshold, the spirit seed will be revoked, and the person will be demoted to a commoner. This assessment can cover various aspects. It does not necessarily require significant contributions, but it must prevent a portion of lazy citizens from living off the state. For instance, if His Majesty were to implement universal elite education in the future, completion of academic studies could be regarded as a contribution. Rights and responsibilities are proportional. If one wishes to enjoy privileges, one must pay the price. He could guess part of Qin Ju's intentions, but did not know the specific definitions of citizenship according to Qin Ju. Nevertheless, in his view, citizens should not enjoy privileges without merit. Li Wen wrote vigorously, quickly filling 3 full pages with the strategies in his mind. After finishing, he carefully reviewed the entire paper from beginning to end, ensuring there were no errors before raising his hand to submit it. He was not the first to submit. Among the thousands, there were students specializing in national policy, but his speed was certainly not slow. Gradually, more and more people completed their papers. After submitting, the students waited quietly for the soldiers to collect the papers before leaving the examination hall, exiting the palace. Only then did a few begin to converse in low voices. Li Wen, following behind the crowd of students, truly stood out as an 80-year-old child. People nearby frequently cast glances at him, but no one approached to speak with him. Only his parents from this life waited anxiously outside. As before, his parents did not inquire about his performance in the exam. The 3 of them returned to the designated accommodation, and after a simple meal, Li Wen went to rest. There was still mathematics in the afternoon, but for this great scientist, the subsequent exams posed no difficulty whatsoever. It was merely a formality. Unlike the morning when the afternoon examination officially commenced and the exam paper fell into the hands of the candidates, a chill gasp echoed among the 1,000 students present as they looked at the questions. Not only the local candidates, but even Li Wen was slightly astonished upon seeing the questions. He had anticipated that the final exam would be challenging, but he never expected it to be so beyond the syllabus. The earlier questions were relatively manageable, on par with university-level content covering topics like calculus and algebra. However, as the exam progressed, the questions became unsolvable without the knowledge of a graduate student from his past life. The last few major questions were entirely at the doctoral level. The candidates around him were pulling their hair and sighing in despair. Many with poor psychological resilience were even driven to tears. The exam questions being beyond the syllabus was a burden for others as well. After a brief moment of astonishment, Li Wen picked up his pen and began to write rapidly. This time he worked even faster, completing the entire paper in less than half an hour. Once finished, he didn't even check his answers. After raising his hand to submit his paper, he bowed to Qin Ju above him and walked out of the examination hall amidst the shocked gazes of others. Above, Qin Ju reclined slightly. With a flick of his finger, Li Wen's exam paper flew into his hand. He had long memorized the answers to these questions. Without needing to compare, he read through it from start to finish. A satisfied expression surfaced on Qin Ju's face. Truly worthy of being a great scientist, it seems I've stumbled upon a treasure. He nodded with a smile, realizing that from start to finish it was entirely composed of standard answers, with many questions having multiple solutions provided by Li Wen. Li Wen even included his own extended thoughts. Gently closing the exam paper, Qin Ju tilted his head slightly and said to Xiao Liuzi, "Select a mansion near the palace in the inner city to bestow upon Li Wen and choose 100 excellent slaves to send over." Xiao Liuzi bowed attentively, feeling a shock in his heart. He had no idea that Li Wen was a transmigrator and could only exclaim inwardly, what a natural genius, to be regarded so highly by the emperor. Yes, Xiao Liuzi bowed and retreated while Qin Ju continued to observe the candidates below. The 5-day examination quickly concluded, marking the end of Dai's first imperial examination. Within the capital, and even the entire realm, countless people were discussing this imperial examination. In taverns and tea houses, at roadside stalls, from high-ranking officials to ordinary citizens, everyone speculated who would emerge as the top scholar. As the exam papers circulated, those students or citizens who had no chance of participating gathered in 2s and 3s, sharing their opinions. Regardless of whether these individuals could comprehend the questions, ever since a large number of slaves took on various jobs, citizens were liberated, and after a year of Qin Ju's continuous literacy efforts, even the former peasants could recognize some characters and understand rudimentary science. The atmosphere of learning had begun to take shape across Diyu. Even if one couldn't understand, wouldn't it be embarrassing not to join in the conversation? During these days, who was the most famous? Undoubtedly, although the list had not yet been released, Li Wen's reputation as a genius had spread throughout the entire capital. In every examination, Li Wen was the first to submit his paper. Moreover, the papers were personally reviewed by Qin Ju, who would nod in agreement with a smile after reading them. These deeds had already been proclaimed by other students. A genius had emerged from Yunnan province. This had basically become common knowledge among the millions in the capital, and the news continued to spread outward, suggesting that before long the entire realm would remember the name Li Wen. Meanwhile, in a mansion very close to the palace within the inner city. This mansion originally belonged to a minister, but since the minister was investigated and confiscated by Qin Ju, it had remained vacant. It was later bestowed to Li Wen's family and was now renamed Li Mansion. Inside Li Mansion, Li Fengshou, dressed in new clothes, smiled as he saw off the guests who had visited today, feeling a surge of emotion within. He still felt somewhat dreamlike, as if everything around him was unreal. It wasn't about material conditions, after all. In his original home, following the emperor's reforms, he had also been assigned a sizable house. With so many acres of land at home, he did not even need to farm. He could simply lie back and collect money, lacking nothing in food, drink, or shelter. It wasn't about the leap in status. There was no class distinction among citizens. This was a concept that the emperor had been emphasizing and instilling over a long period. Citizens formed a privileged social class as a whole. Those in power, no matter how high their rank, were equal to ordinary citizens in status, and their official position was merely akin to a job. In the past, commoners would bow deeply upon encountering even the smallest of officials, but now, except for the emperor, one could merely clasp hands in greeting, even when faced with the current prime minister. What felt unreal to him was having such a genius son. Sometimes he truly doubted whether this son was indeed his biological child. Why was his son so intelligent while he, as the father, was so foolish? After a year of literacy efforts by the emperor, he had barely learned all the Chinese characters and understood some simple arithmetic. Anything beyond that made his head ache just by looking at it. He couldn't comprehend it no matter how hard he tried. In the end, Li Fengshou could only conclude that his family's ancestral grave was emitting blue smoke. "Sir, it's time for dinner." Standing at the entrance of Li Mansion, Li Fengshou sighed for a moment. A maid, dignified in appearance and extraordinary in demeanor, looking no more than 12 or 13 years old, gracefully approached him, lowering her head and speaking softly. "Suin, I understand." Li Fengshou, somewhat unaccustomed, scratched his head. Although slaves could be bought and sold among the common folk, the prices were relatively high now. He had originally thought about buying a few maids for his good son, but unexpectedly before he could take action the emperor had already bestowed them upon his family. Moreover, the status of these slaves was quite extraordinary, especially the one named Su-in before him, who had previously been the third princess of Goryeo. After Goryeo was destroyed by the emperor, this once highborn princess became a slave. Where is Winter? Young master and madam are waiting for you. Okay, I will go now. Li Fengshou lifted his foot suddenly, sizing up Su-in from head to toe deep in thought. Her appearance is quite decent, and she is only a few years younger than Winter. Her upbringing is also good, but it's a pity she is a slave. The citizen class system had been in place for some time, and Li Fengshou was naturally aware of the differences among citizens, lesser citizens, and slaves. Lesser citizens had pathways to rise, but slaves seemingly had no opportunities. He remembered that not long ago the emperor had just supplemented the citizen system. It was said that as long as a household slave worked for a certain period and received the master's guarantee, there would be a chance to gain the status of a lesser citizen. After pondering, Li Fengshou said, "You shall follow Winter from now on, as she is in need of a personal maid." This simple and honest peasant man, even though he could freely execute any slave in his mansion, yet his character remained unchanged, kind-hearted, and upright. He maintained a friendly attitude, even toward. Upon hearing this, Su-in felt a surge of joy in her heart, but she kept her composure, bowed to Li Fengshou, and respectfully said, "Thank you, sir. Who would willingly want to be a slave? No one, especially her, who had once been high and mighty. She would not resign to fate. No matter what means she had to employ, she was determined to rise, to escape the fate of a slave, which was worse than that of a pig or dog." During the initial reformation, she had shown exceptional compliance and performance. Originally, after the reform was complete, she was to serve in the palace. However, upon hearing of Li Wen's genius reputation, she knew her opportunity had come. Using every means at her disposal, Su-in successfully found her way to Li Mansion through the arrangements of the sixth prince. "The announcement has been made, my lord. The announcement has been made." 3 days later, in the Li family's back garden, Li Fengshou, dressed in coarse linen, was squatting down, tending to his small vegetable patch. A rugged-looking, sturdy northern barbarian slave ran excitedly. "The announcement has been made." Li Fengshou, who was plowing, suddenly lifted his head, disregarding the dirt on his hands and face, and hurriedly wiped himself off, eager to rush outside. But just as he took a couple of steps, he was pulled back by his wife. "Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you feel embarrassed going out like this? Change your clothes, and we can go together." Li Fengshou, caught by his wife, looked down at his dirt-covered clothes and smiled sheepishly. He quickly rushed into the house to change into clean clothes. The family of 3 hurried towards the palace. By the time Li Wen and his family arrived, the area outside the palace was already crowded with many people. Common folk were watching the excitement, and candidates for the examination were bustling about, the air filled with chatter and intermittent shouts of surprise and excitement, creating a lively atmosphere. Although there were many people, it was still outside the palace. Furthermore, with guards maintaining order, it didn't feel chaotic. Moreover, with Li Wen's reputation as a prodigy being quite significant, when he and his family arrived, the surroundings suddenly fell silent for a moment. "The prodigy has arrived," someone shouted, and immediately a multitude of gazes turned towards Li Wen and his family. Under such scrutiny, Li Wen remained calm, while Li Fengshou and his wife felt quite awkward. "Congratulations, brotherly. Your prodigy has passed the examination. Congratulations, congratulations. The prodigy is truly a manifestation of the god of literature, scoring first in all subjects except for the national language. This is the prodigy. Just as the rumors said, truly extraordinary." Suddenly, there was a wave of praise from the crowd. At this moment, even Li Fengshou, no matter how slow to react, he was realized what had happened. His body trembled with excitement, and without even saying thank you, he hurriedly pulled Li Wen to the front of the announcement board. There were 5 lists corresponding to 5 subjects. Each list included results for 10 days. Li Fengshou looked over, and aside from the national language list, his son ranked 3rd, while the other 4 subjects were all 1st. And all of them were perfect scores. This. Li Fengshou's hands trembled uncontrollably, the overwhelming joy rendering him momentarily blank. Then, overwhelmed with excitement, he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed. "Father!" "Oh no," the head of the household. This startled Li Wen's mother, who rushed forward. The crowd surrounding them was thrown into chaos. Fortunately, a doctor in the crowd quickly stepped forward. The doctor approached, grasped Li Fengshou's arm, checked his pulse, and without saying a word took out a small needle box, swiftly administering a few acupuncture needles to Li Fengshou. After a short while, Li Fengshou slowly regained consciousness. "Your father was overly excited, causing a surge of qi and blood. It's nothing serious, he just needs to rest for a while." Thank you. Li Fengshou's wife quickly expressed her gratitude. "No need for thanks," the young-looking doctor replied with a smile. Seeing that Li Fengshou was fine, the crowd couldn't help but start teasing again. After this little incident, the atmosphere became lively once more, while the doctor quietly blended back into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Some rejoiced while others worried. Those who passed were naturally ecstatic. As for those who failed, they were understandably less pleased. However, being able to make it through the county, city, and provincial exams was commendable. For the current DU, they were already rare talents. Qin Ju would certainly make proper arrangements for these 1,000 or so individuals. Tonight he would hold a grand banquet in the palace to personally meet these talented individuals. These fireworks are truly beautiful. Ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, the common people have been smiling continuously. In the night in this ancient city, blending traditional and modern styles, fireworks blossomed in the sky one after another. On the streets, men, women, and children were all bustling about, each face adorned with smiles, the lantern light illuminating their features. This era of prosperity was a stroke of luck for this generation. On the inner city wall, Qin Xuan, dressed in a flying fish robe, sat leisurely with a jug of wine in hand. Beside him sat a cold-faced woman with a graceful figure, though her face bore large birthmarks. Qin Xuan took a big swig of wine and looked down at the lively atmosphere, unable to help but exclaim, "His Majesty is an unparalleled sage, and in this prosperous era there's nothing strange about it." The woman spoke coolly, subtly shifting her body to maintain some distance from Qin Xuan, who had his intentions seen through, flushing with embarrassment and taking another swig of wine. Life has become so leisurely that it feels uncomfortable all over. When the clans were around, we could still be active, but now we find ourselves stuck in bureaucratic duties day by day. Qin Xuan awkwardly tried to spark a conversation. "What? Do you miss the days when the clans exploited the common people?" The woman shot him a glance, her tone devoid of any fluctuation. This made Qin Xuan choke momentarily, and he quickly replied, "No, I wouldn't dare say such a thing." Qin Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words after being retorted. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward, and after a while the woman suddenly stood up. "If there's nothing else, I will go on patrol now." Wait. Qin Xuan also stood up. This is something I saw while shopping today. It looked quite nice, so I bought it on a whim. And then I realized it might not be of any use to me." Qin Xuan took out a small box from his pocket, revealing a butterfly-shaped hairpin inside. "I thought you might like it." Stumbling over his words for a while, this commanding officer of the notorious Qin Xuan, known for instilling fear, surprisingly felt a bit shy as he handed the box to the woman. Having done all this without giving the woman a chance to speak, he immediately grew serious, saying, "Today, with the announcement made, His Majesty celebrates throughout the land. With so many people in the capital, there are bound to be disturbances. It is imperative to patrol carefully." After saying this, Qin Xuan leapt off the city wall. The woman looked at the small box in her hand, her eyes shimmering slightly. She took out the hairpin, held it in her palm, and examined it, and suddenly smiled. Her laughter was like that of a lark, creating a stark contrast to her usually cold demeanor. She glanced at the spot where Qin Xuan had jumped down and casually inserted the hairpin into her hair. Only then did she slowly walk down towards the city wall. Outside the palace, it was bustling with excitement. Inside the palace, it was equally lively. Qin Ju reclined casually at the head of the table, while the high-achieving students sat on either side. In the center, a group of dancers were performing gracefully. These women were truly exquisite, both in appearance and posture. Among them were even women with high noses and blue eyes alongside those with brown skin and red hair. They hailed from various places in this world, some former princesses, some daughters of high-ranking officials, and others of different statuses. Most of the students were captivated by the spectacle, but one 80-year-old child sitting at the lower left of Qin Ju's position didn't even glance at them, busily indulging in food and drinks. "When or do you yet bear a courtesy name?" Qin Ju wore a gentle smile, as his gaze suddenly fell upon Li Wen, who was wholly absorbed in eating and drinking. At his words, every person present instinctively turned their eyes toward Li Wen. "Winner." Xiao Liuzi's heart leapt in quiet alarm. How intimately the emperor addressed him. This child prodigy must hold extraordinary weight in His Majesty's esteem. Others' expressions likewise shifted, subtly unsettled. Upon hearing Qin Ju's voice, Li Wen paused mid-bite, wiped his mouth clean, and hastily rose to bow. "Your Majesty, this humble student hails from lowly origins. My family has yet to bestow a courtesy name." "Oh, I see." Qin Ju's eyes gleamed with quiet significance. "Then let me grant you one Hui Ming." Hui Ming. At the utterance, those present silently pondered the dual resonance of the two characters. Li Wen too turned the phrase over in his mind, until moments later his eyes flew wide open and his pulse faltered. A flash of stunned disbelief flickered across his face. Others might miss the depth of meaning, but he grasped it instantly with startling clarity. Hui evokes the twilight imagery of brightness entering the earth from the I Ching Book of Changes, alluding to an apocalyptic wasteland era. Ming signifies both the luminous clarity of scientific reason and, through homophonic resonance, the word life, hinting at reincarnation. Its classical source lies in the rites of Zhou, where the alternation of obscurity and brightness honors the celestial rhythms, subtly invoking transcendent wisdom spanning time and space. He had seen through him. The emperor knew he was a transmigrator. No, not merely that. He even knew Li Wen was a scientist from the wastelands. How could the emperor know? And so precisely. Li Wen lowered his head, modestly, outwardly serene, yet within his thoughts roiled like a storm-tossed sea. After a moment's reflection, he offered a guileless, boyish smile and replied, "This humble student gratefully accepts your Majesty's bestowed name." In my humble view, Hui Ming echoes the I Ching's commentary on the appended phrases, nothing shines more brilliantly than the sun and moon suspended as symbols in the heavens. Just as dawn and dusk intertwine, Hui quietly gathers the celestial trajectories of stars. Ming radiantly illuminates the intricate textures of mountains and rivers, precisely mirroring the cosmic order described in the Zhoubi Suanjing. The sun traverses 1 degree per day, the moon 13. Li Wen then lightly tugged at the jade pendant around his neck and laughed. And truly the most delightful twist lies in the sure Yi Guang Ji. On the last day of the month cast out poverty, on the bright hall welcome prosperity. On the last day of the first lunar month the palace saves lamp oil, and on the full moon of the 15th one may sneak a glance at the imperial kitchen baking honey-glazed cakes. A ripple of laughter spread among the onlookers. Qin Ju chuckled. Never had those two characters been interpreted quite so playfully. Yet this student also recalls the admonition in the Yanshi Jiaxuan in childhood: obscurity in speech preserves humility. A bright gaze must discern even the finest hairs. From any perspective, Hui Ming is indeed sublime. Li Wen spoke with solemn sincerity, so much so that Qin Ju bent over his desk, overcome with laughter. Excellent. Henceforth you shall be known by the courtesy name Hui Ming. This light-hearted interlude warmed the atmosphere considerably. Especially the examinees now realized the emperor was far less fearsome than rumor claimed. This youthful immortal sovereign proved remarkably approachable toward those he trusted. Once they perceived this, their initial stiffness melted away. Some candidates, emboldened by wine, improvised poetry and couplets on the spot, lifting the festive spirit to yet another crescendo. Not until deep into the night did the banquet conclude amid reluctant farewells. All departed for their homes, except Li Wen, whom Qin Ju retained alone. Hand in hand the emperor led him toward the Yu Palace. Each step stirred a soft wind, not hurried yet profoundly commanding. They exchanged no words along the way. Only upon returning to the dimly lit Yu Palace did Qin Ju sit, and with a single sweep of his hand the entire hall blazed with radiant light. Sit. Qin Ju's smile faded, his voice resonated with imperial authority. Yes, your majesty. Li Wen bowed his head in assent, and took his seat to the emperor's right. Do you know why you alone remain? Qin Ju's tone remained measured, unhurried. Li Wen stole a glance at the emperor's expression, inscrutable, unreadable. He paused, and the innocent countenance of the 80-year-old vanished, replaced by a gravity astonishingly mature beyond his years. This humble student does not know. Li Wen replied, Yet your majesty may rest assured, having arrived in this world, I shall faithfully fulfill my appointed duty. There was no point in concealment. Qin Ju already knew everything. Better to confess openly and honestly. Would the emperor truly harm him? A faint smile curved Qin Ju's lips. You are refreshingly forthright. I harbor no concern over what you might do. Anyone born in this realm beneath this sky remains forever within my grasp. I intend to carve out a portion of the Ministry of Education's authority to establish the Grand Yu Academy of Sciences, a fully independent institution answerable only to me. Given your stature as a preeminent scientist from the wastelands, you are uniquely suited to lead it. Li Wen fell silent, contemplating deeply, then affirmed with quiet resolve, This humble student pledges unwavering dedication. Yet there is one request I wish to make. Qin Ju replied, Speak freely. Resources, personnel, even comprehensive scientific archives. I shall spare no effort to provide them. This humble student wishes to become an immortal. The science your majesty proclaims differs profoundly from what I studied in my former life. Without attaining immortality, further research cannot proceed. His words struck like thunder, an unprecedented boldness, the first ever to dare petition the emperor for an immortal ascension slot. Qin Ju's fingers tapped softly upon the table, his deep, unfathomable gaze locked upon Li Wen. Within the compact Yu Palace, the air thickened with palpable tension. Beads of cold sweat gathered on Li Wen's brow, yet his eyes remained fixed, unflinching upon the emperor's. In them burned a fierce, unyielding candor. Tap, tap, tap. With each measured rhythm, the very air trembled in resonance. Suddenly the tapping ceased. Qin Ju's face softened once more into warm familiarity. Granted. Li Wen exhaled inwardly, a quiet, profound relief. Do not resist, feel it deeply. As Qin Ju spoke, his palm settled gently upon Li Wen's crown. He still held one final blessing slot, the last remaining. The recipient would inherit 80% of his own power, a privilege transcending mere rarity, defying simple description. Originally Qin Ju had intended this blessing for Lu Bu. That counterfeit Lu Bu had impressed him greatly, his conduct perfectly aligned with the emperor's own sensibilities. Yet now granting it to Li Wen promised greater returns. Unbeknownst to Qin Ju, this blessing slot was far more precious than he imagined, and this truly was his final one. Li Wen rose from his chair and knelt reverently before the emperor. It was an act of absolute fealty. Like Qin Goer and the others, Li Wen felt a stream of pure, incandescent energy slowly permeating his being. Yet unlike previous recipients, he did not lose himself in the intoxicating surge of growing power. Instead, he observed the energy with meticulous awareness, his mind still actively analyzing. Not spiritual energy, some other unknown force. Just days earlier, he had glimpsed Qin Goer. The spiritual qi emanating from him bore no resemblance to what now flowed from the emperor. More precisely, it is not energy at all, but rather. Li Wen's eyes fluttered slightly open. As the blessing deepened, his perception of the surroundings shifted unmistakably. He felt a newfound resonance. Not merely with this place, but with the entire realm itself. Dynastic fortune. The four words erupted unbidden in his mind. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. This is the essence. As the blessing was completed, Li Wen looked at Qin Ju again, and this time he no longer saw a majestic emperor. Instead, he saw a sun that gathered the fortunes of the entire great universe behind which lay heaven and earth along with countless subjects. Qin Ju was the bearer of this empire's fortune. After receiving the blessing, he became a kind of vassal or affiliated clan to Qin Ju. Like the pyramid, Qin Ju was at the pinnacle. He was on the next level, drawing a portion of the fortune from Qin Ju to himself. This is the essence of the blessing. Qin Ju watched Li Wen's contemplative expression without interrupting. With his hands clasped behind his back, he waited for Li Wen to open his eyes before saying, "You are the first to perceive the essence of the blessing." Very good. Qin Ju smiled, a look of deep satisfaction on his face. Whether it was Qin Guer or Peng Gao, they were all entranced by the expansion of power when they received the blessing. None of them realized what this essence truly was. In fact, Qin Ju had also discovered this essence through research. He never expected Li Wen to notice it so quickly. Power comes at a price. From this moment on, you are completely bound to me and this nation. The Academy of Sciences is entrusted to you. I believe you can bring me unexpected surprises. Pausing for a moment, Qin Ju continued, "As long as you can satisfy me when you return home, I will help you achieve it." Qin Ju's tone was resolute. In the second year of the Great Universe, July, the Academy of Sciences of the Great Universe was officially established. What astonished the world was that the chief scientist and president of this academy, which had poured tremendous resources from the entire nation, was merely an 80-year-old child. The external world buzzed with discussions filled with doubts and questions. Yet no one dared to openly speak against it. Once Qin Ju made a decision, those beneath him were only to execute. However, after an opportunity arose when Li Wen revealed his identity as an immortal, the external doubts dissipated. The name Li Wen resounded throughout the entire nation. In the time that followed, the vast nation had already gotten on track with few matters to trouble Qin Ju. The talents selected from the first imperial examination gradually replaced the original officials. Science gradually took root in this nation. Few students could pass the provincial examinations, most became officials, while others joined the Ministry of Education or the Academy of Sciences. As for those who passed the county and municipal examinations, some were appointed by Qin Ju as local officials, while a large part became teachers. With this first batch of teachers, the education system that Qin Ju had long planned began to be implemented. From the county to the provincial capital, schools rapidly rose at an astonishing pace. Elementary school, middle school, high school, university. Similar to his previous life, there were 4 stages, with the current implementation being a 6-year elementary school, 3 years of middle and high school, and 4 years of university. Although the stages were the same as in his previous life, the education system was entirely different. Due to the lack of survival pressure on the citizens of the Great Universe, the learning environment was very relaxed. Additionally, as Qin Ju adhered to the principle of elite education for all, and with Jia Yu the poison master serving as the head of the Ministry of Education, corruption was unlikely to occur. In that year, with various policies implemented, issues like food, drink, housing, and transport were no longer problems, and even education was free, leading to an unprecedented enthusiasm for childbirth among the citizens. In the third year of the Great Universe, regarding the birth survey of the previous year, the male and female citizens of childbearing age accounted for about 20% of the total population. The infant mortality rate dropped from 60% before Qin Ju's ascension to 30%. In the second year of the Great Universe, there were 5,200 births, 2,900 deaths, and a net growth of about 1%. In the third year of the Great Universe, following the conclusion of the second imperial examination, the teaching resources were replenished once again. Additionally, the Academy of Sciences achieved certain results in medical fields combined with the efficacy of spirit seeds. The mortality rate of the citizens of the Great Universe decreased again. That year, the number of births reached 800,000. Railways spread across the entire Great Universe, greatly improving citizens' travel. In the fourth year of the Great Universe, electricity was widespread throughout the nation and various infrastructure projects were basically completed. The gradual liberation of women and the continuous spread of knowledge led to a surge in the population of the Great Universe, while conversely the death rate of slaves captured worldwide reached a shocking level. In the fifth year of the Great Universe, civilian technology underwent another revolution, with Li Wen the great scientist and numerous technological resources. There were practically no bottlenecks in the early stages of technological development. That year, civilian technology reached the level approximately equivalent to the 18th century of his previous life. Tens of millions of slaves used their flesh and blood as fuel to build the foundation of this increasingly powerful empire. In the 6th year of the Great Universe, civilian technology was thoroughly popularized throughout the Great Universe. The citizens had a kind of illusion that the world changed every day. The speed of development was so fast that they found it hard to accept. In the 7th and 8th years of the Great Universe, time passed day by day, and Qin Ju remained seated on the imperial throne watching the entire nation develop in the direction he envisioned. In the 25th year of the Great Universe, within the imperial palace, Qin Ju's imposing presence grew even more pronounced. 25 years of time had left no trace on his face. Before him stood Peng Gao Jiayu and Li Wen all respectfully. The first batch of citizens who received formal education has all come of age, approximately 30 million, accounting for 1/3 of the total population. Jiayu said calmly, "Oh, doesn't this number sound unreasonable? Actually, it is very reasonable. After 25 years, 30 million educated adults, isn't that incredible? Don't be surprised, because 90% of these 30 million were not naturally born descendants of the original citizens of the Great Universe." Qin Ju had mentioned many times that the citizens of the Great Universe do not look at bloodlines, but rather at spirit seeds. Well then, after conquering the entire world, about 30 million slaves were captured. These slaves had no human rights and were considered expendables. Since this was the case, they would undoubtedly engage in various forms of passive resistance, having lost the hope of life. A turning point arrived. Jiayu the Poison Master thought of a brilliant plan. Since the citizens of the Great Universe do not regard bloodlines, why not let these slaves reproduce wildly? The children born would be uniformly fostered and educated by the government. These children would grow up without parents, naturally feeling only loyalty to the Great Universe and to the Emperor. As for the original slaves, they would be evaluated based on their childbirth. The more children they had, the less work they would have to do, thus elevating their status among the slaves. This was a win-win situation, giving the slaves some motivation to live, while also resolving the population shortage issue in the Great Universe. With motivation, those tens of millions of slaves would undoubtedly reproduce like crazy, which is why this ratio became so imbalanced. As for whether these people would face discrimination from the original citizens, no need to worry. Regardless of the proportion of these people, just the existence of spirit seeds in their blood would subconsciously prevent citizens from developing any discriminatory thoughts. Qin Ju even had a premonition that perhaps as the Great Universe continued to develop, this model would become a trend. Family concepts gradually faded, and the children born were entirely raised by the state. Additionally, some lower-class citizens advanced to become citizens through various means. In 25 years, the population of the Great Universe was about to surpass 100 million, with 1/3 being highly educated talents. What a terrifying ratio! In another 2 years, as these individuals graduate and enter various industries, the Great Universe would once again experience a leap in progress. After a pause, Jiayu continued to report on various educational matters. Overall, the education in the Great Universe maintained a good development trend. Once Jiayu finished his report, Qin Ju turned to Peng Gao. This prime minister, who had served for countless years, remained as profound as ever. Seeing Qin Ju's gaze upon him, he slowly spoke. In terms of officials, the local officials have basically all been rotated out. Beyond the original territory of the Great Universe, the construction in each province has also been completed, with all local officials being fresh blood among them. In terms of officials, Qin Ju always adhered to the principle of promoting the capable and demoting the incompetent. Therefore, the political scene of the Great Universe can truly be described as a battlefield of the strong. Regardless of whether they are central officials or local officials, they strive desperately for political achievements. They dare not make things difficult for citizens. The ones who suffer are naturally the slaves and lower-class citizens. In this world, the land area is twice that of his previous life. Beyond the original territory of the Great Universe, many places have provincial areas that are almost half the size of the Great Universe. The population is still insufficient, with only a small portion of citizens migrating from various places. Given the vastness of so many areas, local officials are also scarce. Fortunately, there are still many young talents, which barely allows for coverage across the world. After Peng Gao finished his report, the others began to speak one after another. In terms of technology, over the course of 25 years, it can be said that it has been in a state of explosive growth. Civilian technology has now developed to a level comparable to the eve of the first information revolution of his previous life, while military technology is even more remarkable. Tanks, fighter jets, aircraft carriers, and similar developments have already emerged. Moreover, they are rapidly iterating and upgrading. If a time traveler were to arrive now and experience the atmosphere of the Great Universe, they would surely be bewildered. Half of the young people are incredibly fashionable, appearing completely modern. The other half speak ancient language fluently, often using classical Chinese. The cities across various regions also exhibit unique styles, with ancient gardens nestled among towering skyscrapers. In the center of every city stands a statue of Qin Ju. Technology and cultivation, ancient and modern, fantasy and science. Countless slaves laboring at the forefront. The entire nation is showing a bizarre blend of prosperity and absurdity. As Li Wen said, this country is continuously moving towards a distorted utopia. At the end of the 25th year of the Great Universe, the world was at peace. Within the Yu Palace, Qin Ju, who was in the midst of his cultivation, suddenly sensed a disturbance from the Jade Seal in his mind. Before he could react, a massive tide of the dynasty's fortune surged towards him from all directions. The entire Yu Palace, no. The entire royal palace and the surrounding capital were enveloped by golden fortune. That immense fortune even coalesced into substance, transforming into swirling golden clouds, while real dragon and phoenix apparitions appeared at the horizon. The millions of common people in the capital and across the land felt something unusual at this moment, and regardless of what they were doing, they all looked up. What is happening? Heavens! An omen! Dragon and phoenix heralding good fortune. This is auspicious. Could it be that His Majesty has grown stronger again? The golden clouds covered the entire great universe, and everyone felt a warm sensation. In the capital, 5 immortals, including Peng Gao, immediately soared into the sky, gazing in astonishment at the celestial phenomena. The apparitions in the sky continued to condense until a phantom figure emerged. A towering phantom. This is... As Peng Gao and the others squinted to see, they all gasped in shock upon recognizing the figure. Your Majesty. Indeed. That towering phantom was none other than the current Emperor Qin Ju. A breakthrough is imminent. Inside the Yu Palace, Qin Ju felt the fortune continuously flooding into his body. It gradually condensed into the shape of a golden core. From its initial illusion to its steady materialization. After a quarter of an hour, the golden core in his dantian completely transformed into reality. Boom. The soaring momentum radiated from the Yu Palace. Qin Ju's consciousness ascended, merging with that phantom in the sky. In the next second, under the gaze of the entire populace, that phantom slowly opened its eyes. What a marvelous feeling. Qin Ju felt entirely different after condensing the golden core and merging with the phantom. The scenery before his eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. In his eyes, the original world was now intertwined with translucent threads. These threads were densely packed, connecting to each glowing speck of light. Spirit seed. Inside the Yu Palace, Qin Ju slightly raised his hand, reaching towards one of the threads. Outside, the phantom mirrored his actions. When he touched that thread, the scene before him suddenly changed dramatically. The Emperor has manifested. Long life. In a certain part of the great universe, a man knelt respectfully on the ground, gazing at the celestial phenomena, continuously chanting the words, "Long live the Emperor," with fervor on his face. And in that moment, Qin Ju could not only see it all, but also feel the thoughts in the man's heart. With a thought, his consciousness instantly attached to the man's body. The man, originally kneeling respectfully, slowly rose, looking down at his own palm. This startled those around him. A child of only 12 or 13 quickly tugged at his pant leg, saying, "Father, kneel quickly. The Emperor has manifested. This is a great disrespect. The Emperor will punish us." The child's voice was filled with a sob. Clearly, he was in a panic, and others also murmured anxiously, their faces filled with worry. But the man remained unmoved. After thoughtfully surveying his surroundings, he suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. Moments later, he woke up again. "Father, what happened to you?" "Wu, the Emperor is angry. What should we do?" The man slowly regained consciousness, looking utterly bewildered. "What is going on?" "What an extraordinary Dao heart seed demon." After ascending to the golden core, the ability of the spirit seed had obviously upgraded as well. Originally, he could only check the basic information of the spirit seed bearer. Now he could directly possess their body. Wasn't this just the Dao heart seed demon he had read about in novels in his past life? What does this equate to? It means that from now on he possesses endless incarnations. As long as there is one spirit seed bearer remaining, Qin Ju could seize their body and be reborn. The blessings also have anomalies. Official position blessings. After this breakthrough, the Jade Seal no longer granted Qin Ju new blessing quotas, but instead added a capability for official position blessings. The so-called official position blessings refer to the officials of the entire great universe from the 9th rank to the 1st rank, receiving different fortunes according to their official rank. This ability is not bound to a specific person, but to the official position itself. Boom. Qin Ju successfully completed his breakthrough, yet the phenomena in the sky did not dissipate, but rather grew even denser. Qin Gu'er and the other 5 then began their breakthroughs, advancing from the mid-foundation establishment to the golden core. With 80% of Qin Ju's cultivation, he himself was only at the early stage of the golden core. Yet that 80% of cultivation allowed them to leap from the early stage of foundation establishment directly to the golden core. And it didn't stop there. Besides, Qin Gu'er and the 5 officials of all ranks in the capital and throughout the great universe also received blessings of fortune. What kind of place is the capital? How many first-rank officials live here? With the blessings of fortune, these people began to transform from mere mortals into immortals. In the headquarters of the Imperial Guard, Jia Zhan, who was originally a 3rd-rank official, was already 41 years old. She was once a mere mortal who came to the capital at 16 with her brother Jiayu. Her brother was exceptionally talented and quickly gained the emperor's favor. Due to her remarkable skills, she worked under Qin Xuan. Over 25 years, she rose from a minor flag bearer to a third-rank officer commanding the Imperial Guard. Without relying on others in this meritocratic great universe officialdom, she climbed to this position through her. Now at 41, although her figure remained alluring, time had left significant marks on her. Her superior Qin Xuan had been pursuing her for many years, and this was no secret. But she had never agreed. That man was quite dull, and she liked him. Yet she knew that there was a difference between immortals and mortals. Just like now, she had already begun to show signs of aging, while Qin Xuan remained as youthful as ever. The emperor has broken through again. He has grown even stronger. Perhaps after 100 years he will forget someone like me. Jia Zhen looked up at Qin Xuan, bathed in golden fortune, her gaze somewhat complicated. After glancing at him, she lowered her head and knelt respectfully on the ground. What she didn't notice was that a portion of the vast fortune was actually flowing towards her. Just as Jia Zhen lowered her head, she suddenly felt a warm current surging into her body, and then her body uncontrollably began to soar into the sky. There were many others like her. Suddenly floating into the air were numerous people. And these individuals were precisely the current officials of the great universe. From the 9th rank to the 1st rank, there were nearly 1,000 people just in the capital. As the fortune infused into their bodies, the aura they emitted grew at an unbelievable speed. Jia Zhen carefully sensed the ever-growing power within her, her eyes widening. From the 1st to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, until she reached the peak of Qi refinement. Only then did the fortune surrounding her dissipate. Currently, the fortune assigned to a 3rd-rank official was equivalent to the peak of Qi refinement. And those 1st-rank officials had directly advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment. With so many people breaking through together, the spectacle was beyond grandeur. The entire capital, whether citizens or slaves, were left utterly astonished. If the capital was like this, one can only imagine how other places fared. The citizens of the capital had at least seen immortals, while 99% of citizens in other regions had never encountered one. Yet today, in front of countless people, even a minor 9th-rank official broke through from immortal to the 1st layer of Qi refinement. He became an immortal. The world was in shock. The celestial phenomena lasted for more than half a day, until the last official completely departed from the mundane world, at which point the golden luck returned to the heavens and the earth. The phenomena dissipated, but the impacts it caused continued to ferment, especially among the officials from the minor 9th-rank clerks to the high-ranking ministers of various departments. All stood dazed in place, incredulously feeling the surging power within their bodies. In the end, it was Qin Zhu who gave the order and personally explained the situation. The entire world came to a sudden realization. It turned out that as long as one holds an official position, one can become an immortal. But if one makes a mistake and loses their position, all their power would vanish, turning them back into immortal. The world was in an uproar. Who among the people did not wish for longevity? Who did not want the might to move mountains and overturn oceans? The era of becoming rich by holding office had long passed, and now officials sought not wealth, but to become immortals. In the imperial palace, Qin Zhu was indifferent to the outside reactions. His explanation of the official position's blessings was merely to exert pressure on the officials of Dayu. Officials are the backbone of this nation. With pressure, they will work harder. There are a total of 68,432 practitioners at the Qi refinement stage and 321 at the foundation establishment stage. This was the number of cultivators in Dayu. After the blessings of official positions, the abundance of low-level cultivators was due to the vast territory of Dayu, with many low-ranking officials dispatched from various regions. That's quite a significant power, he mused. This ratio would continue to expand, but it was not as if he could arbitrarily create more official positions. The official position blessings clearly stated that the number of these blessings was tied to various factors, such as population and territory. Currently, the official positions that Dayu could set had already reached about 70% of this number. But why was Qin Zhu so certain that this number would keep increasing? This was related to the new function added to the imperial seal after his advancement to the golden core stage today, primary civilization radar. The primary civilization radar consumes 100 civilization points for searches and can locate civilizations at levels 13. This was more than just a timely assistance. Regarding the protective shield at the world's border, Qin Zhu had studied it for over 20 years with no progress. Initially, Qin Zhu thought he would have to wait a while in this realm, but he did not expect a solution to come so quickly. With other worlds to conquer, Dayu could continuously develop. Qin Zhu believed that one day, even relying solely on brute force, he could break that protective shield. After pondering for a moment, he decisively spent 100 civilization points to conduct a search. Over the years, he had instructed Wei He, the young eunuch, to continuously collect various items. He amassed 531 civilization points, excluding expenses for exchanging technology data. Now there were still over 400 left. He could conduct searches up to 4 times at most, but so far everything that Dayu could exchange had been mostly gathered. The civilization points had not increased in a long time. However, this was not a problem. At worst, he could conquer other worlds for more resources. Perhaps he could even package and sell those conquered worlds. As Qin Ju's thoughts turned, his wallet balance suddenly decreased by 100. The civilization radar began its search. In his mind, waves of ripples continuously dissipated. Qin Ju waited quietly. About 3 hours later, the ripples stabilized successfully, locating the first world. Unknown civilization. Civilization, level 1. To be explored. A level 1 civilization. The Imperial Seal did not provide much explanation for this civilization ranking. He only knew that Dayu was currently a level 2 civilization. Therefore, this level 1 civilization should not pose a significant danger. Qin Ju's heart stirred, and a brilliant blue spatial gate suddenly appeared before him. Looking at the spatial gate, which was only as tall as a person, Qin Ju furrowed his brow. Fortunately, the Imperial Seal provided timely feedback. It turns out I can freely control its size. This makes things easier. With a thought, the spatial gate, originally the size of a person, instantly expanded several circles, filling the entire Imperial Palace. Suddenly, it shrank down to the size of a palm. After experimenting for a while, Qin Ju retracted it. He did not rush to explore. As an emperor with a vast nation at his disposal, how could he personally handle such matters? Come here, convey my orders. Summon the commander of the Brocade Guard, Qin Gur, General Yu Zhen of Wu Wei, and the Chancellor to the Imperial Palace for a meeting. Qin Ju stood up, a spark of ambition igniting in his eyes. A new world. How could he not conquer it? In another world, in a farmland outside Luoyang, an old farmer who was tilling the land looked at the suddenly appearing, enlarging, and shrinking spatial gate and was so frightened that he fell to the ground. A ghost. During the day, under the scorching sun, this horrifying scene nearly caused the old farmer to ignoring the crops in the field, the old farmer ran home in a panic, shouting about how he had seen a ghost in broad. Not long after, this incident became known throughout the village. However, no one believed his words. The old farmer was not discouraged and even reported the matter to the officials. As a result, he received nothing but cold stares. No one realized what was about to happen. Only that old farmer was undeterred and often came back to check in the following days. Dayu year, 25 winter solstice. The world had not yet recovered from the previous phenomena when another piece of news ignited the entire realm. The emperor was about to initiate a large-scale conscription across the nation. This news spread like wildfire, sweeping through the entire Dayu territory in just 2 days. Citizens, commoners, and even slaves went into a frenzy. Since the conquest of the world and the subsequent peace, the size of Dai's army had been reduced to almost nothing. Now that conscription was being initiated again, what did that mean? Citizens were excited because in the army they could earn meritorious service and have a chance to become immortals. Commoners and slaves were excited because joining the army provided an easier path for promotion. Whichever reason it was, these were all the reasons that citizens, commoners, and slaves could not refuse. On the second day after the news spread, the entrances of government offices across the realm were filled with citizens who came to enlist. Men, women, young, and old. There were people from all age groups except children. Jiangnan, Huajiang Province's capital, the ancient city of An. At 10 in the morning, Wang Huan, who had just become a minor official not long ago, hummed a tune as he walked briskly towards the government office where he worked. He was only 23 years old, wearing the latest black down jacket with neatly trimmed short hair. Just by appearance, he was no different from modern people of Qin Ju's previous life. Good morning, Aunt Wang. Oh, isn't this Xiao Qian? Long time no see. Good morning. Good morning, young Master Wang. Wang Huan walked briskly, a smile radiating from his face. As he walked, he continuously greeted neighbors with a smile. Among these neighbors were those dressed simply in modern style like him, as well as those with hair tied up in buns adorned in complex ancient attire. Some responded to his simple greetings, while others cupped their hands in respect, speaking in a literary manner. Wang Huan felt nothing unusual about it. He had no parents and was aware that he was the son of a slave. However, he did not feel that this was anything significant. He was raised through centralized training by the government and possessed a spiritual root, making him no different from other citizens. Last year, he had just passed the provincial examination and came to work in this ancient city of An. Although it was said that all citizens were equal, ever since the past few days his status as a minor official had risen, considerably envied by many. Wang Huan certainly wished to become an immortal. He had already stepped one foot into the immortal gate. How could he not be happy? While he was happily daydreaming, he was stunned upon reaching the entrance of his office. Why are there so many people? Looking at the crowd blocking the government entrance in layers, Wang Huan's mind momentarily froze. Could it be that he had missed something? Dayu did not have overtime. Even though Wang Huan was a civil servant, he had made plans yesterday with a few friends for beer and barbecue and had gone home to sleep until 9. But not knowing, he decided to ask. Wang Huan tugged at a man dressed in ancient style, standing in front of him, and asked, "Excuse me, what happened? Why are there so many people gathered here?" The man turned around with an incredulous expression and said, "Brother, the emperor is about to start conscription. You actually didn't know. By the way, don't be so formal. I wear this outfit simply because I like it. Those literary phrases just give me a headache." Conscription. Wang Huan was momentarily taken aback. There were hardly any enemies in this world. Why recruit soldiers? Who were they going to fight? However, he quickly reconsidered, for his majesty was a transcendent being, and there must be a reason behind such actions. Thank you, brother. I have to head to work now, so I won't chat any longer. Wang Huan patted the man's shoulder, squeezed through the crowd, and walked straight ahead. The man was left with a huge question mark in his mind. How could a civil servant like him not know about this? It was no small feat for Wang Huan to even push his way in. In the spacious and bright government office, most of the other colleagues had already arrived. Some plump leaders were leisure. Seeing Wang Huan approach, they greeted him with smiles. Good morning, boss. Why are you here so early today? In the Dayu bureaucracy, there was no bureaucratic style. The relationship between leaders and subordinates was very harmonious. Wang Huan and the other minor officials usually referred to their chubby leader as boss. I can't afford to be late. The year-end evaluations are about to start. If I don't have any achievements, what will happen to me? As he spoke, the chubby leader inadvertently revealed a hint of authority. Other colleagues around couldn't help but cast envious glances. He was indeed a genuine celestial being. Although according to the latest cultivation level explanation issued by the emperor, their leader was only at the first level of Qi cultivation, having just begun in the path of cultivation. But just the enjoyment of 150 years of life was enough to make countless people envious. Boss, I heard the emperor is starting to recruit soldiers. Wang Huan asked with a smile, feeling envious. You little brat, you won't be joining the army, so why are you so concerned? The leader laughed and scolded him. This matter is true. The higher-ups have decided to conduct large-scale conscription. It should officially start in 3 days. However, what will happen afterwards is uncertain. According to reliable information, this conscription will mainly select from slaves and second-class citizens. As for ordinary citizens wanting to enlist, they will be selected from specialized military academies. I see. Wang Huan pondered for a moment. Then the citizens outside can be disappointed. The leader smiled and shook his head. I can understand the enthusiasm of our compatriots to serve the emperor and the country. But the key issue is, he looked up at the plaque and then at the crowd outside, somewhat speechless. The first batch of soldiers is expected to recruit 5 million people, filling 5 legions. Currently, the graduates from major military academies can just fill the basic officer positions. However, after the recruitment is complete plus the time needed to form a certain combat capability, it will take at least 3 years. Yu Zhan was still in his armor. The technology of Diyu had developed sufficiently, yet this old general who had witnessed Diyu's rise still cherished his own set of armor. He stood upright, reporting word by word. No worries, the existing army is enough to handle the first world. The conscription was not for the world of only level 1 civilization. As more worlds were discovered in the future, the number of soldiers would also increase. 5 million was merely a beginning. Whether in his past life or this world, the development of military technology far exceeded that of civilian technology. In 25 years, to put it bluntly, other than nuclear weapons, Diyu had achieved equipment levels not inferior to those of his previous life. Although the total number of permanent soldiers in Diyu, including reserves, was less than 1 million in ordinary worlds, Qin Ju was even confident that without the intervention of his cultivators, the sheer force of steel could prevail. Get ready, you might need to take action this time. Qin Ju spoke in a calm tone. Hearing this, Yu Zhan's eyes immediately brightened. For a martial general, the peace of the past 20 years had been incredibly hard to endure. Only he knew the pain. I am willing to be the vanguard and lead the army to battle. Yu Zhan knelt on one knee. Haha, don't be impatient. When the time comes for you to act, things won't be that simple. That Lupa under you isn't bad. Once Qin Guer and the others have investigated the situation in that world, he can go out to train. 2 days ago, after discovering that world, Qin Ju had sent Qin Guer along with a portion of the imperial guards to scout ahead. It would probably take some time to clarify the general situation. Time rewound 2 days. In another world, it was still the farmland outside of Luoyang. An old farmer nearing 60 leaned on his staff, staring blankly at the space before him. He would sit here for a long time, every day, unable to forget the strange scene that had occurred a few days ago. He even dreamed of it at night. No one believed him. His family thought he had gone mad. But only he knew that it was real. The sun blazed down on his face, and sweat continued to trickle down the waxy, creased skin of his cheeks. Yet he showed no signs of moving. It was not until the sun was about to set that the old farmer sighed and slowly got up, preparing to go home. But just a ripple appeared in the space before him, and then a spatial gate much larger than the one from days ago suddenly appeared. The old farmer's eyes widened and his heart raced uncontrollably. But this time he did not choose to flee. Instead, he boldly stepped forward to investigate. However, just as he reached that azure spatial gate, a leg slowly stepped through. Ghost. The old farmer was so frightened that he fell to the ground. The courage he had just built vanished instantly. Huh, there's someone here. A somewhat gloomy voice rang in the old farmer's ears as Qin Guer slowly walked out from the spatial gate. As soon as he appeared, he immediately mobilized the spiritual energy within his body and erected a protective barrier around him. The anticipated attack did not come. He released his divine sense to survey the surroundings and then squinted at the old farmer, who was slumped on the ground. After he stepped out one after another, a group of people followed him out. A full 100 people, each exuding an astonishing aura. Gathering intelligence was the specialty of the Imperial Guards, and this mission was extremely important. Naturally, Qin Guer had carefully selected 100 individuals from the entire Imperial Guard to participate in this mission. 10 people formed a small team with the leaders, all at the Foundation establishment level. The rest were at least at the 7th level of Qi cultivation with mid-level cultivation. After surveying the surrounding space and ensuring there was no danger, Qin Guer then instructed his subordinates to retract their imposing aura. He looked down at the old farmer at his feet. "Mortal," Qin Guer murmured, raising him with one hand, beginning to search his soul. You had birthed cultivators from a mortal world, so there were naturally no cultivation methods or spells. This type of soul-searching spell was something that Qin Ju exchanged in the civilization shop. By the way, it was ridiculously expensive. Just this small soul search spell cost him 10 civilization points, which was simply extortion. For this, Qin Ju felt quite distressed for a while. A golden core strongman could search a mortal's soul in an instant, and everything the old farmer knew was revealed to Qin Guer. Great Sui Jianghu Luoyang. Qin Guer quickly extracted 3 keywords from the old farmer's memory. It seems this is not a simple mortal world. This old farmer was just a peasant, and he knew very little. He only knew that this court named Great Sui was on the verge of collapse with many places already in chaos. As for the so-called Jianghu, he had only heard rumors. He only knew that those chivalrous heroes were formidable, but nothing else. Having deeply memorized this information, Qin Guer turned to his other subordinates and said blandly, according to the original group, commence action. 1 month later we will regroup here. Remember to keep your identities concealed. After giving the already dazed old farmer a physical release, Qin Guer instructed. Yes, my lord. 100 Imperial Guards bowed their heads in response. Just as they were about to leave, Qin Guer suddenly added, Jenner, be careful. He looked at one of the female team leaders. The birthmark on the girl's face had long since disappeared, and her beautiful face was filled with seriousness. Upon hearing Qin Guer's voice, she paused for a moment. Understood. After saying that, she walked away with. As for the other Imperial Guards, they maintained a poker face as if they hadn't heard anything, and even quickened their pace. It was only after all the subordinates had left that Qin Guer made his move. As a dignified golden core strongman, he naturally acted alone. His destination was naturally Luoyang, the nearest place from here. In the chaotic era at the end of the Sui dynasty, dust began to rise, and 2 dragons rose from the water. The breaking of one jade would shatter the destiny, and one relic would swallow the land. Given your attire, you must be a person of the martial world, right? On a carriage heading to Luoyang, Qin Guer had unexpectedly changed into a set of agile clothing. Inside the carriage besides him, there was also a plump man who had squinty eyes and was dressed in luxurious brocade resembling a wealthy merchant. Surrounding the carriage were many accompanying guards, each robust and strong. Whether they possessed real martial skills was uncertain, but they certainly looked intimidating. Qin Guer encountered this group of people on the official road to Luoyang. At that time, the wealthy merchant with the surname Liu invited him onto the carriage for reasons unknown. Not exactly a person of the martial world, just dressing up to deceive others in these turbulent times. Qin Guer said with a smile, completely shedding his usual gloomy demeanor. Indeed, the world is truly unsettled these days. Recently, rebel armies have started to appear in various places, and their scale is growing larger, alas. The wealthy merchant Liu was quite talkative. Upon Qin Guer's prompt, he continued to speak. Qin Guer's eyes flickered slightly, and he continued without leaving a trace. These rebels are truly despicable. I've heard that the emperor has dispatched a large army to suppress them, but I wonder how the situation is now. Qin Guer had no idea if the emperor of this world had sent troops to suppress the rebels, but that didn't stop him from fabricating stories. Little did he know, upon hearing his words, the wealthy merchant suddenly looked shifty. He lowered his voice and said, Let me speak frankly, just listen and don't spread it around. The current emperor is cruel and tyrannical, burdening the people with various corvées and taxes, leading to widespread discontent. They say they are sending troops to suppress them, but who are they sending? You and the general. That might not be manageable. This world does not belong to the common people. Now even many noble families are discontent with him. Perhaps. The wealthy merchant Liu did not continue, giving Qin Guer a meaningful glance. Qin Guer did not respond. If even a merchant dared to scheme in private like this, it indeed suggested that the mighty Sui dynasty was nearing its end. If we talk about the emperor, it truly is. A few years ago, he spoke of relocating the capital to our Luoyang, but what happened? In name, Luoyang became the capital, yet the emperor himself ran off to Jiangdu. Alas, it's a burden on the people and a waste of resources. Liu the merchant sighed again. Qin Guer felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that Luoyang was still considered the visible capital of the Sui dynasty. By the way, I wonder what brings this hero to Luoyang. Though I am but a humble merchant, I have some connections and might be able to assist you, my friend. Since we are enjoying a pleasant conversation, may I dare to address you as brother? Qin Guer smiled. I am unworthy of such kindness from Liu Leoj. Our meeting is merely by chance, and I am truly honored. To be honest, I am merely a farmer, but with the world in turmoil, I was hoping to find some influence in Luoyang so I wouldn't be alone. After gathering information about the country's situation, Qin Guer shifted the topic to the forces of the martial world, which was what he truly cared about. He still had no idea what level the so-called martial artists were. So that's how it is in such chaotic times one should indeed find someone to rely on. However, the forces within Luoyang are intricate with factions standing behind each other. If you're not careful as an old man, I must say you might not even know how you die. How about this? I lack a personal bodyguard, and I observe your vitality is as fierce as a dragon. Your presence suggests you are at least at the second-tier level of mastery, right? Don't worry, as your bodyguard, I won't mistreat you. Qin Guer finally understood why Lu the merchant was so enthusiastic. It turned out he was looking at him as a person of value. Qin Guer shook his head and smiled. Lu Leo's kindness is appreciated, but I still wish to explore the world. Unfazed by the direct rejection, Lu the merchant continued with a friendly demeanor. It's good for young people to have ambition. Since that's the case, I won't force you. Speaking of the powers within Luoyang, the most significant is the Luoyang gang. They control the transport, gambling houses, and brothels in this area. Their influence cannot be underestimated. Their leader, Rong Fengxiang, is also a well-known master. I have some connections with one of the hall masters of the Luoyang gang, so I can help you gather information. Additionally, there's the Iron Spear Society, which is a security agency in the city. Others like the Golden Blade Temple and the White Horse Society are also somewhat renowned. Lu the merchant clearly had a wealth of knowledge in this area, and he went on to introduce the various forces around Luoyang one by one. He spoke until he was parched, then paused to drink some water. Qin Laodi, I still recommend you to join the Luoyang gang. There's potential there. As for other matters. He wanted to say more, but the guards outside suddenly reminded him in a hushed voice that they had arrived at the city gate. I wonder if Qin Laodi has a place to stay. You might as well come to my humble abode to rest for a bit. Qin Guer shook his head. No need to trouble Lu Leoj. Please just point me the way. I would like to try going. Lu the merchant said. Alright, the Luoyang gang's recruitment isn't public, but if you head west of the city, there's a gambling house called Fortune Comes. Go there and look for someone named. As he spoke, the two of them got off the carriage, and the city guards dutifully checked them. Everyone else took out something resembling an ID. Qin Guer glanced at it, then fumbled in his sleeve, and magically produced one as well. He had no idea where he had pulled out 2 pieces of broken silver, which he discreetly handed to the guard. The effect was evident. The soldier didn't even check the ID and let Qin Guer pass. Inside the city, Lu the merchant held Qin Guer's hand reluctantly. He rambled on for a long time before they finally parted ways. As they were about to part, he solemnly said, If Qin Laodi encounters any difficulties, feel free to come to Lu's residence in the east of the city to find me. Rest assured I will always welcome you. Certainly, certainly. Qin Guer hurriedly shook off the chubby hand, and after saying that, he disappeared into the crowd in just a few steps. Only after Qin Guer left did the leader of the guards approach. With a puzzled expression, he asked, Master, why do you place such importance on that lad? I observe that he has no fluctuations of inner strength. He doesn't seem like a person of the martial world. Lu the merchant, who had just been smiling, gradually cooled down, and his eyes were filled with depth. Xiao Xiao, you've been with me for quite some time now, yet you're still only at the 3rd-tier level. Although I do not practice martial arts, my vision is still sharp. Though this person has no inner strength fluctuations, he carries a killing intent. His aura is far from what an ordinary person can possess. If I'm not mistaken, this person is at least at the level of top martial artists in the world. Moreover, observing his conduct, he does not resemble a mere farmer at all. Lu the merchant's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be? The guard leader's eyes suddenly widened. Do not delve into others' identities. Just know that having more friends opens more paths. Let's go, there's still much for you to learn. Qin Guer moved through the crowd like a ghost. The bustling street was filled with people, yet no one noticed him. The knowledge of cultivation was severely lacking, and without any comparison, not only was Qin Guer unaware of how powerful a golden core cultivator was, even Qin Zhu had only a vague understanding. As for why there was a civilized mall yet a lack of foundational information, it's quite amusing. The civilized mall indeed sold cultivation foundational materials, but the categories were far too numerous. Though the cultivation systems of different worlds sounded somewhat similar, they were actually vastly different. Some practiced foundation establishment, as if it were some heavenly Tao, while others could shatter trees with a mere punch. Qin Zhu also had no idea which method he was practicing, and the Jade Seal gave him no hints. In just a few steps, Qin Guer arrived at the casino called Fortune Comes. Outside, a few lackeys were swaying, drunkenly yawning continuously. Inside, the sounds of clamor and shouting echoed back and forth. Qin Guer remained expressionless, not even glancing at the gatekeepers as he walked straight in. With just a sweep of divine sense, he found his target this time. It was the hall master introduced by Lu. It wasn't that he recognized him, it was simply that after a brief scan among all the people in the casino, this one had the most vigorous vitality. May I ask if you are Hall Master Chen Hu? Qin Guer stepped forward and asked with a smile. The Hall Master Chen Hu sat on a chair with a beautiful woman in it. Hearing the voice, he slightly raised his head, sizing up Qin Guer, his eyes narrowing, as he said, A stranger, who are you, and how do you know me? I am Qin Guter, sent by Lu Kai Lu Leoj, who introduced me. I wish to join your esteemed gang. Qin Guer did not beat around the bush and directly stated his intention. Lu Kai. Chun, who adjusted his posture, slightly seemingly pondering this person. After a moment, he suddenly realized that merchant. He recalled that such a person indeed existed, supplying him regularly. Chun, who pushed the woman in his arms aside and stood up, circling around Qin Guer as he scrutinized him closely. You are indeed robust, but our Luoyang gang does not accept just anyone. Chun, who said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Qin Guer couldn't help but scoff internally, though he appeared unfazed on the surface. He then took out a sizable silver ingot from his sleeve, stepped forward a few paces, and said, I hope Brother Chun can make an exception. I have long admired your esteemed gang, and specially came here. As he spoke, he placed the silver ingot in Chun Hu's hand. Weighing the obviously hefty silver ingot in his hand, Chun, who instantly smiled broadly. Although our Luoyang gang does not accept just anyone, I see that you have an extraordinary demeanor, so I can make an exception this once. While saying this, Chun Hu's heart was already filled with greed. To casually produce such a large amount of silver, this person was not simple. Thank you, Brother Chin. Qin Guer quickly expressed his gratitude, then suddenly lowered his voice and said, to be honest, I have something good to give to you, brother. This item was obtained by me in my early years, and now I wish to present it to you as a token of respect, hoping that you can take care of me in the future. After Qin Guer quietly spoke, Chun, who indeed took the bait. Immediately he asked what good thing. Qin Guer looked around and pretended to be reserved, saying, there are many people here, is there a quieter place? Upon hearing this, Chun, who gave Qin Guer a meaningful glance and suddenly smiled broadly, a quieter place. Of course there is. Follow me. He laughed as he patted Qin Guer's shoulder and walked towards a small room behind him. Qin Guer followed behind, both harboring ulterior motives, yet neither revealed their intentions. Until they entered a hidden small room. After shutting the door, Chun, who turned around, his entire demeanor suddenly shifting with imposing authority. The jovial man transformed into a ravenous wolf in an instant. Speak, who exactly are you? What do you want? If you don't explain, don't blame me, Chin, for being ruthless. Qin Guer looked at this intimidating figure and suddenly chuckled. He couldn't be bothered to waste words and abruptly seized his neck. The burly man, weighing over 200 pounds, was effortlessly lifted up. You. Chun, who hadn't even reacted before his body instinctively began to resist. But Qin Guer merely released a hint of golden core pressure, and Chun, who instantly felt as if a massive mountain was pressing down upon him. Without further ado, Qin Guer immediately began to search his soul. After a while, once Chun Hu's eyes glazed over, Qin Guer casually tossed him aside. After reviewing the man's memories, his expression turned peculiar. 2 words popped into his mind, is this it? After all, Chun, who was a figure of the underworld and knew far more than that old farmer. He even had a faint understanding of some hidden matters. Is this what is called a second-rate master? Qin Guer looked at Chun, who resembled a dead dog, his face openly filled with disdain. This so-called second-rate master, not to mention him, even a mere first layer of qi refining, could squash him effortlessly. As for the leader of the Luoyang gang, he was merely a top-tier first-rate master. According to the memories, he could confront 100 men. 100 men. When he was at the peak of qi refining, he had single-handedly broken through tens of thousands of troops. Okay. After flipping through the man's memories, Qin Guer suddenly felt he might have been a bit overly cautious. After pondering for a moment, Qin Guer walked out of the small room with disregard for anyone around. He was going to find this so-called leader of the Luoyang gang, Rong Fengxiang. He had no time to truly join the Luoyang gang and slowly rise through the ranks. Just like when he arrived, no one noticed that the young man who had just spoken with Chun, who had vanished. It wasn't until several hours later that someone sensed something was amiss. As the leader of the prominent Luoyang gang, Rong Fengxiang was a renowned figure in Luoyang. According to Chun Hu's memories, Rong Fengxiang had several residences in Luoyang. However, the one he frequented the most was a quiet place located in the eastern part of the city. To be safe, Qin Guer checked all the locations that Chun Hu knew of one by one. However, he did not find Rong Fengxiang. Could he be at the Luoyang gang headquarters? After thinking for a bit, it was normal for him not to be home at this hour. He then headed towards the Luoyang gang's main base. At the Luoyang gang headquarters, in a spacious room, Rong Fengxiang sat at the head of the table with about 10 people seated on either side. These individuals, both men and women, all shared a common trait. That is, they didn't look like good people at first glance. At this moment, the group seemed to be discussing something. Leader Wang Shichong is not what he seems. With the current unrest outside, he is making a big effort to win us over, and we must be cautious. It's merely mutual exploitation. He needs our Luoyang gang to maintain order and gather intelligence, while I too am using his influence to further my own development. Rong Fengxiang took a sip of tea and said nonchalantly, there are no eternal friends in this world, only eternal. Wang Shichong is the commander of the eastern defense of Luoyang and holds the military and political power of the entire Luoyang area. Since he wants to win us over, he must appear agreeable on the surface. Alright, there's no need to worry about this matter. I have my own judgment. You all can proceed as usual. After saying this, Rong Fengxiang stood up, placing his hands behind his back, and walked out on his own. The others in the room fell silent for a moment before dispersing as well. Why is there always a feeling of unease? After the high-level meeting of the Luoyang gang concluded, Rong Fengxiang did not hurry to leave. In the past 2 days, he had felt an inexplicable anxiety. Walking aimlessly, he unknowingly arrived at a garden. Looking at the flowers and plants in the garden, Rong Fengxiang's mood improved slightly. But then he suddenly woke up and thought, this isn't right. He had originally planned to find Wang Shicheng, so how did he end up? A chill rose from his heart, and Rong Fengxiang abruptly turned his head. Behind him, a young man stood there smiling as he looked at him. Who are you? Rong Fengxiang abruptly staggered backwards several paces, putting distance between himself and Qin Guer. Simultaneously, true qi surged silently within his meridians, his body coiling into a defensive stance. So, you're Rong Fengxiang. You appear far more formidable than that fellow Chen Hu. Qin Guer crossed his arms over his chest, surveying Rong Fengxiang from head to toe with the unbridled, dispassionate gaze of a predator sizing up a lamb. Chen Hu. A chilling premonition rose in Rong Fengxiang's heart. His face darkened like storm-choked water. You've slipped undetected into the headquarters of my Luoyang gang. Truly masterful craft. Which sect of the demon sects, 2 schools and 6 paths, do you represent? Even as the words left his lips, Rong Fengxiang launched a sudden ferocious assault. He hurled a throwing dagger, then crushed a spherical, hidden weapon clutched in his palm. Shoo! The dagger sliced through the air, hurtling toward Qin Guer at blinding speed. Simultaneously, whatever he had shattered released a creeping violet poison that blanketed the surroundings. Soul-seizing art. Not yet finished, Rong Fengxiang barked a low command, the climax of his attack. This was the secret technique of the Laojun Temple, the soul-seizing art. It manipulated minds through eye contact or spoken incantation, a forbidden art upon which Rong Fengxiang had built his entire dominion in Luoyang. Yet he knew well its limits. It could only befuddle ordinary mortals, not someone like this. But masters clashed in the blink of an eye. Even a single momentary lapse in Qin Guer's focus would dramatically increase the odds of his demise. 2 schools and 6 paths of the demon sect. Sounds rather intimidating. Qin Guer lingered on Rong Fengxiang's words, utterly neglecting any defensive posture. Rong Fengxiang's heart leapt with triumph. He lunged forward alongside the dagger's flight. Yet 0.001 seconds later, he stood frozen in disbelief. In the instant before, Qin Guer had stood motionless. Now he appeared before Rong Fengxiang, as if teleported. The poisoned dagger halted inches from his body, unable to advance a hair's breadth. The surrounding toxic miasma vanished, sucked dry in a single breath. And Rong Fengxiang himself was seized by the throat, lifted off his feet by a single hand. You. His eyes widened in utter incredulity. His mind went utterly blank. How could this be? He was a peerless master of the martial world, merely half a step away from the legendary Grandmaster realm. Yet every technique he wielded crumbled before this man like childish folly. Grandmaster. Rong Fengxiang flailed helplessly, forcing the 2 words from his constricted throat. In his understanding, only a grandmaster could render him so utterly powerless. Grandmaster, if this is the peak of your so-called peerless elite, then your grandmasters cannot be much stronger. Qin Guer's curiosity about this world had evaporated entirely. He'd expected a formidable trial. Yet this was all. Rong Fengxiang did possess some skill, but not much. That seamless chain of ambushes might have felled a fledgling cultivator at qi refinement levels 1 or 2. But no further. Hearing Qin Guer's scathing tone, Rong Fengxiang's eyes bulged anew. Countless questions swirled in his mind, but Qin Guer offered no chance to voice them. Qin Guer activated soul-searching once more. Moments later, this locally renowned underworld boss perished silently within the Luoyang gang's own stronghold. Oh, so he's also the abbot of the Laojun Temple, one of the demon sect's 2 schools and 6 paths. Qin Guer hadn't anticipated this minor warlord harbored such a dual identity. After a brief sigh, Qin Guer began sifting through the knowledge extracted from Rong Fengxiang's mind. The demon sect's 2 schools and 6 paths. Ci Hang Jingzhai, the He Shibai, the evil emperor's spirit stone, the evil king Shi Xuan, the celestial blade Song Ke, the Yin empress Zhu Yuyan, the venerable Liao Kong, and the abbess of Ci Hang Jingzhai. So these so-called grandmasters are marginally stronger than I'd assumed. According to Rong Fengxiang's memories, he had once witnessed Song Ke's swordplay. 1 slash cleaved a cliff face, and 2, sword energy roared across 3 kilometers. A devastating display, far beyond the capacity of ordinary qi refinement cultivators, even surpassing Qin Guer's own peak at qi refinement's culmination. Such a staggering power gap. A top-tier martial master barely reached qi refinement levels 1 or 2, yet a grandmaster rivaled foundation establishment. Granted, only the raw destructive output approached early foundation establishment standards. A genuine foundation establishment cultivator could effortlessly dominate such a grandmaster, not least due to vastly superior stamina and endurance. Once he fully grasped this world's parameters, Qin Guer relinquished his final sliver of caution. Frankly, he could flatten the entire realm with a single exhalation, utterly devoid of challenge. Yet he refrained from confronting the world alone. His sovereign clearly intended to use this realm as a training ground to test cutting-edge technologies. Qin Ju had assigned him only reconnaissance. He dared not overstep. After a moment's reflection, Qin Guer's figure dissolved into thin air within the garden. Elsewhere within the Yu Palace, the intelligence gathered by Qin Guer streamed directly into Qin Ju's consciousness. He absorbed the data, then murmured softly, Da Tong Shuang Long Zhuan, the legend of the twin dragons of Tang. This world was no stranger to him. As one who had devoured countless novels, Qin Ju knew it intimately. The tale unfolded simply amid the chaos of the Sui dynasty's collapse. Two Yangzhou street urchins, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, stole the Taoist scripture, the Book of Eternal Life, plunging them into the martial world. They mastered unparalleled arts, adopted the Goguryeo heroine Fu Jun'er as their mother, only to witness her brutal slaughter by the Yuan clan. Vowing to seize supremacy, they founded the young martial army, navigating treacherous alliances, hunting legendary treasures, cultivating relentlessly, and ascending ever higher. Judging by Qin Guer's report, however, the main narrative had yet to begin. After all, Emperor Yang of Sui remained very much alive, though his fate was already sealed. Could a novel from my past life have become reality? Recalling the broad arc of the legend of the twin dragons of Tang, Qin Ju pondered. Then again, having himself transcended into cultivation, why should fiction becoming fact seem extraordinary? After a pause, a jade seal materialized before Qin Ju's eyes. Staring at its unassuming surface, he whispered, "The seal of civilization, what truly are you? Why have you chosen me? And what precisely is your purpose? Yet I confess, I need you now more." Qin Ju's eyes narrowed. With a flick of his wrist, the jade seal vanished. "Summon my generals. Mobilize the imperial army. We march in 7 days." He held no interest in indulging the petty intrigues of the legend of the twin dragons of Tang. Having assessed the situation, only one course remained clear: conquest. These so-called grandmasters, the Sui dynasty, the Li Tang, crushed them all without hesitation. Coincidentally, the Great Yu Empire faced a severe shortage of laborers. Time for replenishment. Tanks and aircraft could be deployed for live drills. As the Great Yu lacked spiritual energy, Qin Ju's long-standing vision of universal cultivation remained unrealizable. However, martial manuals could be collected and disseminated across the realm. Qin Ju wished only to see whose skulls were harder, those of grandmasters or the artillery shells of modern warfare. In the world of the Tang dynasty in Jiangdu, within a temporary palace. Although this is the temporary palace of Emperor Yang of Sui, its scale is not inferior to his residence in Chang'an. Inside the magnificent palace, Emperor Yang of Sui rested, his elbow on his hand, with a delicate beauty lounging in his embrace. He sipped wine while shaking his head, thoroughly enjoying the moment. "Report. Your Majesty, General Yuan requests an audience." A guard ran over and knelt on one knee. Without turning his head, Emperor Yang of Sui smiled and said, "Oh, my great general has come. Let him in." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Huaji, clad in golden armor and wielding a long spear, slowly walked in. "The humble subject pays his respects to your Majesty." Yuan Huaji performed a salute, then stood up on his own. This act could hardly be deemed respectful. However, Emperor Yang of Sui seemed oblivious, still engrossed in the chaotic atmosphere. "What brings you to me?" He slowly set down his wine cup and casually pulled another dancer into his embrace, his hands roaming. The delicate laughter of the dancer filled the palace, and Yuan Huaji could not help but slightly furrow his brow at this scene. He did not respond, but tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. Yuan Huaji remained silent, but Emperor Yang of Sui continued to speak. "Minister Yuan, these beauties here were specially captured from the western regions for me. Each one possesses exquisite beauty. Come, choose one. It's a reward from me to you." As Emperor Yang of Sui spoke, he rose and walked step by step towards Yuan Huaji, pointing at the dancers and laughing heartily. "I dare not, your Majesty." As Emperor Yang of Sui approached, Yuan Huaji lowered his head. "Oh, dare not. Is there anything in this world that you, Yuan Huaji, would not dare?" "Emperor, if you wish for my death, I must comply." Emperor Yang of Sui lightly tapped Yuan Huaji's chest plate with his finger. "Then I ask you, if I command your death, would you dare not?" Yuan Huaji knelt on one knee, his expression unchanged. Emperor Yang of Sui laughed heartily. "Huh, get up. How could I bear to let you die?" He chuckled as he helped Yuan Huaji back to his feet. "Then tell me, I am constructing canals for the people. Why do the blood of the commoners run thicker than the Luo River? I want to abolish the imperial examinations to break the power of the aristocracy, yet why do the bones of the poor pile higher than the hall of brightness?" Suddenly, he became frantic and smashed his wine cup against one of the dancers. The dancer cried out in pain, but held her injured spot, not daring to make another sound. "I ask you again, can your Yuan family's ice-cold techniques withstand the rebellion of 37 routes outside the pass? If I want those commoners to live, why do they rebel against me?" Emperor Yang of Sui raised his voice several decibels, the intense emotional fluctuation causing him to suddenly feel a tightness in his chest, coughing up a pool of blood. Yuan Huaji remained silent. Emperor Yang of Sui gaze turned icy as he stumbled back into his chair. He patted the dragon chair beneath him and suddenly burst into laughter. Do you wish to occupy this position beneath me? Alas, I am truly alone now. Emperor Yang of Sui gaze became desolate, and with a self-deprecating smile, he fixed his eyes on Yuan Huaji, slowly uttering 2 words. Commoners. The old emperor has fallen, the new emperor must be established. The dragon emerges from the mountain pass, chosen by heaven. The world cannot remain in chaos for long. This era's journey will be left to you, Qin Xuan. In Luoyang, within a tranquil temple, a few commoners respectfully worshipped Buddha, praying to quell their inner greed. Deep inside, the current abbot of the Zihong Jingjai, Fang Qinghui, lowered her eyes slightly and gently instructed a woman in white beside her. The woman appeared to be only in her 20s, graceful and beautiful, with a face as cold as frost and an extraordinary posture. Her aura exuded a chill akin to that of an iceberg. After hearing Fang Qinghui's words, she nodded slightly. Yes. Responding softly, Qin Xuan turned and departed. Shortly after she left, another woman dressed as a nun emerged from somewhere. Fang Qinghui looked at the nun and said softly, "The old emperor has fallen, the he Shi Bai should also appear in the world. Whoever possesses the he Shi Bai will possess the world. This matter is entrusted to you. Have you heard? The emperor has passed away. Is that true? How come I should lower your voice? This is a letter from a relative of mine, working in Jiangdu, warning me to prepare early. It seems chaos is truly about to ensue in this world. I heard that the northern Li Tang has raised the rebel flag, and the Wagong stronghold is also gaining momentum." In a tea house in Luoyang, 2 tea patrons whispered, and though they were whispering, everyone around them was listening intently. At a table by the window, Qin Guer listened to the discussions and chuckled lightly. Luoyang is indeed lively now. According to what the emperor said, the plot should be unfolding. He took a gentle sip of tea. Since the soul search for Rong Fengxiang a few days ago, he had felt that the atmosphere in Luoyang had become somewhat unusual. Every day, a large number of commoners entered the city. Just by sensing a bit, he could tell that there were not only many second-rate experts, but also quite a few first-rate ones. Many of them looked like spies disguised as commoners, and in recent days Wang Shichong had also secretly intensified his consolidation of military power in Luoyang, appearing ambitious. According to the emperor, Luoyang is the core of the entire story of the Tang dynasty's twin dragons. Whether it's the demon sect Zihong Jingjai Li Tang or the Wagong army, led by Li Mi, they all revolve around this place. Let me add some fuel to the fire for you. Qin Guer murmured, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The teacup on the table still emitted steam, yet no one around noticed. News of Emperor Yang of Sui death spread like a hurricane, swiftly sweeping across the entire realm. In just a few days, righteous armies rose everywhere, and ambitious individuals seemed to emerge overnight. Meanwhile, Qin Guer had arrived at a temple. The Jingnian Zen Temple, a holy place of Buddhism, the location where the he Shi Bai would emerge. At this moment, the he Shi Bai had not yet appeared. The temple still looked like an ordinary place. Qin Guer entered the temple like an ordinary worshipper. "Amit Bao, are you here to make a wish? Please follow." As soon as Qin Guer entered, a young monk approached him. Around them, worshippers were coming and going, but the young monk only stopped Qin Guer. Seeing this, Qin Guer found it somewhat amusing, saying, "With so many worshippers coming and going, why do you only stop me?" The young monk joined his palms together and shook his head. The master said that a very special person would come today. His wish is too great, so the monk was sent to welcome him. Qin Guer asked, "How do you know that person is me?" The young monk replied, "I don't know, but the moment I saw you, I knew it was you." Hee, that is indeed interesting. He clasped his hands behind his back and tilted his head slightly. The young monk wasted no words and turned to lead Qin Guer deeper into the temple. Knock, knock, knock. As they approached the door of a room, Qin Guer heard the sound of a wooden fish being struck. "Please come in." The young monk slightly stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. Qin Guer glanced at the young monk and strode inside. In the room, a stone Buddha statue stood at the center, while an old monk struck the wooden fish with one hand. The young monk followed him in. Apart from them, there was no one else. In this world, it is said that one should offer a golden body to the Buddha, yet you with a bald head have made a stone body for the Buddha. Your heart is insincere. Qin Guer looked at the old monk and said with a sigh as he gazed at the statue. The old monk ceased striking the wooden fish and turned to gesture for Qin Guer to sit on a nearby mat. Qin Guer flashed a trace of disdain in his eyes and did not take a seat. The old monk retracted his hand, joining his palms together with a sincere expression. The old monk did not respond, but the young monk spoke. The master said the Buddha resides in the heart, whether made of clay or gold. If the heart is not sincere, it is all the same. Is sincerity useful? So many people worship the Buddha every day, yet I haven't seen the Buddha manifest even once. Qin Guer spoke with unabashed sarcasm. The young monk replied, "The master said one must cultivate blessings in this life to see the results in the next." Playing tricks. Qin Guer strode up to the Buddha statue. He slowly extended his hand and placed it on the stone statue. Without any visible action, the next moment the statue collapsed with a loud crash. Fragments of stone flew everywhere, and the young monk's eyes widened in shock. Just as he was about to scold, he was stopped by the old monk's hand. If I destroy this statue, will I face retribution in the next life? Qin Xuan turned and fixed his gaze on the old monk, speaking each word deliberately. The young monk, suppressing his anger, relayed the old monk's words again. The master said the Buddha does not hold grudges against those without intention. Without intention? Qin Xuan laughed heartily. You old bald donkey are quite amusing. Now tell me, how did you know I would come? This point genuinely intrigued Qin Xuan as he felt the old monk's internal energy surging, indicating considerable strength. According to the classifications of this world, he undoubtedly had the strength of a master. Yet how could a master predict his arrival? The old monk lowered his eyes and retrieved a round jade plate from his sleeve. The young monk said, the master said that 4 days ago the he Shurbai exhibited unusual activity, the stars shifted, and the world will face great tribulations. Especially today, the changes in the he Shurbai are even more pronounced. The master also said that the he Shurbai can be given to you, but please keep in mind the plight of the common people and refrain from excessive killing. As the young monk spoke, the anger in his heart had long dissipated, replaced by disbelief. Even fear. For the signs calculated by the master indicated that the common people were suffering terribly, and in the future their lives would be even more miserable. And all of this stemmed from the person before him. Huh, you old bald donkey, do have some substance. Qin Xuan made a swift motion, and the he Shurbai flew into his hand in an instant. The he Shurbai, which had shown some unusual movements, immediately became still and silent. Whether or not I commit killings is not up to me to decide. However, I suspect your fate will not be too bright. As for the common people of the world, what a joke. The common people of this world are not citizens of Du. Qin Xuan has always adhered to the will of Qin Ju. In his eyes, apart from the citizens of Du, everyone else can hardly be counted as human. Even if the people of this world perish, Qin Xuan would have no compassion. Enjoy yourselves, there aren't many good days left. Holding the he Shurbai, Qin Xuan walked out of the room. In the courtyard, he stood quietly, the he Shurbai continuously ascending into the air, until it hung high in the clouds. Then the he Shurbai suddenly burst forth with a milky white light, dazzling like a second sun. In Luoyang City and the surrounding areas, countless commoners were drawn to this light, looking up. However, Qin Xuan felt somewhat dissatisfied. With a wave of his hand, 2 golden dragon phantoms appeared beside the he Shurbai. Simultaneously, everyone in Luoyang had a single phrase arise in their minds. Whoever possesses the he Shurbai will possess the world. Boom. Whether it was Wang Shichong in Luoyang, or Fang Qingwei of Zihang Jingjai, or those spies from the demon sect, and Li Tang, countless people gasped in shock. This act of Qin Xuan was undoubtedly the will of Qin Ju. By doing so, he was merely attracting the attention of the entire realm to Luoyang. It would be best to initiate the Battle of Luoyang in advance. Then the Du army could crush all the living forces of this world in one fell swoop, saving the trouble of searching one place after another. In the Zihang Silent Temple, a gentle breeze and light clouds filled the air when suddenly the words "He Shurbai shall conquer the world" flashed in the mind of Fan Qinghui, causing her expression to change dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Fan Qinghui appeared outside, while many disciples of the Zihang Silent Temple were already drawn to this extraordinary phenomenon. Even Fan Qinghui lifted her head, her eyes filled with disbelief. What is happening? Why has He Shurbai appeared and accompanied by a dragon and phoenix phenomenon? Fan Qinghui, usually unflappable, found her mind in chaos. This matter was completely beyond her comprehension. Could it be the work of the demon sect, or some other force? As soon as this thought sprang to mind, Fan Qinghui immediately dismissed it. It was impossible, as she herself could not create such a phenomenon, and there was no one in the demon sect capable of doing so. Therefore, only one possibility remained. He Shurbai had undergone some kind of unknown transformation. After just a moment of contemplation, Fan Qinghui moved swiftly, her figure vanishing like a ghost, as she dashed towards the silent Zen courtyard. She was not the only one with this thought. The demon sect, the righteous path, and various factions within Luoyang, after a moment of shock, all headed towards the silent Zen courtyard. Meanwhile, in the silent Zen courtyard, the one causing such a commotion slightly raised his head, admiring his masterpiece. The old monk and the young monk followed suit, with the latter staring wide-eyed at the scene. The old monk's face was filled with pain. I've heard the master of Kong Chan practiced the ultimate skill of silent Zen, incredibly mystical. Each year of silence condenses true energy. After more than 30 years of silent Zen, I wonder what stage the master has reached now. Qin Xuan turned slightly and asked with a smile. The pain on Kong Chan's face deepened as he remained silent. Even the young monk did not respond this time. Did you see it? Qin Xuan approached Kong Chan, looking directly into his eyes. What did you see? A hell on earth. Or are you lying on Li Wen's dissection table? Oh, you might not know who Li Wen is. He is a madman who I doubt you would like that person. Qin Xuan smiled sinisterly, finally withdrawing a bit of his golden core pressure. The renowned Kong Chan, a master in his own right, instantly slumped to the ground. Boring, old bald donkey. After indulging in his malicious humor, he ignored the 2 monks. Qin Xuan looked towards the outside of the courtyard. Many experts had already rushed over. You can't come in now, but I can let you taste a little sweet. Qin Guer chuckled, a strand of spiritual energy rising from his body and merging with He Shi. Outside the courtyard, Fan Qinghui and others rushing towards the entrance suddenly collided with an invisible barrier. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds echoed as the group of experts was sent flying far away, all tumbling head over heels, their former prowess completely diminished. However, what defines an expert? Each of them rolled like carp, and after getting up they acted as if nothing had happened, even striking poses casually. Fan Qinghui held a whisk, her white attire untainted by dust. Although her head ached from the collision, she still maintained a certain grace. She glanced at the courtyard, but could see nothing as it was covered by a layer of milky white light. She then looked towards the others not far away, lingering a few seconds on a man and a woman. With a hint of mockery in her cool voice, Fan Qinghui remarked, truly lively, I didn't expect to see so many unique patrons outside our Buddhist holy ground. Are you all here to pay homage? As soon as the words left her mouth, it was akin to firing a cannonball. Many from the demon sect were present. Immediately numerous gazes turned towards her. Yet no one dared to act. Those brave enough to come here were at least first-rate experts. They were all perceptive, just standing there. Fan Qinghui's aura was terrifying and clearly formidable. Not far away, a burly man contemplated the courtyard before him. Hearing Fan Qinghui's words, he snorted coldly and replied with a sarcastic tone, this silent Zen courtyard indeed worships a true Buddha, but I don't know what Buddha you worship. With sharp words exchanged, the two each took a shot, and the conversation ended there. The atmosphere became somewhat silent. However, the group of experts stood in a well-ordered line. The demon sect people moved to one side of Qin Xuan, while the so-called righteous sect members gathered around Fan Qinghui. However, the demon sect was not that united either. For instance, a stunning woman was glaring fiercely at Qin Xuan, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The atmosphere was strange, but no conflict broke out. They all understood what was truly important now. Amidst the eerie atmosphere, people began to explore the silent Zen courtyard, especially focusing on He Shi in the sky. Before long, centered around He Shi, beams of milky white light suddenly fell from the sky. What is this? Qin Xuan raised his hand, and a beam of light entered his palm. In the next moment, he suddenly felt an extremely pure energy gathering within his body. The power of that energy was so immense that just a trace of it caused his true energy to curl up. Moreover, at the same time, his cultivation level increased slightly. It was faint but concrete. It was known that he hadn't made any progress in his power since reaching the master level. Yet today, such a trace of energy actually made his cultivation level stir. A look of shock crossed his face as Qin Xuan immediately activated the undying seal technique, frantically absorbing the emanating light from He Shi. Others were also quick to react. After their initial shock, they all sat cross-legged to cultivate. Inside the courtyard, Qin Guer watched this scene and sneered, absorb it, take in as much as you can. The headless meal is not that easy to digest. Qin Guer could already predict the fate of these individuals, estimating that most would be taken by Li Wen for research. That guy Li Wen, ever since that one time he almost got tricked, Qin Guer had been keeping his distance from him. Qin Guer would never forget that day when he was executing his duties. Li Wen suddenly approached him, requesting his cooperation on a research project. He even implied that it was the emperor's wish. Upon hearing this, Qin Guer was alarmed and immediately followed him. And what happened next? That madman actually treated him like a power bank. All those who were blessed had a peculiar trait. The cultivation they received from the great universe's fortune transformed into a completely different spiritual power. Logically, there was no spiritual energy to replenish them within the great universe, but these blessed individuals would recover their spiritual power even after exhausting it with a brief rest. Based on this, Li Wen wanted to research whether fortune transformed into spiritual power, and if so, how the transformation occurred, and what the differences in essence were. Naturally, Qin Guer was tricked into being a guinea pig for quite a while. Thinking of this, Qin Guer couldn't help but shiver slightly. He looked at these martial arts experts with a hint of pity. In Li Wen's hands, their fate would be far more painful than being killed directly. As days passed, the news of Emperor Yang of Sui demise had not fully spread, yet the extraordinary phenomena in Luoyang had become widely known in less than 2 days. He who possesses He Shi will conquer the world. How enticing. The moment the news broke, all factions across the land could no longer sit still. Li Tanghua Gang and other regional powers quickly mobilized their armies overnight, heading towards Luoyang. Meanwhile, Wang Shicheng, the local power in Luoyang, was thrown off his original plans due to the upheaval surrounding He Shi. However, this turned out to be a good thing for him. On the second day after the phenomenon appeared, Wang Shicheng supported a puppet emperor to ascend the throne in Luoyang. He proclaimed the Bai emerges from Luoyang destined by heaven. To be fair, his words coupled with such a massive phenomenon convinced many commoners. This also led to the previously weak Wang Shicheng's power suddenly surging. Almost overnight, the entire world experienced a dramatic change. Luoyang seemed to have become the center of the struggle for dominance over the world. And who would have thought that there was actually a mastermind behind all this, watching everything with disdain from beneath He Shi? Various armies marched towards Luoyang. Meanwhile, on the other side in the great universe, a dark array of tanks was lined up in order ready for action, with helicopters hovering in the sky. In midair, Lu Pa held a Fong Tianhua halberd looking down at the soldiers below, quietly awaiting the opening of the spatial gate. After receiving his official title, Lu Pa's military rank was not high. Currently, he was merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Yet he was appointed as the commander of this expedition by Qin Ju. Lu Pa was naturally astonished at such recognition from the emperor. On the 4th day after the death of Emperor Yang of Sui, forces close to Luoyang, like Li Mi's Wagong army, and the Yuan family had gathered their troops overnight and entered the territory of Luoyang. Other forces, such as the Li Tang, which were slightly farther away, also sent elite troops to Luoyang in advance. The news about the He Shi by aiding cultivation continuously attracted martial artists from all over the world. Even the Turks from the northern grasslands and the masters from the southern seas, Yingzhou hurried over. The situation in Luoyang grew increasingly chaotic. On the 5th day after the death of Emperor Yang, various forces occupied Luoyang, leading to continuous conflicts. Numerous small-scale skirmishes unfolded. Many martial artists fought fiercely for the opportunity to cultivate under the He Shi. On the 7th day after the emperor's passing, the conflicts among various forces escalated once more, particularly between Li Mi's forces and Wang Shichong from Luoyang, which erupted into a significant clash. In this battle, casualties on both sides exceeded 10,000. On the 8th day after the emperor's death, during the night, Li Mi looked at the casualty statistics from the previous battles, his brows furrowing deeply. He sighed inwardly, thinking, I underestimated Wang Shichong. He had originally planned to capture Luoyang city before other forces moved, in securing a geographical advantage. However, he did not expect Wang Shichong to ally with the Duga family. Their strength had increased significantly, and Luoyang city was difficult to attack. After a prolonged siege with no success, he had no choice but to retreat. This was not just about losing a few soldiers. Without capturing Luoyang city, other forces had begun to arrive one after another over the past few days. Among them, the 8,000 elite cavalry from the Li Tang watched intently, along with the former Sui forces controlled by the Yuan family, King Xia from Hebei and Emperor Liang from the south. Although currently only his Wagong army and Wang Shichong's army were the largest. However, other forces were not to be underestimated. Thinking of this, Li Mi felt a headache coming on. It was too chaotic. In such circumstances, anyone who dared to act first would undoubtedly meet their demise. He rubbed his temples, intending to take a rest. Suddenly, he felt a faint tremor in the ground. Li Mi's eyes instantly sharpened. He rushed out of the tent. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Accompanied by the urgent sound of hooves, the soldiers on guard shouted anxiously throughout the entire camp. Li Mi was skilled in martial arts and could even be considered a master. He looked out and saw a sizable cavalry charging towards him at a rapid pace. Li Tang. How could Li Mi not recognize this cavalry? These were the elite iron cavalry sent by Li Shimin to station nearby. Li Mi's expression darkened, but he remained relatively calm. This cavalry numbered only a few thousand, while he had a formidable army of 300,000. Though there was some exaggeration, at least 200,000 were present. This cavalry could not possibly break through his forces. Yet good fortune was elusive, and misfortune came in pairs. Just as he was about to calmly command his army, a soldier rushed over, anxiously shouting, "Report. Chief, something's wrong. Wang Shichong's army has emerged from the city. They're less than 3 miles away from us." Boom. Upon hearing this news, Li Mi's mind echoed with a thunderous sound. The Li Tang had actually allied with Wang Shichong. When did this happen? How could he have not known? What were his thoughts? Flashed through his mind, and Li Mi's face turned fierce. "Convey my orders, no chaos allowed. Anyone who dares to sow discord will be executed without mercy." Thus the grand battle unexpectedly commenced. The Li Tang and Wang Shichong launched a surprise attack on Li Mi's Wagong army. The cries of battle instantly shattered the tranquility of the night. In a battle involving hundreds of thousands of people, the commotion was undeniably immense. After initially being caught off guard, Li Mi's Wagong army gradually stabilized, relying on their numerical advantage. Yet any discerning eye could see that their defeat was merely a matter of time. However, the battlefield was always full of uncertainties. As dawn broke, a powerful force suddenly joined the fray. It was the former Sui army, led by Yuanji. The chaos was complete, utterly chaotic. The scale of the war had evolved from 3 factions to 4, to the point where any force that had arrived in Luoyang had tried to stake a claim. The scale was growing larger, with blood staining the entire ground. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. As more forces intervened, the initial plan of Li Tang and Wang Shichong to encircle Li Mi changed. It had become less a matter of whether to end it, and more a matter of being unable to withdraw. From deep night to broad daylight, the various forces fought fiercely, with the number of troops involved increasing. In the center of the battlefield, Li Mi was drenched in blood. Having just slain a soldier who attempted to ambush him, he nearly crumpled to the ground. After several hours of intense combat, even he, a martial arts expert, could hardly endure. "Chief, we must retreat. Too many brothers have been injured or killed." A trusted confidant hurriedly approached to support Li Mi. It was too chaotic here, various forces were mixed together. His voice was filled with urgency. Of the 300,000 army, barely half remained. If this continued, they would all perish here. Damn it. Li Mi's eyes turned red. The he sure by was right in front of him, and if he retreated now his chances of unifying the world would plummet. He was unwilling. Yet despite his reluctance, he could only swallow his anger. Convey my orders to the entire army. Just as Li Mi was about to give the command, suddenly, boom. A thunderous sound erupted from the clear sky, shaking the hundreds of thousands of soldiers present, causing them to nearly lose their footing. The previously tense battlefield fell silent for a moment. Countless people looked in shock towards the horizon. They saw a strange door-like object as large as if it could pierce the sky suddenly appear in the previously empty space. What is this? Whether it was Li Mi, Li Shimin, or Wang Shichong in the rear, or the masters of both righteous and demonic paths outside the Jing Nian Zen Institute, regardless of what they were doing, they all stood up, their eyes wide in horror, staring at the spatial door. Boom. A strange muffled sound resonated from the other side of the door. Following that, a figure slowly emerged from within. It was a person flying in midair. The individual wore a trident-shaped purple-gold crown on their head, with 3 sharp iron halberds pointing skyward, red feathers swaying as they walked like flames scorching the air. Clad in an armor with a beastly face, the scales were as dense as dragon scales, exuding a deep cold light. The shoulders bore the ferocious heads of gilded beasts with blood-colored jade embedded in their eyes, their fangs bared, as if to devour any approaching enemies. A dark red brocade battle robe flowed from beneath the armor, embroidered with golden cloud and thunder patterns, hinting at a murderous aura of battle. His feet were clad in rhinoceros leather boots, the surface studded with copper nails like a starry sky, treading heavily each step, sounding like war drums. He wielded a bizarre weapon. The shaft was pitch black, covered in spiral dark patterns. The halberd's head was tempered with cold steel, the crescent blade sharp as frost, and the tip like a cold star, as if it could pierce the heavens. Just standing midair, a terrifying pressure emanated from him, expanding outward. He truly exuded an extraordinary might, radiating an overwhelming aura. The soldiers below, seeing Lu Pa's attire, felt only shock and fear. Yet if a modern person were to see Lu Pa, they would surely exclaim, "Big brother, where did you buy that armor?" As for why Lu Pa donned such a classic outfit, don't ask. It was merely the whimsical taste of a certain individual. After Lu Pa emerged, he lowered his head slightly, surveying the silent battlefield below. A faintly disdainful smile began to form at the corner of his mouth. Countless soldiers below were still in shock from Lu Pa's appearance. The spatial door sounded once more, and following that, strange vehicles with an overall fluid design exuding violent aesthetics slowly drove out. One vehicle, then 2, a mass of dark tanks appeared before the crowd, their menacing cannons already aimed at the battlefield. Accompanying the tanks were dozens of roaring fighter jets. What on earth is this? People were always afraid of the unknown, and the scenes that now unfolded before their eyes had completely shattered their understanding. An unknown fear rose in everyone's hearts. The battlefield fell into an extreme silence as the soldiers stared blankly at the tanks and planes, as well as the airborne Lu Pa. The masters outside the Jing Nian Zen Institute felt extremely uneasy, unsure of what to do, gazing at everything before them. The eerie atmosphere did not last long. In midair, Lu Pa examined the battlefield and gently uttered 2 words: "Open fire." Boom, boom, boom. With a command from Lu Pa, the dark mass of tanks roared with a deadly din. The warplanes in the sky rained down shells. As the shells landed among the soldiers, still in shock, explosions erupted in rapid succession. It was like divine retribution, with countless flames rising and shockwaves scattering, sending severed limbs flying through the air. They were dumbfounded, completely stunned. These ancient soldiers, still wielding their swords, had never witnessed such a scene. After a brief moment of shock, the hundreds of thousands of troops instantly fell into chaos. Cries and screams erupted everywhere. Everyone desperately scattered to escape. What on earth is this? Li Mi stared blankly at everything, the apocalyptic scene before him, rendering him a martial arts master and the leader of the Wagong army, utterly unable to think. Suddenly a bullet struck his chest. The intense pain caused Li Mi to collapse to the ground instantly. "Leader!" The guards around him were alarmed and rushed over. But in the distance, the heavy machine guns continued to spit fire, and the guards fell like wheat. No! Li Mi, lying on the ground, was not dead. He tried to get up, but found himself utterly powerless. He could only let out a heart-wrenching roar. In the distance, a soldier from the Dayu looked at Li Mi, who had somehow survived a bullet, and couldn't help but exclaim softly. He came from a humble background and had finally earned a chance to go to battle. At first sight, he noticed that Li Mi was different and thought this must be a significant character who could earn a lot of military merit. He did not expect that one shot would not kill him. But it didn't matter, a few more shots would do the trick. He continued to aim and fired rapidly, emptying half a magazine at Li Mi's head, until Li Mi turned into a pile of flesh and blood. It was a massacre, a one-sided slaughter. What martial arts master? What hundreds of thousands of troops? There was no need for cultivators to intervene. This torrent of steel alone crushed them completely. Outside the Jingyan Zen temple, numerous masters from both righteous and demonic paths watched the unfolding scenes from a distance. They could not help but swallow hard. Even masters like Qin Xuan, Fen Qinghui, and Zhu Yuyan felt their hearts tremble at the roar of the cannons. Unable to comprehend, even with their immense strength, they could not grasp it all. Inside the Jingyan Zen temple, Master Liao Kong's eyes were filled with sorrow. Tears of blood dripped from his eyes. Evil demons, he spoke, and after more than 30 years of silent meditation, he finally uttered a word. Struggling to articulate 2 words, Master Liao Kong sat down with difficulty and began to chant scriptures in a low voice. His cultivation visibly diminished at a rapid pace until moments later, he completely sat down in peace. Qin Guer did not stop this. In this world there was no right or wrong, only differing stances. This could be considered the last shred of dignity he left for the high monk. Above the battlefield, Lu Pa glanced at the one-sided situation below, sneered, and with a swing of his Feng Tianhua halberd accompanied by the sound of thunder, he rushed towards the distant Jingyan Zen temple. According to Lord Qin, the masters of this world have some skills. He wanted to see just how formidable they truly were. Everyone, where are you preparing to go? Seeing the situation was amiss, part of the masters outside the Jingyan Zen temple immediately prepared to flee. With a casual thrust of his halberd, Lu Pa killed a fleeing warrior, and his wild laughter echoed through the heavens. The masters led by Fen Qinghui looked up as Lu Pa approached step by step. One person looked down at the gathered masters below. Who are you and why are you committing such great slaughter? Seeing the situation was dire, the masters below quickly clustered together. At this moment, a rare temporary alliance formed between the righteous and demonic paths. A master radiating righteousness holding a long knife trembled slightly, but still gathered the courage to question. Who am I? Good question. Lu Pa tilted his head slightly, his Feng Tianhua halberd completely enveloped in spiritual energy. I am the commander of the 1st Expeditionary Force of the Diu Empire, personally appointed by His Majesty as the General of Expeditionary Forces, Lu Pa. I come here with only one thing in mind. Either you all die or I die. Who wants to come first? No, let's all come at once, haha. After his insane laughter, Lu Pa acted with ferocity, swinging his Feng Tianhua halberd with a thunderous sound sweeping towards the crowd below. He wanted to single-handedly challenge the top powers of this world. This was beyond arrogance. So audacious. Fen Qinghui exclaimed, realizing she could no longer remain aloof from the situation. She activated the compassionate sail, sword manual, and a 3-foot green blade appeared in her hand, striking towards Lu Pa. Meanwhile, she transmitted to Qin Xuan and Zhu Yuyan, evil demons are invading, we cannot stand idly by. This person is the leader of this evil army, oh let's join forces to slay him. Qin Xuan and Zhu Yuyan were both from the demonic path, and they already had deep-seated hatred between them. However, in the face of such a major issue, both understood the importance of the situation. Without replying, they each unleashed their ultimate techniques. The 3 masters instantly soared into the air, surrounding Lu Pa. Good? Come on. The 3 masters circulated their true energy, their momentum equally astounding. They surprisingly did not fall behind in facing Lu Pa. Lu Pa became even more excited, his spiritual energy surging within him, laughing as he charged towards the weaker Zhu Yuyan. No skill involved, just sheer brute force. His figure turned into an afterimage, and with a halberd carrying immense force, he struck at Zhu Yuyan's head. Heavenly Demon Great Technique. Zhu Yuyan was taken aback and hurriedly activated the Heavenly Demon Great Technique, instantly distorting the surrounding space, slowing Lu Pa's movements for a brief moment. The halberd missed, but the energy from the swing still tore through the air, creating a crack in the mountains. Truly terrifying. Do not hold back. The power of this halberd completely left the 3 of them speechless. Fen Qinghui shouted to the other 2, and her green blade struck towards Lu Pa. At the same time, a series of Buddhist chants echoed, aiming to disrupt Lu Pa's spiritual energy circulation. This was the ultimate technique of their compassionate sail, quiet abode, the sound of purification. But for a martial artist, no matter how powerful this ultimate technique was, how could it disrupt spiritual energy? Not to mention Fen Qinghui's other ultimate technique, Sword Heart Clarity, which anticipated the enemy's moves and triumphed over them with no moves. Sorry, but Lu Pa did not use any techniques. He completely countered everything Fen Qinghui knew. As for Qin Xuan, he was somewhat troublesome, using life and death exchanges combined with the illusory demon body technique, surrounding himself with afterimages, making it hard to tell which was the real one, preparing to land a killing blow on Lu Pa. Just this much. One failed strike, and Lu Pa's figure instantly appeared before Fen Qinghui. The other 2 were hard to kill, but this woman was just right for him. With another heavy swing of his halberd, this time it did not miss. In an instant, it struck solidly against Fen Qinghui's protective true energy. In less than 0.01 seconds, the master-level protective true energy shattered. The Feng Tianhua halberd's power did not diminish, striking squarely at Fen Qinghui's chest. Boom. This boss of the compassionate sail quiet abode was sent flying like a kite, with a severed string crashing into the ground. The entire mountain trembled violently. The dissipating shockwave shredded countless observing masters below, as surprisingly not dead. He had not held back in this strike, but unexpectedly this woman was only heavily injured. Clang! A thought flashed by, and Qin Xuan seized the opportunity to launch a fatal strike. Zhu Yuyan beside him also swung her twin heavenly demon blades towards Lu Pa. Dayu Yuguang. Qin Zhu watched the battle through Lu Pa's eyes. He lightly tapped the table. This martial arts is not without its merits. Previously Qin Gu'er thought the destructive power of masters could rival that of early foundation establishment, which was actually a mistake. Because in the memory of Rong Fengxiang, he saw Song Ke strike, and to be precise Song Ke was not an ordinary master, but a greater master of a higher level. Besides Song Ke, there were also Ning Daoqi by Xian, and Fu Kailan, all of whom were greater masters stronger than ordinary masters. The strength of top-tier masters was at the level of the 1st to 3rd layers of qi refining, while ordinary masters were around the 5th to 7th layers. As for those greater masters, they should be at the 8th to 11th layers. This is only speaking of destructive power. Additionally, without any spells from the Dayu cultivators otherwise, based on comprehensive strength, it would need to be rated lower. The scene shifts back to the battlefield between Lu Pa and the 3 great masters. As Fen Qingwei suffered severe injuries, Qin Xuan launched his long-planned lethal strike. Amidst countless phantoms surrounding them, one shadow suddenly erupted with a terrifying surge of true energy, stabbing a dagger towards Lu Pa's nape. Die! Qin Xuan's hair stood on end, and he became utterly deranged. This man by modern standards was a severe case of schizophrenia. At this moment what emerged in the battle was his frenzied side. Thud! The dagger did not miss its mark, yet this long-prepared strike was halted just 3 centimeters from Lu Pa's nape. The dual daggers of Zhu Yuyan that approached were also repelled by an invisible protective shield. Not bad in precision, but lacking in force. Lu Pa turned his head, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, his phoenix-winged golden crown accentuating the wild and oppressive aura he exuded. Qin Xuan's pupils contracted sharply. He wanted to retreat, but his body became uncontrollably slow. Lu Pa grinned wickedly, thrusting his spear straight, and instantly piercing through Qin Xuan's protective true energy, the long spear embedding deeply into his chest. This battle, though it felt lengthy, transpired in an instant. In just a brief moment, one of the 3 masters was severely injured, and another was left uncertain of his fate. Only the infamous Yin Ho Zhu Yuyan remained. However, witnessing the grim fate of the other 2 masters, she had no desire to fight. Without hesitation, she turned and fled. At this moment, she even unleashed an unexpected burst of speed. Lu Pa, however, did not pursue her fleeing figure. Instead, he weighed the Fang Tianhua halberd in his hand, snorted coldly, and then hurled it with great force. Zhu Yuyan, racing at high speed, was struck by it, falling from midair as if struck by lightning. The scene became eerily silent. The other powerful figures below trembled at the sight. The 3 masters' legends of the martial world had all been defeated just like that. These people would perhaps never understand the gap between cultivators and martial artists, or rather the difference between spiritual power and true energy. Much weaker than I imagined, Lu Pa snorted disdainfully. These 3 are merely masters. In this world there are still a few with some strength. Suddenly Qin Gu'er appeared beside Lu Pa, chuckling lightly. Lord Qin. Lu Pa cupped his fists in salute. Qin Gu'er nodded in response. Truly valiant. No wonder the emperor values you so highly. Qin Gu'er patted Lu Pa's shoulder, then, with a single motion, lifted Qin Xuan and the other 2 into the air. He infused them with a hint of spiritual energy to preserve their lives. These people are still of use. They must not be killed. Lu Pa nodded upon hearing this, aware that they still had value, and he had held back some force. He secretly noted Qin Gu'er's previous words about there being a few with some strength, which reignited his fighting spirit. Qin Xuan and the other 2, suspended by Qin Gu'er's spiritual energy, listened to Lu Pa and Qin Gu'er's conversation, their eyes filled with terror. Especially the overwhelming pressure exuded by Qin Gu'er made them feel as though they were facing divine wrath. If Lu Pa still had fighting strength, upon seeing Qin Gu'er, they could not help but feel as fragile as mayflies yearning for the vast sky. What kind of power do these 2 hail from? What do they want? Even their subordinates are so strong, and what of that terrifying steel construct they mentioned? What kind of existence is this emperor they speak of? They knew nothing at all. The unknown swallowed the 3 entirely. Not long after Lu Pa ended his confrontation with the masters, the steel tide of Dayu completely obliterated the hundreds of thousands of troops. Yet these iron behemoths did not halt their advance, arriving thunderously at the gates of Luoyang. On the city walls no soldiers were seen. At the city gates they stood wide open. As battalions of Dayu soldiers entered the city, the surroundings became eerily quiet. The once bustling streets were deserted, and the houses on either side occasionally cast terrified glances. The entire Luoyang city resembled a place awaiting conquest. By the emperor's order, search the city for martial artists. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. A seemingly high-ranking officer spoke coldly. There were only a few points in this world that could attract Qin Ju. At the top of the list were various martial arts manuals. Second were land and population. The martial arts manuals were naturally for the future conquest of the world, while the population served to replenish slaves and was also considered a resource. As part of the army entered the city to capture martial artists, the towering spatial gate continued to endlessly spew forth the Dayu expeditionary force. Once these troops emerged, they marched towards prearranged directions relentlessly. Like a swarm of bloodthirsty ants, they consumed this world bit by bit. In a day, the entire Luoyang fell. No ordinary citizens nor martial artists could halt the march of this army. Within 3 days, the mechanized army had flattened half of the south, and news of the demonic invasion swept across the entire world. In the Central Plains, within an unknown Taoist temple, Ning Daoqi, known as the foremost figure of the Central Plains Taoists, was hidden here. Demonic beings. On this day, Ning Daoqi slowly stepped out of the temple. Outside, there was a small mechanized unit of Dayu. Not large in scale, it had only a dozen various armored vehicles and over 100 soldiers. This small force surrounded the humble temple, the dark muzzles of their guns aimed at the door. Ning Daoqi swept away the last fallen leaf in the temple and stepped outside, calmly gazing at the Dayu army. Opposite him, the commander of the Dayu soldiers also looked at Ning Daoqi. Without any communication, the commander glanced at Ning Daoqi and decisively issued the order to fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, countless bullets were shot towards Ning Daoqi. However, in the next second, the bullets halted right before Ning Daoqi. The commander frowned slightly, gestured to signal the use of heavy weapons. Boom, boom, boom. Tanks spat fire shells, trailing long tails. A barrage of shells bombarded his protective true energy. This time, within a few seconds, the master-level protective true energy of Ning Daoqi began to show cracks. Yet Ning Daoqi remained calm, slightly raising his head. He finally moved. He raised his hand slightly and pressed downward. Instantly, the Dayu soldiers felt a force from the heavens pressing down upon them. These soldiers were merely ordinary people. How could they withstand such a crushing force from the heavens? Immediately, many began to bleed from their orifices, collapsing to their knees in pain. Unity of heaven and man, leveraging the might of heaven and earth. This was the foremost figure of the Central Plains Taoists. But just as Ning Daoqi prepared to crush this unit of soldiers, a mightier force suddenly appeared in the heavens and earth. This power instantly dispersed the heavenly force Ning Daoqi had gathered, and with unrelenting might it shattered even his master-level protective true energy in an instant. Ning Daoqi himself was immediately pressed to the ground. At that moment, a hint of shock finally appeared in his usually calm eyes. He frantically circulated the true energy within him, attempting to raise his head, but the unknown might was vast like the starry sky, rendering him utterly immobile. Fortunately, this might came quickly and departed just as swiftly. After a few breaths, Ning Daoqi stumbled to his feet. He glanced at the disheveled Dayu soldiers not far away, his eyes flickering slightly. Then he suddenly soared into the air, heading towards Luoyang. Alongside him were 3 other renowned masters, Bai Xian, Fu Kail, and Song Ke. These few unparalleled masters in the world silently headed towards outside Luoyang. In midair, Lu Pa stood proudly, holding his halberd, quietly waiting. In the distance, 4 figures were rushing towards him, until they halted not far from Lu Pa. Without a word, the 4 Grand Masters simultaneously gazed at him. The imposing aura of the Grand Masters was astonishing. Their mere presence warped the surrounding space. Lu Pa grinned, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, and his aura surged higher. Can your words be taken as truth? Song Ke wiped his long knife, his piercing gaze sharp as a blade as he stared directly at Lu Pa, speaking each word clearly. If you kill me, then my words will naturally count. Thunderous light flickered ominously on Lu Pa's halberd. Good. Song Ke suddenly raised his head, drew his knife, and struck with a slash that seemed to cleave the heavens, even splitting the air. Heavenly blade, 8 absolutes, first blade questioning heaven. Song Ke shouted. This single strike was entirely on a different level compared to Zhu Yuyan and the others. Come at me. Lu Pa laughed heartily, advancing instead of retreating as his spiritual power surged wildly, crashing fiercely against the knife's aura. Boom. The aftermath instantly obliterated everything within several kilometers below, and the surrounding space emitted a mournful wail. Now this feels satisfying. Amidst the smoke and dust, Lu Pa suddenly appeared before Song Ke, his halberd pointing directly at his throat. Yet Song Ke's reaction was swift. In a split second, he slightly sidestepped the long halberd grazing past him. Simultaneously, he raised his knife upward, aiming to sever Lu Pa's waist. Second blade severing water. Clang. This strike's momentum was relentless like the surging tides of a river. But it was blocked by Lu Pa's halberd. The crisp sound of weapons clashing echoed through the skies, and if an ordinary person were present, the sound alone could have killed them. With one strike failing, Song Ke changed his tactic. Third blade slashing the moon. Each movement and momentum of his strike possessed an innate beauty. It was as if he was born to be the supreme master of the blade. The heavenly blade. Song Ke truly lived up to his name. Lu Bu, of course, was not weak either. He unleashed the full extent of his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, a born warrior. Without practicing any spells or techniques, every swing of his halberd embodied the essence of simplicity, breaking through myriad methods with sheer strength. In the clash between masters, how could there be less than 300 exchanges in an instant? The two men moved faster and faster until finally only two residual shadows collided in midair. The shock waves from their clashes surged one after another, turning the ground beneath several into scorched earth. An ordinary person, no even a so-called top-tier expert, could not capture the scene of their battle with the naked eye. Fortunately, the three spectators were all Grand Masters, and they could see everything clearly. Fourth blade shattering the earth. Fifth blade burning stars. Song K's blade momentum grew even more ferocious with each subsequent strike, increasing in power exponentially. Sixth blade returning to dust. Seventh blade formless. The 8 absolutes of the heavenly Tao had unleashed 7 blades, yet Lu Bu remained unyielded. Instead, Lu Bu grew more courageous in battle. Even though his protective spiritual energy was severed and his armor was in tatters, his fighting spirit intensified. After unleashing 7-blade Song K suddenly came to a halt. His true energy was severely depleted, but like Lu Bu, his fighting spirit was even stronger. It has been a long time since anyone forced me to use my 8th blade. The madness in Song K's expression gradually faded, and he instantly became very calm. Receive this strike from me, and you win. As he spoke, he suddenly let go the long knife that had accompanied him for an unknown length of time, plummeting towards the ground. 8th absolute of the heavenly blade, abandoning the blade. In this abandonment technique, the body becomes the blade, and all things can become an edge. Rip. Although he held no knife, Song K mimicked the motion of slashing. 8th absolute of the heavenly blade, abandoning the blade. In this abandonment technique, the body becomes the blade, and all things can become an edge. Rip. Although he held no, the formless blade aura instantly split the clouds in the sky in two. This strike carried the might of heaven and earth, imbued with unmatched power, striking towards Lu Bu. Dazzling white light enveloped the world. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it could be seen from 100 miles away. The other Grand Masters retreated dramatically, yet their gazes remained fixed on the clash between the two. Who won? The thought emerged simultaneously in the minds of the three. As the white light slowly dissipated, a towering figure gradually appeared. The armor on that figure had long turned to dust, his body covered in scars, kneeling on one knee in midair, gasping for breath. Truly formidable, Lu Bu gasped, slowly rising to his feet. Before him, Song K's figure crashed directly in. With a sense of admiration, Lu Bu looked at the others and said, "Next." Fu Kalen frowned at Lu Bu's appearance and spoke. "You are already severely injured. Even if we win, it would be an undeserved victory." I said, "Next." Lu Bu straightened up, his aura rising once more, and in just a few seconds he returned to his, "You really are stubborn, but I appreciate this about you, kid." "Huh. You haven't embarrassed this general." In a deep pit, Lu Bu lay inside, unaware of his fate. The halberd had already broken into 2 pieces. His entire body was battered with not a single intact part, and he was even missing an arm. A deep and authoritative laughter echoed in his ears. In his blurred vision, a golden-armored old general slowly squatted down. The old general patted Lu Bu's cheek and chuckled. "Are you dead? If you're not dead, then stand up for this general." The old general straightened up, speaking in a commanding tone. Lu Bu, lying in the pit, felt his eyelids growing heavier, and his vision became fuzzy. He opened his mouth, but could not make a sound. In the end, Lu Bu closed his eyes, but 2 seconds later he suddenly opened them wide. He staggered, using his last ounce of strength to stand up unsteadily. "Not bad. Not bad. Now this looks like my soldier." Yuzhen laughed heartily, placing his right hand on Lu Bu's shoulder. A purer and more immense spiritual power continuously surged into his body. Under the cleansing of spiritual energy, the scars and damaged limbs on his body visibly healed at a rapid pace. Until a moment later, Lu Bu returned to his prime state. "General Yu." Lu Bu was filled with joy, resembling a child who had just received praise for good grades from a parent. Yet little did he know, Yuzhen's expression suddenly turned extremely serious. "Do you think this general will praise you? Do you think it is something worth boasting about that you single-handedly defeated these so-called Grand Masters?" Yuzhen's golden core authority suddenly erupted, and Lu Bu was instantly pressed down to the ground. "His Majesty is very displeased with your performance. Because of your reckless actions, the expeditionary army has suffered unnecessary casualties. You are not suited to be a commander." These are His Majesty's exact words. Hearing this, the fearless Lu Bu began to sweat profusely. But general casualties are inevitable in battle. Lu Bu wanted to argue, but Yuzhen directly issued a cold snort, leaving Lu Bu stunned, as if struck by lightning, unable to move on the ground. These 4 Grand Masters could be killed or captured without any casualties, requiring only a foundation establishment cultivator or a heavy armored combined unit. The soldiers you sent out to search for these Grand Masters only needed a thought from Lord Qin or this general to find. This is not a stage set for you. You can speak whatever you want to His Majesty. One can only be a general, not a commander. Staying indoors, Qin was well aware of the events unfolding in the world of the Great Tang's twin dragons. Lu Bu is a man of great courage and martial prowess, but lacks the ability to lead. He can serve as a fierce warrior charging in a battle, but he is far from being a commander who can lead thousands. Fortunately, this expedition is to a lower-level world. Had the opposing world been of a higher rank, losing a few soldiers would not have been so simple. Bring Lu Bu back and reduce his rank by 2 levels. You will be personally responsible for the remaining matters, Qin said calmly in the imperial palace. The voice crossed 2 worlds, echoing in Yu Zhen's mind on the other side. In the Great Tang world outside, Luoyang, Qin's voice resonated in Yu Zhen's mind right after he had reprimanded Lu Bu, and his expression instantly turned serious. I will obey your majesty's command. After respectfully responding, Yu Zhen looked at Lu Bu and said, Your majesty has summoned you back and your rank has been reduced by 2 levels. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu's face was filled with despair as he lowered his head and replied yes. Seeing his demeanor, Yu Zhen couldn't help but feel angry. What's wrong? Is it unbearable just to have your rank reduced by 2 levels? Your majesty is still too lenient with you in my opinion. You should be punished according to military law. Go back and think about it properly and don't embarrass me again in the future. With a wave of his hand, Yu Zhen sent Lu Bu back through the spatial gate. After finishing, Yu Zhen sighed slightly in his heart. He was still too young and impulsive. Sighing inwardly, Yu Zhen did not even glance at the 4 Grand Masters lying scattered on the ground around him, and with a thought he instantly moved to the temporary command center located in Luoyang. By the order of His Majesty, this matter will now be under my command. Yu Zhen casually threw Ning Daoqi onto the ground and sat in the highest position of the command center. We pay our respects to General Yu. Although this command center was temporarily established, it was well equipped. Various modern information devices were complete, and many figures were busy. Yu Zhen glanced around. Most of the faces were young and unfamiliar. In this expedition, the lower-ranking officers were mostly from the new generation, hence they were unfamiliar to Yu Zhen. However, while he did not recognize them, these young officers were well aware of Yu Zhen's name and even held a sense of admiration. Upon learning that the upcoming tasks would be handled by Yu Zhen, they could not help but feel excited. Report on the current progress of the advance. Yu Zhen spoke with great authority. A spirited female officer stepped forward immediately and clasped her fists, saying, General Yue, the advance of the expeditionary army is proceeding very smoothly, and we have not encountered any effective resistance. The aerial units have already reached Chang'an, and the capital has been secured. The ground-armored units have completely occupied the entire southern region and are currently resupplying, expecting to advance to the north by tomorrow. If all goes well, in about half a month's time, the whole territory of the former Great Sui will be fully occupied. Yu Zhen frowned slightly and asked, What about the Qin Yuan army? The Qin Yuan army is the first army in Du composed entirely of cultivators numbering less than 1,000. However, their configuration is not low. He, as a golden core, is nominally the commander of the Qin Yuan army, with several foundation establishment cultivators beneath him, and the rest are qi refiners. If he remembers correctly, this army also came along for training. Why are they absent? The female officer stuttered a bit upon hearing this. Yu Zhen's brows furrowed, and he coldly demanded, Speak. The female officer was startled and hurriedly replied, Commander Lu ordered that the Qin Yuan army remain stationed in Luoyang and not sent out. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhen's anger surged. What does it mean to guard Luoyang? What is there to guard in Luoyang? That little brat is probably afraid that the Qin Yuan army will seize his military achievements, so he specifically left them here. Thinking this, Yu Zhen's heart hardened. He must report this matter to His Majesty truthfully. If that little brat doesn't learn a lesson, who knows what will happen in the future? Send the Qin Yuan army out to cooperate with the mechanized units. I want to see the black dragon flag of Du planted across the world within 7 days. After that, send these 4 back to the Academy of Sciences and gather all the captured martial artists together. Conduct a thorough census of the population in this world, and all children under 3 years old must be brought back to Du. The recorded martial arts techniques should be classified and copied completely. How many prisoners of war do we have now? The female officer replied, Currently there are over 410 prisoners of war detained. All of them will be made into slaves and branded with slave marks, Yu Zhen ordered. Separate the martial artists from the commoners. Yu Zhen methodically issued his military orders. This is the essential difference between a commander and a fierce general. A qualified commander knows what needs to be done and how to arrange matters to achieve the greatest gain with minimal risk. In this world, nothing can hinder the expeditionary army of Du. Completely incorporating the entire world under Du's rule is merely a matter of time. Du Academy of Sciences of the Empire, located in the suburbs of the capital, its scale is exaggerated to the extreme. Currently, the entire civilian technological level of Du is undergoing its first information revolution. Here, the technology that is a generation ahead of the civilian sector has long been popularized and applied. This place is a sacred ground for countless scholars of Du. Not only does it have Li Wen, a golden core cultivator and renowned scientist, presiding over it, but it also gathers thousands of research teams of various sizes. From pure physical technology to applied spiritual energy technology, research is being conducted on all fronts. Ordinary people have only a vague understanding of this place, knowing that every technological revolution in the world begins here. But they do not know what exactly lies within. The Academy of Sciences underground high-risk laboratory. The Academy has many buildings, and at the center is a tower resembling a 9-story spiral. A black base supports a 128-story spiraling alloy tower, its surface adorned with liquid metal patterns driven by spiritual energy. Every 9 floors is embedded with a floating Tai Chi ring, the left half being an array of spiritual energy computers, while the right half is embedded with clones, forming an energy-gathering array using the cloned individuals who have been granted official positions. The top unfolds a transparent crystalline membrane with a diameter of 300 meters, refracting sunlight into beams of spiritual energy during the day and projecting star maps to deduce the laws of heaven at night. This building is called the Hall of Hunyuan Mechanism, and below it there are over 300 hidden laboratories. These laboratories are referred to as high-risk laboratories by the upper echelons of DU. They primarily conduct a series of forbidden experiments that violate human ethics and are incredibly hazardous. Liu Yuxing is a junior researcher at the Academy of Sciences of the Empire. He has only recently entered this academy. On this day, he was wearing a white lab coat with a fierce black dragon emblem on his chest. Behind him followed several soldiers clad in unknown alloy armor, holding oddly shaped firearms radiating waves of spiritual energy. These soldiers were slowly floating 4 unconscious individuals behind them. These 4 were Ning Daoqi and the other Grandmasters. Identity verification successful. Junior researcher Liu Yuxing, welcome to the Hall of Hunyuan Mechanism. A cold female voice echoed as the massive door constructed of unknown alloy slowly opened. Liu Yuxing, expressionless, stepped inside. On the first floor of the Hall of Hunyuan, there were many figures like him, all wearing white lab coats, moving about, each appearing very busy. These researchers only took a glance at the 4 floating individuals behind the soldiers before resuming their work. Liu Yuxing nodded faintly to a few acquaintances and then pressed the button for the elevator to the lower-level laboratories. The elevator moved slowly, its spacious interior enveloped in silence, with no one speaking, including Liu Yuxing. On the first basement level, Liu Yuxing gazed through the transparent walls of the elevator. The number of researchers here remained substantial, with the entire floor divided into multiple spaces. Each space served as an individual laboratory. In this first laboratory, many bizarre creations were imprisoned. There were creatures with human faces and horse bodies, their eyes glowing crimson. There were also terrifying beings that resembled skinned hyenas, their sturdy limbs armed with glistening sharp claws. Additionally, there were fleshy trees relentlessly banging against the specialized glass of the laboratory. The mutant virus is still not stable enough. The mutation probability is too high and cannot yet be deployed for military use. However, the failed creations possess abundant spiritual energy and can be utilized as biological batteries. A few researchers pointed at those terrifying creatures, discussing something among themselves. Liu Yuxing watched all of this mesmerized. When will I be able to participate in these experiments? He pondered. The first floor was not the end. The elevator continued downward. On the second floor, through the glass, several humanoid mechas came into view. These mechas radiated spiritual energy, resembling living beings. The strength is still too low and consumes too much spiritual energy. It only provides enhancements for cultivators below the mid-foundation establishment stage. There's no way around it. The current material strength is too low. Moreover, the intelligent combat assistance system is still too rigid. Whether the artificial intelligence in that laboratory can make breakthroughs will determine everything. Perhaps we can find a way to store cultivators' intelligence within. Recently, didn't the Expeditionary Army capture some martial artists? Could we perhaps acquire a few, allowing collaboration with the biological laboratory on the first floor to see if we can develop biological battle armor? That's a good idea. I'll submit a request. The elevator continued its descent to the third floor. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, and Liu Yuxing took a deep breath before stepping out. Spacious and bright. Like the previous 2 floors, this level also had numerous researchers. In the glass chambers of the laboratories around, some specimens floated, their eyes wide open, filled with terror as they watched the passing researchers. If one got close enough, they could sense the fluctuations of true energy emanating from within them. Liu Yuxing maintained a blank expression, leading several soldiers to the entrance of the deepest laboratory on the third floor. Come in. A detached voice echoed as Liu Yuxing lowered his head and entered. The soldiers turned and left. The 4 floating grandmasters followed Liu Yuxing slowly into the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, a completely naked man lay on the experimental table, covered in various tubes. Surrounding him, computers were constantly calculating some data. The true energy within a grandmaster has mutated compared to other martial artists possessing a higher purity. A researcher pointed at the grandmaster on the table, speaking as he looked at the experimental data in hand. However, compared to spiritual energy, it is still not on the same level. Nevertheless, this so-called true energy already shows promise. This is the preliminary experimental data, and if subsequent tests succeed, it can be artificially synthesized. The researcher handed the experimental data to Li Wen. Li Wen glanced over it, memorizing all the data. He pointed at a specific area. The extraction frequency of true energy here is too high. We need to redo the experiment. Understood. The two continued their discussion, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, until after a while Li Wen turned his head. He glanced at the few unconscious grandmasters behind Lu Yuxing and smiled. Well, we have new materials. In the early spring of the 26th year of Dayu, more than a month had passed since the expeditionary army invaded the world of the legend of the twin dragons of the Great Tang. The war was progressing smoothly, and the entire Tang world had basically been completely conquered. Of course, this conquest refers not only to the territory of the Sui dynasty, but to the entire world. The information from the other world was not concealed by Qin Ju. This matter was made public. After all, with the increasing number of worlds searched, Qin Ju was not only considering the imperial army. He also contemplated decentralizing exploration rights to the civilian sector. Qin Ju had this idea at the time, but several conditions needed to be met for its actual implementation. First, the average strength of the civilian populace needed to reach an ideal level. For example, everyone being at the golden core stage, or even higher. Second, the number of worlds collected must be sufficient to fully meet the needs of the official side. In the cold palace of the Yugu Palace, only Jiayu and Qin Ju were present. Your Majesty, the integration of the martial arts techniques is still underway. However, the education department has already compiled the first universal martial arts technique. Would you like to include it in the foundational course? Jiayu handed Qin Ju a book titled Detailed Explanation of Basic Martial Arts Techniques and spoke slowly. Qin Ju remained silent, flipping through the book from cover to cover before finally speaking. What is the highest level it can cultivate to? This technique integrates most advanced martial arts from World 01, including the longevity scripture, compassionate navigation sword classic, and the heavenly demon strategy. Except for the war god catalog that you specifically requested, everything else is essentially fused. General Yu is still searching for the war god catalog. Currently, this version of the martial art can theoretically reach the level of a common grandmaster. Has it been tested? Qin Ju asked. Jiayu nodded at his words. Yes. This was conducted by Lord Li, and here is the detailed report. Jiayu then handed over another document. According to Lord Li, the genetic structure of the people from World 01 differs slightly from that of our Dayu citizens. He made modifications to this martial art. He also mentioned that citizens, specifically those with spiritual seeds, cultivate much faster than ordinary people. Among two individuals, one with a spiritual seed can enter the basics in half a day and cultivate a trace of internal energy in a day. However, no ordinary person has yet cultivated internal energy. Qin Ju gently closed the booklet. He wasn't surprised by this. Previously, Yushi had clearly explained the concept of spiritual seeds. Qin Ju had even been pondering whether spiritual seeds might be akin to so-called spiritual roots, a kind of artificial spiritual root. Pausing for a moment, Qin Ju asked, are there officials practicing? Does it conflict with the blessings of their official positions? No conflict. Jiayu shook his head. There are also those with official positions in the experimental group. After cultivation, spiritual energy still exists, but they also gain internal energy. Qin Ju pondered for a moment before saying, there's no rush. Let's wait until General Yu finds the war god catalog. The matter of arming the world was not solely about the common folk. This was intrinsically linked to him, Qin Ju. Just imagine if every citizen under his command were to become grandmasters, what level would he achieve? Nascent soul, or perhaps divine transformation. Thus, Qin Ju was deeply invested in this matter. It would be best if the integrated martial arts could mature completely, allowing even an ordinary citizen to cultivate to the broken void stage. Indeed, from Qin Ju's understanding of the world of the legend of the twin dragons of the Great Tang grandmasters were not the limit. There was still the concept of broken void, but seemingly no one had ever reached it. Though the term broken void sounded impressive in the mortal world, even if one could truly break through the void, there remained the question of whether they possessed golden core strength. After Jiayu finished reporting and left, Qin Ju pondered for a moment. At this moment, the jade seal within him stirred once again. Qin Ju felt a surge of joy. Whenever the jade seal reacted, it was always good news. What kind of surprise would it bring him this time? His consciousness slowly immersed itself in that peculiar space. After a while, Qin Ju opened his eyes, a contemplative expression in his gaze. Refinement. After conquering the world of the legend of the twin dragons of the Great Tang, the jade seal gained a new function called refinement. As the name suggests, Qin Ju can choose to refine the Tang world. Once refined, he could obtain something known as the source of the world, which according to the jade seal currently has only one purpose: to inject it into the Dayu native world. After injection, not only would the local area expand, but the entire world would undergo various other changes. Could it give rise to spiritual energy? This thought sprang to Qin Ju's mind. The jade seal did not specify, only mentioning that there would be many miraculous changes. Now Qin Ju faced three options. First, refine the Tang world. Second, keep it as a hidden retreat. Third, sell it to the civilization mall. After some thought, this matter is not urgent for the moment. Selling to the civilization mall is definitely the least profitable option in such a low-level martial world. Whether he can even sell for 1,000 is uncertain. It would be better to send someone to gather various items imbued with the cultural essence of the Great Tang world and exchange them slowly. As for keeping them as a backup or for refining, Qin Ju is more inclined to refine them. Although he didn't know what changes would occur to the Diyu homeland after the refinement, there is a saying that curiosity. Qin Ju was indeed very curious. If he wanted to refine, he would need to relocate the entire population of the Great Tang world. Who knows if the refinement would also affect those people? These are all precious resources. With this in mind, Qin Ju suddenly remembered that he had sent a young eunuch to gather various items from all over the world. What was it called? Wei He. Now that the items containing cultural essence within the Diyu realm have been mostly collected, it would be better to send him to the Great Tang world to continue his old profession. Come here, Qin Ju called out. The young Liuzi outside quickly ran in. What does your majesty command? Liuzi still looked the same. Over 20 years had left no trace on him. The eunuchs and palace maids in the palace are all on the payroll, and Liuzi himself also possesses cultivation. It's not strange that he doesn't age. Go summon Wei He, Qin Ju instructed calmly. Understood. Liuzi respectfully nodded and then withdrew. In the Great Tang world in Luoyang. Over a month had passed, and the war in the Great Tang world had mostly calmed down. Commander Yu Zhen had also become more relaxed. Is there still no news from the War God Palace? Listening to a report from a general of the Qin Xuan army, Yu Zhen's brows furrowed tightly. In fact, ever since the high-end combat power of this world was incapacitated by Lu Pai alone, the main task of the Qin Xuan army under Yu Zhen for the past month has been to search for the so-called War God Palace. Yet with so many cultivators, there has been no clue at all in a month. There is no fixed manifestation point. It requires a fortuitous encounter. This is the information Qin Ju had conveyed to him regarding the War God Palace. What could be called a fortuitous encounter? As he thought, Yu Zhen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Have Ko Zhong and Su Xiling been located? How could he have forgotten these two? According to His Majesty, they are the original protagonists of this world. He didn't believe they lacked that kind of fortuity. General, those two have already been found. They are currently in Yangzhou City. I remember you said that they are different from others, so I didn't intervene too much. These two have already cultivated the Longevity Sutra and have secretly organized a small force against our Dayu. They have been causing some minor troubles over the past month, but nothing significant. Upon hearing this from the young general, Yu Zhen couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Your name is Han Xing, right? If I recall correctly, you graduated from the Imperial Military Academy 3 years ago, right? Han Xing slightly lowered his head, his face remaining serious and calm. Facing Yu Zhen's evident admiration, he replied flatly, Yes, General Yu. I graduated from the Imperial Military Academy 3 years ago. I am currently serving as a school officer in the Qin Xuan army. In the Dayu army, ordinary soldiers are mostly from the lower class and slaves. Anyone who successfully graduates from the military academy starts as a junior officer. Han Xing's position as a school officer belongs to the 6th rank. It is not significant, but achieving this in 3 years demonstrates his capability. Moreover, this is the Qin Xuan army. The Qin Xuan army is entirely composed of cultivators. After hearing this, Yu Zhen looked at Han Xing with a meaningful glance. This person has the talent for leadership. However, due to Lu Pa's lesson, he didn't dare to make rash judgments. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Zhen spoke. I believe the breakthrough point for finding the War God Palace lies with Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. What do you think? Han Xing clasped his fists, having no hesitation in his response. Yes, I also believe the key lies with those. In the past month, I have been observing in secret. Those two who were previously just street thugs have astonishingly improved since they came into contact with the Longevity Sutra. In just a month, they seem to have received divine assistance. They have already reached the level of first-class masters in the martial world, which is truly remarkable. Furthermore, I had a small test, but each time they managed to turn danger into safety. Yu Zhen nodded upon hearing this. These so-called children of destiny are indeed different. After some thought, Yu Zhen suddenly smiled and said, Since you also believe the breakthrough point lies with those two, then I will give you an opportunity. If you can find the War God Palace, I will personally request merit for you from His Majesty. Han Xing replied, Thank you, General, for the promotion. I will certainly do my utmost. Yu Zhen smiled and shook his head, saying, Handle it in the afternoon. Han Xing saluted firmly, declaring yes. Watching Han Xing leave the military camp, Yu Zhen's figure also vanished. He certainly wouldn't rest easy handing this matter entirely over to Han Xing. It wasn't that he didn't trust him, but after all, this was a task assigned by His Majesty, and he still needed to keep a close watch. Han Xing exited the military camp and boarded an armed helicopter flying toward Yangzhou City. Currently, he held a 6th-rank official position with a cultivation level of only the 6th layer of Qi refining. Though he could also fly, as he put it, if there's a faster way, why complicate things? Inside the helicopter, Han Xing closed his eyes to rest. The uniform of the Qin Xuan army is completely different from that of ordinary soldiers. The entire outfit is a deep black embroidered with the face of an evil ghost, and the appearance of that ghost has significant implications. Different designs signify different ranks within the Qin Xuan army. The outfit Han Xing wore was adorned with a reedied ghost face with double horns and fangs, and his own appearance was rather unremarkable. However, his demeanor was steady, and combined with the imposing military uniform, he exuded a subtle aura of pressure simply by sitting there. Luoyang City is quite far from Yangzhou City. After flying for more than 2 hours, the helicopter finally landed at a temporary military camp within Yangzhou City. As soon as he got off the plane, several ordinary soldiers from the Qin Xuan army approached him. "We greet you, school officer." These soldiers performed a military salute. Han Xing nodded slightly and went straight to the point. "How are Ko Zhong and Su Xiling doing now?" A soldier reported in a deep voice. "The two are still the same, secretly causing minor troubles all the time. Only their speed of cultivation is truly astonishing. Today I observed, and since they are on the verge of breaking through to the master level." Han Xing maintained a blank expression, showing no surprise upon hearing this. He continued issuing orders: destroy the secret points of the young marshal's army in the east and west of Shuzhou City to force them out of the city. Send people to secretly leave them a way out, do not make it too obvious. As he spoke, Han Xing glanced at the time. It was already approaching evening. Invite Su Hua to come, just say it's general use order that he needs to cooperate in this operation. Su Hua is one of the few foundation establishment experts in the Qin Xuan army, and Han Xing is also being cautious. Do not alarm the snake in the grass. Well, act tomorrow morning. In the evening in Shuzhou City, within an ordinary-looking tavern. The large tavern was eerily quiet as the entire city had been under military control since the Dayu Expeditionary Army took over. Not only at night, but even during the day, the streets of Shuzhou City were sparsely populated. Recently, the Dayu Expeditionary Army had been capturing martial artists on a large scale, causing widespread panic among the ordinary citizens. Most of the citizens were basically hiding at home, anxiously awaiting the unknown. In the tavern, in a regular room, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling were meditating under the veil of night. Occasionally, the sound of patrolling soldiers could be heard outside. Apart from that, it was terrifyingly silent. After a long while, Ko Zhong slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The internal energy emanating from his body gradually converged back within. If a knowledgeable expert were present, they would immediately recognize that his internal energy was gradually evolving into true qi. A young man who appeared to be under 20 had already reached the pinnacle of first-rate mastery at such a young age. In the past, this would have astonished countless people. I still can't grasp that fleeting opportunity. I'm always just a step away. Taking a deep breath, Ko Zhong lowered his voice and said, "But I have a premonition that I should break through to the master realm in the coming days." Su Xiling, upon hearing this, also withdrew from his meditation, glanced out the window, and similarly lowered his voice, saying, "Yes, breaking through to the master realm soon would offer us some self-preservation." In these past few days, the inspections by the evil army within the city have become increasingly strict. This Shuzhou City is not a place to linger. We need to think of a way to move the young marshal's army out. Ko Zhong shook his head at this. It's easier said than done. Those ordinary evil soldiers are manageable. Apart from their strange weapons, they are merely mortals. But some of the evil soldiers are indeed powerful. Just a few days ago, Ko Zhong wanted to speak out, but seemed to recall some painful memory, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. Su Xiling, seeing this, comforted him, saying, "It's not your fault. We never anticipated that. Although Uncle Su was killed by those evildoers, he saved the lives of other brothers. I believe Uncle Su, if he knows, would not blame you. All right, let's rest. Yesterday, I saw some evil soldiers leave on strange flying creatures. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Maybe we can use this to escape the city." Their conversation abruptly stopped, leaving the room shrouded in silence. Little did they know, outside the window someone was hiding in the darkness, listening to their conversation clearly. Morning. As the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, Shuzhou City began to stir with life. The streets saw a few more hurried passers-by. Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, dressed as ordinary citizens, kept their heads down and blended into the crowd as they walked towards the west of the city. There lay the secret stronghold they had painstakingly established against the Dayu. Strange, why are there so many fewer soldiers in the city today? As they walked, Su Xiling discreetly observed his surroundings and suddenly spoke in a low voice. Ko Zhong also stealthily checked his surroundings. Indeed, there were significantly fewer soldiers today compared to the previous days. He pondered. I heard there was a rebellion on the grasslands a couple of days ago. Perhaps it is related to that. But did the Turkic Grandmaster take action? Su Xiling's eyes brightened. Though they were sworn enemies of the Turkic, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Holding on to this principle, they had secretly gathered considerable strength. I don't know, but it should be likely, the two whispered, quickly arriving outside an ordinary residence in the west of the city. However, just as they approached the residence, they saw a squad of soldiers armed with firearms surrounding it. Not good. The two exchanged a glance, their hearts instantly alarmed. They couldn't do anything, they saw the soldiers pull out round objects and throw them over the wall into the residence. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed throughout the west of the city, causing the surrounding citizens to flee in terror. No! Su Ziling's eyes turned red, crying out in anguish. His cry instantly attracted the attention of nearby soldiers. Some soldiers broke away from the group armed with firearms and advanced towards the two. Seeing the situation, Ko Zhong's heart sank. He grabbed Su Ziling and quickly fled in the opposite direction. The soldiers, seeing their panicked retreat, didn't hesitate to raise their guns and shoot. Meanwhile, the squad leader of the soldiers pulled out a device resembling a walkie-talkie and said something. Ko Zhong and Su Ziling, being top-tier masters, naturally fled at great speed. They soon managed to shake off the soldiers behind them. However, before they could catch their breath, several armed helicopters roared down from above. Run! Without time to think, the two didn't even consider resisting. While they might handle the ordinary soldiers with firearms, they had seen the terrifying power of these steel birds overhead. They were like the messengers of death. As they rushed away, the helicopters seemed to play with them, leisurely following their escape. Occasionally, machine guns would unleash a barrage, bullets whizzing past them and kicking up clouds of dust. Run east. They absolutely could not head towards the other strongholds, otherwise it would implicate others. They also couldn't run towards crowded areas. The evil army cared little for who was an ordinary citizen. The only solution was to escape the city. The two frantically channeled their internal energy, their speed increasing until they became mere shadows. They ran all the way to the city gate, only to find a squad of soldiers waiting there. Boom. As soon as they spotted each other, the tank opened fire. The shell exploded in front of the two, and the violent shockwave sent them flying several meters away. The shock caused their internal energy to become chaotic. Ziling. Ko Zhong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in shock at Su Ziling, whose arm had been blown off. Seeing one of their shells hit, the tank ceased firing. A squad of soldiers armed with firearms aimed at the two, slowly advancing. I won't accept this. With nowhere else to turn, Ko Zhong's eyes were filled with resentment. But just then, many armed martial artists suddenly emerged from all around, rushing towards the soldiers in front of the two. Tat tat tat. The sudden appearance of these martial artists instantly drew the soldiers' attention, turning the scene into a chaotic melee. Chinner. Su Ziling struggled to prop himself up. He looked at one of the beautiful martial artists among them. These people were undoubtedly the martial artists they had secretly gathered. Run! Get out! The woman holding a long sword turned her head slightly and shouted. But hardly had she spoken when a bullet from nowhere struck her in the head. No! Su Ziling was stunned, his body beginning to tremble. One familiar figure after another fell before. The hatred surging within him was like a river constantly boiling. Goa! Ko Zhong grabbed Su Ziling and, taking advantage of the chaos, charged towards the city gate. Not far from the city gate, in a tea house, Han Xing stood with his arms crossed, watching everything with no joy or sorrow. That's enough, let them go. Han Xing said lightly, then turned to a general beside him who was also in the Qin Xuan army uniform. Oh, no trouble at all, it's just a task, the officer chuckled lightly. In the midst of the chaos, Ko Zhong and Su Ziling ultimately managed to escape. The two didn't dare to look back, fleeing for a whole day and night, until their internal energy was completely exhausted, finally shaking off the helicopter above. They found themselves deep in a mountain range. After evading the helicopter, they could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. The nightlight spilled down and everything around was so serene. Occasional cicada chirps echoed, apart from the bloodied two, everything else was so peaceful. In the high sky, Han Xing and the officer named Su Hua quietly watched this scene. Until deep into the night, a pure white gibbon swung through the trees, glancing at the two, scratching its back, and pulling out two small fruits to stuff into their mouths. In the high sky, Han Xing and Su Hua exchanged a glance, remaining silent as they continued to hide among the clouds. Below, the white ape leaped through the mountains with the two men in its grasp. It finally came to a stop in front of a picturesque waterfall. As soon as the white ape arrived, numerous small animals instantly surrounded it. These small animals, like the white ape, were extremely spirited, circling around Ko Zhong and Su Ziling out of curiosity. The white ape waved its long arms and chattered a few sounds. As if receiving a command, the surrounding small animals scattered immediately. Before long, they returned one by one, each carrying a variety of strange herbs in their mouths. The herbs were piled into a small heap. The white ape scratched its head, seemingly pondering how to feed Ko Zhong and Su Ziling. After a moment, it pried open their mouths and stuffed the nearby herbs in. Having completed this, the white ape sat quietly beside them, waiting. Time passed, and eventually the sky began to brighten slightly. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting light on Ko Zhong and Su Ziling's faces. I'm so thirsty. Ko Zhong was the first to wake, feeling as if his throat was on fire. Without even taking in his surroundings, he leaned over the pool and drank eagerly. Where is this? At that moment, Su Ziling also stirred awake leisurely. Ugh, hey. Seeing the two waking up, the white ape let out an excited call and produced a pile of fruits from who knows where, placing them in front of the two. It pointed at the fruits, signaling them to eat quickly. So spirited, Su Ziling internally remarked as he observed the white ape's actions. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right arm. Turning his head, he saw that the wound from where his arm had been blown off had actually healed. These herbs. He had once heard of certain precious herbs in the world with miraculous healing effects. He never expected to witness them personally today. Thank you, Brother Ape. I will repay this kindness in the future. Ko Zhong felt much better, and unsure if the white ape could understand, spoke softly. After saying this, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling exchanged a glance, both filled with sorrow, yet speechless. What should they do next? They didn't know. Facing those evil armies, they felt utterly powerless. Even if they became masters, what difference would it make? It would only provide them with a bit more self-defense. Who in this world didn't know of the numerous martial arts experts outside the Jingnian Zen Institute, who were all defeated by a single evil general? Let's take it one step at a time, Su Xiling said, closing his eyes in pain. This grudge must be avenged no matter the cost. How could he let go of such deep hatred when his friends and brothers fell one by one before his eyes? The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. At that moment, the white ape bounced over to them, pointing in a direction with its long arm. Are you asking us to follow you? Ko Zhong and Su Xiling exchanged glances. The white ape nodded vigorously. Though puzzled, they thought that since the white ape had saved their lives and found so many herbs for them, it probably wouldn't harm them. With this in mind, they got up and followed the white ape deeper into the forest. They walked until they reached a wide pool, where the white ape finally stopped. It was an ordinary place, beautiful but unremarkable. They surveyed their surroundings, but suddenly both felt the ground beneath them tremble slightly. Startled, they quickly circulated their internal power, readying themselves for defense. Splash! The pond before them suddenly stirred. The once calm surface of the water seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It surged upwards in a way that defied logic. In the center of the pond, a huge void appeared. Soon after, a massive palace gradually materialized, appearing both real and illusory. This miraculous scene caused both of them to widen their eyes in astonishment. Even Han Xing and Su Hua, who had been watching from above, frowned deeply. Before long, the water in front of them completely vanished, replaced by a grand palace enveloped in an unknown. The entrance faced the two men, and a plaque boldly inscribed with the words Hall of War Gods caught their eye. In that instant, a wave of desire surged in their hearts. Let's go in. Quickly. There are great opportunities inside. In the sky, Su Hua glanced at Han Xing. Just as he was about to make a move, Han Xing raised his hand to stop him. Without saying a word, Han Xing simply shook his head. Below, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling fell silent for a moment. Then, without hesitation, they stepped toward the Hall of War Gods. Yu Shuai, please lend a hand. In the sky, Han Xing called out in a low voice. This Hall of War Gods seemed peculiar, and Su Hua might not be able to handle it. Just as his voice fell, the figure of Yu Zhen slowly emerged beside him. Yu Zhen looked at Han Xing with a hint of surprise, then carrying an unmatched aura, he instantly appeared behind Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. The pressure from a golden core expert was terrifying. As Yu Zhen emitted his golden core pressure, the surrounding space slightly distorted. Even the Hall of War Gods trembled. Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, who had already stepped halfway into the hall, found themselves frozen in place, unable to move. Yu Zhen didn't even glance at Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. Upon entering the Hall of War Gods, he waved his hand casually. The two were instantly struck by a lightning-like force and sent flying out. Han Xing and the others also fell from the sky to the ground. They too did not pay attention to Ko Zhong and Su Xiling at their feet, but instead focused on the extraordinary Hall of War Gods before them. At this point, even if Ko Zhong and Su Xiling were slow to react, they realized they had been tracked. Inside the Hall of War Gods, as Yu Zhen rushed in, the space around him suddenly changed. A pitch-black magic dragon exuding a foul scent lunged at him. Beast! Yu Zhen didn't even flinch. Though the magic dragon appeared terrifying, its aura was merely at the level of a grandmaster. It posed no threat to him. With a single hand, Yu Zhen circulated his spiritual power and delivered a powerful slap to the magic dragon's massive head. Boom! With one blow, the magic dragon had no ability to resist and instantly turned to dust. After the magic dragon's demise, golden light suddenly radiated from the surrounding walls. Golden characters appeared one by one in the vicinity. War God record. Yu Zhen squinted his eyes, quickly memorizing the surrounding texts. But at this moment, the Hall of War Gods seemed to realize that Yu Zhen was not the destined person it sought. The surrounding texts rapidly faded away, and the vast palace quickly became illusory. Yu Zhen was startled and no longer held back. The golden core within him erupted with blazing light, and the surrounding area, now centered around the Hall of War Gods, unleashed a terrifying pressure that spread outward for thousands of miles, for tens of thousands of miles, until everyone in the entire Tang world could feel that terrifying pressure. Countless people looked up, and the world of Tang underwent a transformation as if a heavy stone pressed upon their hearts. Those weaker martial artists struggled to breathe. The Hall of War Gods, which had been rapidly fading, was forcibly. Qin Guter, go assist Yu Zhen. In the imperial palace, Qin Ju slightly opened his eyes and spoke calmly. In the capital, Qin Guer's figure instantly vanished, traversing the space gate and appearing outside the Hall of War Gods in an instant. Without any hesitation, Qin Guo also exerted his full strength. With two golden cores attacking simultaneously, the Hall of War Gods completely lost its ability to resist. A faint mournful cry echoed as it was imprisoned above the pond. Bring it here. Qin Ju's voice resonated in their hearts. The Hall of War Gods was bound by a thread of the world's rules of the Tang, as long as it was brought to the Daiyu homeland. It could no longer fade away. As you command, your majesty. Yu Zhan and the others spoke in unison, their spiritual energy transforming into a massive hand that seized the grand palace, swiftly flying towards the location of the space gate. Like two suns in the sky, countless people in the Tang world, no matter where they were, could look up and see that terrifying. On the native land of Daiyu, a massive palace suddenly appeared in the sky, causing the citizens of the capital to look up. The moment they arrived at the native land of Daiyu, the War God Palace indeed seemed to lose its supportive power, and the mysterious aura surrounding it instantly dissipated. It transformed into an ordinary palace. Within the palace, Qin Ju slowly raised his hand. The War God Palace was drawn down to a corner of the outskirts of the capital. In an instant, Qin Ju's figure appeared beside the War God Palace. Can the War God Codex be recorded, Oi? Qin Ju glanced at the War God Palace and asked. Your Majesty, it has all been recorded. However, the War God Codex is indeed strange. At the moment I recorded it, it felt as if an invisible force wanted to erase that part of my memory. No matter. Qin Ju squinted slightly. It is said that the War God Palace was left by the immortal Guang Chengzi, a place for ascension. This rumor seems to have some basis. He walked to the front of the palace and reached out to touch it. At the same time, he communicated with the Jade Seal in his heart. The Jade Seal quickly provided feedback. Low-level martial civilization ascension point to a higher world inscribed with the basic cultivation method. War God Codex, total value of 3,000 civilization points. Exchange. War God Codex left by individuals of advanced cultivation civilization basic method evaluation, low value 50 civilization points. Exchange. It was almost exactly what Qin Ju had anticipated. The War God Palace was indeed a place for ascension. However, he did not expect that the War God Codex was actually a cultivation method, albeit a basic one, yet it was genuine. Moreover, what delighted him even more was that this War God Palace was valued at 2,950 civilization points. To think that when Daiyu was sold in a package, it was only worth 2,000. Should I sell it? An impulse surged within Qin Ju, but he quickly suppressed it. Compared to the 2,000 civilization points, he was more curious about the world connected to the War God Palace. To be evaluated as an advanced cultivation civilization by the Jade Seal is no small feat. His current Daiyu is still only rated as a basic cultivation civilization by the Jade Seal. After pondering for a moment, he realized he could not open that ascension channel right now. Not to mention the prerequisites. What if an old monster appeared and wiped out Daiyu with a single slap? For now, he could only settle here and wait for the future. So should the plan to refine the Tang world also be shelved? If he were to refine the Tang world, would that ascension channel still be useful? With many thoughts crossing his mind, Qin Ju remained silent for a moment before instructing, let's return to business. One step at a time, he still had nearly 400 civilization points and could explore several worlds. At worst, he could leave the Tang world behind. Unconsciously, 3 months passed. In the 26th year of Daiyu, early April, the weather gradually became hot. From the initiation of the war in the Tang world until now, 4 months have passed. Although the war has been pacified, the discussions among the people about this matter remain fervent. Many citizens are extremely curious about the other world. As Qin Ju gradually opens exploration permissions, cross-border tourism is even becoming popular among the populace. Outside the palace, several research institutions have sprung up around the War God Palace. Li Wen is very interested in this so-called teleportation gate and has established many new research institutions dedicated to studying this ascension anchor point. At the same time, over the past 4 months, the Education Department has finally gathered the first universally applicable cultivation method after incorporating the War God Codex. Martial Arts Explanation. In the palace, Qin Ju slowly closed the small booklet in his hand and gently uttered these words. He nodded in his heart. This martial arts explanation can actually be seen as a simplified version of the War God Codex. The War God Codex is a cultivation method, and Daiyu lacks spiritual energy, so naturally one cannot cultivate it directly. But this simplified version does not require spiritual energy. Starting from cultivating internal strength to true qi, it corresponds to the realms of master and grandmaster. Can the subsequent true qi be transformed into spiritual power? Qin Ju stood before Jiayu and Li Wen, who were quietly standing there. Hearing this, Li Wen replied, it can be done. I experimented with the grandmaster of the 0-1 world. After transitioning to the War God Codex, he progressed remarkably quickly. By absorbing the spiritual energy from the energy batteries, the true qi within the body will transform into spiritual power. Among them, the progress of Subject 1 Ning Daoqi is the fastest. In 4 months, his true qi has completely transformed into spiritual power. After fully transforming into spiritual power, experimental results showed that he has initially possessed the combat power of the early stage of foundation establishment. However, Li Wen hesitated for a moment before continuing. It is somewhat strange that although Subject 1 has combat power equivalent to Foundation establishment, he is significantly weaker compared to those who have been granted official ranks. I suspect that cultivators enhanced by fortune may generally be stronger than normal practitioners of the same level. He added, "This is merely my preliminary speculation, if further experiments are still ongoing." Upon hearing this, Qin Ju nodded slightly. Regardless of whether Li Wen's speculation is correct, at least there is good news. Once ordinary citizens reach the Grandmaster realm, they can directly transition to spiritual power without conflict. What is the production rate of the energy batteries? Qin Ju continued to ask. The energy batteries. This item is similar to spirit stones, but they are man-made. By extracting the spiritual energy from cultivators' bodies, purifying it, and undergoing a series of processes, it is stored in special equipment. This is what is referred to as energy batteries. This item is currently the only solution to Dai's lack of spiritual energy. Energy batteries cannot yet be mass-produced. He added, the number of official rank grants is limited, and the clones used for experiments have already occupied a considerable portion of the quota. Scaling up will disrupt the normal operations of the court. Qin Ju pondered for a moment. Starting this year, we will incorporate martial arts explanation into the compulsory education curriculum, and in the future those with exceptional talents will be prioritized for energy battery supplies. After Qin Ju finished speaking, Jia Yu nodded in agreement. For now, this is all they can do. In the 26th year of Daiyu Mei, a piece of news ignited the whole world. The emperor wants to establish martial arts throughout the world. Information technology has already been preliminarily applied within Daiyu, and this news spread incredibly quickly. Within a day, almost all citizens learned of this news. Everyone was ecstatic, and there was even confirmed news that the emperor now wanted everyone to cultivate methods that not only could prolong life, but could also later transition to spiritual power and practice immortality. Everyone cultivating immortality, a world of immortal citizens, is not a dream. Daiyu Tianan Province. Mom and Dad am back. A boy who looked to be only 8 years old bounced into the house, casually tossing his school bag onto the sofa. In the kitchen, a woman under 30 emerged with a smile holding a plate of food. Little Tian is back. Did anything interesting happen at school today? Placing the food on the table, the woman affectionately patted the child's head. Today the teacher took us to visit the Academy of Sciences. There were so many fun things inside. There was a huge robot bigger than Dad. It can draw little turtles for me. And there were microscopes. The old man said there are many tiny creatures in places we can't see. Little Tian excitedly danced around, constantly boasting about what he had seen and heard today. The woman listened indulgently. It seems my little Tian wants to be a great scientist when he grows up. Little Tian shook his head. No, I want to be a soldier. I want to serve the emperor like Dad. At this moment, the 80-year-old child's eyes were filled with determination. The woman smiled. Being a soldier is great. My little Tian will definitely be a great general in the future. At that moment, steady and powerful footsteps sounded from outside. Ha, my son is indeed promising. When you become a soldier, we'll go to battle together. Before the person entered, hearty laughter had already come in. A man still dressed in Daiyu military uniform with an ordinary appearance but a steady demeanor walked in. He picked up little Tian. How's it going, little Tian? Good. I want to be a great general and fight alongside. The woman watched the father and son with a smile in her eyes. How come you're back today, busy man? She stepped forward to tidy the man's military uniform, speaking gently. The war in another world has calmed down, so I was reassigned back here. I just happen to be on leave these days. Of course, I have to come back to accompany my wife and child. As he spoke, the man gave the woman a quick kiss on the cheek. Seeing this, little Tian scratched his face. Mom and Dad. Ha. Little Tian, do you want to go play in another world? Dad is on leave these days, and will take you out for a stroll. Sure. Little Tian immediately danced with excitement. The three of them were very harmonious and cheerful. However, in reality, little Tian was not the biological child of the two. This couple was raised in Dai's concentrated training program, both being descendants of slaves. Little Tian was adopted shortly after his birth. But as the saying goes, Daiyu does not look at bloodlines, but at spiritual seeds. This family model has gradually become mainstream in Daiyu. The younger generation are all highly educated individuals with elite backgrounds, and the liberation of thought has led them to have their own understanding of marriage and childbirth. Just like this ordinary family of three, with the man serving in the military and the woman being a researcher at a certain biological research institute in the province. After dinner, little Tian went out to play. After finishing his homework, the couple began to converse again. It should be around this time that the martial arts detailed explanation compiled by the Department of Education will be distributed to the world. It seems the emperor wants all citizens to practice martial arts. The man lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. This is a good thing. You're worried about little Tian's aptitude, right? The woman nestled in the man's arms and spoke softly. Without giving the man a chance to respond, she continued, You don't need to worry about this. All citizens possess spiritual seeds. Our laboratory has conducted experiments, and those with spiritual seeds can practice. There won't be a situation where they can't cultivate. Really? Have you already acquired the martial arts techniques? The man asked in surprise. The woman shook her head. It's for experimental purposes. Currently, it can't be privately transmitted, so there's no rush within the next couple of days. Besides, you're in the military, I don't believe you haven't obtained it. My wife, is really smart. Anything of value is certainly prioritized for dissemination within the military. Besides, you're in the military, I don't believe you haven't obtained it. My wife, is really smart. Anything of value is certainly prioritized for dissemination within the military. Internal energy from his body. You've already cultivated internal energy so quickly. The woman carefully sensed the fluctuation of this aura, slightly surprised. This martial arts detailed explanation is quite easy to get into. According to the levels revised by the Department of Education, I have already become a level 3 martial artist. In our military, that's considered fast. The man had a look that seemed to seek praise. A level 3 martial artist is equivalent to a third-rate expert in the world of Tang. Pushing this further, level 2 is equivalent to a second-rate, and level 1 is first-rate. After stepping into the master level, the military will supply spiritual energy batteries, allowing the transition to the true war god manual and becoming a true cultivator. After a bit of boasting, the man asked, how's the development of the gene potion on your end? Oh, it's still early. Currently, it's only in the preliminary experimental stage. It will take a long time before it can be fully matured and mass-produced. After chatting for a while, the man changed into a different outfit. He took the woman out for a stroll. As they stepped out, they turned a corner and ran into a neighbor. This neighbor was a retired soldier, now nearly 60. Yet he looked only about 40, showing no signs of aging. Hello, Brother Lu. The man smiled and gave a military salute, his eyes full of respect. Little Wang, good afternoon. Lu Da, who was practicing Tai Chi, turned his head and replied with a smile. Brother Lu, you're truly impressive, still so fit. Lu Da, who is quite a prominent figure in this area. He has witnessed the rise of Dayu and once served in the Tianwu Guard established by the emperor. It is said that this old soldier has participated in hundreds of battles, having traveled with General Yu to conquer over 100 nations during the time when the world was not yet unified. With such remarkable achievements, he should have been a celestial being by now, but for unknown reasons he chose to leave the military and moved here to retire. Brother Lu, is it true that you've seen the emperor in person, shared drinks with General Yue, and even patted Lord Li's head? The man suddenly remembered something and curiously asked. Upon this question, Lu Da's spirit brightened. Hey kid, how could that be fake? Back in the day, I was just an ordinary citizen in the capital, oppressed daily by those aristocratic bullies until the emperor. Lu Da, who began to open up, speaking endlessly. The man and his wife listened quietly, their eyes filled with longing. Unbeknownst to them, many people gathered around, captivated by his story. Occasionally, they threw envious glances at Lu Da, who, to have seen the emperor in person, is a tremendous honor. It's important to note that in present-day Dayu, the emperor is the only true god, the towering pillar in the hearts of billions of citizens. To see the emperor in person is something one could boast about for a lifetime, let alone Lu Da, who had even conversed face-to-face with the emperor. That day, the northern clan's 300,000 troops were at the city gates, and a scoundrel named Wang Zhan dared to insult our emperor at the city wall. Hey, how could I with my hot temper endure that? I immediately asked Lord Qin for permission and went down to behead that Wang Zhan. But unfortunately, I was stopped by Lord Qin. Were you scared at that time, Brother Lu? Someone in the crowd asked. Scared? How could I not be scared? At that time, the northern clan's 300,000 troops were gathered, a sea of black that seemed endless. On the city wall, there were only a few thousand of us defending the city. But I thought to myself, my life is worthless. As long as the emperor lets me live like a human, what does death matter? At that moment, I thought killing one wouldn't be a loss, killing two would be a profit. But who would have thought? Hey, our Dayu has celestial. With deep memories in his eyes, Lu Da, who said, I saw Lord Qin then. Unknowingly, night fell. The street lights around them lit up, and Lu Da, who spoke until his mouth was dry. More and more people gathered around. And then, what happened next? After defeating that Odia country, what happened to their king? Did Brother Lu get a concubine or something? Lu Da, who took a sip of water, glanced at the time. You little brats, you've worn me out. I can't take it anymore, let's talk tomorrow. Pushing through the crowd, Lu Da, who returned to his home. The house was large, a 3-story villa with an ancient style. However, in this vast house, he was alone. Lu Da, who sat on the sofa lighting a cigarette, his smile gradually fading, as if recalling something, his eyes filled with pain. The room was unlit, shrouded in darkness, with only the glowing cigarette, but emitting a faint light. Outside, people knew of his glorious past, but no one knew why he left the military and moved away from the capital at the height of his rise. Ergo, I'm sorry, brother. While smoking, a big man suddenly began to sob softly. That year, he had followed General Yu to conquer a nation named Xuanli. It was during that time that he met a woman while capturing slaves. The story was quite cliché. The two fell in love. A citizen and a slave, there was nothing wrong with that. After all, slaves had pathways for advancement as long as they had guarantees and the other party performed well. But who would have thought that the woman, filled with deep resentment towards them, deceived him? His good brother was killed by his own hand, leaving him in despair. Because of this incident, the emperor even specifically issued a new policy. prohibiting Dayu citizens from forming emotional bonds with slaves, or else their citizenship would be revoked. After finishing an entire pack of cigarettes, Lu Dahu stared at the ceiling, unknowingly drifting off to sleep. Until the next day his phone rang. Brother Lu, hurry online to the official court website. The martial arts detailed explanation has been published to the world. Martial arts detailed explanation. Groggily, Lu Dahu got up. On his desk lay a wooden carving of Qin Ju. Looking at the imposing lifelike carving, he choked up. Since the 25th year of the Dayu era, informatization has already begun to take root throughout the Dayu region. By now, in the 26th year of Dayu, devices like smartphones and computers have become commonplace among citizens. Moreover, these electronic products skipped the initial stages from the very beginning. For instance, smartphones were launched as touchscreen models without any physical buttons. In just over a year, these devices have undergone continuous updates approximately every 2 months. On the 15th of the 26th year at 6 in the morning, the moment the detailed explanation of martial arts was released on the official court website, tens of millions of people flooded in. Fortunately, this is the official Dayu website. Had it been the potato server from Qin Ju's past life, it would have likely crashed by now. In the room, Lu Dahu logged into the court's official website. The internet speed was fast opening in an instant. He clicked into the newly added training section. What greeted him was a lengthy article on martial arts accompanied by images. Scrolling down, he found a series of detailed explanatory videos. The top video was a science popularization clip. Lu Dahu clicked on it, and a stern man in military attire slowly began to speak. First, we need to understand the essence of cultivation, what martial arts truly is. Instead of discussing martial arts techniques, he explained scientifically what cultivation is and its essence. The subsequent videos then truly explained how to cultivate. From every small step to what one should pay attention to and what auxiliary resources are needed during cultivation, it covered everything. The details were extreme, even to the point of being described as a fool's version. Within this training section, there was also a subsection called martial arts. It recorded various martial techniques, such as the twin blades of heavenly demon and the 8 ultimate blades of heaven. Each martial technique also had corresponding detailed explanatory videos. The content was abundant, gathering the essence of martial arts from another world. Anything here was something that those martial artists once dreamed of. Now, however, be it martial arts techniques or skills, everything was made public online, accessible to any. Lu Dahu roughly browsed through everything, then went back to the beginning and meticulously watched the scientific video. After memorizing it firmly, he then turned his attention to the martial arts techniques. He spent a considerable amount of time committing the detailed explanation of martial arts to memory. Following the video instructions, he purchased a large amount of auxiliary resources for cultivation, primarily meat. Only then did he begin his cultivation as demonstrated in the video. Throughout Dayu, countless individuals were following his example, and the scientific dissemination had fostered a good habit among citizens. This habit was to explore the essence of things. Science and fantasy are not inherently opposed. Science is a means, a way of thinking, a more efficient and deeper understanding of all things. It is akin to having a citizen of Dayu and a commoner from the Tang dynasty cultivate the same martial art simultaneously. Even if both lacked spiritual seeds and had the same aptitude, the Dayu citizen's cultivation speed would undoubtedly surpass that of the Tang commoner by a significant margin. Lu Dahu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. As he entered the state of cultivation, the spiritual seed within him began to flicker slightly in a place unseen. It continuously absorbed his vital energy, converting it into internal strength at an exaggerated speed. 2 hours later, a rumbling sound emerged from Lu Da's stomach. He exited his cultivation state and feasted heartily. Then he continued to cultivate, repeating this cycle until dusk. He finally sensed a hint of internal strength. 80% of citizens can cultivate internal strength within a day. The remaining 20% can generally do so within 5 hours. There are even some who succeeded in less than a minute. In the Yugu Palace, Qin Ju felt the restlessness of the world's spiritual seeds. He pondered silently, realizing the terrifying effect of these spiritual seeds. Even someone with the worst aptitude could cultivate if bestowed with a spiritual seed by Qin Ju. They might not become a genius, but at least they could cultivate. As for those already blessed with good aptitude, it goes without saying. With the cultivation of over 100 million citizens, countless fortunes surged from all directions. Qin Ju's cultivation level was visibly increasing at an astounding rate. Having just broken through to the early stage of the Golden Core realm, he began to loosen up, moving towards the midst. If the previous fortune bestowed upon him was like a vast ocean, then this time, with the continuous cultivation of over 100 million citizens of Dayu, the fortune flowed like an endless stream, steadily converging within Qin Ju. After conquering the Great Tang world, Qin Ju did not rush to search for the next world. Dayu needed some time to digest the results of this conquest. In the 27th year of Dayu, one should never underestimate the people of the world. With a sufficient base number, the number of geniuses is not small. In just half a year, over 100 top talents within Dayu had crossed the thresholds of third-tier, second-tier, and first-tier warriors, reaching the master realm. In merely half a year, over 100 masters. This number is astonishing considering that in the original world of the Great Tang's legend of the Twin Dragons, the total number of masters was barely in double digits. This year, Qin Xu's cultivation naturally advanced to the mid-golden core stage. In the 28th year of Du, as more and more citizens embarked on the path of cultivation, the internet was filled with various cultivation videos. The citizens generously shared their cultivation insights, and some of the top geniuses even began to create their own martial arts techniques. By the way, it is worth mentioning that Du had launched a satellite into the sky several years ago. However, just like before, even the sky has its limits. Upon reaching a certain altitude, they were blocked by an invisible protective shield. This remains the only concern weighing on Qin Xu's mind. In the 29th year of Du, the number of citizens who broke through to the master realm reached a staggering 100,000. This is not an exaggeration. The resources of two worlds supported by nearly 1 billion subcitizen slaves sustain over 100 million citizens of Du. For the citizens of Du, apart from the scarcity of spiritual energy batteries, other basic resources are abundant. In fact, there is a significant surplus. In the same year, Qin Xu approved the successful establishment of Du's first cultivation academy. This academy will enroll 1,000 students each year, selecting the best from across the realm. Why 1,000? Because the annual output of spiritual energy batteries supplied to the populace is just over 1,000. In other words, Du can steadily produce at least 1,000 true cultivators each year. In the 30th, 31st, and 32nd years of Du, another 3 years have passed, and according to the Education Department statistics, the number of masters within Du has reached 1 million, while the number of grandmasters has reached 3,000. Excluding newborn citizens who have been cultivating for at least 5 years are all at least at the first-tier warrior level. Among them, over 1,000 have completely become foundation establishment cultivators after transitioning to the War God Codex. By this time, the cultivation paths within Du have become quite clear. Cultivating martial arts in detail leads to the master realm transitioning to the War God Codex, absorbing spiritual power and becoming cultivators. Depending on their qualifications and the realm they were in when transitioning to the War God Codex, the cultivation level of these citizens generally ranges from the peak of Qi refinement to the early stage of foundation establishment. This is the advantage of scientific cultivation. Cultivators' brains become more astute, and countless cultivators dedicate themselves to scientific research, which in turn propels scientific development, making cultivation easier and complementary. If it weren't for the limitations of spiritual energy, Qin Xu was confident he could turn all citizens of Du into true cultivators within 50 years. In the 33rd year of Du, 6 years after conquering the Great Tang world, the population of Du surged again. Countless newborns were collected by the Du court from the slaves of the two worlds in addition to the natural births of local citizens. Currently, the population of Du has reached 200 million. Among them, nearly 40% are children under 6 years of age. This year, Qin Xu successfully broke through to the late golden core stage. Excluding the foundation granted by official titles, the number of cultivators who have normally cultivated to foundation establishment has reached nearly 5,000. The number of masters has exceeded a staggering 6 million. This is still due to the slight bottleneck in advancing from first-tier warriors to masters. In 6 years, Du has made tremendous progress, not only in cultivation. Technological advancements have also been iterating at a shocking speed. Purely physical weapons like atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs have already been developed. AI technology has also matured to some extent and has been popularized among the populace. Within the Du army, the first generation of powered battle armor has been distributed to the entire military. It contains intelligent combat assistance systems, emergency medical systems, and other comprehensive enhancements to boost the combat power of Du soldiers. Additionally, drones and gene-targeted weapons are emerging endlessly. Du has comprehensively deployed low-orbit anti-missile satellites, allowing the court to monitor the entire world even without relying on spiritual seeds. In the 34th year of Du, the first generation of human gene enhancement agents was released. This project actually began over a decade ago and was personally overseen by Li Wan. Inside the U Palace, Qin Xu carefully examined the cobalt blue potion in his hand. After a long while, he spoke solemnly, "Are there any side effects?" Opposite him, Li Wan, clad in a white lab coat, calmly replied, "The Tai Su Foundation Type 1 gene liquid has undergone over 10,000 experiments and no side effects have been found so far." Qin Xu asked, "What are its effects?" Li Wan replied, "I discovered through the dissection of some Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators that under continuous cultivation their genes are constantly optimizing, with the most apparent improvement being a stronger adaptability to spiritual energy particles. This gene liquid is based on that premise. After injection, it will significantly enhance the Bodhi's affinity for spiritual energy. In simpler terms, if citizens inject it, the small bottleneck in breaking through from first-tier warriors to masters will cease to exist. Furthermore, the probability of directly breaking through to foundation establishment after transitioning to the War God Codex will greatly increase." Qin Xu pondered for a moment. "First, let's promote it on a small scale. If there are no side effects, then we can implement it across the populace. Li Wen nodded all right. In the 34th year of Dayu, Qin Ju gathered over 10,000 volunteers who were stuck at the first-tier warrior level and injected them with the gene agent. Qin Ju did not distrust Li Wen, the brilliant scientist from the wasteland whose strength was beyond question. However, given the significance of this matter for the entire realm, it could not be taken lightly. This year, Qin Ju personally observed these 10,000 people. To his surprise, the effects of the Tai Su Type 1 gene enhancement liquid were far better than he had imagined. Within less than a week after injection, the volunteers successively broke through to the master realm. After nearly a year of observation, they were vibrant and showed no side effects. At this point, Qin Ju finally felt relieved. In the 36th year of Dayu, he rapidly spread the gene agent among all citizens. No one questioned or worried. Countless citizens rushed to purchase it. In their hearts, Qin Ju was a god. They would execute Qin Ju's will without hesitation. This is the current prestige Qin Ju enjoys among the populace. At the end of the 37th year of Dayu, the Education Department conducted a martial artist census. The registered citizens of Dayu numbered 215,332,341. The number of masters stood at 9,341,232. The number of Grand Masters reached 951,679. The number of Foundation Establishment cultivators, including those granted titles, was 18,312. Golden Core 32, including those granted titles, and the first and second rank officials. Boom. In the skies above the capital this time, endless purple fortune gathered from all over the world towards the U Palace. Inside the palace, Qin Ju's realm of Golden Core reached a sudden breakthrough. Within him, the Golden Core shattered, and a small figure resembling him gradually took shape. Nascent Soul. An even more terrifying phenomenon than his last breakthrough to Golden Core spread throughout the heavens and the earth. Qin Ju's aura continued to rise. The Nascent Soul was not the end. Early Nascent Soul, Mid-Nascent Soul, Late Nascent Soul. Nascent Soul, Great Perfection. Unfortunately, the fortune is still a bit lacking. I am just a step away from breaking through to the next level. Inside the U Palace, Qin Ju slowly opened his eyes. Now that the U has developed to this extent, it still cannot allow him to instantly surge to the next level. What will the transformation of spirit? Qin Ju has a premonition that compared to the Nascent Soul, the changes in the next realm will be earth-shattering. The Dayu civilization, a primary spiritual energy technology civilization. Within it are 5 Nascent Soul cultivators, 213 Golden Core cultivators, and a number of Foundation Establishment practitioners. Civilization rating level 3. 5 civilization showing potential. Activate the civilization radar and search the world. This search consumes 100 civilization points and can locate level 1 to level 3 civilizations. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. With Qin Ju's confirmation, the civilization radar in his mind emitted waves once more. He patiently awaited the results. At this moment, Qin Ju suddenly felt a strange Foundation Establishment aura within the Dayu realm. At the instant he sensed this unfamiliar energy, Li Wen's voice echoed in his mind. Your Majesty, there has been unusual activity in the unknown energy shield at the world's border. Qin Ju narrowed his eyes. I understand. There's no need to worry. His gaze crossed countless miles, focusing on the extreme west of Dayu. Damn it, what bad luck. I didn't expect there to be demonic beasts in this cave heaven. Thankfully, I have this protective mirror. In the extreme west of Dayu, on a desolate plain, a man in a blue long robe, his long hair casually draped behind him, spat out sand from his mouth and clumsily rose to his feet. He looked sadly at the protective mirror in his hand, which had broken into 2 pieces, and sighed inwardly. The ancient texts were not lying. I can't believe there really is a cave heaven of a transformation master in that wretched place. But where is this? The man stood up and surveyed the desolate surroundings. There's not even a trace of spiritual energy. Could it be that this is the incense world of the transformation master? According to the records of their sect, transformation cultivators can open cave heavens within themselves, and some transformation masters raise mortals within their cave heavens to harvest incense. Could it be that he had accidentally stumbled into this so-called incense world? The cultivator felt uncertain. Their sect only had 1 Golden Core ancestor. He had never seen a transformation master. How could he know what was real and what was not? Not to mention transformation masters, even nascent soul cultivators were rare in their territory, and as a mere offering, he had no qualification to meet them. After some contemplation, he realized this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. He patted his storage pouch, took out a pill, and tossed it into his mouth, sitting cross-legged, to restore his spiritual energy. Once he had replenished some spiritual energy, he rose and flew in a direction on his sword, muttering to himself as he flew. What terrible luck. I shouldn't have been so greedy. Not only did I gain nothing, but I also lost so many magical tools and pills. Damn it. The cultivator flew for an indeterminate amount of time when a faint outline of a city appeared ahead. Looking at the towering buildings from afar, the cultivator stopped in his tracks. Huh, there are actually people here. But what is this? The towering skyscrapers and the noise he could hear from this distance left him puzzled. After some thought, the cultivator frowned and put away his flying sword, disguising himself as a mortal as he walked step by step toward the distant city. Desert City. The westernmost city of Diyu, where 99.9% of its inhabitants are commoners. Conditions here are harsh. Apart from a few adventurers and citizens assigned here, the rest are commoners and slaves. The city spans a vast area housing over 3 million people. Of course, when speaking of harsh conditions, it is in comparison to other places in Diyu. This city, taken on its own, is not inferior to the first-tier cities from Qin Xu's past life. As the cultivator entered the city, he was met with a remarkable scene. He looked up, and on both sides were soaring skyscrapers. Occasionally, unknown flying vehicles whizzed overhead. On the ground, futuristic vehicles came and went while people jostled past each other, some simply dressed, others dressed like him in ancient robes. The shops on both sides were adorned with neon lights, and this bustling scene truly left the cultivator in awe. Is this really a mortal realm? In his impression, mortals should have pale complexions and ragged clothing, right? How is it that every random person here is dressed better than him? While the cultivator was lost in thought, suddenly a large hand yanked him aside. He snapped back to reality and was about to get angry when a futuristic single-passenger flying vehicle rushed past him. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The one who pulled him was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, scruffy and looking quite shaken. You dare to stand in the way of a citizen's flying vehicle? Aren't you afraid of being casually killed? The cultivator's eyes flickered. Not yet knowing the situation here, he decided to be cautious. He quickly lowered his posture and performed a strange greeting. Thank you, brother. I just arrived here and am unfamiliar with these customs. The scruffy middle-aged man looked at the cultivator with a peculiar expression. You're not from Desert City. You're from outside. The cultivator replied, Yes. I just came from outside to visit family in Desert City. The citizens are becoming increasingly arrogant if our lives are worth as much as theirs. To his surprise, as soon as he said this, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he stepped back several paces. The people around them panicked and hurriedly distanced themselves. In a few seconds, a large space opened up around the cultivator. His expression immediately darkened as he realized he had misspoken. At this moment, the flying vehicle that had just zipped past suddenly returned. The cultivator's heart raced, and he discreetly reached for his storage pouch at his waist. The flying vehicle stopped directly in front of him, less than a centimeter from him. The door opened, and a stylishly dressed young man jumped out. He was chewing on something and looked down his nose. Who is this wild man blocking my vehicle? As soon as this young man got out, everyone around, regardless of what they were doing, knelt on the ground. It was not spiritual energy, but it was clearly not mortal. Wow, this wild man is interesting. The young man maintained his arrogant demeanor, but no one noticed the cold glint that flickered in his eyes. It was not spiritual energy, but it was clearly not mortal. Wow, this wild man is interesting. The young man maintained his arrogant demeanor, but no one noticed the cold glint that flickered in his eyes. Well then, this young master is short of a servant. You look good, how about following me? The cultivator narrowed his eyes at the words, but it was evident he was not an ordinary person. As soon as the young man spoke, he lowered his head respectfully, a look of joy on his face as he said, Really? However, before he could finish speaking, the young man suddenly attacked, unleashing a powerful aura of a grandmaster striking towards the cultivator's chest. But that was not the end, as several figures suddenly flew in from the horizon, each exuding a terrifying pressure. Foundation Establishment Cultivators. No, there are also Golden Core ancestors. This cultivator was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and the pressure from the Golden Core in the sky forced him to the ground, unable to rise. The young man before him, with a single palm strike, nearly claimed the life of the already injured cultivator. Well done. 3 cultivators slowly descended from the horizon. The moment they landed, all the commoners in the city obediently prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Among them, a Golden Core expert named Ma Xian, a high-ranking official stationed in the far west, observed the performance of the young citizen and praised him. Thank you, Lord Ma, for your praise, but it is what I should do. I sensed something was amiss when this person approached the outskirts of the desert city. How could a stranger without a spiritual root dare to swagger into the city? Truly reckless. The young man snorted coldly, his previous arrogance nowhere to be seen. Ma Xian chuckled and said, Your contribution will be reported to the court, and I will take care of this person. Saying this, he scooped up the dazed stranger who was murmuring something indistinctly. How could this be possible? How could this be happening? Why is there a Golden Core expert in a place devoid of spiritual energy? Why? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, but he could not comprehend it. Not only the Golden Core expert, but even the Foundation Establishment cultivators beside him were all brimming with spiritual energy, clearly not simple characters. The young man who had acted so boldly seemed to be just an ordinary citizen. How could he possess such strength? That last palm strike was nearly comparable to a weak Foundation Establishment's attack. What kind of place is this? The cultivator cried out in despair, but no one was destined to answer him. Bring him to the Imperial Palace, Qin Xu's authoritative voice echoed in Ma Xian's mind. Ma Xian's expression immediately turned serious. Yes, Your Majesty. After speaking to the air, he lifted the stranger and soared into the sky. His figure transformed into an afterimage heading towards the capital. This is quite fortunate. Just going out for a stroll I encounter such good fortune. The citizen youth watched Ma Xian speed away, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. After observing his smile faded, he glanced sideways at the other commoners still prostrating on the ground and scolded, "What are you looking at? Get back to work, you bunch of wild peasants." At that moment, a single-person flying device approached. A beautifully dressed woman stepped down. What happened? The woman, stepping out of her high heels, walked towards the young man. He smiled and wrapped his arms around her. "A great piece of news, I will tell you later." As the woman stepped down, the surrounding commoners gazed at her with unabashed envy. She had once been a commoner herself, but had recently been granted a spiritual root after passing an examination elevating her status. This is the current era of Dayu, where bloodlines and family backgrounds no longer matter. Even if you were a slave a moment ago, as long as you become a citizen, your life can change drastically. High above, as they neared the capital, the cities below became increasingly prosperous. From time to time, massive airborne vehicles passed nearby. The cultivator felt the overwhelming aura from below, nearly petrifying him with fear. Golden core. There are over 100 golden cores. How could there be so many golden cores? Only when they reached the inner city of the capital did Ma Xian finally land. Here someone had long been waiting. "Thank you for your hard work." Qin Guer revealed a not-so-pleasant smile and spoke indifferently. Lord Qin. Ma Xian bowed slightly, lifting his hand to present the captured cultivator to Qin Guer. Qin Guer glanced at the cultivator. The cultivator felt as if struck by lightning, his spiritual energy in disarray and uncontrollable. A nascent soul, old monster. Moreover, not just any nascent soul. After greeting him, Qin Guer led the cultivator on foot to the entrance of the imperial palace. Inside the imperial palace, Qin Ju leisurely sipped his tea. The cultivator was dragged in by Qin Guer and unceremoniously tossed onto the ground like a dead dog. "Leave." Qin Ju spoke indifferently. "Yes, your majesty." Qin Guer respectfully withdrew. The cultivator, upon hearing this, struggled to lift his head. Upon entering, he saw an excessively youthful face. But when he stared directly at that face, the scene before him changed. He saw an endless expanse of heaven and earth. He saw billions of gods and demons. Qin Ju merely sat there leisurely, yet the cultivator felt an oppressive depth and vastness. Qin Ju said nothing and made no movements, yet the cultivator's storage bag automatically flew into Qin Ju's hand. With no obstruction, the storage bag was violently torn open. Items flew out from the storage bag. Magical treasures, elixirs, techniques, and clothing. Qin Ju picked up a flying sword and gently flicked it. The flying sword let out a mournful cry and shattered instantly. Unknown materials, decent strength. Qin Ju nodded in his heart and then picked up a bottle of elixirs. The elixir was covered in peculiar patterns with spiritual energy circulating upon it. Taking it out, he could smell its fragrant aroma. Qin Ju inhaled it. It contains unknown herbs and should have healing properties. Not bad. This was his first time seeing a real elixir, far superior to the ones he concocted himself. His heart filled with joy, yet his expression remained emotionless. He then picked up a few technique manuals to read. The Bai Shui Jinju. Qin Ju read slowly, even though he was already a major nascent soul cultivator. He still flipped through the pages like a mere mortal. Inside the vast imperial palace, it was eerily quiet. Only the sound of pages turning could be heard. The prostrating cultivator was sweating profusely, filled with fear of the unknown. He wanted to say something, but under the invisible pressure, he couldn't utter a word. After a long while, Qin Ju finally set the Bai Shui Jinju down. There is no lower half, at most it can only be cultivated to foundation establishment. It has some use, but not much. Next, he browsed through the other basic manuals one by one. Aside from the Bai Shui Jinju, the rest were all very. There was even an ancient book on formations and alchemy. After reviewing everything, Qin Ju finally turned his gaze to the cultivator. Reducing the pressure on him slightly, Qin Ju spoke softly. "I ask, you answer. What is your name?" The cultivator, seeing that he could finally speak, immediately felt a surge of hope. He disregarded his image and knocked his head on the ground several times. "Senior, I mistakenly entered your divine realm. I did nothing wrong, please spare my life." Qin Ju remained silent, lifted his teacup, and took a small sip. "This is your last chance." His voice was low, even quite flat. Yet in the cultivator's heart, alarm bells rang out instantly, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, my name is Gu Huan. I am an elder serving the Bai Shui sect in the Eastern Qian realm." The Eastern Qian realm. Bai Shui sect. Qin Ju processed this information in his mind. "Tell me everything you know, and there may be a glimmer of hope." Qin Ju leaned back, speaking lazily. Gu Huan replied, yes, senior, what do you want to know? I will not hide anything." After he finished speaking, however, he waited a long time, but did not see Qin Ju respond. Gu Huan steeled his heart and began to speak. "Senior, there are 1 pavilion, 2 sects, and 3 families in the Eastern Qian realm. The pavilion is the Yunmeng Immortal Pavilion, entirely staffed by female cultivators, with the patriarch being a nascent soul. The 2 sects are Bai Shui sect and Lihua sect. The Bai Shui sect's nascent soul patriarch has passed away, while the Lihua sect still has 1 nascent soul. The three families Qing Ming Hun Yuan and Qing Wei all have golden core patriarchs. Besides these sects, there are also several scattered nascent soul cultivators. As for further details, I truly do not. In my early years, I obtained an ancient book that recorded a cave heaven of a fallen transformation god. Driven by greed, I went to explore it with a few friends and somehow ended up in your divine realm. Qin Zhu listened quietly, memorizing this information, and then asked, "How did you enter that cave heaven?" Gu Huan quickly pointed to the token that Qin Zhu had pulled out and casually placed on the table. "Senior, I entered the cave heaven relying on that token." "Oh." Qin Zhu reached out, and the seemingly ordinary token flew into his hand. He had not paid attention to what was special about this token. After closely examining it, he could not discern what material it was made from. Its appearance was entirely ordinary. It faintly bore the character for cloud. After pondering for a moment, Qin Zhu suddenly opened his eyes, seizing Gu Huan. Then with a large hand he pressed down on his head and began to search his soul. He would not easily believe what this person said. After a moment, he tossed Gu Huan aside, who was now dazed, and Qin Zhu began to ponder. Gu Huan had indeed spoken no lies. Every word he said was true. The incense world. Qin Zhu murmured, pulling up the map in his mind. On the map, the entire Dayu mainland appeared square, and he felt it was full of artificial traces. Now that he looked again, it indeed had some credibility. After a moment's thought, Qin Zhu grasped the token, and his figure instantly vanished from the imperial palace. When he reappeared, he was already at the boundary of the Dayu mainland. This is what it means to be a nascent soul cultivator, able to traverse millions of miles in an instant. On the boundless surface of the sea, a massive offshore platform stands tall. People come and go, and occasionally scientists reach out to touch the invisible protective shield in front of them. Suddenly, a figure slowly materializes in the sky. The figure is clad in a dark dragon robe, surrounded by a black dragon. The people below look up, their hearts startled at the sight. "Your Majesty." Everyone on the platform, regardless of what they were doing or their position, fell to their knees at the moment they saw this figure. "We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live our Emperor." A chorus of voices soared to the heavens, each face displaying unabashed fervor. At ease, Qin Zhu's deep voice resonated in everyone's ears. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After rising, a female researcher flew from the crowd to Qin Zhu's side. "I am Su Qian, a senior researcher from the Imperial Academy of Sciences, Your Majesty." "I did not know, Your Majesty." The researcher named Su Qian gazed at Qin Zhu's face, her admiration nearly overflowing. "Keep the others at a distance." Qin Zhu casually instructed, then slowly raised his hand. He pressed a token against the protective shield in front of him. In the next moment, the seemingly ordinary token suddenly erupted with a blazing light. The token detached from Qin Zhu's hand and began to float in midair. Before him, a brilliant golden light erupted. The previously invisible protective shield slowly revealed its form. At this moment, countless citizens across the Great Yu land looked up in shock. What had once been an empty sky now revealed a curved shield inscribed with various runes floating high above. Qin Zhu squinted slightly, transmitting a message to Qin Guer and the others: "Maintain order." In the capital, Qin Guer and the others immediately received the order. A surge of nascent soul aura spread out, accompanied by over 100 golden core cultivators, their terrifying presence enveloping the entire Great Yu land. Before Qin Zhu, that protective shield was strictly speaking a formation. After revealing its true form, it suddenly opened a portal. At the moment this portal opened, a dense spiritual energy, almost tangible, surged in from the other side. "This is spiritual energy." The people on the platform cried out in surprise, feeling themselves rejoicing under the onslaught of the rich spiritual energy. The sensation of comfort was beyond words. Just then the surface of the sea suddenly shifted. A 1,000-meter-long flood dragon leaped up from beneath the surface, lunging towards Qin Zhu. "Beast!" Qin Zhu did not move. Instead, the black dragon beside him sprang into action. With a single bite, it severed the flood dragon's head. The massive dragon body immediately fell back into the sea. Transformation into the divine realm. Bathed in spiritual energy, a smile crept across Qin Zhu's face. "Where is Yuzhen?" Qin Zhu spoke, and Yuzhen, far in the capital, immediately moved. In an instant, he appeared beside Qin Zhu. "What is your Majesty's command?" Yuzhen clasped his fists. "What a timely arrival, like a pillow sent to a sleepyhead." Qin Zhu pointed across. "Send troops to clear the sea of monsters, leaving some for breeding. You personally lead a group to explore this so-called transformation divine realm." Saying this, Qin Zhu transmitted all the information from Gu Huan's memories into Yuzhen's mind. "Understood." The old general responded with a clasped fist without further comments. Qin Zhu's figure vanished once more. He looked across, feeling the rich spiritual energy, his eyes deep. The formation enveloping the entire Great Yu land had not disappeared, it had merely opened a massive portal at the sea surface. Spiritual energy continuously poured in, and soon all the citizens along the coastline felt the changes in the world. The spiritual energy swept across the entire Great Yu land like a hurricane. Spiritual energy. Spiritual energy. Spiritual energy. In just one day, spiritual energy filled every corner of the Great Yu land. Countless people greedily breathed in the spiritual energy, their exclamations rising and falling. Those stuck at the master and grandmaster level struggling to break through due to lack of spiritual energy batteries all set aside their tasks to sit cross-legged and cultivate. One by one, citizens transformed their inner true energy into spiritual power within this single day. After this transformation, the lowest level reached was the great perfection of Qi refining. Many directly broke through to foundation establishment. Hundreds of thousands, millions, even tens of millions. With so many people simultaneously breaking through swirling vortices of spiritual energy, filled every city. And Qin, with his perfected nascent soul cultivation, once again broke through under the endless tide of fortune. The small person of the nascent soul within him became ethereal until it completely transformed into the primordial spirit. At this moment, the scene Qin saw changed again. He saw the rules that pervaded the heavens and the earth. Transformation divine cultivators, their inner nascent souls, transforming into primordial spirits, initially coming into contact with the rules of heaven and earth. From this moment on, begin to walk your own path. You can refine the cave of heaven within your body, creating your own realm. This was what he learned from Qin Xuan's memories about transformation divine cultivators. In the Eastern Qin realm, there were no transformation divine cultivators. Even Qin Xuan's understanding was only hearsay. What is my path, I wonder? Qin found it strange that in Qin Xuan's memories, Eastern Qin cultivators needed a spiritual root to cultivate. And the spiritual roots were also divided by attributes. For instance, the 5 elements spiritual root cultivated until nascent soul. Upon reaching the nascent soul, one comprehended the rules of heaven and earth, thus walking out their own path. After initial contact, one comprehended the heavens and earth to break through to transformation divine. But he observed the citizens of Great Yu, and after planting spiritual seeds within them, there was no attribute distinction. Yet he had never comprehended any rules of heaven and earth. The way of the emperor, the way of destiny, the way of civilization, or perhaps the heavenly way. In Qin's speculation, if he wished to carve out his own path, it would likely be one of these few. However, seeking his own path was not an urgent matter. He had just broken through to the transformation stage and had plenty of time to explore. For now, he set this matter aside, intrigued by the so-called cave of the transformation stage. A transformation stage cultivators. In Qin Xuan's memory, such beings had not appeared in the Eastern Qin realm for 1,000 years. How many treasures might reside within the cave left by a transformation stage cultivator? This cave perfectly addressed the current inadequacies in the Great cultivation realm. Qin raised his head, his gaze crossing thousands of miles to converge with Yuzhan's. Reporting to Commander Yue, the target sea area has been cleared. Should we proceed? Once again on that vast sea area, the enormous marine platform had seen all researchers withdraw. Aircraft carriers were densely packed and stretched as far as the eye could see, with countless soldiers bustling about. Swarm drones were flying toward even more distant places. Lu Pa's Tianhua halberd still dripped with blood as he saluted and reported in a booming voice. This young general, once highly regarded by Qin, had been demoted twice after making a mistake last time. Yet Lu Pa had a strong sense of pride. After his demotion, his demeanor had become much more composed and reserved. Moreover, he refused any rewards or positions of power. Starting from scratch, he had spent over 6 years cultivating and had managed to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage. Just refusing rewards and cultivating alone was not something an ordinary person could achieve. But the facts proved that he truly had exceptional talent. This also led Yuzhan, who had initially been disappointed in him, to reconsider his value. No rush. Let's wait until the drone swarm assesses the situation ahead before taking action. Yuzhan placed his hand on the sword at his waist and slowly walked in front of Lu Pa. Having broken through to the transformation stage, Yuzhan's aura was even more formidable, and his upright countenance naturally inspired trust. Have you encountered any difficulties in your recent cultivation? Yuzhan suddenly asked, looking at the busy soldier. Lu Pa looked up at Yuzhan's face, no longer so serious, and replied, "Not at all. Since I switched to the war god scripture, I have yet to encounter a bottleneck. Moreover, I have a premonition that I will break through to the late foundation establishment stage in no time." Hearing this, Yuzhan's gaze deepened. His Majesty recently established a new heavenly fiend army consisting entirely of self-cultivated cultivators. I pleaded with His Majesty and had your name added to the list. Yuzhan said, quietly waiting for Lu Pa's reaction. Upon hearing this news, Lu Pa's heart was instantly filled with mixed emotions. In the Great officialdom, able individuals rise while the incompetent fall. The mistake he made last time was still under punishment. Yuzhan pleading on his behalf was no small favor, far from the ease it seemed. Commander Yue. Lu Pa opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for words. Yuzhan shook his head. Just don't embarrass me further. The atmosphere fell silent, but not long after an officer from the rear approached to report. Commander Yue, the drone swarm has discovered a large-scale beast tide. According to the spiritual energy reaction device, there are golden core beasts among them. Golden core. Yuzhen murmured, feeling little reaction inside. This was not the first golden core beast they had encountered. Dispatch the Qin Yuan army to handle it, Yuzhen instructed after a brief moment of thought. Yes. The officer quickly complied. Wait. Lupa, you go too. Yuzhen turned slightly and glanced at Lupa. Lupa quickly clasped his fists. I obey, Commander. Use orders. Behind him, a squad of over 100 soldiers in dark uniforms adorned with a pattern resembling a demonic face swiftly took to the skies. A nascent soul led the team with 10 golden core cultivators while the rest were Foundation establishment experts. Lupa also flew up, instantly joining the soldiers as they soared into the distance. As he watched the Qin Yuan army depart, Yuzhen turned and commanded, mobilize satellites for real-time observation. If there are any insurmountable situations, notify them to return immediately. Yuzhen's style of command has always been characterized by calmness. Even though the cave ahead was merely left behind by a transformation stage cultivator, he himself was also at the transformation stage. Yet he adhered to a principle of caution, striving to achieve the greatest gains at the smallest cost. Above the sea, numerous Qin Yuan cultivators sped toward their target location. Lupa followed behind, the others remaining silent. Occasionally some cultivators cast meaningful glances at him, but Lupa pretended not to see. He understood what these Qin Yuan cultivators were thinking. It was merely a hint of contempt in their hearts. If it were in the past, he would have surely exploded in anger. After years of reflection, he understood one thing. Only by standing out enough would others respect you. This was especially evident within the Great Yu army. Those with ability and strength would earn respect from others. The group's flying speed was not very fast, and the expanse of the sea below was outrageously vast. After flying for several hours, the leading nascent soul finally raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. The leading nascent soul cultivator was also a seasoned veteran, having served in the military since the days of the Great Yu, as the Great Qin. Named Dong Jun, after signaling everyone to halt, he squinted, spreading his divine sense to survey the surroundings. After a moment he spoke. 10 people form a team to descend. Saying this, he was the first to dive into the sea. Without a word, the others followed suit and dove underwater. Once Dong Jun submerged, he released his spiritual power, instantly creating a vacuum around him. He continued to descend, reaching depths of hundreds, thousands, and even 10,000 meters. Finally, coming to the ocean's deepest point, he halted. He looked around the environment and raised his hand to retrieve a broken, strange weapon. This is not a creation of our Great Yu, composed of unknown materials. He muttered softly, everyone be on guard. Since this was a cave of a transformation stage cultivator, the appearance of some artifact fragments was not surprising. But what if there were intelligent beings here? For instance, beasts with awakened intelligence. Such a possibility was not out of the question. General Dong, it seems there are traces of intelligent beings active here. A late Foundation establishment, Qin Yuan soldier, suddenly spoke. This person was none other than Han Xing, who had previously found the War God Temple. Han Xing held a luminous pearl, observing and speaking. This luminous pearl contains a small amount of residual spiritual energy, not natural spiritual qi. Its energy fluctuations are very similar to the beasts we came to hunt today, but with a slight discrepancy. Han Xing handed the luminous pearl to Dong Jun, suddenly looking in a certain direction. General Dong, there is unusual movement to the northwest. Are you sure? Dong Jun asked. Confirmed. Han Xing replied assertively. Could everyone follow me? According to the research of the Empire's Academy of Sciences, after ordinary people cultivate, some fortunate ones will awaken various talents. Some may be attuned to the 5 elements, while others have purer spiritual energy within them than others, and Han Xing was one such individual. His talent was rather esoteric, in simple terms, intuition. Back in the Great Tang world, he dared to let Ko Zhong and his companion leave the city, because he had a premonition that as long as the two left, they would be able to find the War God Temple. So far, his intuition had never failed him. What on earth is this thing? Beneath the sea in the northwest lies a magnificent and grand palace quietly resting on the ocean floor. Inside the palace, a man dressed in a golden ornate robe with a stern face and 2 horns on his head sat on a chair crafted from spirit stone, gazing thoughtfully at the peculiar drone in his hands. This item was brought back by a little demon who was patrolling not long ago. According to the little demon, there were swarms of these things buzzing ominously overhead. The little demon watched from the depths of the water when suddenly one of the drones fell down. Could it be created by the Wanyao mountain range? He pondered for a moment, but that didn't seem right. This thing appears to be a crafted artifact and lacks any attack power. What use could it possibly have? Just then a large lobster wielding a trident rushed in. Reporting. Great King, something bad has happened. In the past 2 days, an unknown cause has led to a massive surge of wild beasts in the eastern extreme region, and a large-scale wave of wild beasts is heading our way. Upon hearing this, the Horned King immediately snorted coldly. A bunch of beasts without any intelligence dare to charge into my dragon palace. With a cold snort, his aura erupted fiercely, revealing that he was a nascent soul-level demon. Where are the 2 generals, Turtle and Snake? Send them to deal with this situation and also incorporate the western extreme region into my dragon palace's domain. This horn man named Ao Hai is the true form of a white dragon. He is the overlord of this sea area, self-proclaimed as the Dragon King. The western extreme region is predominantly occupied by wild beasts, which are merely beasts without intelligence. The number of those wild beasts is vast, and among them is a black flood dragon that even he must treat with caution. Fortunately, that black flood dragon has long resided in the western extreme waters, and the two sides have kept their distance. After issuing his command, Ao Hai fell into deep thought. It is rare for the wild beasts to act up. Could it be that something has happened to the black flood dragon? He felt a bad premonition in his heart. Sensing that the turtle and snake generals had left the dragon palace, he pondered for a moment and stealthily followed them. The turtle and snake generals, as their names suggest, are a turtle demon and a snake demon. Both are transformed high-level demons equivalent to cultivators at the golden core stage. The turtle general appears as a lecherous old man carrying a large turtle shell on his back, while the snake demon resembles a seductive woman with an extremely alluring figure. The two of them proceeded leisurely towards the western extreme, distancing themselves from the dragon palace, when the turtle general suddenly whispered in a lecherous manner, "Slow down, slow down. The western extreme region is home to a nascent soul evil flood dragon, and we are merely at the golden core stage." The snake general, upon hearing this, slowed her pace, her beautiful eyes reflecting contemplation. "But it is the great king's order, we must go." The turtle general shook his head, saying, "We only need to circle around the outskirts of the western extreme. We can just claim that the black flood dragon is entrenched there, and we had no choice." The snake general nodded. "That makes sense." Now their already leisurely pace became even slower, as if they were deliberately dragging their feet. In the opposite direction, Dong Jun and his group of cultivators were cautiously making their way towards this side. Two parties, while the turtle and snake generals were distracted, Dong Jun's group remained vigilant. When the two parties were still 1,000 miles apart, Dong Jun was the first to sense the aura of the turtle and snake generals. People. No, not people. How could the nascent soul-level turtle and snake generals not be detected? Their movements were quickly captured by Dong Jun. After discerning their appearances through his divine sense, Dong Jun was initially slightly surprised. Upon sensing the demonic energy fluctuations on them, he instantly felt that something was off. Should we take action? This thought quickly crossed Dong Jun's mind. Observing the fluctuations of these two transformed demon beasts, he determined that they were only at the golden core stage. If he acted, he could easily subdue them. After some further observation, and confirming that there were no other auras present, a cold light flashed in Dong Jun's eyes. He signaled the Qin Xuan soldiers behind him to stop, and he vanished in an instant. In front of the turtle and snake generals, Dong Jun's figure suddenly appeared. Without saying a word, his spiritual power transformed into a giant hand aiming to grab them. The turtle and snake generals had not yet reacted when they found themselves on the verge of being captured by Dong Jun. But at that moment, behind the turtle and snake generals, Ao Hai's figure appeared, slamming a palm towards Dong Jun. A nascent soul, great demon. Dong Jun's heart raced. He summoned his spiritual energy to form a protective shield in front of him. Ao Hai's palm struck solidly against Dong Jun's protective spiritual energy, sending Dong Jun flying. "Who are you?" Ao Hai's eyes were filled with shock. He had not held back with that strike. Compared to his latest stage nascent soul cultivation, the person before him was merely in the early stage of nascent soul, yet a single palm strike had not even broken his protective spiritual energy. It had only sent him flying. Dong Jun quickly stabilized himself and immediately called for reinforcements. Only then did he look towards Ao Hai. "How did I not notice this person earlier? It must be a technique concealing one's aura. I never expected to encounter an intelligent demon beast in this cave realm." Previously, Yu Shuai had told him that this cave realm was rich in spiritual energy, and perhaps there would be intelligent demon beasts. I did not expect to come across one so soon. Ao Hai looked at Dong Jun with a hint of caution, and after observing him several times, he suddenly exclaimed in shock, "You are a human." At his words, the turtle and snake generals behind him were equally stunned. Humans? The ones recorded in ancient texts? How could this be possible? This place has never had the presence of humans. Ao Hai's astonishment was overwhelming. He knew that the world he was in was a cave realm created by a great cultivator. That great cultivator had raised many demon beasts within this cave realm. He was one of them. After that great cultivator perished, these demon beasts had lived and reproduced here for generations. For over 3,000 years, he had been here for over 3,000 years, and this was the first time he had seen a living human. This human cultivator must have come from the outside world. Finally, Ao Hai can leave this wretched place. His heart was suddenly filled with joy. He knew that there were humans in the incense realm on the other side, but those humans were all mortals. This unfamiliar nascent soul cultivator could only mean one thing: he came from the outside world. With this thought, Ao Hai wasted no time. He slapped his storage bag, and a long spear crackling with lightning appeared in his hand. Without further ado, he charged towards Dong Jun. When a nascent soul demon beast strikes, the commotion is beyond measure. The entire sea area instantly boiled, and the terrifying pressure radiated outward. It could be felt throughout the entire cave realm. In the cave realm, other nascent soul great demons were awakened by Aohai's aura. One by one they soared into the sky looking towards this western extreme sea area. Dong Jun's eyes flashed, but he showed no fear. His own nascent soul aura surged forth. Although he was only at the early nascent soul stage, his momentum seemed to be on par with Aohai. He did not take out a weapon. Although modern technology has advanced significantly, the weapons produced due to material limitations were of little help against nascent soul cultivators. Not having a weapon was not a problem. He didn't need to defeat this demon beast, just delay until reinforcements arrived. Dong Jun's spiritual energy spread forth, transforming into a spear. The two forces clashed in an instant. Boom. In an instant, the seawater within a radius of 10,000 miles evaporated, and the shock waves surged towards the horizon, creating wave after wave of towering sea waves. It is worth noting that the place where the two fought was at the deepest part of the sea. After just one exchange, Aohai felt something was off. Why was the spiritual energy within this early nascent soul human so pure? This was strength far beyond what an early nascent soul should possess. Dong Jun was also perplexed. This seemingly intimidating nascent soul great demon appeared to be weaker than he had imagined. If that were the case, perhaps he wouldn't need any reinforcements. Defeating or capturing him would also be a great achievement. He discreetly kept an eye on the movements of Lu Po and the others behind him. Dong Jun swiftly soared towards the surface of the sea. Aohai's eyes narrowed. Perhaps fearing the impact on his dragon palace, he followed suit. The two rushed towards the surface while engaging in battle. Before reaching the surface, they had exchanged more than 10,000 blows. The surrounding seawater was completely evaporated, and even the space was slightly shaking. The more they fought, the more shocked Aohai became. This person must undoubtedly be a genius from the outside world. But why has he yet to use any spells? He has not even taken out any magical artifacts. Could it be that he is still holding back? Truly arrogant. Aohai felt insulted. With a furious roar, he transformed into his true form. With a massive dragon tail, he struck towards Dong Jun. You may be famous in the outside world, but underestimating this king shall surely make you pay the price. Nascent soul powerhouse, terrifying indeed. Lu Po and the others had already retreated thousands of miles away, yet the aftermath of the clash between the two still rippled towards them wave after wave. Even among the Qin Xuan army, those with golden core strength could not muster their spiritual power to resist the residual waves. One day I too shall reach such a level. Lu Po tightened his grip on the Fong Tian Hua Ji, his eyes filled with fervor. Meanwhile, at the battleground between Dong Jun and Aohai, the two had already unleashed their true fire in a brief moment. The two transformed into remnants of shadows, colliding continuously over the surface of the sea. Each clash was akin to the explosion of countless nuclear bombs. The scene was utterly terrifying. At the beginning, Dong Jun could still hold his own against Aohai. But Aohai, after all, was a white dragon that had lived for thousands of years. His means were far beyond what Dong Jun could compare. Gradually, Dong Jun fell into a disadvantage. How truly troublesome. Aohai's enormous dragon mouth snapped empty, and with a swift motion, he lashed out with his tail. Dong Jun already bore many wounds with golden dragon blood dripping continuously from his body. The dragon blood was so hot that it evaporated patches of seawater the moment it touched the surface. Dong Jun was even more disheveled. His Qin Xuan army uniform had long been tattered, and he remained in a passive state of being beaten. Fighting Hedon is still a bit lacking. Almost by time. He could clearly sense Aohai's spiritual power waning while his own remained abundant. As long as he could hold on, it would surely be the opponent who would be defeated. Oh, it's the first time I've seen General Dong in such a predicament. A little loach can't be taken down after so long. Do you need help, General Dong? Suddenly a light chuckle rang out from the horizon, and then a young general clad in Qin Xuan army attire slowly appeared. This general looked to be in his 20s, very youthful. Hearing the voice, the two combatants momentarily slowed their movements. Aohai felt a surge of dread in his heart, another ally. Meanwhile, Dong Jun's face lost composure. This person was another general from the Qin Xuan army, and they had a deep-seated rivalry. Dong Jun snorted coldly. At your age, you still want to act like a pretty boy. I don't need your help. After cultivation, one can adjust their appearance. However, many of the older generals in the Qin Xuan army maintained their original appearances. Of course, some individuals, despite their age, still adjusted their looks back to a youthful state. This seemingly young general was one of them. Upon hearing this, the young general curled his lips, crossing his arms, and looking down from the sky. Although he did not intervene, Aohai naturally did not feel at ease. Though these two appeared to be at odds, they were clearly from the same faction. What if they suddenly turned on him? Qinghu, are you not going to make a move? The hope of breaking out is right before us. What are you waiting for? He shouted loudly, distancing himself from Dong Jun. As soon as he spoke, the space behind him shimmered slightly. Then a total of 9 nascent soul demon beasts stepped. I didn't expect Brother Aohai would also seek my help. A woman with a pure face and alluring figure approached, slowly giggling. The other demon beasts had various expressions. They had arrived the moment they sensed Aohai's aura. They had been secretly observing the situation. However, now that Ao Hai had personally called out, it would be unacceptable to remain hidden. With Ao Hai there were 10 demon beasts. All eyes were now fixed on Dong Jun and the other. That pretty boy is not bad, do I want him? Qing Hu pointed at the Qin Xuan army general beside Dong Jun, her tone sultry. This made Dong Jun chuckle. He immediately turned to mock tsk tisk. Wang Chong, you really are fortunate. This little fox has taken a liking to you, huh? Dong Jun stroked his beard, laughing without any dignity. Wang Chong shot Dong Jun a glance and retorted without hesitation, at least I can be appreciated. You, on the other hand, haven't even caught her eye. You too, if you have grievances, take them to the martial arts arena. Why are you causing a ruckus at this time? A cold and displeased voice rang out behind the two. Then 3 more cultivators clad in Qin Xuan army attire slowly emerged. The speaker was a gallant young woman who was surprisingly at the late stage of nascent soul. The multitude of demon beasts across from them darkened in expression as they watched 3 more nascent souls arrive. Ao Hai 10 against 5, the advantage is mine. Just as this thought arose, 3 more nascent souls joined Dong Jun's side. Ao Hai 10 against 8. Still an advantage. Why don't you two duel first? Don't worry, if anything happens I will personally explain it to Commander Yu. Another light chuckle echoed as 5 more figures arrived. Ao Hai 10 against 15, it's not without a chance of victory. Exactly, our Qin Xuan army has always spoken with our fists. We cannot let these beasts make a fool of us. With a clamor, nearly 30 nascent soul auras surged, and Dong Jun's side boasted nearly 50. At this point, the 10 nascent soul demon beasts could no longer maintain their composure. Their faces changed dramatically, and Ao Hai's eyes widened in shock. What on earth is this force? He was shaken deep within. Even when his master was alive, their sect could not muster this many nascent souls. Could it be from a holy land of the central Xian? But before he could finish his astonishment, a deep voice filled with unmatched pressure resonated through the air. It seems I have been too lenient with you all. Do you want to test Zuan Yuan's laws? In the sky, Yu Zhan approached step by step. His god transformation aura radiated, causing the surrounding space to buckle and crack. God transformation. Ao Hai and the other demon beasts felt their hearts shatter and tremble all over. As Yu Zhan appeared, Dong Jun and the Qin Xuan generals instantly became obedient, lowering their heads like well-behaved children. Ao Hai's mind went blank, with only a few words echoing in his brain: impossible. However, having lived for a few thousand years, his mind raced quickly. In less than 0.0001 seconds, a fierce look flashed across his face. Then he ruthlessly turned on the other demon beasts beside him. The other 9 demon beasts were still in a daze, completely unprepared. With this strike, Ao Hai held nothing back. The group of demon beasts was instantly gravely injured. After completing all this, Ao Hai immediately fell to his knees, kowtowing towards Yu Zhan in the sky. Senior. Little Dragon did not mean to oppose you. It was truly forced by these beasts. Little Dragon has the bloodline of a true dragon and can serve as your mount. I hope Senior spares my life. This series of movements was fluid and seamless. The previous aura of dominance and majesty had vanished, replaced by a sycophantic demeanor. The Qin Xuan army nascent souls nearby watched this scene, their eyes nearly popping out. Even Yu Zhan above was momentarily taken aback. As for the other nascent soul demon beasts who were ambushed, they were instantly petrified. Interesting. Qin Ju, far away in the Yugu palace, chuckled at this scene. This little demon is indeed a character. How utterly shameless. A nascent soul cultivator among the Qin Xuan army muttered under his breath. Though hushed, the words carried clearly. Every present cultivator was at least at the nascent soul realm. Ao Hai arched his back high, his face still plastered with a servile grin, even upon hearing the remark. You are indeed pragmatic, said Yu Zhan, stepping before Ao Hai and lifting his hand lightly. He appraised the dragon-blooded being up and down, then smiled faintly. This senior greatly overpraises me, truly undeserved. Ao Hai lifted his head, beaming broadly. After all, pragmatism was precisely what had kept him alive this long. He bore a sliver of true dragon blood, his very body a treasure trove. Without shrewdness, he would have been flayed and disemboweled long ago. Whether to execute you is not for this commander to decide. Yu Zhan silently contacted Qin Ju, seeking his sovereign's judgment on the great demons. Within the Yu Palace, Qin Ju tapped gently upon his desk, lost in contemplation. The Great Yu Dynasty now flourished. Spiritual energy had returned, and scarcity was nearly a relic of the past. Yet these spirit beasts within the pocket dimension held untapped potential, controlled hybrid breeding, perhaps even universal spirit beast cultivation. Such advancement could elevate the nation's strength to an unprecedented tier. After reflection, he instructed Yu Zhan, keep them alive, for now. Extract intelligence on the current state of this pocket dimension. Yu Zhan instantly understood. Turning once more to Ao Hai, he declared coolly, your fortune is extraordinary. The Emperor has decreed your lives spared. Ao Hai and the grievously wounded great demons erupted in silent elation. Many thanks to His Majesty. Many thanks to this venerable senior. Inwardly, however, they pondered deeply. The phrasing betrayed that these figures belonged not to any sect, but to a sovereign state. That was rare indeed. In the cultivation world, sects reigned supreme. Nations existed only as subordinate realms beneath sects, mere mortal dominions. None had ever heard of a nation teeming with cultivators. Had the outer world transformed beyond recognition in these past millennia? Yuzhan, perceptive as ever, noted their silent calculations, but remained unconcerned. The emperor retained these demons for purpose. They would soon become intimately acquainted with the great Yu. Do you bear names? Yuzhan began interrogation on. Ao Hai hastened to reply, this humble junior's name is Ao Hai, but truly it lacks elegance. Might this senior bestow a more fitting name upon me? Yuzhan inwardly rolled his eyes. This demon's sycophancy rivaled even that of the eunuch Xiao Luzi. Speak only what is asked. Answer plainly, nothing more. His tone turned stern. Yes, yes, yes. Ao Hai nodded frantically. Within this pocket dimension, are there other nascent soul or Dao integration demons? Anything else of significance? Venerable senior, besides our 10 nascent soul demon clans and over 100 golden core minor demons, none remain. However, across the dimension lies a realm of incense and worship, its current state, alas, unknown. What do you know of the fallen Dao integration cultivator? This pocket dimension was left by my former master, Ao Hai replied. His name was Qin Xuan, a Dao integration elder of the Yunxian sect situated in the Qin Xuan realm. The sect is guarded by a body integration powerhouse. Yet thousands of years have passed. What its present state may be, this humble junior cannot say. Yuzhan narrowed his eyes. Describe the cultivation world. Ao Hai paused, his mind raced. Could it be these beings were not of the cultivation world at all? He dared not ask, bowing lower instead. The cultivation world stretches boundlessly. Sects rise like forests. It is broadly divided into 5 realms: Dongxuan, Xishuan, Beixuan, Nanshuan, and Zhongshuan. Of the 4 outer realms, this humble junior knows little. Zhongshuan, the heart of the cultivation world, is densely populated with cultivators, even hosting tribulation transcendence masters. Even my former master's sect ranks only 2nd tier within Zhongshuan. Beyond Dao integration, what realms exist? Dao integration is followed by body integration, void refinement, grand ascension, and tribulation transcendence. Yuzhan fell silent, then asked, are the cultivation manuals and artifacts of this pocket dimension in your possession? Venerable senior, this humble junior does hold certain legacies of my former master, though most were bestowed during his lifetime. His true inheritance lies sealed within his personal abode, accessible only by his master token. After his demise, we searched exhaustively for the token, but found nothing. A token? Yuzhan frowned. At that moment, Qin Zhu's voice resonated within his mind, and a weathered ancient token materialized before him. Extract the soul memory of the toad demon. Yuzhan nodded, seized the token, and asked, is this it? Ao Hai scrutinized it closely, eyes widening, then bowed vigorously. Yes. Yes, this is precisely it. Wordless Yuzhan secured the token, and with a flick of his wrist summoned one of the 10 great demons, the toad demon. It assumed human form, pustulant, grotesque, repulsive to behold. Yuzhan felt no revulsion. Without hesitation, he performed soul extraction. The remaining demons froze and terror struck mute. They could not fathom why Yuzhan, who moments earlier had seemed reasonable, had so abruptly turned lethal. Moments later, the toad demon's life force ceased. Yuzhan tossed its corpse to a nascent soul cultivator of the Qian Yuan army. Deliver it to the Academy of Sciences. Director Li will find it most valuable. You dispatch emissaries to assume full control of this pocket dimension. He turned to the remaining 8 great demons. If you wish to live, your survival hinges entirely upon your conduct henceforth. He offered no further explanation. Their intelligence would guide them well enough. Then seizing Ao Hai by the collar, he strode forward. Lead this commander to the master's abode. In an instant, both vanished, leaving behind dozens of Qian Yuan army nascent souls and the stunned great demons staring blankly at one another. What are you waiting for? Move. The pocket dimension spanned vast territory. Yuzhan and Ao Hai required 3 consecutive spatial leaps to reach their destination. Recall, a single Dao integration leap could circumnavigate the entire Great Yu mainland several times. Upon arrival at the abode's threshold, Yuzhan sensed spiritual energy density, here far exceeding anywhere else, of an entirely different order. Venerable senior, a spirit vein flows beneath this abode, Ao Hai whispered, as if reading his thoughts. Yuzhan ignored him and extended his hand. Before them, a complex formation slowly coalesced. He channeled spiritual energy, but no defensive counterattack manifested. Stepping closer, he withdrew the token. The token floated forth, drawn as if by unseen force, then sank gently into the miniature formation. Instantly, the entire array dissolved. A time-worn stone gate emerged from the mist. You enter first. Yuzhan cast a cold glance at Ao Hai. The dragon-blooded demon's scalp prickled, but under that gaze he had no choice but to step reluctantly into the abode. Only after Ao Hai had entered, and lingered inside for some time, did Yuzhan follow. The abode was modest, immaculately clean. Not a speck of dust marred its surfaces. A single table, A single chair. Upon the table rested several pill bottles, a storage pouch, an ornamental hairpin, and a letter. With a wave, Yu Zhen drew the storage pouch and pill bottles into his palm. His gaze settled upon the letter. Frost, I am sorry. I cannot fulfill my vow to you. The opening was a farewell note. Yu Zhen read on. Most of the letter consisted of Gu Zhongshan's effusive tender declarations to a female cultivator named Han Shuanger. Yet near its end the tone shattered. Abrupt, furious, raw. Gu He, you shall perish wretchedly. Frost, do not believe Gu He. He deceives you. Flee the sect. Flee the sect. The ancestor has. The characters devolved into frantic, illegible scrawls, so charged with hatred that Yu Zhen felt its searing echo merely by gazing upon them. The final line read, to any fortunate soul who finds this letter, please deliver it to the Yunxian sect. As reward I bestow a grand karmic opportunity, transcendence to immortality. Cultivating immortality. Humph. Qin Ju tossed the letter aside, his eyes brimming with disdain. Immortality. More like fooling ghosts. Though he had yet to formally enter the cultivation world, he was hardly naive enough to actually deliver a letter to some so-called Yunxian sect. A fool's errand indeed. Besides, after several millennia, whether the Yunxian sect even still existed remained uncertain. Still, this letter did reveal fragments of information. Notably, something deeply amiss about the sect's founding ancestor. And that cryptic phrase, leaving the sect. When Gu Chongshan inscribed those words in the ancient Zhongshan mountains, his emotions had surged with extraordinary intensity. Of course, as before, none of it concerned him. With a flick of his wrist, the storage pouch flew into his palm. This was the true prize of the day. Spiritual energy flowed into it. A seal. A storage pouch belonging to a nascent soul cultivator naturally bore a seal. Hardly surprising. Qin Ju knew little of sealing arts, yet as a fellow nascent soul cultivator, such a trivial barrier posed no obstacle. After probing for a moment, the minor seal yielded effortlessly. Qin Ju's spiritual sense swept inward. Then abruptly his eyes snapped open. A flash of exhilaration crossed his face. Truly worthy of a nascent soul cultivator's legacy. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, artifact after artifact soared from the pouch, instantly filling the entire imperial palace. Cultivation manuals, spirit pills, magical artifacts, spirit stones, rare spirit herbs, and countless other miscellaneous treasures dazzling in their abundance. The Ice Heart Manual, the Blazing Sun Divine Art, the Arcane Thunder Body Forging Technique, the Blood-Consuming Secret Method, the True Compendium of Sword Tao. Just the manuals alone numbered over 100. Qin Ju skimmed them briefly. Each at the very least led all the way to the nascent soul realm. Among them even lay Gu Chongshan's personal insights on comprehending cosmic laws. Qin Ju lifted the cultivation notes and read them carefully. After more than 2,000 years of cultivation, I finally formed my nascent soul, yet grasping the fundamental laws remained arduous. For 5 centuries I sat in silent meditation amidst towering peaks and precipitous cliffs, until at last I awakened the Zhongshan Tao, embodying the mountain soul, attuning myself to the grand momentum of 10,000 ranges. What is the Tao? The Tao is the path, the abode of the heart. It is. 1,000 characters flowed forth, eloquent and profound, detailing precisely how he had awakened the Zhongshan Tao. Leaving aside all else, these notes alone were an incalculable treasure beyond price in the outside world. Countless nascent soul elders would fight to the death for such wisdom. Gu Chongshan, you have truly delivered an extraordinary surprise to this emperor. Qin Ju threw back his head and laughed heartily. With these insights, the nascent soul cultivators of Da would avoid untold detours on their paths. Moreover, the pouch held numerous spell manuals, finally resolving Yu's long-standing lack of formal cultivation techniques. Secret treatises on formation, arrays, alchemy, and artifact forging were also abundant, effectively filling every critical gap in Yu's cultivation infrastructure. A nascent soul cultivator's accumulated treasures over millennia extended far beyond these. In another corner, mountains of rare herbs glowed with ethereal radiance, exotic spirit materials, whose names Qin Ju could not even fathom, yet whose immense value was unmistakable. Such treasures would scarcely suffice to supply the populace, but they were more than enough to fully arm the imperial court. Summon Li Wen and Jiayu immediately. Moments later, Jiayu and Li Wen rushed in breathless. Your humble servants pay homage to your majesty. Both bowed in unison. Jiayu, long entrenched in high office, and now himself a nascent soul cultivator, retained his youthful fair complexion, yet his bearing now exuded an indescribable sovereign authority. Li Wen, by contrast, remained his usual impassive self, his expression utterly devoid of emotional fluctuation. Ministers Jia and Li, behold your surroundings. In high spirits, Qin Ju gestured broadly at the overflowing trove surrounding them. Jiayu and Li Wen had already noticed the dazzling array upon entering, now at Qin Ju's prompting their gazes swept swiftly across the chamber. Jiayu glanced once, and then fixed his gaze unblinking upon the manuals stacked upon the table, his eyes blazing with undisguised longing. Li Wen meanwhile strode straight toward the spirit herbs and picked up a peculiar lustrous metallic slab, its surface shimmering with a soft, radiant aura. Qin Ju smiled faintly, offering no interference. Cultivation manuals, so many manuals. As Li Wen leafed through them, exclamations of astonishment escaped him repeatedly. Unknown material, exceptional tensile strength. If quantities are sufficient, the deployment schedule for spirit energy warships may be accelerated. For the first time, thoughtful calculation stirred in Li Wen's normally placid eyes. He reached for a vial containing an unknown liquid. Slowly uncorking it, he inhaled deeply. Rich in spiritual energy, apparently possessing restorative properties. Without knowing its formula, if mass production proves feasible, battlefield survival rates would rise dramatically. Foundation establishment pills. My hypothesis appears correct. Their composition closely resembles that of the Tai Su Type I Foundation establishment solution. And this pill, it seems to aid golden core formation, likely increasing success probability. Perhaps it can be refined further. Spirit stones resemble spirit energy batteries, but their qi is comparatively impure. This stone, however, is exceptional, a natural vessel for storing spiritual energy. The two ministers moved about like children unleashed in a toy emporium, picking up this, inspecting that, turning each treasure over with wonder. After a long while, Jia Yu reluctantly set down a manual and spoke. Your Majesty, with these manuals now at our disposal, this minister humbly petitions Your Majesty to establish new academies and specialized departments. Specifically for formation arrays, talismanic scripts, and alchemical arts. We should found dedicated institutions to recruit talent nationwide. Granted, Qin Ju replied with a smile. These manuals are after all intended for your Ministry of Education to collate and refine. Yet before that, a full transcription must first be delivered to Minister Li. Compared to traditional methods of alchemical refinement or formation array construction described in the manuals, Qin Ju placed greater faith in scientific advancement. Once the Imperial Academy of Science thoroughly deciphered these arts, wouldn't fully automated assembly line pill refinement and talisman production be far more elegant? Given sufficient resources, Qin Ju believed the day would come when to use citizens consumed spirit pills as casually as candy. Minister Li, what is your view? All phenomena, be they pill refinement, talisman crafting, or artifact forging, can be rigorously explained through the lens of science. Take pill refinement, for instance. It is fundamentally a matter of precise proportions, of quantifying herbal constituents down to the microgram, or even finer tolerances. Thus, these matters belong squarely within the Academy's purview, not the Ministry of Education's domain. Li Wen spoke calmly, yet the moment he did, Jia Yu's expression darkened instantly. Minister Li speaks inaccurately. Science excels in precision and efficiency, but certain breakthroughs demand flashes of human intuition. Given sufficient talent, genius will inevitably emerge to revolutionize these arts. Li Wen merely shrugged, neither affirming nor denying. Jia Yu was right. Whether classical materialist science or modern spirit energy science, creativity remained the very engine of progress. My apologies, I overlooked that. Whether sincere or not, Li Wen offered no glance backward, only a terse reply before resuming his eager exploration. Qin Ju watched the two bicker and shook his head. Whether science or cultivation, if it strengthens to you, this emperor shall support it without reservation. Once these treasures are cataloged and prepared, they shall be delivered directly to you. In the 38th year of the Great Universe, the Education Department took the lead in organizing the martial arts manuals and disseminating them across the realm. Unlike the complete public disclosure of the War God's manuscript last time, Li Wen adopted a phased exchange method this time. In simple terms, for example, the ice hard art can be cultivated from immortal all the way to the nascent soul. Thus, citizens can practice the refining qi portion completely free of charge. After reaching the peak of refining qi, the foundation establishment portion is also free. However, the golden core and nascent soul stages require contribution points. The citizen-level iteration system has been implemented in the Great Universe for a while now, designed to prevent the emergence of a large number of rice bugs among citizens. Over the years, the effect has been quite good. Contribution points are not that hard to obtain, just like a regular citizen. From birth until completing their studies, one will accumulate a considerable number of contribution points. Those who are truly unsuitable for learning can still shine in other fields. Such fields include literature and art. In short, as long as you don't spend the whole day at home idly waiting for death, you need not worry about not being able to exchange for subsequent martial arts. The Great Universe is not as decayed as other feudal dynasties. Throughout the Great Universe, no matter what field you work in, the promotion pathways are extremely clear. As long as you work hard and possess the ability, you will be able to rise. This is inconceivable in other places, but in the Great Universe with the absolute dictator Qin Ju, this is the reality. Especially in the officialdom, it can be said to be a true hell. There are always some citizens with poor cultivation talents, and becoming officials has become one of their few paths. Thus, the competition in the officialdom is more than just fierce. Officials strive for achievements, fearing the loss of their positions at any moment. Originally being unready was considered a clean official, and serving the people made one a good official. Now if you do not strive to develop the areas under your jurisdiction, you might as well wait to become immortal. Although citizens enjoy benefits comparable to those of heavenly beings, most citizens are also desperately improving themselves. There's no choice. Secondary citizens have promotion pathways. Those who can rise from secondary citizens to full citizens are not simple individuals. Once these individuals become citizens, they cherish their status immensely. They have experienced lives without rights, and they work harder than ordinary citizens. The social system of the great universe is distorted, a point that Qin Ju does not deny. Yet this social system is indeed very efficient. There is no shortage of talent despite the great universe having a citizen population of just over 200 million. In the field of scientific research alone, the talent pool has reached over 30 million. Note that any one of these 30 million would easily outshine any doctoral graduate from the past. There are also many geniuses in cultivation. Ordinary soldiers in the army have long been eliminated. A mere soldier without the prowess of a master would feel ashamed to call themselves a soldier. In other respects, what about the crime rate? With spiritual seeds present, the crime rate among citizens has remained at zero for decades. There is no possibility of hatred among citizens, nor can there be any oppression. Spiritual seeds fundamentally limit hostility among citizens. However, there is a certain crime rate between secondary citizens and slaves, but it is pitifully low. Once secondary citizens commit a crime, they are reduced to slaves. The consequences for slaves committing crimes are not as simple as death. The cultivation version of the imperial censorate requires a vast amount of materials needed by various academies. You wouldn't want to be soul extracted and subjected to bizarre experiments by those mad scientists, would you? Speaking of soul extraction, there is indeed a genius in the high-risk research institute affiliated with the Imperial Academy. This madman has created mechanical bodies and constantly mutters about blood and flesh weakness, mechanical ascension, and similar things. Not only has he produced the soul banner, but he has also created a large number of bizarre prosthetics. Especially his newly researched cultivation-type prosthetic, which is entirely made according to the meridian distribution of golden core cultivators. It must be said that the cultivation efficiency is quite high, and coupled with the potential for continuous self-upgrading, Qin Ju feels it is much stronger than the average cultivator. Though mad, some citizens who have met untimely deaths do indeed have their souls housed within, gaining a new life. So if you see highly intelligent robots in a city of the great universe, do not be surprised. They are also citizens. Returning to the main topic, since the distribution of over 100 martial arts manuals to the populace, the citizens of the great universe have once again erupted in excitement. Originally, ordinary citizens could only cultivate up to foundation establishment, but now that there are follow-up techniques, how could they not go wild? In the Tang Dynasty world, Qin Ju has not refined this realm. The changes in this world, which has been conquered by Qin Ju for nearly a decade, have been earth-shattering. The most obvious change is that the originally ancient and quaint world has gained many technological creations. Additionally, various citizens of the great universe occasionally fly across the sky. All the indigenous people of the Tang Dynasty world are secondary citizens. In Luoyang, a city that has begun to modernize, it remains prosperous. While it has become secondary citizens, the lives of the original populace have not changed much. It can even be said that their lives have improved. Without the oppressive influence of the former aristocratic families, secondary citizens now possess certain rights, and citizens of the great universe do not arbitrarily suppress secondary citizens. Moreover, with the influx of various technological products and the efforts of the resident officials to develop the area, these citizens no longer exhibit the previously dull and sallow expressions. Instead, they appear radiant. The citizens of the entire Tang Dynasty world even hold great respect and admiration for their emperor Qin Ju, spontaneously constructing countless shrines to longevity across the land. Truly, the world is unpredictable. On the streets of Luoyang, a man chewing gum and dressed in shorts and a t-shirt is leisurely embracing a woman in a cheongsam. The surrounding citizens see the two and quickly make way, bowing their heads in fear to avoid direct eye contact. Beside them, a somewhat portly smiling middle-aged man is ingratiatingly smiling. This esteemed citizen, I Lu, have lived in Luoyang for most of my life and know every corner of this city. Rest assured, with me Lu as your guide, you can't go wrong. This middle-aged man with a face full of flattery is none other than Lu Caishan, the wealthy merchant whom Qin Ju encountered during his initial exploration of the Tang family's world. And the man chewing gum is none other than Wang Xiaoyan, the citizen who smartly captured the foreign cultivator in the desert city, now an honorary citizen. Now this honorary citizen is also a bona fide early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Listening to Lu Kai's words, Wang Xiaotian suddenly stops curious and asks, I heard you have some connections with Lord Qin, is that true? Lu Kai immediately smiles ingratiatingly with a hint of pride in his tone. I dare not claim such, we encountered each other by chance. At that time, I did not know Lord Qin's identity, and now even if I had 100 times the courage, I would not dare. Wang Xiaoshan's eyes gleam with meaning. Your luck is unparalleled. In my life so far, the highest official I have seen is merely the governor of the West. The 10-year citizen assessment is coming soon. Do you have confidence? Liu Kai, this matter still depends on whether His Majesty recognizes me. For the past few years, I've been burning incense for His Majesty daily, just hoping to gain his recognition one day. Esteemed citizen, what kind of existence do you think His Majesty really is, eh? Is it true that he is the reincarnation of the Ziwei Emperor star, as rumored? How could His Majesty be something you can discuss, eh? Wang Xiaoshan's expression turns serious as he glares at Liu Kai. Besides, I have never seen His Majesty in my life, oh how would I know? Wang Xiaoshan's tone carries a hint of longing. His Majesty is wise and martial, a saint unseen for countless generations. If I could see him once, it would be worth my death. Exactly, the woman in his arms adds, His Majesty must be a handsome man. I heard that His Majesty has yet to take a consort or concubine, making him the dream lover for millions of women in the great universe. I wonder who will be the lucky woman. The woman does not hide her starry-eyed admiration, and a tinge of jealousy creeps into her words. By the way, Brother Xiaoyan, which martial art are you practicing? I still haven't found one that suits me. As she speaks, the woman swipes at the watch on his wrist. A light curtain projects before them, displaying a wide array of martial arts on the official court website. I primarily practice the mystic thunder art, and secondarily the body-refining secret technique. You, Brother Xiaoyan, I've tested. You have a lightning spiritual root, right? Isn't that impressive? Spiritual seeds have no attribute division, but some citizens originally possess spiritual roots, and Xiaoyan is among them. With a spiritual seed and a lightning spiritual root, he is indeed a rare genius. Oh, Xiaoyan glanced at the official website, suddenly widening his eyes and exclaiming, His Majesty is going to grant the right to explore the new world to the populace. After seeing this latest information, Wang Xiaoyan hurriedly set aside the woman in his arms and quickly opened his personal terminal to check. For Level 1 civilizations, applications can be submitted to gain exploration rights. Results will be released within a day. In the Great Universe at the U Palace. Biohazard. This is a new world discovered by the last civilization radar, merely a Level 1 civilization. For a world that holds little value for the court, Qin Ju thought long and hard, but still decided to grant exploration rights to the populace. It was time for the citizens to hone their skills. Just in time to finish refining this world and see what changes will occur in the great universe. Our mission is to create and safeguard the future of humanity, dedicated to breaking the boundaries of life through technological breakthroughs. In 2002, over the Pacific Ocean, on a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier executing a patrol mission, Admiral Ross Blade relaxedly sipped his afternoon tea while leaning on the railing. His deep blue eyes gazed at the boundless sea as if pondering something. A strange door glowing with blue. Oh, I bet those congressmen have water in their heads, and there are even scientists claiming it's a space gate. This isn't a science fiction film. Ross turned around, leaning against the railing. A while back, more precisely a year ago, according to secret intelligence from the U.S. Department of Intelligence, a strange blue door-like object had briefly appeared in these waters. But it quickly vanished. This incident stirred up a lot of commotion, reportedly captured by many satellites worldwide. Ross was half convinced he had never seen it with his own eyes. Moreover, having been stationed in this godforsaken place for so long, surrounded by nothing but the sea, he was starting to feel uneasy even at the smell of the ocean. I really miss my dear Miss Ruth. I wonder how much longer this damn mission will last. Ross pulled out a cigarette and lit it just as a black soldier jogged over. Report, sir. Ross looked up, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. Corporal Fland, what has you so flustered? Is it that the Russian fleet is acting up again? Or has something happened with the Eastern Fleet? Haha, don't tell me those scientists have made some new discovery. This area of the Pacific is considered international waters. At the time, the incident regarding the suspected space gate caused quite a stir, with nearly every powerful nation wanting to investigate. Under the complex situation, several major powers took the lead, stationing fleets here, and each country dispatched scientists to conduct research. After a year, many weaker countries have gradually withdrawn, and those remaining are all entities of significant influence on the international stage. Report, sir. We've received news from the research platform that there are anomalies in the target sea area. The black soldier stood straight, quickly delivering his report. Anomalies. Ross' smile faded, his expression turning serious. He extinguished his cigarette and quickly headed to the command room. Dr. Heim, have there been any new discoveries? In the command room, Ross looked at the white-haired old man on the screen, asking sternly. On the other side of the screen, scientists of various skin colors came and went, each bearing a solemn expression. The scientist known as Dr. Heim had a glimmer of fear of the unknown in his eyes, mixed with a hint of excitement. General Ross, our instruments have just detected fluctuations in the air metrics and spatial constants in the target sea area. Especially just now, an unknown energy has appeared in the air composition, I suspect. Before Dr. Heim could finish his sentence, a loud bang echoed through the sky. Then the entire sea surface began to churn violently, causing even the aircraft carrier Ross was on to shake violently. Meanwhile, the signal with Dr. Heim experienced intermittent disruptions. Immediately, everyone present felt a heaviness in their hearts, a suffocating sensation enveloping each person. Ross quickly gripped the railing and looked out. He saw that the previously calm and boundless sea suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue light. Following this, a door-like structure several kilometers wide, seemingly reaching to pierce the heavens, appeared before his eyes. Alert! Alert! All hands on deck. This is not a drill. The general's reaction was swift. After a brief moment of shock, his first action was to put the entire fleet on high alert. The fleets of other nations in the surrounding waters responded similarly quickly, entering a state of heightened alert after a brief period of chaos. Countless dark cannon barrels pointed towards the massive spatial door. The intense commotion came quickly and subsided just as fast. The sea soon calmed. Ross gazed at the spatial door, unable to suppress a gulp. Oh God, what on earth is this? The sea calmed, and the spatial door stood still on the water's surface. Countless eyes stared at it, filled with shock, fear, and curiosity. On the sea platform, Dr. Heim disregarded the soldiers' warnings and rushed outside the laboratory. Behind him followed a large group of scientists from various countries. They all looked up, gazing at the space gate so close. The edges were azure while the center was pitch black. It seemed like an abyss, continuously drawing the scientists' attention. The air felt as though it had solidified, but this calm did not last long. Tap, tap, tap. A steady sound of footsteps echoed from the direction of the gate. Under the watchful eyes of countless people on the fleet and the satellites in space, a leg stepped forward. A person. Whether among the scientists on the sea platform or the soldiers on the aircraft carrier, the sight of that leg sparked this thought in their minds. As the leg stepped out, a figure fully emerged from the other side of the spatial gate. This figure wore a wide-sleeved robe with liquid metal runes embedded in the cuffs, and him capable of changing shape with spiritual energy. The armor was made of an unknown material etched with anti-explosion formations, and microforce field generators driven by spirit stones were embedded at the joints. The main body was primarily pitch black, mixed with dark red patterns and electronic blue light. On the chest was a nine-eyed skull with the skull's jaws clenching something resembling a DNA spiral. The eye sockets of the skull emitted a dark red glow, and the DNA chains slowly rotated. Strangely, among the 9 eyes on the skull, only 4 were lit, while the others remained dark. A heavy, suffocating pressure. His long hair fell loosely behind him, and his young face radiated an aura of wickedness that appeared before everyone's eyes. He stood silently in midair, calmly looking down at everything below. Tremors, a primal tremor. Simply locking eyes with this person, even seasoned veterans would feel a twisted fear rise from their hearts. Bang! On the platform, a soldier could no longer bear the immense pressure. Whether it was an accident or intentional, he fired a bullet towards the figure in the air. This gunshot snapped everyone back to reality. Ross' face changed instantly. No, but it was too late. The bullet, traveling at 300 meters per second, was already before the figure. However, the next second the man made no move. The speeding bullet began to slow down slower and slower. By the time it reached his eyes, it had completely lost its kinetic energy, as if being drawn and falling into the man's hand. What a primitive weapon, he said with a light chuckle, shaking his head. Of course, the people beneath him couldn't understand what he said. But it didn't matter. Other soldiers who had reacted quickly subdued the soldier who had fired. Leaders from various countries watching all of this via satellite swallowed hard, their bodies beginning to tremble, before they could issue any commands to the fleet on the front lines. Dr. Heim took a shaky step forward. Hello, may I ask if you are an alien? By some twist of fate, this question slipped from the doctor's lips. But immediately after asking, he regretted it. The question seemed too foolish. The person across from him paused for a fraction of a second. Then he replied in English, alien. You may think of it that way. He glanced around with indifference, then revealed a radiant smile. I am Su Wenhua, a mid-level researcher at the Academy of Sciences of the Great Yu Empire. The Dayu Empire, the Academy of Sciences, intermediate researcher. Dr. Heim quickly extracted 3 keywords, but then he immediately reacted. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, you can speak English. It's just a simple phonetic language. Su Wenhua walked step by step to Dr. Heim sighed, smiling faintly. Seeing Su Wenhua being so easy to talk to, Dr. Heim was immediately excited. He completely forgot how delicate the atmosphere was and hurriedly stepped forward, asking like a child, Mr. Su, welcome to Earth. What kind of existence is your country? Is your humanoid form a natural evolution of your civilization or a mere transformation? Why can you fly? Has your civilization mastered anti-gravity technology? What material is your clothing made of, and why does it emit radiation? You? Dr. Heim had too many questions to ask, and his heart was completely occupied by curiosity. Meanwhile, the leaders of various countries observing all of this through satellites finally reacted. They were shocked and terrified. They hurriedly gave orders to the frontline fleet. Quickly investigate this suspected extraterrestrial presence. Don't let it be first to be taken by America. Extraterrestrials. Extraterrestrial civilization. They can fly. Just this alone shows that their technology is years ahead of Earth. How could they not act quickly? Buzzing. Just as Dr. Heim kept asking one question after another. Helicopters from the surrounding fleet rushed toward the sea platform. The first to arrive was a yellow-skinned man who said respectfully, "Honorable Mr. Su, I am the commander of the First Fleet of the Xia Kingdom, Su Jiang. Welcome to Earth. I would like to express the sincerest respect on behalf of the Xia Kingdom and all humanity. Mr. Su." As Su Jiang arrived, first representatives from various countries followed closely. Voices of welcome in Japanese, Russian, German, French, and various other languages filled the air. Su Wenhua maintained a faint smile on his face while his heart felt a mad indifference. What a group of foolish and immature experimental subjects. It seems my soul banner will successfully complete its experiment here. But where are the zombies your majesty mentioned? Su Wenhua released his divine sense, continuously spreading it around. He finally found the target of this operation in a small city in America. His smile grew wider. Raising his hand, all surrounding sounds abruptly ceased. He smiled at Dr. Heim and took out a round, unknown device. Gravitational projector capable of altering the gravitational constant within a small area. In addition to this meeting, hey, race a small gift for you, Dr. Heim. I don't suppose I could visit your country. Dr. Heim instinctively took the round device to the White House. Witnessing all this, the President of America's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with unabashed excitement. Hurry. Agree quickly. He hurriedly gave orders to the frontline personnel. This is too precious. Dr. Heim's hands trembled, and he was about to return it to Su Wenhua. Su Wenhua raised his hand to interrupt. A small gift. I still need to trouble you in your territory for a while longer. He slightly emphasized the words trouble, but no one noticed the strange expression in his eyes at that moment. All right, fine. Dr. Heim certainly didn't want to return it. Altering the gravitational constant is an astonishing method. After processing the latter part of the sentence, Dr. Heim happily exclaimed, "No worries, no worries. Mr. Su can stay in our country as long as he wants. We America are at Dr. Heim began to. The representatives from other countries changed their expressions upon hearing Su Wenhua's words. However, since he had already said so, they felt embarrassed to say anything further. Mr. Su, our Xia Kingdom always welcomes your arrival. We apologize for any disturbances. The representative from the Xia Kingdom said this, and then turned to leave without hesitation. An individual from an unknown civilization surrounded by secrets. Very tempting, but he had already done his best. The rest would naturally be handled by those above. Moreover, he felt an ominous premonition when looking at Su Wenhua. This visitor from an unknown civilization might not bring good news. Just as the global elite were in an uproar over the spatial gate and the arrival of Su Wenhua from an unknown civilization. America, Raccoon City, beneath the hive. A translucent dome covered a small area. Inside, a group of 10 people slowly awakened. Where is this place? Where am I? Who are you? 10 people of various ages and ethnicities, including yellow, white, and black individuals, were all gathered. By the wall, a man dressed in casual attire smoking a cigarette looked at the rising crowd with an expressionless face. He took a deep breath and extinguished the cigarette. His eyes were full of indifference as he looked up at the semicircular shield outside. There were also a few people among them, a striking blonde woman in a red cheapao flanked by several armed personnel from the Umbrella Corporation. Strangely, these people seemed frozen, maintaining various poses without moving. He looked down at the watch on his main mission: survive for 7 days in Raccoon City. The man had an expressionless face. The mission was brief, but that didn't mean it would be simple. That existence would not issue such a simple task, even if it were a low-risk reincarnation world. After reading the mission, the man finally turned his gaze toward these newcomers. Recall carefully, he will reveal everything. The man had not finished speaking when the watch suddenly vibrated violently. A jumble of characters appeared on it. Encountering unknown entity invasion, self-protection in progress. Encountering the danger level of the reincarnation world is being reassessed. Level 1 incorrect, level 2 incorrect. Reincarnation world anomaly, reincarnation world anomaly. High-level reincarnators will be redeployed. Encountering unknown obstruction, deployment failed, deployment successful. The reincarnation world has locked and lost contact with the main program. Mission change, eliminate the unknown extraterrestrial evil. Mission difficulty LV5, completing the mission allows return to the error. The watch on his wrist flashed crazily until it finally displayed a blood-red color. Target locked, main mission, eliminate the extraterrestrial evil. Su Wenhua, mission difficulty LV5, completing the mission allows return. On the other side, Qin Ju, who was cultivating, suddenly felt a frantic disturbance in his mind from the Jade Seal. It was an unprecedented commotion, revealing an unreserved, deep yearning for something. Moments later, the Jade Seal returned to normal. However, outside the capital, the towering spatial gate suddenly disappeared. The citizens who had been waiting to enter outside the gate looked at each other, all in a state of confusion. Fragments seized them. The Jade Seal in his mind calmed for a moment, and then gave 4 short words. Fragments seized them. What does that even mean? What fragments? Qin Ju loathed riddles like this. Why could they not just speak plainly? Very well. The Yushi seemed mute, but it could at least give more information. Above the imperial palace, Qin Ju watched the spatial gate vanish and felt his expression grow dark. Peng Gao and the others stationed in the capital quickly gathered at his side. Your Majesty, this. Peng Gao frowned and looked toward Qin Ju. Who remains in World 02 at present? Qin Ju did not answer immediately. He asked in a low voice. Li Wen replied, there is a mid-level researcher named Su Wenhua from the academy who just entered. Qin Guer also spoke up, and a few Jinyui who were stationed there earlier. Qin Ju fell silent. He had some recollection of this Su Wenhua. He was a researcher from the high-risk laboratory. The mechanical prosthesis and the Wanhun fan were his inventions. His expertise lay in soul studies and machinery. The Imperial Academy ranks its researchers as assistants, junior researchers, mid-level researchers, and senior researchers. At present, most mid-level researchers cultivate around the Golden Core stage. After a moment's thought, Qin Ju attempted to contact Su Wenhua through the spirit seed. Elsewhere in the biohazard world, Su Wenhua, who had just boarded the plane bound for America, suddenly felt the spatial gate behind him shift oddly. He turned slightly, the gate behind him winked out with terrifying speed. Su Wenhua narrowed his eyes, and before he could react, Qin Ju's voice thundered in his mind. He had never seen His Majesty in person, but no one else could contact him in such a manner. There was no one but the smile drained from Su Wenhua's face. He assumed a solemn, respectful tone and listened quietly to Qin Ju's words. The spatial gate has malfunctioned. You cannot return to the homeland for the time being. There are a few Jinyui still in World 02. I will have them rendezvous with you as soon as possible. As he spoke, the Yushi in his mind transmitted another fragment of information. Kill the information carriers and seize the narrative logic. Current number of information carriers 30. Information carriers. Narrative logic. Qin Ju could guess what an information carrier was. Since the term kill was used, the carrier had to be at least a living being. But what was meant by narrative logic? There exists an unknown threat in World 02. Beyond contacting you, I cannot offer further aid. I grant you authority to eliminate all abnormalities in World 02 up to and including the destruction of the entire world. When he finished speaking, Qin Ju fell silent. He trusted his subordinate. Unless the foe proved utterly invincible, he had faith in Su Wenhua. By now, he had some inkling something was gambling with the Yushi. The players, or rather their pieces, were one side Su Wenhua, and on the other 30 unknown lives. He did not know what defeat would entail. He could not yet fathom the Yushi's plan, but whatever losing meant, it would likely be. Therefore, he bestowed upon Su Wenhua enormous authority, if necessary, to annihilate the entire World 02. On the plane, Su Wenhua started at Qin Ju's words. Though His Majesty's tone was calm, how could he fail to sense the gravity within it? Su Wenhua's face remained unreadable. Would he be afraid? No, do not underestimate this mad scientist. He was not frightened, rather a sliver of maniacal exhilaration bloomed within him. An entire world. His Majesty had given him such power. How could he not be elated? Fear not, Your Majesty, I shall root out every threat. With that, he bowed his head and smiled in an unsettling way. Those nearby were alarmed. Dr. Heim especially wanted to ask why the spatial gate had suddenly vanished. Seeing Su Wenhua like that, a cold premonition rose in his chest. Mr. Su Dr. Heim mustered what courage he had and spoke softly. Su Wenhua looked up. His face now wore a benign smile. Dr. Heim, do you know what lies at the end of science? The absurd question froze Dr. Heim for a beat. Su Wenhua raised his hand. At that gesture, every monitoring device in the cabin failed instantly. I am curious as well, so I will spare no effort in pursuing it. As he spoke, Dr. Heim gazed into Su Wenhua's eyes, and his mind went blank. His pupils glazed for a moment, then he recovered, though a dullness lingered. Let us go to the bygone. Su Wenhua rose and watched the landscape streak by outside, murmuring, what a marvelous world. Huanxiong town below, a hive beneath. What's this? When did a watch appear on my wrist? Who the hell are you? Where on earth is this place? A scrawny punk with yellow hair glared at the man who looked different from the others and barked with swagger. He sidled forward, the posture of someone daring another to speak or be punished. Zhang Long trembled uncontrollably. Seeing the data on his wrist, a wave of despair had already risen within him. He had no heart to answer the punk. The thug mistook his stillness for fear and grew bolder. He reached to grab Zhang Long's collar. Then, bang! A gunshot rang out, and the punk collapsed. Zhang Long's dead eyes betrayed no emotion as he sank to the ground. The shot stunned the others. People who had lived in peaceful times had never seen such a thing. Murder! A gun! He has a gun, call the police. Several women screamed in panic, and people stumbled backward. Only a boy of 15 or 16 watched Zhang Long's gun with keen interest. He saw that the punk had been killed, yet no punishment from the prime deity had descended for a long while. Despair deepened in Zhang Long. Prime deity, you bastard. What have I offended? Previously, killing a teammate would deduct various reincarnation points. This time there had been no reaction at all, which showed how dire matters had become. Everyone who doesn't want to die, shut up, he shouted and fired another shot into the ceiling. Only then did the room fall silent. Men and women huddled together, terrified, while the boy closed his eyes to think, and then walked slowly toward Zhang Long. I just checked the information the Prime Deity released. Normally the deity would not issue a guaranteed death mission, right? The youth asked as he came before Zhang Long. Zhang Long was surprised. There was a promising recruit among the newcomers. Unfortunately, it might not matter. The deity does not usually give suicide missions, but this time it is different. LV5. Do you understand what that means? The most dangerous world I've faced was only LV3. Do you know what that world was? Starship Troopers. There were bugs and battleships. At LV3 my squad nearly perished. LV5 is a threat far beyond anything we can handle. Zhang Long said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. The boy's face turned grave. He glanced at the blood-tinted watch on his wrist and seemed to form a thought. I just saw the Prime Deity redeploy high-tier reincarnators. What kind of strength do they possess? Do you know what this world is? If we stay far from the core combat zones, we might have a chance to survive, the youth analyzed. Zhang Long's eyelids lifted, the hopelessness on his face eased a little. I do not know precisely how powerful high-tier reincarnators are, but I imagine they can handle this crisis. As for this cycle world, Zhang Long pointed outside. It's Biohazard Part 1. Have you seen it? We are in the very heart of the plot. As Zhang Long gestured, the semicircular protective dome around them dissipated. Nearby Alisai and the others returned to normal. They regarded Zhang Long's group warily. As the rookie squad confronted the crisis, other reincarnators began appearing across America. In a city beside Huanxiong City, 6 oddly dressed reincarnators scrambled to their feet in the street. What the deity doing? I almost cut that demon dragon down. A man with flaming red hair and an exaggerated greatsword rose to his feet, cursing and paying no heed to the puzzled stares of pedestrians. Beside him, a middle-aged man in knightly armor holding a long sword remained composed. He checked his watch. LV5. Captain, something seems wrong this time, a healer-like teammate frowned. We should leave. The Prime Deity's move was too abrupt. This has never happened. Hide for now. On the rooftop of a tall building, a gaunt-cheeked man sneered. I never thought the deity would be so discomfited or amusing. Behind him, a man in a suit and flat glasses stepped forward and surveyed the city below. The Prime Deity has deployed 20 high-tier reincarnators, 5 of whom are early 4th rank. This mission is not so simple. Exercise caution. There is too little information apart from knowing the target's name is Su Wenhua. There is nothing else. These high-level reincarnators were utterly in the dark, but as seasoned individuals, all the reincarnators immediately hid themselves, secretly gathering intelligence. Su Wenhua also lacked information. His Majesty only told him to eliminate a total of 30 information carriers. Awaited has already become 29. Did those information carriers turn against each other? The plane quickly arrived at the White House, where then-President Obama personally welcomed this alien friend. The specifications were unprecedented. In the past, if Su Wenhua wanted to conduct any experiments, he would have to consider the local inhabitants. Now at the moment of contact, Su Wenhua immediately took control of Obama. Shortly after Su Wenhua arrived at the White House, 6 members of the Qin Yi stationed globally also came to his side. Among the 6, 2 were at the Golden Core level, while the others were all at the late Foundation establishment stage. The leader of this Qin Yi was named Luan Jingming, who is said to have previously been a palace guard. He was summoned into the Qin Yi after being caught by Qin Gur. Dr. Su, all the congressional members here have been completely controlled. It is estimated that in another 20 minutes, all those who are in the know will be dealt with. Luan Jingming clasped his fists, noting that the Qin Yi and the Academy of Sciences were 2 departments that had little connection. The anomalies of this world had already been explained by His Majesty. Theoretically, the Qin Yi should be the specialists in this regard, yet it was unclear why His Majesty wanted them to prioritize Su Wenhua. Of course, that was not an issue. They would obey His Majesty's orders. Thank you for your hard work, Luan Qianhu. Su Wenhua nodded, and in less than 10 minutes the entire upper echelon of America was under control. The Qin Yi indeed had remarkable methods. He had only heard of it before, but now he truly witnessed it. The upper management of Umbrella has also been entirely controlled. This is what is referred to as the virus. Luan Jingming took out a glass bottle and placed it in front of Su Wenhua. By the way, under the hive in Raccoon City, I found some interesting things which may be related to the information carriers His Majesty mentioned. Luan Jingming raised his hand, and a light screen instantly appeared in the room. On the screen, a group of people was desperately fleeing from an attack by a terrifying zombie. Su Wenhua squinted and observed closely. Those horrifyingly shaped zombies stirred no emotions within him. The things researched in high-risk laboratories were far scarier than these. He was looking at the 9 individuals who seemed out of place compared to Alice and her group. These people suddenly appeared in the hive, and one of them has already been killed by their own. As for the others, apart from the man with the pistol who has an unknown energy fluctuation, the rest are all ordinary people. Luan Jingming said with his arms crossed. Originally, there were 10 people. Su Wenhua grinned. I didn't expect these so-called information carriers to actually be human, and so quickly a part of them has been located. This makes things much easier. We cannot personally go out to capture them. There are still some hiding in the shadows. Luan Jingming glanced at Su Wenhua and reminded. I know that Su Wenhua looked at Obama standing nearby. Isn't there still the president? Su Wenhua got up. These people should be able to provide a lot of information. How much energy is left in your power battery? It's time to prepare some grand gifts for these lovely materials. Raccoon City Hive. A continuous stream of zombies surged in. The original rookie team had already lost 4 members without even realizing what was happening. The remaining 5 were also in dire straits. They did not follow Alice's group, but instead tried to feel their way upward, wanting to leave the hive. Zhang Long hid behind a box, breathing heavily. His Desert Eagle continued to fire in bursts. Curiously, he never changed the magazine. There are too many. How long until we can get out? He anxiously asked the boy beside him, who also frowned, his fingers quickly tapping on something unknown beside him. This way. We can go up through the vent. He pointed to the left and above them. All right. Zhang Long didn't waste time getting up to shoot down the nearest zombies. He grabbed the boy and ran toward the vent. The other 3 immediately panicked, crying out, "Wait, wait." But Zhang Long didn't even glance at their pleas. In such a situation, only a fool would try to save others. Not shooting these deadweights was already showing him mercy. Zhang Long's skills were indeed impressive. He didn't know what he exchanged for at the main god. In just a few steps, he arrived at the vent. He leaped up, and once inside, the 2 climbed upward without looking back. It went smoothly. Before long, they emerged from the other side of the hive to the ground. They finally made it out. Fortunately, Red Queen didn't completely shut down the hive. Zhang Long lay on the ground, his face filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. However, he hadn't been happy for long when the sound of planes screeched across the sky. Zhang Long's eyes widened as he lay on the ground, seeing several fighter jets roaring in from the distance, circling directly above them. A sudden wave of bad premonition rose in Zhang Long's heart. He hurriedly dragged the boy and ran wildly, but before they could get far, fully armed soldiers surrounded them. What is going on? Zhang Long roared internally. These soldiers were genuine American troops, not Umbrella's army. He was completely dumbfounded, and not only him, but the boy, who had been very rational all along, also couldn't hold it together. How was this going to play out? Just escaped from the zombies' jaws, and now they were caught by the military. No matter how clever he was, he had no solutions at this moment. Unsurprisingly, this seasoned reincarnator and the rookie were the first to be captured. The 2 were secretly taken to a hidden Umbrella laboratory. Inside the laboratory, Su Wenhua, now dressed in a white coat, smiled as he looked at the 2. "Good afternoon to both of you," Su Wenhua said politely. "Who are you? Why did you capture me? What do you want?" Zhang Long struggled continuously on the operating table. "Who I am is not important. What matters is that if you cooperate honestly, I can make your suffering a bit less." Su Wenhua did not directly probe their souls. He was unsure if these information carriers had any guardian spirit techniques. However, these were minor issues. He wasn't limited to just soul probing as a method of interrogation. Besides, if his own methods couldn't extract the information, there was always Luan Qin, who the professional on hand.